Chapter 61. She didn't say who it was, but everyone present knew it. Ice sneered in her heart. This person was the one who rushed to offer his head. If someone helps her to create a character, she will naturally accept it. Immediately, tears welled up in Ice's eyes, and the tears rolled in her eye sockets, reluctant to fall. In fact, Su Luo still admired her ability to cry whenever she wanted to. I don't know if this copy gave her this ability. Ice covered her mouth with one hand, sobbing a little. Why do you say that to me? I just want others to care about me. She looked like a strong and weak little white flower. Su Luo shook her head beside her. This Xiao Yu really has no memory. She had suffered at the hands of Ice this morning, and now she is coming to die again. Isn't this helping Ice to shape her weak little white flower persona? Xiao Yu also remembered at this time that she had suffered this morning. Now seeing Ice using the same old trick again, she was so angry that she didn't know what to say. There was no other way. Xiao Wei had to throw the can down and say, You scheming bitch. Stop acting here. You obviously just want to break up the couple. Why are you pretending to be loveless now? As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. The White Lotus is most afraid of others saying it clearly. Xu Yue's move hit Ice's weakness by accident. There was no way to create a character now. Ice quickly said, How can you frame me like this? I admire lost the most in my heart. That's why I wouldn't do the thing you said. As she spoke, tears fell down. She looked at Su Luo and continued, I didn't expect that there would be such a vicious person among the three of us girls. I won't talk to her anymore. As she spoke, Ice quickly ran upstairs crying, leaving Su Luo and Xiaowei confused. Xiaowei gnashed her teeth and looked at the direction where Ice left, and said hatefully, This scheming bitch. Su Luo looked at her with disdain. These two people are not at the same level at all. This person is stupid because he has no self-awareness. He is as fierce as a tiger in his operation, but his record is 0-5. It is difficult for the White Flower Man to show his idea and make others like him. But with such a vicious female supporting role as a foil, it can be fully reflected. Just like in Mary Sue novels. If there are no vicious female supporting roles jumping around and adding fuel to the fire, it is really difficult for the male and female protagonists to be together. Su Luo didn't look at her and went upstairs. After a while, the radio sounded, Please go to the studio to record today's love moment. Su Luo walked to the studio and prepared to record today's confession. In the end, it was the same Xiao Wang as before. He said to Su Luo, Tomorrow is a date day for girls. Please choose a date location. Oh, so the boys chose the date location at this time yesterday? Su Luo nodded, thought for a while, and said, Is there an aquarium here? Xiao Wang nodded and said, Yes, it's not far from the love house. Su Luo smiled and said, Then my date will be at the aquarium. She thought. The aquarium that she had just passed in the last game copy. She didn't believe Yan Feibai couldn't guess it. Xiao Wang remembered the date place Su Luo chose and said, Please get up before 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will leave at 6 o'clock to wait at the aquarium. After saying that, he thought for a while and added, Oh, by the way, please don't tell other guests about your date venue. Ah, no wonder. Su Luo thought thoughtfully. No wonder Yan Feibai didn't tell her about this yesterday. Sure enough, it was because the program group banned it. After explaining this matter, the next step was recording. After the recording started, Su Luo briefly summarized today's schedule. Today, I went to the video game arcade with the internet-addicted boy. Overall, it was still very interesting. But I feel that the internet-addicted boy always fails to get my point and cannot understand what I mean. Today during dinner, Mr. Jihei secretly gave me some special treatment. I think, well, he's not a bad person, since he has already bribed me. I just vote for him today. The comments at this time. Ah, so sweet. Mr. Jihei. He. Oh my god. Mayat laughed so hard that her head fell off. How can it be so sweet? I've locked it. This is my favorite couple. I don't need to deduct the candy myself. They forced the candy into my mouth. Steaming, boiling, pressing, and CP series. Today is another day for CP fans to explode. The next morning, Su Luo got up on time at 5 o'clock, and then went to wash up in a very bad mood. For her, the time to get up against the biological clock is really too desperate. Today, she is dressed in red as usual. with a red baseball jacket on the outside, a black t-shirt inside, and a leather skirt on the bottom. The whole body is red and black, which makes the whole person look casual and handsome. Su Luo looked in front of the mirror, and then went downstairs with satisfaction. At this time, the other two girls were already standing downstairs. Ice was wearing a simple white sweater, jeans and white shoes. She was simple and pure, an absolute killer of boys. And Xiaowei was wearing a Lolita dress and holding a slightly exaggerated umbrella in her hand. If you don't look at her face, she looks like a 19th century British aristocratic girl, classical and elegant. When Ice saw Su Luo, he keenly discovered that she had painted red nail polish again today. Is this her hidden personality? Ice thought secretly. Su Luo looked the two up and down and couldn't help but sigh that everyone's clothes were pretty good. But she pondered for a moment, said hello hastily, and then walked out of the cabin first. Arriving in the car, Su Luo said to the system, I think one of Xiao Yu's hidden personality is that she must wear a Lolita outfit every day. After saying that, after confirming, wait for the answer. Su Luo's guess is actually a bit risky. After all, Xiao Yu. It could be that she deliberately exposed this flaw just to trick them. However, thinking of the intelligence that Xiao Wei had shown before, Su Luo felt that she should not have such a brain. And most importantly, the bold ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. If Xiao Wei can disregard her image, destroy her face and insist on wearing a Lolita outfit to confuse herself, then she has fulfilled her idea. After a while, the system prompt sounded, ding. Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player Law successfully discovered a hidden personality of player Xiaowei. Success? Su Luo smiled. She was right. It was worth the risk. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again, ding. Player Xiaoyu exited. Love time. Su Luo's smile froze on her face. She couldn't understand what was going on. It stands to reason that Xiaoyu should have only been discovered for two hidden characters? How did she get eliminated? Could it be that someone submitted Xiaoyu when she didn't know about it? A hidden character? But that's not right. If that's the case, then the system should have prompted at that time that Xiaoyu had two hidden characters discovered. Just like Yukawa. What went wrong? Su Luo fell into deep thought in the car. When she arrived at the aquarium, Su Luo first visited it. After the experience of the aquarium prison copy, Su Luo now has a sense of resistance to the aquarium. She was afraid that something would jump out from a corner. It was not until 9 o'clock that the special car for the show finally arrived. This time, the person who came out was Yun Feibai. To Su Luo's surprise, Yun Feibai was still as handsome as ever. The sky blue striped shirt and black tights looked very good. Su Luo went up to him and gave him a puzzled look. Yun Feibai smiled and motioned her to talk later. Su Luo and Yun Feibai had experienced several copies together, so she stopped asking after Yun Feibai gave her a look. The audience was really happy at this time. Ah, these two are finally together. I really want to see their date. I love it. This couple must be very sweet. I'm most looking forward to them finally together. As soon as they entered the aquarium, Yun Feibai asked, Did you submit the hidden character of Xiaowei? Su Luo nodded and said, Yes. But I only submitted one character. After listening to Su Luo's words, Yun Feibai nodded thoughtfully and said, I have a guess about the rules of this copy now. You can listen to it and see if it is reasonable or not. Su Luo nodded. I'd like to hear more details. Yun Feibai said, The first time he was submitted, he was disfigured. The second time he was submitted, he was disabled. And the third time he was submitted, he was eliminated. Su Luo seemed to understand something vaguely after hearing this summary, but she didn't have a clear idea. Then Yun Feibai continued, whether it was submitted, reported, or failed to submit. The first time was disfigured. The second time was disabled. Even if there were different reasons, the debuffs were in order. Su Luo felt suddenly enlightened. And she continued, so, no matter it is submitted incorrectly, or reported, the third debuff will eliminate you. That's right. Yun Feibai nodded. That's why Xiaoyu will be eliminated. He has triggered the debuff 3 times. Su Luo thought about it, and suddenly realized a problem. She said with some concern, so, Yukawa and the internet-addicted boy have both triggered at least one debuff. Chapter 62. After hearing what Su Luo said, Yun Feibai understood Su Luo's worries. Sure enough, Su Luo continued, then the internet-addicted boy can only submit 2 hidden personalities and then be eliminated. And Xiaowei can only submit 1 hidden personality. Yun Feibai nodded and said, then, in this copy, the attribute points we can get will be less than expected. Su Luo nodded. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's good enough for each person to get 2 attribute points. Contentment is the key to happiness. Yun Feibai looked at her with a smile and said, yeah, I think so too. Yun Feibai originally thought that Su Luo would be sad for a while before she could recover. After all, from what she saw before, Su Luo attached great importance to attribute points. But he didn't expect that she could digest this matter without any time to react. This made him change his impression of Su Luo. From a desperate woman to an open-minded desperate woman. Su Luo didn't know what Yun Feibai was thinking. She really attached great importance to attribute points. But for her, if she gets it, she is lucky. If she loses it, she will not be too sad for something she cannot get. Su Luo thought with a headache that she had to secretly set traps for them every time in the dungeon. The task rules this time were so detailed that Su Luo thought there would be no traps this time. And she just had to be on guard against other players. However, she did not expect the system to be so stupid that it would set traps for them like this. Fortunately, Su Luo's plan from the beginning was to hide all the hidden characters. Otherwise, if you just hide your character, you may be screwed by this crappy system. And you won't know how you died. Why did the two dare to talk about these things so directly without being afraid of being heard by the audience? This is because Su Luo had asked the staff before. What would happen if they talked about these things during the live broadcast? Su Luo still remembers the staff's indifferent expression at that time. He said casually, "It's okay. Just chat." The program team will automatically blur the part about revealing game information. This actually made Su Luo feel a little scared. The system can only clear memories in the game. When you return to reality, the memories will still come back. According to what the staff just said, can the game actually tamper with the memories of people in reality? If this is true, then Su Luo will doubt everything at present. After all, everything she has experienced so far may be the memory created by the game for Su Luo. This is really terrible. Su Luo tentatively said to the staff, "Where did those 10,000 viewers who were selected watch our show?" Xiao Wang replied, "Of course it's in a special space. Otherwise, where would they have the time to watch you 24 hours a day?" Su Luo finally put her mind at ease. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was good that it was not in real life. The memory ended, and the scene returned to the aquarium. Su Luo and Yun Feibai began their real date. Yun Feibai walked beside Su Luo and suddenly said, "You look very beautiful in this dress. It is very different from your usual appearance, but surprisingly harmonious." Indeed, Su Luo usually wears simple style and rarely wears makeup. Yun Feibai didn't take a good look at the different Su Luo in the past 2 days. It's rare to see Su Luo wearing such a cool and handsome style today. And Su Luo herself is a calm and decisive person. And with such clothes, her temperament is very suitable. Yun Feibai felt a sense of brightness. Su Luo smiled and wanted to say that you are also very handsome today. Much more handsome than the cool and handsome style I deliberately matched. But in order to maintain her hidden personality of Tsundra, Su Luo had to say against her conscience with a heartache, "You have a good eye. You can barely look at it." Fortunately, the audience in the barrage are well aware of the character of the young lady. Ha ha ha. Translated into the language of the Tsundra star. This means that you are super handsome today. The young lady is honest but honest, and has already glanced at Mr. Jihei several times. Ha ha ha. What kind of treasure is the Tsundra? Mr. Jihei is very good at praising people. Ah. Why flirt if you don't marry? The atmosphere in the aquarium is still very dreamy. But be careful. If 2 people who don't know each other make an appointment to go to the aquarium, it will be useless. After all, those rare marine creatures are more important than you in the eyes of strangers. Su Luo chose this date location not only to tell Yun Feibai that this was the place she chose, but also to avoid embarrassing the people who came here to date her. After all, although the 2 of them couldn't chat, they could watch marine life to relieve boredom. Occasionally, they could talk about some topics about marine life, which wouldn't be too embarrassing. But if she dated Yun Feibai, she wouldn't have to worry about this problem at all. First, the 2 of them were familiar enough. After all, they had gone through 3 dungeons together. so they could talk about anything together. Second, they have similar values, and will not quarrel over anything, because they have the same values. They have similar views on many things. Third, Yun Feibai is very talkative. As a qualified socialite, he can make anything interesting. With these 3 points as a guarantee, to outsiders, the two of them are talking and laughing throughout the whole process. And they look like they have plenty of dog food. It also makes the audience scream. Su Luo said, "Today is already the 3rd day. Let's think about Ice's hidden personality first. I already have some ideas about one of them." Yun Feibai nodded and said, "Okay. Tell me." Su Luo sorted out her thoughts and said, "In the past 2 days, Ice has been deliberately quarreling with me and Xiaowe, which is very inconsistent with her personality." Yun Feibai nodded, thought for a while and said, "Considering Ice's own personality of a white flower, I think she may just want to make things difficult for girls." Su Luo said, "But the problem lies here. Does she have to pick on girls every day? Or does she just like to pick on other girls?" Yun Feibai said, "Besides her, you are the only girl left on the field. If she just likes to pick on girls, then she knows you are not easy to mess with. So she probably won't pick on you today." Su Luo smiled slyly and continued with Yun Feibai's words, "If she has to pick on girls, then she will definitely come to pick on me today." Yun Feibai smiled and nodded, and continued, "In this case, no matter which hidden character she is, we can guess it today." Su Luo thought about it. And if it was calculated this way, the current situation on the field would be like this. Yukawei has been submitted twice for hidden characters, and can now be submitted once. Ice has been discovered by Yun Feibai for a hidden character, and there is another one to be determined, and can now be submitted for a hidden character. Internet Addicted Boy has been reported by the audience once, and Su Luo discovered a hidden character, and can now submit another one. Su Luo has submitted 2 hidden characters of Xiaoyu, and 1 hidden character of Internet Addicted Boy. So 3 characters have been collected. Yun Feibai has submitted 1 hidden character of Yukawei, and 1 hidden character of Ice is known. Today, it is likely that another hidden character of Ice will be known. So 3 characters are collected. It is known on the field that the 3 hidden characters that can be submitted so far are Ice, and 2 of them are known. Internet Addicted Teenager has 2 personalities, one of which is known. Yukawei has 1 personality, which is unknown. Su Luo sighed. They had to find everyone's hidden personalities quickly. 3 days is not a short time, but it is not long either. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Player UKY's out. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were both a little confused. Who found the last hidden personality of Yukawei? This was totally unexpected. But this also sounded a warning to them. They were not the only ones looking for someone else's hidden personality. Others were also trying to find it. So they couldn't be careless. The 2 of them wandered around the aquarium until noon, and then went to find a place to eat. Yun Feibai decisively chose a private restaurant that looked very high-end, which was in line with their identities, and didn't have to worry about the collapse of their personality. In addition, it was not until the time of ordering that Su Luo suddenly realized that Yun Feibai should have deliberately chosen this restaurant with a salty taste. While Su Luo was pleased with her teammates' efforts, she looked at Yun Feibai with some doubt. She didn't understand how this guy knew which restaurant was more salty. Yun Feibai understood Su Luo's doubts and immediately explained, "When I was with Ice yesterday, I took the opportunity to look for restaurants to observe which restaurants were more suitable for you." It made sense. Su Luo nodded and prepared to eat. "Wait!" Su Luo suddenly thought of something, raised her head suddenly, and asked sharply, "You looked for a restaurant yesterday so that you could go on a date with me today?" Yun Feibai seemed to realize something and kept silent. However, Su Luo did not intend to let him go, and continued to reason. "So, you decided yesterday to date me today?" she continued. "You said before that you came to me because you guessed the cause of Xiaoyu's death. In fact, you had planned it in advance?" After saying that, Su Luo crossed her arms and looked at Yun Feibai, waiting for Yun Feibai to make a reasonable explanation. Yun Feibai sighed. His friend was good in everything, but he was too smart. What could he do if he let the cat out of the bag in front of his smart friend? He could only make up for it quickly. Chapter 63. Yun Feibai said, "Ahem. Well, okay. I tell you the truth? I came here to see you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Luo quickly asked, "Why?" Yun Feibai had already thought of an explanation at this time, and looked at Su Luo righteously and said, the higher the score. The more points you get. If we work together, we can do a lot of things to attract fans, without worrying about raising the opponent's popularity. Besides, our mission is almost complete. I think it is more important to attract fans and earn points. After saying that, he looked at Su Luo confidently. However, Su Luo was not easy to deceive. She immediately found a bug and said, "Why didn't you tell me directly yesterday? Why did you have to lie to me in a roundabout way today?" Yun Feibai had already thought of a countermeasure for this. He said with a little grievance, "Let me ask you, in your opinion, which is more important, points or attribute points?" Su Luo knew what he was going to say, since she valued attribute points more. Yun Feibai thought that if she heard that Yun Feibai gave up the opportunity to gain attribute points for the sake of points, she might not agree and would even say something about him. So he was acting first and asking for permission later. Sure enough, seeing that she didn't say anything, Yun Feibai said to himself, "You must have chosen attribute points. When the time comes, you will definitely say that I shouldn't have come. Then I have no choice but to act first and ask for permission later." Heh! Su Luo sneered. She was not a fool, so she could tell that Yun Feibai's explanation was strange. This explanation seemed reasonable, but it was actually not right. It could even be said that it was full of unreasonable problems. First of all, Su Luo was definitely not a dictatorial person. If Yun Feibai had different ideas from her, Su Luo would not reject it directly. Besides, Yun Feibai would not make a decision without consulting Su Luo just because Su Luo might not agree with it. This is not Yun Feibai's character at all. But Su Luo did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Since Yun Feibai has already started to frantically find reasons for her not to pursue the matter, then she will not pursue it. The two of them finished their meal peacefully, and Yun Feibai read a book for an hour in the restaurant. Then the two of them quickly returned to the Love Cottage. At this time, the Love Cottage was empty, and it was obvious that several other people were still wandering outside. It should be preparing for the final audience Love Value. Su Luo and Yun Feibai went to his room together, and then began to discuss Internet-Addicted Boy and Ice's last hidden personality. Su Luo said, "Have you noticed that Ice often makes some very pretentious actions? And these actions are not only unnecessary, but also do not conform to my view of Ice's personality." Yun Feibai nodded and replied, "Indeed. There were several times when she inexplicably acted like a spoiled child to me. Maybe she's just being coquettish. It's very strange, giving people a sense of disharmony. So, is it possible that her hidden personality is very artificial?" Su Luo guessed. Yun Feibai thought about it and retorted, "Not necessarily. It could be that she likes to be coquettish?" "That makes sense." Su Luo nodded. "This is a difficult point. Unless you try every possibility, you won't know the difference in such details." Su Luo actually used this method. She wore red all over her body, so no one would know whether she liked red, only wore red clothes, or only wore red nail polish. Su Luo hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want us to give it a try? If we are lucky, we will succeed in one try. Even if we are unlucky, it will only be a disfigurement." Yun Feibai thought for a moment and said, "We have to pass these two people at once. Let's wait. Let's wait until we know whether Ice must target girls or likes to target girls." Su Luo nodded. "Then let's analyze the hidden personality of the internet-addicted teenager?" Yun Feibai nodded and said, "Since you told me about the problem of internet-addicted teenagers last time, I have been observing them." Su Luo looked at him. She knew that Yun Feibai must have discovered something when he said that. Sure enough, Yun Feibai continued, "The internet-addicted teenager also told me about legal knowledge this morning." Su Luo couldn't wait to ask, "What did he tell you? Is it the same as what he said to me?" Yun Feibai repeated to Su Luo with his super memory, "What he said to me is not the same as what he said to you. He said, according to the provisions of our country's criminal law, fire causing serious injury, death or major damage to public or private property will be subject to the death penalty at most." Su Luo thought for a while and said, "Compared with what he said to me yesterday, his words are the same as what he said yesterday, except for the content of the law. The only thing left is that according to our country's law, well, here we go again. Either you have to talk about legal knowledge every day, or you like to talk about legal knowledge, or you have to say, according to our country's law every day. Then if you want to verify, you can only try one by one." Su Luo rubbed his temples. This kind of thing is too annoying. The two did not wait too long. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ice and Internet Addiction Boy came back. Su Luo and Yun Feibai went down to greet them. Well, mainly to cause trouble. Ice really lived up to expectations and came over and said to Su Luo with envy, disillusioned, "The clothes you wear today are so beautiful." Su Luo almost rolled her eyes at her. They had met in the morning. Who was she pretending to be? Someone she had just met? In fact, at this moment, Ice was also very desperate. She had known for a long time that this girl named Lost was not easy to mess with. After all, there were not many people who had not suffered any losses until now. If she had a choice, she would not come to trouble Su Luo. But the problem was that, besides herself, Su Luo was the only girl left on the field. Ice was very regretful. Why didn't she directly confront Xiaowei in the morning? Complete the task? This incident tells the children that procrastination is not good. Su Luo nodded lightly and ignored Ice. However, in order to complete the task, Ice would not give up just because of Su Luo's indifference. She continued, "I actually always wanted to go for a handsome style. But unfortunately, I am not suitable for this style. I think only boys are more suitable for this look." This is very meaningful. In summary, the meaning of this sentence is, you are a female man. This is definitely not something a delicate young lady can tolerate. Su Luo got the answer she wanted, so she cooperated with her acting. "You said that only boys can dress like this. Do you think I am not suitable for this outfit? Or do you think I look like a boy?" Ice once again used her ultimate move. With red eyes, she said softly, I am not. I don't mean that." But she didn't mention what she meant at all. Su Luo sneered and said, "Anyone with a discerning eye knows what you mean. You don't have to pretend anymore. Only those blind straight men can't see your scheming." Ice's face was a little stiff. Su Luo's words were also very clear. Unlike Xiaowei, Su Luo knew that doing so would greatly hurt Bai Lianhua, and it would not be a lucky coincidence. At this time, the barrage, "Miss, you are good at fighting. I can't stand this kind of Bai Lianhua the most. This Ice is really a scheming bitch. I think Lost is thinking too much. Ice is so gentle. How could she have such thoughts? The guy above is the blind straight man that the young lady mentioned. It's confirmed. A straight man and a white lotus. A match made in heaven. This is such an obvious scheming bitch. How can you not see it? You are a straight man indeed. Don't frame a straight man. I consider myself a straight man, and I can still tell whether this woman has problems or not. The young lady is worthy of being the young lady. She doesn't give this scheming bitch any face at all." White Moonlight versus Red Rose. Red Rose wins. After cooperating with Ice's performance, Su Luo gave Yun Feibai a look, and the two returned to Su Luo's room together. Yun Feibai said, "You have found 3 hidden characters, and it's my turn to talk about them next." Su Luo nodded. Yun Feibai said to the system, "I think Ice's hidden characters are afraid of insects, love to act like a spoiled child, and have to have conflicts with girls every day." After a while, the system prompt sounded, ding. Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player IE Black successfully discovered 3 hidden personalities of Player Ice. Ding. Player Ice eyes out. After getting it right the first time, Yun Feibai continued to work hard and continued, "I think the hidden personality of the internet-addicted teenager is obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he must speak legal knowledge every day." After a while, the system prompt sounded again, ding. Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player Yun Feibai successfully discovered a hidden personality of player internet-addicted teenager. Ding. Error. Must say legal knowledge every day is not the hidden character of player internet addiction boy. Okay. Trial and error. Yun Feibai took advantage of the debuff not appearing in time and immediately changed his words. "I think one of the hidden characters of internet addiction boy is that he must say according to our country's law every day." The system prompt sounded, ding. Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player Yun Feibai successfully discovered a hidden character of player internet addiction boy. Ding. Player internet addiction boy is out. Ding. The copy ends. Chapter 64. Congratulations to the player Lost. Complete the dungeon love time. Get rewards. 1. Ranked first in audience popularity. Get points plus 30. Attribute points plus 1. 2. Submit 3 hidden personalities. Get rewards. Attribute points plus 1x3. 3. Eliminate all members. Get rewards. Attribute points +1. 4. Debuff stays away from me. Get rewards. Attribute points +1. Su Luo usually adds attribute points first. Speed +2 points. Spirit +4 points. Open the panel. Life 25 +17. Strength 7. Speed 12 +7. Spirit 14 +11. Endurance 10. Charm 12 points. 248. Talent skill. God's Redemption. Legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing Bullet. Increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD. 5 seconds, just when Su Luo was about to check the items this time. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. After testing, the player lost gain more than 15 attribute points and can be upgraded. The next copy will automatically become an advanced copy. Su Luo was stunned for a moment. Then remembered. Yes. Players are divided into different levels. This is something I saw on the player forum. But I didn't expect that the basis for players to advance is attribute points. 15 attribute points? Su Luo thought thoughtfully. Players only have 1 year to obtain attribute points. And each time they successfully pass the assessment copy, they will get 1 attribute point for free. In other words, as long as you survive a year successfully, you will definitely get 12 attribute points. However, if you want to advance, you need 15 attribute points. Therefore, most players who only plan to live by the assessment dungeon will not have the opportunity to advance. Su Luo is not worried about her own advancement. After all, she is a woman who can advance in the second month. Besides, this first advancement cannot be too difficult. Su Luo even suspects that this advancement dungeon may not even be better than the usual game dungeon. I just don't know what the dungeon will look like after the advancement. How much more difficult it will be. And how much more reward it will increase. Sighing, Su Luo looked at the reward she got this time. She knew all the other rewards. But the debuff stay away from me was not within her expectations. What is this thing? It is not mentioned at all in the dungeon rules. However, Su Luo was not very surprised. This can only be said to be unexpected and reasonable. Sure enough, there are hidden rewards in every dungeon. This debuff stay away from me should be the reward for her not getting the debuff. It's a pity that Yunfei got it. Otherwise, they could have obtained 2 attribute points each. But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, luck is something that no one can predict. Suddenly, the system rang again. Ding. You have an email waiting to be checked. Su Luo opened it and saw that it was sent to her by the program team of Love Time. There was also a line of words on it. Dear Lost Miss, thank you for your wonderful and excellent performance. In order to thank you for your contribution to this program, we specially prepared 2 concert tickets for you. I believe you will be very happy after seeing it. P.S. We have also prepared a videotape of Mr. Jihei's performance in A Moment of Love. Su Luo clicked to extract the package, and 2 tickets and a video file appeared. Su Luo first looked at the ticket, which was a blue ticket. It was printed with a strange-looking alien. Why do you say he is an alien? Because this is a species similar to the mermaid on Earth. But his skin is blue. There were also big strange words printed on it. Su Luo was sure that she didn't recognize this kind of words at all. But she could understand it. It said, at 2 p.m. on October 27th. The singing tribe will bring you the highest auditory experience with miracle singing. There was also a line of small words below. You could enter the venue by tearing the ticket on the same day. Su Luo felt that this ticket should not be easy to get. Otherwise the program team would not give it as a reward. Maybe it is used to relax the body and mind. Su Luo didn't think much about it. However, what she didn't know was that this ticket was far more precious than she thought. And its role was far greater than she thought. Of course, this is a story for later. Su Luo opened the video file again. And it was indeed Yunfei Bai's performance in The Moment of Love. Yunfei Bai was wearing the clothes he wore on the first day, and looked at the camera with a warm smile. In the video at this time, it was as if he was looking at her intently. Su Luo's heartbeat quietly accelerated for a few seconds. This appearance was too touching to her. After the familiar question, Yunfei Bai gave a heartwarming answer. Am I among the female guests today? Huh. He lowered his head and smiled. I think the one I admire most is Miss Lost. Why? The question was asked by a staff member. Yun Feibai smiled and replied, Miss Lost is very cute. Today's female guests are all generous and decent. But Miss Lost is not affected by the show, and is still the same as before. I think. He smiled slightly. I think. Miss Lost is very cute. Su Luo covered her slightly red face. She knew it was for the mission and the effect of the show. But Yun Feibai said it so seriously. And with his face. It was still very touching. Su Luo opened the second love moment again. Ready to accept a wave of rainbow farts from handsome guys. Yun Feibai sat up straight. Then adjusted the camera and started recording. Today I went out with Miss Ice. Miss Ice was very gentle and very nice. After a pause, Yun Feibai changed his tone and said, but although Miss Ice is very good, she is not suitable for me. In comparison, I still prefer the cute and lovely Lost. Su Luo thought that was the end. But the staff asked again, why did you add an extra egg to Miss Lost today? Su Luo waited for Yun Feibai's answer with interest. She was also a little confused at the time. Yun Feibai smiled and said, after all, she is a young lady. We can't treat her unfairly. Speaking of a young lady, I'm afraid she is not thinking of a little friend. Su Luo smiled and turned off the video. And made an appointment with Yun Feibai to meet at the playground. Su Luo came to the playground. And Yun Feibai was already waiting there. Su Luo asked straight to the point, you want to advance too? Right? Yun Feibai nodded. Su Luo nodded. Took out a ticket from her personal space. Handed it to Yun Feibai and said, this is the reward given to us by the program team. Yun Feibai took the ticket. Looked at it carefully. And then said, the singer on this ticket looks like a very powerful race. Su Luo nodded. I think so too. Maybe it can bring us some surprises. Yun Feibai glanced at his watch and said, I'm about to go to the next class. So I leave first. Su Luo nodded. Let Yun Feibai leave. And then went back to the dormitory. Her class was still a while away. Soon, Su Luo realized how hasty her decision was before the dungeon. Because she had just finished the dungeon. And it was night when the dungeon ended. So Su Luo was in a very bad mood and was always drowsy. After finally waiting to get back to the dormitory, Su Luo lay comfortably on her bed, looking at the ceiling with some emotion. This dungeon actually had a greater impact on her than any previous dungeon. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury. But it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. She could actually experience the life of a young lady for once. Su Luo smiled and closed her eyes. Just treat it as a dream. She was still very moved after waking up for a long time. At this time, Lu Luoming also came back from a day of classes. She didn't know that Su Luo had gone through a dungeon today. So when she saw Su Luo lying down in the room, she thought that Su Luo was tired because today's class was too difficult. So she went to sleep as soon as she came back. At this time, a sense of superiority and intelligence arose from the bottom of her heart. After all, although they were all admitted to Q University, there was still a big difference in the ranking. Lu Luoming's grades were not particularly good. In fact, she was admitted to Q University by the score line. But even with such grades, it was enough to make her proud in her original school. She was the only one in her original high school who was admitted to Q University. However, when she arrived at Q University, such pride seemed not worth mentioning. Everyone is very good, and she is no longer the only one who is favored by heaven. This makes Lu Luoming feel very disappointed. Although today is the first day, she still finds it a bit difficult to listen to the professor's lecture. Others seem to be able to cope with it, which makes her doubt her life. It is rare to see someone who is more tired than her at this time, which naturally makes her feel a little superior. Lu Luoming walked lightly to Su Luo's bedside, and then asked softly, Hey, Luo, why did you go to bed so early? Are you okay? Then she asked in a somewhat artificial and deliberate manner, Today's class was okay. Why are you so tired? Is it very strenuous? Su Luo saw through her little thoughts at a glance, just wanting to find a sense of existence from her. Although he could cooperate with her in this play, because he was too tired today, Su Sure was really too lazy to deal with her. So Su Luo told her directly, I got 698 points in the college entrance examination. Today's class is indeed very simple. After all, I have studied it by myself before, so I am not tired. Lu Luoming's smile froze. She knew that Su Luo had discovered her thoughts. But what she didn't expect was that Su Luo's college entrance examination score was so high. This was completely beyond her expectations. She had already inquired about the scores of her other 2 roommates before. They were all outstanding. She had only not inquired about Su Luo, who was mediocre among them. Chapter 65. Perhaps she subconsciously felt that Su Luo's grades could not be better than hers. After all, Su Luo had never boasted, and her performance today did not look like a top student. Now that her fantasy was shattered, she finally saw the reality and realized that she, the once proud child of heaven, was no longer a proud child of heaven. Not only in Q University, but even in such a small dormitory. She was at the bottom. This made her self-esteem very damaged. You know, although she was a white lotus, she had her own pride. Her looks weren't the best, and her grades were even the worst. Lu Luoming was devastated. She sat on her bed in silence for a while, then stood up resolutely and left the dormitory. Chu Qingqiu happened to come back at this time, and when she saw Lu Luoming was about to go out, she asked casually, "It's quite late. Where are you going?" Lu Luoming answered with a little firmness in her eyes, "The library." After that, she left without paying attention to Chu Qingqiu's surprised eyes. Although Su Luo was very tired, she didn't fall asleep. Hearing Lu Luoming's words at this time, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. She originally thought that Lu Luoming would not care about these things, but would just be a little embarrassed. But she didn't expect Lu Luoming to go to the library to study, which greatly changed her impression of Lu Luoming. Sure enough, those who can be admitted to this school are not mediocre people. Originally, Su Luo was about to go to bed, but she suddenly remembered that there was something she hadn't done. She sighed and said to Chu Qingqiu, "I go out and make a phone call." Then she sat up, walked out of the dormitory, and called Yun Feibai. "Hello? Yun Feibai?" "Yes, it's me. What's wrong?" Yun Feibai also looked very tired. His voice was slightly sexy and hoarse, as if he had just woken up. Su Luo was actually an invisible voice control, and she was immediately moved when she heard this voice. She was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Well, let's take a day off tomorrow and enter the dungeon the day after tomorrow?" This was the result of Su Luo's careful consideration. If they complete the dungeon for 3 consecutive days and then have to attend a day of class, they are likely to be out of energy, unable to attend the class well, and may even make mistakes in the dungeon, which is not worth the effort. So Su Luo decided to wait a day after each dungeon before going to the next dungeon. This way, they can replenish their energy without affecting their own plans. This suggestion obviously hit the mark of Yun Feibai. After a whole day today, he also fully realized the omissions in his original plan. He was planning to tell her tomorrow, but his friend told her first. Yun Feibai agreed happily and said, "Okay, then we won't go through the dungeon tomorrow. We go to the dungeon the day after tomorrow." After saying this, the two returned to their respective dormitories with satisfaction. Su Luo couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. After arriving in the classroom the next morning, Su Luo suddenly discovered something. Because she was too sleepy yesterday, she didn't notice that everyone was trying hard to find teammates. This was actually unexpected. Everyone was in the same university, and their knowledge was the same. At least there wouldn't be much difference. So in fact, many people were looking for teammates in their own universities. But how did Su Luo find out about this today? Because someone was looking for teammates and found Su Luo. This was a slightly handsome boy, who generously found Su Luo and asked her in a slightly loud voice, "Hello, my name is Mu Linson. Do you have teammates?" After saying that, he looked at her straight, as if he was determined to win. Then he seemed to remember something, scratched his head, and added, "Oh, right. I am a warrior." Su Luo didn't understand why this person would find her, when she had never seen him before. Could it be that now they don't even need to get to know each other, and can just form a team by looking at their faces? In fact, Mu Linson also chose Su Luo after some consideration. As we all know, forming a team is equivalent to falling in love, not really. So Mu Linson mainly looks at appearance and personality when choosing teammates. After all, most girls are mages, and his warriors are relatively useless. So there is no need to worry about the dungeon problem. And Mu Linson believes that most people who can get into Q University will not compete with the dungeon. You can live well on your own. Why do you have to make a living through the dungeon? He had carefully observed Su Luo yesterday. She looked pretty, and most importantly, she had a very good personality. When others talked to her, she always answered softly and had a good temper. which was more in line with his preferences. Of course, Mu Linson wanted to find a prettier girl to team up with. But he also knew that the girls who could go to Q University were also very proud. Pretty girls might not like him. He was proud from childhood and didn't want to be a bootlicker. So he found a girl who was only slightly more beautiful than him. That is, Su Luo. This will definitely succeed. Right? Mu Linson thought. However, what he didn't know was that Su Luo acted like that yesterday mainly because she was sleepy. Su Luo herself is not that friendly. She basically avoids unnecessary socializing. Su Luo didn't know that the other party was looking for a teammate according to the standard of looking for a girlfriend. So she just smiled politely and refused. No. I have a teammate. And I don't need to team up with others. Logically speaking, the other party has already refused so clearly. No matter what. Anyone with a little bit of vision should retreat when they see difficulties. So that both sides would not be too embarrassed and the situation would not end well. But Mu Linson was not such a person. He was the pride of his high school. Even when he went to Q University, he was still in the middle. So it can be said that no matter his parents, teachers, or even the opposite sex, he was not very familiar with. No one would ever reject him. Moreover, from the beginning, he did not think that Su Luo would reject him. He could not believe that he was frustrated by Su Luo at this time. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Mu Linson was a little unhappy. He said in a bad tone, I have been observing you for a day, and I didn't see you getting close to any boy. Then he glared at Su Luo and said, don't lie to me. Even if you reject me, at least give me a reliable reason. What's the point of having a team player, knowing that no one will believe it? In Mu Linson's mind, teaming up means being a boyfriend and girlfriend, or having an ambiguous relationship. So of course the two people in the team should stick together all the time. It was because he observed that there was no other opposite sex around Su Luo that Mu Linson decided to team up with Su Luo. Su Luo actually didn't understand why two players in a team should always be together in the real world. She didn't know whether Yun Feibai was willing to let others know about their relationship. So she couldn't use Yun Feibai as a shield now. So Su Luo immediately said coldly, why should I lie to you? Besides, even if I lied to you, what identity do you have to question me here? It's your business to request a team. But it's my business whether I agree or not. Mu Linson's face darkened after hearing these words. He wanted to argue with Su Luo, but his pride didn't allow him to get entangled with Su Luo anymore. That would be too ungraceful. So he turned around and left the classroom. Everyone in the classroom who saw this scene was silent for a moment. After 2 seconds of silence, everyone started talking and laughing again. But some people's eyes were always vaguely looking at Su Luo. After a while, a slightly chubby girl with a round face next to her came up carefully, looked at Su Luo and asked quietly, hello? Su Luo nodded to her calmly. Hello. The girl was relieved and said naturally, my name is He Luo Luo. I am a mage. Nice to meet you. Su Luo was stunned. He Luo Luo? He Wei Wei? Is there any connection between the two? She just thought about it for a second, then retracted her thoughts and nodded, hello. My name is Su Luo. I am a priest. Priest? The girl exclaimed in a low voice, and then immediately covered her mouth. The slightly fleshy hand covering her mouth was a little cute and funny. The girl turned her head, and after finding that no one was paying attention to them, she breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, priest. That's very rare. No wonder you rejected that boy. She paused, and without waiting for Su Luo to explain, she continued, since you are a priest, you can definitely find a more powerful team player. Su Luo waited for her to finish, then shook her head and said, no, I rejected him because I really have a teammate. I'm not waiting for a good price. If it were someone else, they might really think Su Luo was pretending, especially fake. But He Luo Luo wouldn't think so. She was very good at judging people. In her opinion, Su Luo's eyes were very clean, and she wasn't the kind of person who would lie just to pretend. So He Luo Luo smiled and said, then the person who teamed up with you must be very strong. She didn't say that person must be very happy, but that he must be very strong. Because in He Luo Luo's opinion, since Su Luo could team up with someone so early, that person must have conquered Su Luo with strength, not anything else. He Luo Luo's performance made Su Luo very happy, and she felt that the girl in front of her should be a good friend. So she also smiled and said to He Luo Luo, yes, he is very strong. I met him twice in the first month. He Luo nodded in understanding. That must be a good match in strength. In class, the two did not chat anymore. Both listened carefully. As university bullies, they would not choose to chat in front of new knowledge. After class, Su Luo and He Luo added each other as friends. Because they were not together in the next class. They had to go their separate ways to catch up with the next class. Chapter 66. After a full day of classes, Su Luo returned to the dormitory. He Weiwei was already in the dormitory. Su Luo smiled and said to her, Weiwei, I met a girl named He Luo today. Her name is similar to yours. Su Luo did not ask He Luo if she was related to Weiwei when He Luo said her name. Because in Su Luo's view, whether to tell the truth is Weiwei business. She would not force Weiwei to answer because of her curiosity, regardless of her wishes. If Weiwei didn't want to tell her now, she wouldn't ask again. Fortunately, this matter was not a big deal. He Weiwei said naturally, Oh, He Luo. She is the biological child of my adoptive parents. After that, she explained, it was because He Luo wanted a playmate that my adoptive parents decided to adopt me. Looking at Su Luo's worried eyes, she smiled brightly and said, Don't worry. He Luo is a kind-hearted girl. And my adoptive parents treat me very well. I didn't tell you before because I thought it was unnecessary. Su Luo frowned in disapproval and said, How can it be unnecessary? Do you still consider me a friend? He Weiwei immediately came over and hugged Su Luo, saying coquettishly, Oh, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Su Luo shook her head and said, I'm not angry. I just think I didn't even know that your adoptive parents had a daughter. As a close friend, I was too negligent. He Weiwei said, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. This is not your problem. The two of them hugged each other like this, enjoying the happy time with their besties. At this time, Chu Qingqiu came back and was stunned at the door when she saw the two people hugging each other. It was just a moment, and then she walked in naturally. Su Luo and He Weiwei used to hug each other like this. But since He Weiwei was adopted, the time they spent together has greatly decreased. So naturally they have not done this before. Just now, because their hearts are close again, they can't help themselves. However, they were still a little embarrassed to be seen by others. Su Luo said to Chu Qingqiu, No, I'm not. We are just missing our friendship. But what no one expected was that Chu Qingqiu actually answered seriously, Well, I know. You are socialist sisters. Don't worry. I support you. Su Luo and He Weiwei looked at each other in confusion. They both seriously suspected that Chu Qingqiu had misunderstood something. And they had evidence. He Weiwei said angrily and amusedly, He Weiwei, am a female and like men. Su Luo also said righteously, Su Luo, am a female and like men. Chu Qingqiu nodded and said, Well, okay. I understand. No. Su Luo felt that she didn't understand. But she had no evidence this time. So Su Luo and He Weiwei looked at each other helplessly and swallowed this loss. The two began to do the homework left by the professor today, because she had to pass the dungeon tomorrow. Su Luo did not plan to stay up late. At 10 o'clock, Su Luo went to bed on time. He Weiwei looked at her in surprise and said, Luo, you went to bed so early? Su Luo nodded and said, I have something to do tomorrow, so I need to get enough energy. He Weiwei already knew that Su Luo was also a tough guy who had to go through 4 dungeons a week. So she understood the hidden meaning of Su Luo. Come on! Su Luo smiled and accepted her blessing and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Luo found that Lu Luoming had returned. As a player continent, the universities here have no access control. Su Luo guessed that Lu Luoming had stayed up late in the library. What a hard-working woman. This really overturned the image of Lu Luoming in Su Luo's mind. She got up, washed up, and then went to the place agreed last time as promised. The two looked at each other, and both clicked enter the dungeon. The system prompt sounded, ding. This promotion dungeon is a personal dungeon. Do you want to start? Personal dungeon? Su Luo and Yunfei Bai were a little surprised. In other words, this dungeon requires them to participate alone. And there won't be other players. This has never happened before. The two looked at each other, nodded, and then clicked enter dungeon at the same time. Open the panel, life, 25, plus 17 strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 7, spirit, 14, plus 11, endurance, 10. Charm, 12 points. 248. Talent skill. God's redemption. Legendary teleport a person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed by. Can only be used once in a dungeon. First skill. Healing bullet. Increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself lying on a table. She calmed down and raised her head slightly, and found herself in a classroom. And it should be the end of get out of class. Su Luo lowered her head again, then opened the system to check the situation of this copy. Copy background, you are Silung, a vicious female supporting role in a sweet pet novel. You like Jiang Hui very much and hate the female protagonist Lin Xuanyu extremely. Dungeon story. Lin Xuanyu and Jiang Hui are childhood sweethearts, and they have been in love since they were young. In high school, the school beauty Silung fell in love with the cold Jiang Hui. So Lin Xuanyu was very jealous of Jiang Hui's childhood sweetheart. So she started bullying Lin Xuanyu in school. Jiang Hui and Lin Xuanyu both have very good family backgrounds. So Silung was hit and killed by the car hired by the Lin family after a few days of trouble. Dungeon rules. 1. When the plot starts, you will enforce the plot. 2. Do not violate the character setting. 3. Do not tell the characters in the copy in any form that this is a novel world. 4. Do not tell the characters in the copy in any form about the plot. Copy mission. Survive 7 days. Su Luo looked at the background of this story. She is a vicious female supporting role, but she cannot do whatever she wants like the female supporting roles in other novels. She must pass the plot and maintain her character setting. According to the copy background, her character setting should be like Jiang Hui and hate Lin Xuanyu. Ah! Su Luo sighed slightly, then cheered up and prepared to do a round of testing first. First of all, although the dungeon story told her the general plot, she didn't know many details. For example, the key thing was when her plot would appear. She had no idea at all. So, a round of testing was to test what would happen if she was not at the scene when the plot happened. Would she suddenly appear at the place where the plot happened? Or will she be punished? Su Luo raised her head and glanced at the classroom. If nothing unexpected happened, the main plot must have taken place in the school. So, in order to avoid appearing exactly where the plot took place, she had to go home to test. It was the end of get out of class. Su Luo left the classroom, then quickly found a corner of the school, climbed over the wall, left the school, and ran towards her home. The copy instilled a lot of necessary knowledge in Su Luo that was irrelevant to the plot. The home address of the female supporting role was transmitted. After returning home, Su Luo stayed in bed, waiting for the plot to come. The time point when the copy sent the player to the plot would not be meaningless. So Su Luo estimated that the plot should start soon. Sure enough, after a while, Su Luo's eyes went black. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in school. However, at this time, Su Luo was actually looking down at herself, and she was now in a soul state. Su Luo watched herself arrogantly bring a few girls to the heroine's class like a little gangster, and called the heroine out. At this time, Su Luo realized that the heroine and the supporting actress were not in the same class, and they were not even in the same grade. According to the saying that the hero and the heroine were childhood sweethearts, the hero should be one grade lower than the supporting actress. So this supporting actress actually wants to eat young grass? Su Luo was still in the mood to gossip at this time. When Lin Xuanyu came out, Su Luo saw herself and looked her up and down for a while, then said with some disdain, "What? She looks like this." Su Luo was also looking at the heroine of this world. Compared with her original body, this girl looked a little dull, with a round face with some baby fat, a bun, and a loose school uniform. She can only be described as cute. Su Luo looked at herself and looked at Lin Xuanyu, then said to Lin Xuanyu with great contempt, "That Lin something." One of the girls following her whispered to her, "It's Lin Xuanyu." And I looked at the girl impatiently, then waved his hand and said, "Eileen, it has nothing to do with me." After that, he looked at Lin Xuanyu again and said, "I warn you, stay away from Jiang Hui. Otherwise, hey, I will let you know what pain is." After that, without waiting for Lin Xuanyu's reaction, he turned around and left. Su Luo did not leave directly in the air, but looked at Lin Xuanyu thoughtfully. Lin Xuanyu smiled as she watched her original body leave. then calmly turned around and returned to the classroom. When Lin Xuanyu returned to the classroom, Su Luo caught up with herself. When herself parted from the group of little sisters, Su Luo returned to her own body and regained control of herself. However, Su Luo did not return home, but remained in school. This was actually beyond Su Luo's expectations. She originally thought that she should return home after the plot ended. After all, she was teleported here directly from home, and it was not reasonable for her to appear here rashly. But she didn't expect that she would stay here directly, and didn't return to the place before she fainted. This was a bit illogical. Did she transform directly here? Su Luo suddenly thought of something and walked back to the class quickly. Her desk mate was a short girl named Wang Lina. Su Luo returned to her seat and took a look at the class schedule. Chapter 67. Then, as he remembered, he said to the girl in the tone of his original body, "Lina, where did I go during the last class?" Su Luo left during the last class break. So Wang Lina's answer should be that Su Luo missed a class. However, this was not the case. The girl asked in confusion, "Weren't you always by my side during the last class?" After that, he said half-jokingly, "If you were not by my side, then you would have missed class." Su Luo sighed in her heart. It was as expected. After thinking for a while, she asked tentatively with a smile, "Do you know what I did when I went out just now?" Her deskmate also smiled and asked casually, "What did you do just now?" Su Luo replied in a playful way, "I won't tell you." Then she and her deskmate made a scene for a while before they calmed down. Once she calmed down, Su Luo immediately fell into deep thought. She had clearly returned home, but in the eyes of her deskmate, she had always been at school. It can be seen that her actions have no effect on the plot, at least not in the eyes of others. Once she is not at the plot-triggering location, she will be teleported when the plot starts, and then nothing will change. In other words, she can't escape the plot at all. What should she do? If the plot of the 7th day is that she is hit by a car, and she can't escape the plot, then how can she survive? Recalling the plot just now, Su Luo felt a little strange. It stands to reason that a girl who is threatened must be afraid or angry. At the very least, she should be unhappy. But Lin Xuanyu didn't have these emotions at all. She was more like indifferent and ignored. But why did she have such emotions? Su Luo fell into deep doubt. Could it be that as early as junior high school, Lin Xuanyu had been threatened one after another, which led to her being able to take it calmly now? Su Luo suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and began to think of a way, since no matter what she does, in the eyes of others, she is just following the plot. Then she doesn't need to listen to the lecture in the classroom now. Thinking of this, Su Luo quickly stood up and walked out of the classroom. Sure enough, no one stopped her for such an abrupt move. Su Luo walked on the way home and began to think. When she talked to her deskmate Wang Lina could hear it. But when she stood up and left the classroom, Wang Lina could not see it. Why? Su Luo guessed that this was because she did not violate her character in the beginning, but her later actions violated her character. In this case, she still needed to test it again. However, at this time, Su Luo had already arrived home. Su Luo glanced at the clock, and it was already 4:30. If she went back to school, everyone would probably have finished school. In this case, Su Luo gave up the idea of going back to school to test it, and explored the world online at home. Although it seems that this copy is the same as the Earth, it just does not have the player continent. But up to now, Su Luo has not seen the Earth in the copy. In order to avoid any problems, she still uses the omnipotent internet to search. Su Luo's worry is not unreasonable. Soon, she found that this world is different from the original continent of Earth. There is almost no activity in this world. How to say it? It's as if there is only such a thing as school in this world. Why do you say that? Because when you open Weibo, the hot searches are all about school. For example, the school bell of Momo's school, the academic god, etc. Su Luo even saw content about herself in the 5th hot search. Shock. The school bell of a certain school actually did this to a girl. The picture was a candid photo of her, and it was quite ugly. Su Luo couldn't believe it. This could be on the hot search? I'm afraid there are only these few schools in this world. She would believe it if she said it was a campus forum. At this time, the original body's parents came back. According to memory, these two people were two teachers in the same school, so they went home together every day. When they returned home, they were surprised to see their daughter already sitting at home. They looked at each other, and C's mother asked cautiously, "Lung Lung is back." Su Luo saw how cautious they were, and recalled the memory of her original body. This female supporting role had always been very well behaved, until high school, when she suddenly became a girl who liked to wear heavy makeup. Not only that, she also started to make many boyfriends. Before high school, she had never even touched a boy's hand. Since the second year of high school, I don't know why she has been more obedient. But since the second year of high school, she often comes home late. So they were a little surprised that she came back so early today. The original body's parents thought she was in the rebellious period of adolescence and tried to educate her. But after repeated unsuccessful education, the daughter and her parents became more and more alienated. And now the relationship between the two sides is very tense. In addition, both of them are teachers and don't have much time. After several failures, they just let their daughter go. They thought that as long as they didn't do anything out of line, everything would be fine once their daughter got out of the rebellious period. Although their daughter came home late for unknown reasons, C's mother had already secretly checked on her daughter. She found that she was not bullied, and the money she deliberately gave her was not less. Then C's mother stopped caring. However, Su Luo had the memories of her original body, so she knew that this was not the case. In the memories of her original body, there were no rebellious thoughts, nor any sudden changes in mentality. She became like this the moment she stepped into the high school gate. It was a very natural change. If she didn't have the memories of her original body and the plot of this world, Su Luo would definitely think that this female supporting role was possessed by someone else. The original owner didn't seem to be at a rebellious period, but more like she was deeply affected by the plot and her personality was directly distorted. And all these changes started when she stepped into the high school gate. And the second year of high school was also because she fell in love with Jiang Huai. So she became much more obedient. After school every day, she would even secretly follow Jiang Huai, like a nympho. So she would come home late. Su Luo felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She had to imitate the original owner and said coldly, "Dad, Mom." After that, she didn't look at them again. Obviously, the parents had become accustomed to their daughter's coldness. But they were still very happy that their daughter came home early. The mother smiled and said, "Are you hungry, daughter? I make you something delicious." Su Luo couldn't go against her character. She nodded indifferently, and then went back to her bedroom. Back in the room, Su Luo was a little silent. This girl changed from a good girl to a glamorous schoolgirl, all because of the plot. And such a plot successfully destroyed a lovely girl and a family that could have been very happy. But why? This book, from the fact that she could travel through the copy, it can be seen that this is a real world. But this world is obviously very imperfect and strange. Gurgle. Gurgle. Su Luo's stomach growled. She looked at the time and found that an hour and a half had passed. Why is the meal not ready yet? Su Luo was a little confused. She left the room and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the parents were busy. Their daughter finally came back to eat, and they all wanted to make a good meal for her. Killing chickens and fish, making soup and stewing meat. All kinds of cooking skills were gathered together at this time, and the small kitchen was filled with various aromas. When Su Luo saw the scene, she had never thought that her early return would make the parents so happy. She leaned against the door frame, feeling a little sad. If she had parents, would they be like this? She sniffed and said softly, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to do so much." Father C was killing fish on the chopping board at this time. He looked up when he heard Su Luo's words. He smiled kindly and said, "It's okay. It's almost done. Luo is hungry. Right? There are biscuits in the refrigerator. Take them to fill your stomach first." Su Luo couldn't say anything. She had to abide by her character. So she just nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. Soon, the meal was ready. Su Luo was at the table, eating with C's father and mother. The more she talked, the more mistakes she made. Su Luo planned to finish the meal quickly and then lock herself in the room. However, C's father and mother made up their minds to drag Su Luo for a while, have a good chat with their daughter, and try to change her daughter's personality back. Su Luo successfully felt the nagging from her parents. Although she could shut them up in the original way, Su Luo still couldn't bear to interrupt this precious nagging. She hurriedly finished her meal and quickly hid back in her room. although she really wanted to experience the feeling of having parents. But for parents who didn't belong to her, she always felt that this love was stolen. Back in the room, Su Luo sighed. The amount of information on the first day was actually very large. But Su Luo couldn't find many key points. There was nothing to think about. Su Luo lay in bed, gathering her energy and preparing for tomorrow's test. The next morning, Su Luo got up and went to school. Although she didn't have to go to school, Su Luo still needed to meet the main character, the male protagonist Jiang Huai. When she arrived at school, Su Luo first went to the male protagonist Jiang Huai's class according to her memory. Jiang Huai and Lin Xuanyu were not in the same class. As a genius male god, Jiang Huai was in the key class of the grade. The heroine is an ordinary childhood sweetheart, and her only advantage may be that she can draw. After arriving at Jiang Huai's class, Su Luo recognized Jiang Huai almost at first sight. After all, his appearance is still outstanding in this class. Jiang Huai was holding a math exercise book in his hand at this time. He was about to straighten his back. It seemed that he had just finished explaining the problem to the boy next to him. Chapter 68. The male student, who was being tutored, waited for Jiang Huai to stand up, and gave him a good die card with gratitude. "Thank you. You are such a good person. Your explanation was really good this time. I understood it immediately." After that, he looked at him with some doubts and said, "By the way, the ideas you talked about today were so clear." Jiang Huai smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. I have figured out some knowledge points recently." Su Luo put her eyes on Jiang Huai's face and thought about it. Among the people she knew, probably only Yunfei Bai's appearance could compare with his. Jiang Huai also noticed the girl who suddenly appeared at the door. He frowned, then looked away, pretending not to see her. However, Su Luo would not let him do that easily. She shouted directly, "Jiang Huai!" Now the whole class looked outside the door, and then started to make a noise at the same time. "Brother Huai, a senior is looking for you. Brother Huai, go out quickly. Don't keep the senior waiting for too long." "Wow! What is the school beauty inviting our brother Huai for? It's not to confess her love. Brother Huai, hurry up! Hurry up! Now!" Jiang Huai couldn't pretend not to see it. He frowned slightly, then walked out and said, "Why are you looking for me again?" Su Luo's original body had confessed to Jiang Huai once, and was rejected. However, because she didn't make a big fuss at the time, and Jiang Huai was not a talkative person, so few people knew about it. Su Luo pretended to want to hold Jiang Huai's hand, but Jiang Huai dodged it quickly, and then Jiang Huai's eyes showed more disgust, and said, "Don't touch me. Talk if you have something to say. Okay?" Su Luo looked at him strangely. Logically speaking, her speed was 19. So even though she didn't take it too seriously, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to dodge her sudden pull. However, Jiang Huai had obviously dodged it easily just now, without any effort. This made Su Luo wonder, could it be that the people in this novel world have very strong basic attributes? Or that her own attributes were weakened? Su Luo lowered her eyes, hiding the deep thoughts in her eyes, and then pretended to be coquettish and said, "Oh, why don't you like me? It can't be because of that Lin Xuanyu, right?" Su Luo stamped her feet and said disdainfully, "I've already seen that Lin Xuanyu. She's so ugly. Not even close to me. Why don't you like me?" After saying that, Su Luo looked at Jiang Huai expectantly. This was actually a test. From Lin Xuanyu's performance, Su Luo keenly realized that these people might have different personalities from those described by the system. So she needed to verify it. Jiang Huai looked at her and asked, "Did you go to find Xuanyu?" Su Luo nodded and said, "Yes. They said this is your childhood sweetheart. I have to see what this person looks like." Jiang Huai looked at her gently and said, "It has nothing to do with me not liking you and Lin Xuanyu. Please don't go looking for trouble with others. Okay?" Su Luo sighed in her heart. It was indeed like this. According to the plot of the copy, the male protagonist Jiang Huai is a cold character. But how can a cold character speak like this? If it is according to the script of the cold male protagonist, he should now warn her coldly, and then go back to the classroom directly. But this male protagonist is quite gentle. His rejection and advice are all inquiring, which is obviously wrong. And I don't know if it is Su Luo's illusion. According to general romantic novels, male protagonists are rarely gentle. Even if they are, they should only be gentle to the female protagonist. But this Jiang Huai is obviously gentle to everyone. Commonly known as central air conditioning. This kind of person doesn't look like a male protagonist, but more like a gentle male supporting role. Su Lu is very panicked now. She seriously suspects that the system is messing with her again. She had a very bold idea, which needed some verification. Su Lu shook her head indignantly and said, I need to personally confirm that Lin Xuanyu also doesn't like you before I can let her go. After that, Su Lu waited for Jiang Huai's reaction. Unexpectedly, but reasonable. Jiang Huai's eyes clearly flashed a trace of disappointment. And even the smile on the corner of his mouth fell. He said in a somewhat cold voice, Then don't worry. You will definitely get a satisfactory result. After saying that, without waiting for Su Luo's reaction, he turned and entered the classroom. Sure enough, there is a problem. Su Luo almost wanted to hit someone. The trashy system is not a human being. This is obviously a loving and gentle male supporting role. He is not the male lead at all. Su Luo also returned to her classroom and began to think about this mess. Although the trashy system has been causing trouble for her almost every time, Su Luo still can't adapt. She sighed with a headache. Next time she believes the introduction given by the trashy system. She is a dog. In the future, the copy background, rules, etc. given by the system must only be used as a reference. Su Luo secretly made a note of this loss. So it seems that the male protagonist is no longer the male protagonist given by the system. So is the female protagonist still Lin Xuanyu? Su Luo sighed and still had to test it out. After class, Su Luo was about to get up to find Lin Xuanyu. But the moment she got up, her eyes suddenly went black. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was already in a soul state. Obviously, the plot has started again. Su Luo looked at herself, who went to find Lin Xuanyu alone this time. When Lin Xuanyu left the classroom, herself took her to a more remote corner of the campus, commonly known as the Grove. Then herself asked directly, Do you like Jiang Huai? Lin Xuanyu shook her head and said, I think Jiang Huai is a very good brother. But I don't plan to have any relationship with him other than family affection. These words surprised Su Luo. Maybe she had met too many Mary Sues recently. And at first, she thought that Lin Xuanyu was also a Mary Sue. But with this clean, neat, and uncomplicated explanation, Su Luo clearly realized that she was narrow-minded before. This Lin Xuanyu is definitely not the kind of Mary Sue who is in love. Although Lin Xuanyu is not a serious Mary Sue, Si Lung is a serious vicious female supporting role. Su Luo looked at herself and said angrily, Brother Jiang Huai? Why do you call Jiang Huai brother? Brother and sister. You still say you are not interested in Jiang Huai? Su Luo was really having a headache. Si Lung's focus was really twisted. But don't say it. What she said does make sense. Brother and sister are indeed easy to make people think wrongly. Lin Xuanyu tilted her head and said with clear eyes, I have even seen him wearing open crotch pants and wetting the bed. How can I like him? After thinking for a while, she sneered and said, Hee hee. Besides, Jiang Huai and I have lived together for 18 years. If we wanted to be together, we would have been together a long time ago. How can it be your turn? After saying that, she tapped her temple and said, Oh, by the way, I forgot. It's not your turn yet. Su Luo was so excited when she saw it in the air. This heroine is so handsome. Oh my god. Why is there such a handsome heroine? Su Luo said that she was attracted by this heroine. What novel is this? She wants to buy it and read it. However, although Su Luo was crazy about calling for this heroine, the original owner Si Lung obviously didn't think so. In her eyes, Lin Xuanyu's current behavior was a provocation to her. Si Lung couldn't stand it. She laughed in anger and said, You mean if you didn't let me, I wouldn't be able to catch up with Jiang Huai? Okay. You are indeed a vicious female supporting role. After hearing this, Lin Xuanyu didn't want to say anything more. She sneered and said, You are right if you think so. Don't bother me while I am studying. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Xuanyu went back to the teaching building. After Lin Xuanyu left, Su Luo's eyes went dark, and she returned to her body. Now Su Luo is not sure whether Lin Xuanyu is the heroine. She is a little different from what she imagined. But she doesn't look like a supporting actress. Su Luo decided to test this heroine. She found a girl to find trouble with Lin Xuanyu. If a boy came to help Lin Xuanyu or something, then Lin Xuanyu is the real heroine. If not, then the system is too disgusting. And Lin Xuanyu is not the real heroine. There are still many girls in the school who hate Lin Xuanyu because they like Jiang Huai. Su Luo randomly found a girl she knew who hated Lin Xuanyu, and then hinted at her. Meow meow. I know how to make Jiang Huai like me. That's right. Meow meow. The girl in front of Su Luo, with a scorpion braid and above average appearance, is the girl who often scolded Lin Xuanyu, with Si Lung in his memory. And this girl is not a good person in Si Lung's memory. She always said bad things about Lin Xuanyu in Si Lung's ear. Si Lung hated Lin Xuanyu so much. In addition to the influence of the plot, Meow Meow also played a big role in it. A vicious female supporting role. The girl was obviously interested when she heard it. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Meow Meow's eyes. And then she asked in a pretended excitement, what method? Su Luo naturally did not ignore the hint of deep meaning in her eyes, which was exactly what she wanted. Su Luo pretended not to see it, and said naturally, Jiang Huai doesn't like me now, just because his childhood sweetheart attracted all his attention. Meow Meow nodded, looking forward to her next words. Su Luo did not let her down, and continued, as long as Lin Xuanyu makes a fool of herself in front of him, Jiang Huai will definitely not continue to like Lin Xuanyu. By then, will he still not like me? Meow Meow's eyes darkened, and she said, yes. Without Lin Xuanyu, Jiang Huai will like you. Su Luo thought, I have to add more fuel to the fire. So she pretended to be innocent and said, that's for sure. And I think, if I make Lin Xuanyu embarrassed in front of me, then as long as Jiang Huai sees the embarrassed Lin Xuanyu, and the bright and beautiful me, he will definitely have a deeper impression of me. Chapter 69. She added meaningfully, I think Jiang Huai will have a deeper impression of whoever makes Lin Xuanyu look bad. After all, there is no harm without comparison. When the time comes, Jiang Huai will definitely look up to the person who made Lin Xuanyu look bad. Meow Meow's eyes lit up, and she muttered to herself, yes. Why didn't I think of it? I really believed it. The high school students in this kind of romance novels always believe the simple tricks of the bad guys. Although there are many strange things in this world, it does not prevent it from being essentially a campus romance novel. Most of the supporting characters here are prone to losing their IQ and believing other people's lies. Su Luo pretended not to hear clearly and asked, what didn't you think of? Meow Meow came back to her senses and said in a panic, no, nothing. I just praised Lung Lung for being smart. Su Luo smiled and said, I also think I am very smart. After saying that, Su Luo seemed to go back to class on her own. But in fact, Su Luo followed her silently. To Su Luo's surprise, Meow Meow stood there for a while after Su Luo left, and then turned around and returned to her class as if she had made up her mind. Could it be that Meow Meow is a coward? And even after her instigation, she dared not to touch the heroine's mind? Su Luo sighed and returned to class. Although she herself wanted Meow Meow to cause trouble, she would never force others to do evil. Maybe she guessed wrong before. This Meow Meow just dared to talk, but actually had no bad intentions? Su Luo relaxed her brows with relief. So she could only try it herself. At noon, Su Luo and Wang Lina went to the cafeteria together. She planned to go and cause trouble for Lin Xuanyu during lunch break. Just as she and Wang Lina were eating, there was a loud noise behind them, and then a girl screamed, which seemed to be Meow Meow's voice. Su Luo immediately turned her head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was Meow Meow. Meow Meow was covered with vegetable soup at this time, and some vegetables were still hanging on her face, looking very embarrassed. The scream just now was made by Meow Meow, who was now shaking off the food on her body in a panic. Opposite her was Lin Xuanyu, and a boy Su Luo did not know. The boy had a sharp-browed look and a rebellious face. He was holding an empty plate in his hand. It seemed that he was the one who had the soup on Meow Meow. Su Luo thought. Su Luo took a more comfortable position and watched the show quietly. She was right. This Meow Meow was not a law-abiding person. He probably wanted to wait until there were more people and Jiang Huai was around before he could cause trouble. Jiang Huai had already arrived at the scene. He looked at Lin Xuanyu with some concern and said, Are you okay? What happened just now? Lin Xuanyu said expressionlessly, Oh, nothing happened. It's just that this woman wanted to throw the food on me. But Chi Zui threw it back. Now Su Luo can be sure that Lin Xuanyu is definitely the heroine. So does this boy named Chi Zui really mean the hero? At this time, Meow Meow was standing there with tears in her eyes, accepting many looks. She was really angry to see that her lover had no intention of caring about her at all. but instead cared about Lin Xuanyu. That woman, Si Lung, that idiot, told me about her plan. Isn't that just waiting for me to copy it? Originally, she thought that there would be a lot of people in the cafeteria at noon, so she would make Lin Xuanyu embarrassed all at once. Unexpectedly, a Chung Yaojin appeared halfway and directly pulled Lin Xuanyu, who was about to be soaked by her food, over, and then threw her own food on her. Now, she has lost more than she gained. Miao Miao has never hated others so much. If it weren't for Lin Xuanyu, how could she be so embarrassed? So, there are often reasons for being a vicious female supporting role. She was the one who had the bad intention first. But she didn't blame herself, but blamed others for not falling into her trap. Moreover, it was Qi Zui who pulled Lin Xuanyu over. But she didn't blame Qi Zui, but blamed Lin Xuanyu instead. If Su Luo knew what Miao Miao was thinking, she would definitely sigh that this is the power of appearance. Miao Miao saw that the eyes of the protagonists were not on her at all, and she was immediately anxious and said, I just accidentally spilled the rice. Why did you splash it on me? Qi Zui had poured the water on her. But when Miao Miao said this, her eyes were looking at Lin Xuanyu. Su Luo followed her gaze and looked at Lin Xuanyu. She keenly noticed that Lin Xuanyu's hands were empty at this time. Instead, Miao Miao and Qi Zui each held an empty plate in their hands, with vegetable soup dripping down. Now Su Luo understood. It was obvious that Miao Miao wanted to pour the water on Lin Xuanyu. But somehow it became Qi Zui who poured the water on Miao Miao. If this was true, then Miao Miao's trick of diverting attention was not very good. After all, Lin Xuanyu was the heroine, and Qi Zui would definitely not frame Lin Xuanyu for his own reputation. Miao Miao was thinking the same thing as Su Luo, although she knew that it was Qi Zui who splashed water on her. It didn't matter. If she said that it was Lin Xuanyu who splashed water on her, Qi Zui would definitely go along with it if he didn't want to lose his popularity with women. At that time, Jiang Huai would be able to see the vicious heart of Lin Xuanyu. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Just as Su Luo thought, Qi Zui saw through that this woman deliberately splashed water on the girl. So he splashed water back. If he cared about his reputation, he would not have thrown it back. Since he was not a person who cared about his reputation, why would he lie for the so-called reputation? Qi Zui looked at Miao Miao with disdain and said, Hey! Hey! Who are you looking at? It was me who threw it at you. Why are you looking at Lin Xuanyu? As soon as this sentence came out, many people watching the show reacted instantly, and looked at Miao Miao with some contempt in their eyes. They originally thought that the other girl was too vindictive, and wanted to retaliate on the spot for a careless thing. But now looking at the girl's appearance, the real situation is probably not that the girl is vindictive, but that the girl is deliberately looking for trouble. Miao Miao obviously didn't expect Qin Yu to really expose the matter. She was stunned for a moment, and expressed her inability to accept this reversal. Then she began to be jealous. Why does Lin Xuanyu always have such good luck? Every time she has something, there is always someone to help her out. There are handsome guys all around her, and this handsome guy helps her so much. Why? At the same time, Miao Miao also began to hate Qi Zui. As long as he didn't say anything, she could put all the blame on Lin Xuanyu, and he wouldn't be affected at all. Why did he expose her? Miao Miao tried to calm down and cried. I know you treated me like this for her, so I said it to Lin Xuanyu. At this time, she also reported Lin Xuanyu's name very deliberately. If Lin Xuanyu could be embarrassed, then everyone would know that Lin Xuanyu was a vicious woman. She continued, I was obviously careless. Why did you splash me? Whoa. As she spoke, she actually felt a little aggrieved from nowhere, and she started to cry. The public opinion shifted again, and everyone looked at Qi Zui with condemnation. He will definitely not find a girlfriend if he is so unkind to women. Qi Zui raised his eyebrows and whistled, Hey! You ran from the place where you get food to such an empty place, and then you accidentally fell down? He deliberately said the word accidentally in a strange way to make everyone notice it. Only then did everyone react. Indeed, Lin Xuanyu ate in a corner of the cafeteria. In the huge cafeteria, few people pass by this corner. So how did Miao Miao come to such an empty corner from the faraway food entrance? And then deliberately pass by Lin Xuanyu and accidentally fell? Coupled with Qi Zui's weird tone, someone laughed and whispered, I'm afraid there is gold in this corner. Otherwise, why would someone deliberately go over and fall? Although his voice was not loud, the cafeteria was very quiet because everyone was watching the show. So as soon as these words came out, They were clearly heard by everyone. Just like throwing a small stone into a calm lake. The quietness of the cafeteria disappeared. Everyone laughed. And for a while, the cafeteria was full of laughter. Su Luo looked at Miao Miao, whose face was blue and red, and had no interest in continuing to watch. She said to Wang Lina, "I'm done eating. I'm leaving first." As a character in a novel, Wang Lina was not aware of these routines. This led to her being very interested in this drama, with many twists and turns, and involving handsome men and beautiful women. At this time, when she heard Su Luo say that she was leaving, she asked with a puzzled look, "Such a wonderful drama. You don't want to watch it?" Su Luo couldn't say that I knew the ending after seeing the beginning. She smiled and explained, "I have something to do at home today, and I have to finish today's homework quickly." Wang Lina understood now. Everyone has something to do. So Wang Lina stopped looking at Su Luo. She stared at the battlefield and waved her hand casually, saying, "Okay. Go quickly. Don't delay." Su Luo then took the lunch tray and prepared to leave. However, at this time, Miao Miao saw Su Luo suddenly stand up, and her eyes lit up immediately, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and shouted loudly, "Lung Lung." Su Luo was devastated when she heard her shout. She had never expected that Miao Miao would let her be a tool to help her out after deceiving her. If she had known this would happen, she would never stand up. Chapter 70. Su Luo sighed slightly, adjusted her expression, turned around and looked at Miao Miao coldly. "What do you want me to do?" Miao Miao was thinking at this time. "This method was originally told to me by you. So now if there is a problem, you must be responsible." Besides, she knew that Si Lung also hated Lin Xuanyu, and would definitely help her now. Miao Miao looked at her expectantly and said, "Lung Lung, come and help me, Judge. I obviously didn't mean it. Why do they frame me like this?" Su Luo just wanted to laugh at her at this moment. Was it intentional? Don't you know what's going on? However, she was expressionless and said slowly, "I think." Everyone looked at this school beauty in the second year of high school with expectation, wanting to hear her evaluation. A few days ago, I heard that this school beauty was chasing Jiang Huai. So how would she treat Jiang Huai's childhood sweetheart? Today's melons are really mini and sweet. And everyone said that they simply couldn't stop. Su Luo paused, whetting everyone's appetite, and then said decisively, "You two are wrong." At this time, even Lin Xuanyu's eyes were attracted. They obviously didn't expect that Su Luo would say this. Su Luo continued, "Miao Miao, you are wrong. You shouldn't go looking for trouble with others just because you like Jiang Huai. As for you," Su Luo looked at Lin Xuanyu. She said lightly, "Your problem is that you always need help from others to escape from danger. This makes others think that you are weak and can be bullied. And you are just lucky to escape again and again." After saying that, Su Luo concluded, "That's why people bully you again and again. In their eyes, you are very easy to bully." Lin Xuanyu was stunned when she heard this, then lowered her head, thinking about something thoughtfully. This is indeed a big problem for Lin Xuanyu, and Su Luo was absolutely right to point it out. However, Su Luo herself didn't want to say it. After all, she has the aura of the heroine, and that is also her ability. But according to Si Lung's character setting, she hates Lin Xuanyu very much. So Su Luo must point out Lin Xuanyu's shortcomings, and can't say that she has no shortcomings. So Su Luo said a common problem of the heroine in this kind of romance novel, which is indeed very suitable for the current situation. And Lin Xuanyu's reaction at this time also made her sure that this is indeed a sensible heroine, not a love-brained Mary Sue. Lin Xuanyu had this reaction, but others did not. Everyone had their own ideas in their hearts. The first one to explode was Miao Miao. Miao Miao originally wanted Su Luo to speak for her, but she didn't expect Su Luo to point out the fact that she liked Jiang Huai right away, and said that she deliberately wanted to harm Lin Xuanyu. Miao Miao was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Not only was her most hidden secret discovered, but she was also embarrassed in front of so many people. Now, she hated Su Luo very much. In her eyes, Su Luo had successfully surpassed Lin Xuanyu, and became the person she hated the most. At this time, Miao Miao didn't care about pretending to be wronged or innocent. She said, "Why are you pretending to be a good person here now? Didn't you tell me about this plan first?" Now the audience felt that there were too many melons, and they were almost unable to eat them. "I thought Si Lung was a good person, but he turned out to be the mastermind?" Su Luo sneered and denied, "Don't slander me here. Why should I tell you my plan? Besides, even if I told you, why are you doing it now instead of me? Meow Meow was speechless for a moment. Only then did she remember that. Yes, this was Su Luo's own plan. And she did it in advance after listening to it. She was speechless for a moment. Her silence was seen by everyone as a sign of guilt. After listening to Su Luo's explanation, everyone suddenly realized what was going on when they saw Meow Meow's performance. Indeed, if she really had this plan, why would she tell you? Besides, even if she told you, why are you the one causing trouble now instead of her? She was desperate and wanted to drag someone else down with her. Everyone felt that they had grasped the truth of the matter, and their eyes towards Meow Meow were even more wrong. Some even took a few steps back, fearing that Meow Meow would drag them down with her. Meow Meow didn't know what to do at this moment. If she explained, the previous charges would be confirmed, and she would also be charged with plagiarism. But if she didn't explain, Su Luo could stay out of it completely. Moreover, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she also greatly damaged her own interests. Isn't this too easy for Lin Xuanyu? Meow Meow was still struggling here, and Su Luo had already turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Qi Zui called her. Hey! That person. Don't leave yet. Su Luo turned around and looked at him in confusion. She first said solemnly, My name is Si Lung. Then she asked, What's wrong? Is there anything else? Qi Zui said indignantly, Si Lung, apologize to Lin Xuanyu now. Su Luo looked at him as if he was mentally retarded and said, Why should I apologize? Lin Xuanyu didn't say anything. What are you talking about here? Do they use you to stand up for her? Lin Xuanyu also reacted quickly, holding Qin Yu's sleeve and said, Shut up. I think what Si Lung said makes sense. Su Luo looked at Qi Zui a little aggrieved and continued, It is because she always has people like you around her, always thinking that she has been wronged and can't solve it herself. So she is the one who stands up for her. So Lin Xuanyu's impression in everyone's mind is always like this. After saying that, she no longer cared about the reactions of the people behind her and left the cafeteria directly. What she didn't notice was that Jiang Huai had remained silent since she started talking. He seemed to be very surprised to see Su Luo's back as she left, with some contemplation flashing in his eyes. Su Luo was walking back to the classroom, thinking that this time she had almost turned her impression in Lin Xuanyu's heart from loss to profit. So if Lin Xuanyu didn't hate her anymore, would she not be hit and killed by the Lin family's car again? And this mission would be considered completed? Although she hoped so. Su Luo knew very well that the copy would never be so simple. Even the normal dungeons are much more difficult than this, let alone the promotion dungeons. Su Luo returned to the classroom, and after a while, Wang Lina came back. As soon as she came back, she threw herself on Su Luo's seat and said excitedly, Wow! Lung, you were so handsome just now. As she said that, she frowned again. But that Meow Meow is really a piece of shit. She actually wanted to slander you. I really want to beat her up. Su Luo smiled and shook her head and said, Let's not talk about her. Who is the boy who helped Lin Xuanyu today? As a friend of the original Si Lung, Wang Lina herself is not a good student. But unlike Si Lung, she is a second-generation rich and has been like this since she was a child. So Wang Lina not only has a wide social circle, but also is well-informed. If there is anything you don't know in school, you can basically get the answer by asking her. When Wang Lina heard Su Luo asking her about this, she immediately became interested. She said excitedly, This person is very important. Su Luo pretended to listen, waiting for Wang Lina's introduction. This Qi Zui is a new transfer student in our school, but he is the grandson of the old man of the Wang family, and the child of his most beloved daughter. Wang Lina thought for a moment and continued, And it is said that Qi Zui's family is a powerful force that has been developing abroad. And it is extremely powerful. Su Luo said that this identity is worthy of being a man who can help the heroine in a romance novel. Since knowing that Jiang Huai is not the male protagonist, Su Luo dared not make a rash conclusion about the identity of the male protagonist. Although Wang Lina's description of Qi Zui fits the image of a cool and domineering male protagonist in a romance novel, but seeing Lin Xuanyu's reaction to Qin Yu before, Su Luo felt that he might not be the male protagonist. Su Luo sighed. Whether he was the male protagonist or not was not something she needed to consider now. Anyway, he was not her male protagonist. So what did it have to do with her? Anyway, there was no need to go to class. So Su Luo got up and left the classroom. wandering around the campus as the main venue of the entire novel. The scenery of this high school was beyond words. In Si-Lung's memory, this high school has 3 advantages: excellent faculty, beautiful campus environment, rich library collection. Su-Luo is walking around the library at this moment. The library of this high school is built in the center of the school, giving people a feeling of rich cultural heritage. This library may be a bit shabby because it is a few years old. Although this library is very famous, few students of this school enter it, at least in Si-Lung's memory. The daily flow of this library should not exceed 15 people. Indeed, we are all high school students, and the usual courses are very tight. Who has time to go to the library when we are busy every day? Su-Luo thinks that if this library is built on the university campus, it should be very useful, and many people will go there. After all, in college, the library is a dating place. Okay, just kidding. There are actually many places in college where libraries are needed. Apart from other things, at least at the end of the semester, the library should generally be crowded. Besides, some better universities, such as Q University where Su-Luo is currently studying, have a large flow of people in the library every day. Not to say that it is crowded, but at least there are people coming in and out frequently. After walking for a while, the bell rang. Suddenly, Su-Luo's eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the soul state. After so many plots, Su-Luo can already watch the show calmly as a soul body. The main plot about Si-Lung, the vicious female supporting role, can be said to have been basically disrupted by her. Su-Luo is very curious whether this plot will follow the original plot, or will it derive a new plot. Chapter 71. Myself is now standing in front of Jiang Huai. When Jiang Huai saw Si-Lung coming to find him, he said meaningfully, "Your performance in the cafeteria at noon today was really impressive." Su-Luo quickly perked up when she heard this, because she wanted to see how myself would react. The previous things were all done by herself, not the original body, so she was not sure whether myself in the plot would remember what happened outside the plot. It's just that Lin Xuanyu obviously has many shortcomings, but I could only think of that one at the time, and didn't expose the ugly face of that woman in public. Alas, what a pity, she sighed, and then said with disgust, "I knew that Miao Miao was not a good person. She was usually nice to me, but I didn't expect that at the critical moment." Speaking of this, she suddenly got stuck, and then continued, "Not only did she harm others, but she also wanted to frame me. If the false accusation succeeds, my image in front of the whole school will be ruined. She is so vicious, so terrible, but I have to thank her." When she said this, her eyes suddenly dimmed, and she quickly stopped talking. When Jiang Huai heard this, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he asked in confusion, "What are you thanking? Didn't you just say you hated her? She framed you. Why are you thanking her?" The original body also realized that he had said the wrong thing. She smiled to cover up, "Nothing. Nothing. I just want to thank her for revealing her true colors today. And I also exposed her true colors, which is even more thankful. Otherwise, I would have been framed by her." She probably wasn't telling the truth, because Su-Luo actually guessed what she was thanking for. The original body should have been thanking her for thinking that this plan should have been done by her. But Miao Miao did it first, which prevented her from making a fool of herself. From this, Su-Luo deduced that the original body should be able to remember what she did when she was in her body. And she didn't know that it was done by others. She just thought it was done by herself. But Si-Lung couldn't accept her thoughts, so she only knew that she told Miao Miao about this plan, but didn't know that she told Miao Miao on purpose. Jiang Huai looked at her thoughtfully and said, "Si-Lung?" The original body thought he was going to say something to her, stood up excitedly, and said with a happy face, "What's wrong? Just tell me. People will agree." Obviously, she thought Jiang Huai was going to confess his love to her. Jiang Huai smiled helplessly and said, "Nothing. I just suddenly thought your name is very interesting." When Si-Lung heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "I also think my name is very nice. And it matches your name very well. This is pure nonsense." Si-Lung originally thought that this name was nice, but it didn't fit her temperament at all. "I didn't expect that I would be praised by my male god for the first time because of my name." Si-Lung thought that maybe he should frame this name and hang it on the wall. Si-Lung was secretly delighted here, while Su-Luo was lost in deep thought in midair. Si-Lung couldn't see it, but she saw it very clearly. Jiang Huai's words were obviously meant to be meaningful. She didn't know if it was Su Luo's illusion, but she felt that Jiang Huai seemed to be testing something. What frightened Su Luo the most was that Jiang Huai's eyes began to wander in the air, and she didn't know what he was looking at. However, her soul was in midair, giving Su Luo a feeling that Jiang Huai was looking for her. Su Luo secretly observed Jiang Huai, and his behavior, just now, was indeed very strange. He kept trying to get Si Lung to say something. Could it be that he realized that his previous behavior was very different from the original Si Lung? So he wanted to investigate to see if there was any problem, especially when he suddenly called Si Lung's name just now, although he later explained the reason. But Su Luo was not as stupid as the original owner, with a fan filter all over his eyes. Su Luo could clearly see that Jiang Huai called the original owner's name before. Definitely not for the reason he said. But why did he suddenly call Si Lung's name? Su Luo was a little surprised. Si Lung wanted to continue chatting with Jiang Huai for a while. After all, the more they chatted, the more familiar they became. Maybe she would have a boyfriend after chatting? However, Jiang Huai may have seen through her intentions a long time ago, and gently rejected her on the grounds that he still had to study. Although Si Lung was a little disappointed that she could not continue chatting with Jiang Huai, but she felt that her relationship with Jiang Huai had made great progress today. So she went back happily, secretly thinking that it would be best if there was such a good thing tomorrow. Although she didn't know what she was thinking at the time. It would be great if her relationship with Jiang Huai could be further improved. When she walked to a slightly open place, Si Lung suddenly stopped. When he opened his eyes again, the happy look in his eyes had been replaced by a calm and thoughtful look. Su Luo always felt that Jiang Huai was not that simple, as the male protagonist that the system originally used to deceive her. Jiang Huai's identity might have some strangeness. After returning to class, Su Luo finished the next few classes with peace of mind, and then returned home. At night, Su Luo was lying on the bed thinking about some information that she had not noticed yesterday because she had just arrived in this dungeon in a hurry. But she didn't understand. One thing that puzzled Su Luo was that she was using Si Lung now. This name. In the previous copies, the names they used were all game names. Even in the previous variety show, Love Time, they did not use aliases, but used their game names. They used game names before, but started using aliases in the promotion copies. Does this mean that after the promotion, they will have to use aliases in all the copies they experience? Su Luo guessed. This guess is too one-sided and subjective, and cannot be used as a reference. Su Luo had to think from a different angle. Does this alias have anything to do with her game name? Lost. Si Lung. Lost. Si Lung. Su Luo muttered quietly. Soon, she came up with the answer. This one is actually relatively easy to think of. Lost. Si Lung. Obviously, they both start with S and L. So the alias she used this time was actually just the first letters of her game name Lost that remained unchanged, and then changed the sound. Wait. If that's the case? Su Luo suddenly realized something. Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's first letters are J, H, which just correspond to Ji Hei. Su Luo felt that she had discovered some big secret. Yunfei Bai might be Jiang Huai, and he was in the same copy as her. Thinking of Jiang Huai's strange behavior just now, Su Luo finally understood a little. He might have felt that he was not Si Lung, but Su Luo. That's why he made that test. At that time, his eyes were always looking around in the air, probably looking for me, or making me realize that he was looking for me, and thus realizing that he was Yunfei Bai. If that was the case, Su Luo would have cursed. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the system pitfalls. It was said that Jiang Huai was the male protagonist, but it turned out that Jiang Huai was not the male protagonist. It was said that this was a single-player copy, but it turned out to be a double-player copy. Su Luo was now a little impatient to confirm in front of Jiang Huai, and then meet his friends. But everyone had gone home, and it was already late. It was obviously not appropriate to go now. Su Luo suppressed her excitement and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after Su Luo arrived at school, she quickly came to Jiang Huai's class. She looked around the class, but did not see Jiang Huai. She called out a boy and asked with a smile, "Hello, do you know where Jiang Huai went?" While talking, she was also looking at the boy. His skin was darker, and he looked like a person who often did sports. He looked ordinary, and should be a minor supporting role in a romance novel whose name would not even appear. How could that boy talk to such a beautiful girl normally? At this moment, he felt a little dizzy, and his words were a little floating. Jiang Huai. Oh, you are looking for Jiang Huai. He just went out. If you want to find him, big school beauty, you can wait here now. Or wait for him to come back. And then I will tell him that you are looking for him. Su Luo shook her head. She was eager to see her friends now. And she could wait for a while. She smiled and thanked, thank you. But no need. I can wait for him here. The boy turned around and went back to the classroom. Still envious in his heart. Jiang Huai was so lucky that such a beautiful girl was willing to wait for him. After the boy left, Su Luo stood at the door of class 1 waiting for Yun Feibai to come back. He went out as soon as he came to school. Was he forced to do a mission? Su Luo was thinking aimlessly here. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Huai did not come back until the class was about to start. Although there was no class, Su Luo did not plan to wait any longer. She turned and went up the stairs, ready to go back to her class to put down her school bag first. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the corner of the stairs, they saw Jiang Huai coming down from upstairs. The two looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. It was Su Luo who reacted first and whispered, "Can we go to the aquarium for a date?" Jiang Huai seemed to be relieved, and then smiled easily. "Would you like to have a love moment with me?" The two smiled at each other. Su Luo, Yun Feibai. Both of them were very happy to find their friends, and they walked towards the school playground together. On the way, Su Luo realized that Yun Feibai had guessed that Si Lung was indeed Su Luo after a period of thinking last night. So like Su Luo, Yun Feibai went to Su Luo's class to wait for her as soon as he arrived at school in the morning. As a result, he waited for a long time but no one came. So he went downstairs. Unexpectedly, when he went downstairs, he ran into Su Luo going upstairs. This was really a coincidence, and he missed a break by mistake. When he arrived at the playground, Su Luo first told Yun Feibai about her experience in the past few days. Yun Feibai waited for Su Luo to finish and said, "My storyline is not quite the same as yours. I am a loving and gentle male supporting role in a romance novel. I was childhood sweethearts with the heroine. But a Chung Yao Jin showed up halfway." Su Luo asked in confusion. "Shi Zue?" Yun Feibai nodded, then shook his head. "Yes and no." Su Luo asked curiously. "What do you mean?" Yun Feibai said. "Chi Zue does like Lin Xuanyu, but Lin Xuanyu doesn't like him. Then the next part is the drama of two men chasing one woman. But Lin Xuanyu was always hesitant and hesitated between the two of us. In the end, the male supporting role, Jiang Huai, whom I represented, went abroad sadly, and then the plane had an accident, and Jiang Huai died in it." Chapter 72. Su Luo nodded and said, "So, this is the main plot of your story?" Yun Feibai nodded and said, "Yes. Your plot may be because Si Ling himself does not know everything. So there are discrepancies." Su Luo shook her head, thought for a few seconds, and then slowly said, "I think it's not this reason." Yun Feibai gave Su Luo a puzzled look and said, "I would like to hear more." Su Luo sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, "In our story, it seems that you know more and I know less. But actually, if you think about it carefully, our plots are completely different." Su Luo continued, "You know, in the dungeon stories I know, this is a sweet love story. Jiang Huai and Lin Xuanyu have always been childhood sweethearts, and both of them have feelings for each other. The only vicious female supporting role is Si Lung, and there is almost no abuse throughout the whole process. However, it is obvious that the current situation is that Lin Xuanyu does not like Jiang Huai at all. After all, she can explain to Si Ling very rationally, without any ambiguity. This is totally different from my plot. So, looking at the background of my story, it's obvious that it's not that Si Ling knows little, but that Si Ling's plot is completely wrong. Secondly, in your plot, the heroine Lin Xuanyu has been hesitating between you and Chi Zue. But the reality is that Lin Xuanyu clearly told Si Ling that she doesn't like Jiang Huai, and it seems that she and Chi Zue are in love. But the concubine is not interested. She is not hesitating between you, but she doesn't plan to be with you at all. So, Jiang Huai's plot is also wrong when compared with reality. After listening to Su Luo's words, Yun Feibai thought for a while, then nodded and said, "You are right. Our two plots are indeed inconsistent with reality and are wrong. Then according to what you said, the current plot is different from the story we both know. It is a brand new plot independent of Si Lung and Jiang Huai's memory. After saying that, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I told you so. Even if the system is setting a trap, it will definitely not be setting a trap without reason. Whether it is the problem of the male protagonist or the problem of the single-player copy. If you look at it this way, then it can all be explained." Su Luo also thought of this when he said it just now, and then said, "Indeed, our stories can be said to be in parallel time and space. It's just that the two time and space intersect at this point, creating such a new copy. And our story is indeed the story that our original owner knew. And because this is actually another different time and space, our story is also different from the current situation." Su Luo sighed and was about to end the conversation. Suddenly she remembered something, called Yun Feibai, and told him another discovery. "Hey, by the way, have you noticed that this world doesn't seem to be perfect?" "No. It should be said that it is very imperfect." Yun Feibai shook his head in confusion and asked, "I haven't found it. I haven't paid attention to this aspect. How did you find it?" Su Luo was refreshed. She finally found a point that her friends didn't find. She said with a smile, "Before, I wanted to check the news of this school, so I opened the interactive software in this world. Then I found that even the hot searches in the interactive software in this world were all about these few schools. As if there were only these few schools in the whole world." She continued, "It seems that there are no stars in this world. No national affairs. What there is are just trivial matters in school. When I opened the social software, I felt that it was a school forum." Yun Feibai opened his phone and saw that it was indeed the case. The current top trending search is actually yesterday's cafeteria drama. The description is quite detailed, as if the reporter was at the scene at the time. Yun Feibai was surprised for a moment. After all, seeing himself appear on the trending search is still very mysterious for ordinary people. He thought about it and guessed, could it be that the author of this book has not perfected this world at all? Su Luo shook her head and denied it. "I think your guess is unlikely. You know, this novel has already generated a world. So how can it not be perfected?" She thought about it and continued, "I think this should not be a problem with the original novel, but a problem with this world itself." Yun Feibai pondered Su Luo's words, and then said, "Well, if what you said is true, then I think the real problem may appear in the heroine Lin Xuanyu." Now it was Su Luo's turn to be confused. She asked in confusion, "Why do you think so?" Yun Feibai said, "Lin Xuanyu is the protagonist of you, me and the current plot. It is obvious that it is not certain whether there is a male protagonist, but Lin Xuanyu is the female protagonist." This time Su Luo understood. She said, "So, this copy may not have a male protagonist at all. And the choice of the male protagonist is only a matter of the female protagonist Lin Xuanyu's thoughts. And this world is also dominated by Lin Xuanyu." Both of them felt that their guesses were close to the truth of this world. But there was still something missing. Su Luo suddenly remembered something and said, "Ah, that's right." Yun Feibai asked, "What's wrong?" Su Luo said, "I felt that Lin Xuanyu's behavior was strange during the first plot. Now that I think about it, she may have known the plot a long time ago." Yun Feibai was a little surprised and said, "She knows the plot? Does she know your plot or my plot? Or do we both know the plot?" Su Luo shook her head and said, "I don't know. Regarding this, apart from that strange look, I haven't found anything else." Yun Feibai patted Su Luo's head comfortingly and said, "It's okay. Today is only the third day. We still have plenty of time." Su Luo was caught off guard by a head pat and was a little dazed. After a while, she nodded and said nothing. Yun Feibai said, "By the way, I have always had a doubt, and now I should be able to answer it." Su Luo asked, "What's the doubt?" Yun Feibai said, "When the plot starts, no matter where we are, we will be teleported to the place where the plot starts. And then the plot will be triggered. Right?" Su Luo nodded. Yun Feibai continued, "I have always been curious. When we are teleported to the plot location, will we disappear directly? Or what will happen?" Su Luo's eyes lit up and said, "If we lose consciousness and the plot controls our own body to walk over, then we can completely control the other party." Yun Feibai nodded and said, "I thought so too. I found a classmate to try it before. After the plot was over, I went back to ask him, but he didn't remember what I had said to him at all." Su Luo nodded and said, "The plot is working. People in the whole world should not be able to stop the plot from working. Only people like us in another world can have memories. Su Luo talked about another discovery she made. She found that although her identity was not very good, she knew more things. This may be the balance mechanism provided by the game. Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard Su Luo's words. His friend has really been busy these 2 days. In comparison, he seems to be a little idle. Su Luo said, my original body Si Lung was a good student. But after entering high school, I suddenly became such a person. Yun Feibai said, since you specifically brought up this matter, then the change of Si Lung is definitely not due to adolescent rebellion. Su Luo nodded and was about to continue. Yun Feibai stopped her and said, don't say anything yet. Let me guess. Su Luo nodded and waited for Yun Feibai's guess with interest. Yun Feibai lowered his head and thought for a while before looking at Su Luo again and said, is it the effect of the plot? Su Luo was a little surprised that Yun Feibai guessed right. But she did not announce the answer directly, but asked, tell me about your reasoning process. When Yun Feibai heard it, he knew that he should have guessed right. He smiled and said confidently, if a person character can suddenly change drastically, it must be force majeure unless there is something wrong with the family. This world is a novel world, so there are probably only 2 kinds of such force majeure. Su Luo asked curiously, which 2 kinds? Yun Feibai said, one is that the original owner was possessed by the soul, and the other is that the plot forcibly changed a person character in order to push itself forward, creating a vicious female supporting role. That is the plot effect. Su Luo nodded in admiration. She thought of these things a little slower than him. Yun Feibai continued, and if Si Lung was possessed by a soul, then her change should be for the better. Not like now. Su Luo applauded Yun Feibai. Master of reasoning. Congratulations. You guessed it right. Yun Feibai also cooperated with Su Luo's acting, pretending to be modest and pressing down with his hand, saying, it's just SOSO. Third in the world. Su Luo was immediately amused. That's enough. Yun Feibai said, but then again, maybe it's because the story about me starts from the childhood of the heroine, so I don't remember any sudden changes in personality. Su Luo said, so, the original owner of your body, Jiang Huai, is a gentle male supporting role? Yun Feibai nodded. Su Luo smiled and said, I first realized that Jiang Huai was not right because of his personality. Chapter 73. Yun Feibai looked at Su Luo and asked, what do you mean? Su Luo replied, according to my plot, Jiang Huai is a cold and super university bully. When you were talking to Si Lung, your behavior was obviously inconsistent with the character setting, so I guessed that there was something wrong with you. Speaking of this, Su Luo suddenly remembered a point that she had overlooked before. At that time, in the plot, when Si Lung came to find Jiang Huai, a male classmate said that Jiang Huai's lecture skills had made great progress, probably because of Yun Feibai's transmission. The 2 chatted for a while, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon. Su Luo and Yun Feibai did not go to the cafeteria. According to the experience of the previous 2 days, the plot should happen at least once a day. It is already noon, so the main plot is likely to happen in the cafeteria. In order to do the experiment agreed before, Su Luo and Yun Feibai have to stay away from the cafeteria so that they can do the experiment better. However, after leaving the cafeteria, where should they go to eat? Su Luo was deeply confused about Yun Feibai's proposal. That's right. Don't underestimate this school. But maybe because the world background is not complete, there is not a single restaurant around this school. Su Luo and Yun Feibai walked around the school and felt drunk. These days, which school doesn't have rice noodle shops, fried chicken shops, snack bars, kebab shops and the like around it? Only this school is left alone. Is it planning to starve the students to death? Su Luo fell into deep doubt. Suddenly, Su Luo's eyes went dark. She reacted quickly in the moment of darkness. She said with her last consciousness, come. When she woke up again, Su Luo had turned into a soul. I wonder what happened to Yun Feibai. Su Luo thought. Then she turned her eyes to the plot below. She saw that herself was arrogantly blocking the door of the toilet with a group of little sisters, threateningly saying, Lin Xuanyu, don't hide in the toilet. I tell you, they will get you out sooner or later. Oh, it was the original Si Lung who was courting death. Su Luo sighed. She had finally managed to improve the heroine's favorability a little bit. Now, it looks like she is going to hit the bottom again. Oh, no. It should be breaking through the bottom. seeing that there was no sound coming from the toilet. Si-Lung continued to put pressure on Lin Xuanyu. You have to go to class anyway, so you might as well come out first and apologize to me, and then I will let you go. After waiting for a while, the person in the toilet still didn't say a word. Si-Lung was immediately furious and said, "Oh, you're not coming out. Right? You wait." Then she said to the follower next to her, "You, go get me a bucket of water." We pour it directly into her. Then she said to another girl, "You, go get me a ladder." The two girls acted separately, as they were told. Si-Lung said in the toilet, "You just hide in there. I make you a drowned chicken later." As if thinking of Lin Xuanyu's miserable state, Si-Lung even laughed out loud. Lin Xuanyu suddenly spoke, and she asked calmly, "What did you mean by what you said in the cafeteria that day?" Si-Lung said, "What did I mean? Oh, I just wanted to tell you. Don't seduce men. I really regret it. I don't know if it was because I was too nervous to speak in front of everyone that day, and I only pointed out one of your shortcomings at that time." She stamped her feet in annoyance and continued, "I should have made your ugly face public at that time. You are a white lotus who likes to seduce men and always pretends to be innocent. A green tea bitch." Lin Xuanyu murmured, "Really? Is it like this?" Si-Lung heard this, and thought that he had hit Lin Xuanyu. She said cruelly, "That's it. I really hate you. If it weren't for you, Jiang Huai would definitely like me." As she was talking, the two girls from before came back. One was carrying a bucket of water, and the other was empty-handed. Si-Lung looked at the empty-handed girl and asked unhappily, "Who you? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you bring the ladder?" "Oh, so this girl's name is Hu Yu." Su Luo thought silently. The girl said, "Sister Lung, I really didn't find the ladder. How about we just forget it and let her go?" Si-Lung's hand suddenly slapped Hu Yu's head, causing Hu Yu to stagger. She said angrily, "Let her go? Do you think I'm here to let her go? I said today that I would teach her a lesson, so I keep my word." She then said to Hu Yu maliciously, "Since you can't find a ladder, then use yourself as a ladder." Hu Yu was shocked and waved her hand to refuse. However, the reality did not allow her to say no. Si-Lung pushed Hu Yu to the door where Lin Xuanyu was. She said forcefully, "Lie down over there. If you make me fall, you will be the next Lin Xuanyu." Now Hu Yu had no choice but to lie there obediently, not daring to move. If Si-Lung was angered, she would be the next one to be bullied in school. Just when Si-Lung was about to step on Hu Yu's back, the door of the toilet suddenly opened. Lin Xuanyu walked out slowly and said with a blank expression, "You are always like this." Si-Lung didn't care to understand what Lin Xuanyu said. She was now surprised that Lin Xuanyu came out, so she didn't have to climb the door. Si-Lung smiled and said to her followers, "Oh, the coward is willing to come out." Those people also laughed out loud to show their respect. Su Luo, however, could not laugh at all, let alone what Lin Xuanyu said just now. The commonness of school bullying in this novel world was enough to chill her. Su Luo frowned, wanting to see how the heroine would respond. Or rather, she wanted to see how Lin Xuanyu would punish these young, but extremely vicious girls. Lin Xuanyu did not disappoint her. When Si-Lung was laughing, she kicked him to the ground with a sweeping kick. Before Si-Lung could react, Lin Xuanyu had already started fighting with her followers. Lin Xuanyu first threw a girl over her shoulder, and at the same time, she threw the girl onto another girl. Then she elbowed a girl who rushed over, and then grabbed another girl by the collar and threw her against the wall. Su Luo almost cheered for her. This series of movements was clean, neat and crisp, and it was obvious that she was a martial artist. But Su Luo was very curious. When did Lin Xuanyu learn these fighting skills? When all the girls except Hu Yu and Lin Xuanyu fell to the ground. Lin Xuanyu clapped her hands handsomely, and then said, "I am easy to bully?" Si-Lung almost screamed, "You dare to hit me? This is rebellion." Lin Xuanyu smiled and said to her, "The Qing dynasty has fallen. Do you still think you are Cixi?" After that, she turned around and stretched out her hand to Hu Yu, who was still on the ground. "Get up." Hu Yu was about to reach out, but suddenly his eyes widened and he said, You behind me." Lin Xuanyu didn't care at all, and kicked the girl who wanted to attack from behind to the ground, then smiled and said, "Are you okay?" Hu Yu stood up in a dreamy way and looked at the mess. Suddenly, she said worriedly, "If you do this, what if they come to retaliate in the future?" Si-Lung said viciously, "Just wait. I find some big brothers from other schools to teach you a lesson." After that, She looked at Hu Yu and said, "Oh, you traitor. If you kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy now, I might forgive you." Hu Yu hesitated a little, although kneeling on the ground was undignified. But if she didn't beg for mercy now, she would be in endless school violence in the next few years. You know, she was bullied in junior high school. So in high school, she tried hard to join such a small group. Only by becoming a perpetrator can she avoid being bullied. Thinking of this, her originally wavering eyes became firm again, and she stepped forward to surrender. Lin Xuanyu held her back, and said with some regret, "You have already offended her. Do you still expect such a vicious person not to bear grudges? Besides, with the way you were just now, in this small group, aren't you still the one being bullied? The only difference is whether it is 10 people bullying you or 1 person bullying you. Is it really meaningful for you to do this? It's just the pot calling the kettle black." Obviously, Lin Xuanyu had already guessed Hu Yu's thoughts. Hu Yu listened to Lin Xuanyu's words, and tears had already fallen. She said in a somewhat collapsed state, "What do you want me to do? I can't hide. And there are still such people even if I change schools. I can't escape at all." Lin Xuanyu comforted, "No. It's not like that. Look, I beat them up today, and beat them up tomorrow. Do you think they dare to come to me again on the 3rd day?" Hu Yu was a little stunned. Obviously, this was a method she had never heard of. Lin Xuanyu patted her shoulder and said, "What Xiling said before was right. I always asked Qinyu and Jianghua to help me. So these people thought I was weak. But what they don't know is that I can beat them all by myself." She winked at Hu Yu and said playfully, "I have to let them see how powerful I am." Seeing the situation on the scene, Hu Yu was convinced. She said to Lin Xuanyu with some admiration, "Lin Xuanyu, you are really awesome. I want to learn some self-defense skills like you, and beat up those school bullies in the future." Chapter 74. Su Luo was in midair, watching this scene, sighing in her heart. I wonder if they have looked for teachers and parents. If it is useless after looking, then everyone should really practice martial arts. Hu Yu and Lin Xuanyu left hand in hand. Su Luo's eyes went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she was lying on the ground. Hiss! Su Luo just wanted to get up, but she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Just now, Lin Xuanyu didn't show any mercy at all, and really punched her hard. As a result, after Su Luo possessed Xiling, she felt all the pain that Xiling was in. Su Luo was sure that her body must be covered with bruises. She glanced at the other girls still lying on the ground, stood up despite the pain, called a school doctor for them, and left alone. Although these people's campus violence was very infuriating, based on Xiling's experience, Su Luo could fully suspect that these people were also controlled by the plot. No matter what, they can't be left in the toilet. If something really happened, Lin Xuanyu would turn from a righteous rebel into a persecutor. Whether it was for Lin Xuanyu or simply for these girls, Su Luo had to ask someone to watch them. She was relieved after she explained what happened to these people. After doing these things, she endured the pain in her body and returned to the playground. Yun Feibai was still waiting for Su Luo there. Yun Feibai saw that Su Luo's mouth was bruised and bleeding, so he hurried forward to support Su Luo. Hiss! Ah, gently! Gently! The place where Yun Feibai supported was exactly a bruise on Su Luo's body. After hearing Su Luo's cry of pain, Yun Feibai quickly let go of his hand, then moved Su Luo's sleeve up and saw the bruise on her arm. His face was a little dark, and he asked in a bad tone, "Did Lin Xuanyu do it?" Su Luo nodded and said, Xiling blocked her in the toilet and was going to commit school violence against her. Then, he told the story again. Yun Feibai's face was still not good, but he didn't plan to trouble Lin Xuanyu anymore. After all, it was the original owner Xiling's fault, and Su Luo couldn't do anything about it. Su Luo said with some surprise, "By the way, Lin Xuanyu is quite good at fighting. She must have learned fighting skills." Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows and said, in Jianghua's memory, "There is no content about Lin Xuanyu learning fighting skills." Su Luo nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. If Jianghua didn't know that Lin Xuanyu had learned martial arts, then there are only 2 possibilities." Yun Feibai continued, "Lin Xuanyu is hiding it from Jianghua, or Lin Xuanyu didn't learn martial arts in Jianghua's time and space." Su Luo suddenly asked, "By the way, when I went to follow the plot, did you see how I got to the place where the plot took place?" Yun Feibai sighed and said, "Don't think about it. You turned into white light and disappeared in an instant." Su Luo also sighed and said, "Alas. As expected, the system will not let us pass so easily. We have to find another way. So what should we do?" The two of them fell into deep thought for a while. But there was no way. The matter was still clueless. Seeing that there would be no conclusion today, the two had to say goodbye and return to their respective homes. After returning home, Su Luo applied medicine to herself skillfully on the bed. She actually did this kind of thing often when she was young. And now she is not surprised. While applying the medicine, Su Luo thought that she should find a solution from the heroine. But the system clearly stipulates that the heroine cannot be told the truth about this world. Nor can she tell the content of the plot. And it is almost impossible to get along well with the heroine. After all, there is the original owner's plot messing around. She can't tell Lin Xuanyu that she actually traveled through time. Su Luo had a headache. After taking the medicine, she lay on the bed and fell asleep quickly. The next day, Su Luo came to school, found Yun Fei Bai directly, and then went to the playground with him. Su Luo said, "I want to do an experiment." This was a method she came up with on the way to school this morning. Since this world revolves around the heroine Lin Xuanyu, then can the plot affect Lin Xuanyu? Yun Fei Bai's eyes lit up and said, "Indeed. Although we must follow the plot, Lin Xuanyu may be able to break free from the control of the plot and help both of us." Su Luo nodded and smiled, saying, "Lin Xuanyu probably hates me to death now. She definitely doesn't want to see me. You go and try to test her. It's better to let her go home directly, and then we can see how the plot will unfold." Yun Fei Bai nodded. "Okay. I go now." As he said that, he walked towards the teaching building. After Yun Fei Bai left, Su Luo walked around the school by herself. There was nothing to do now, so she just treated it as a visit to the park. While walking, Su Luo suddenly saw a looming figure behind the school's rockery. She looked closely, and it turned out to be Miao Miao. At this time, there seemed to be someone opposite Miao Miao. Su Luo could see that she was talking to that person. Su Luo subconsciously hid aside, ready to listen to what the two people were saying. According to the conventional routine of romantic novels, the words secretly said by the vicious female supporting role must not be good words. And it is very likely that she is planning some conspiracy. As expected, Su Luo only heard Miao Miao whispered, "Oh my. Lin. See. Raped. Me." The voice was also vague. The voice of the boy on the other side was even more dull. Su Luo could vaguely hear what he was saying, but she couldn't hear the details clearly. However, just these few vague words were enough to scare Su Luo. If Su Luo guessed correctly, Miao Miao should be holding a grudge for the previous loss of face, and planned to let some gangsters rape her and Lin Xuanyu. What a vicious mind. Su Luo was secretly shocked. A high school girl was just for such a small matter, and it was caused by her. And she was going to take such a vicious revenge. It's really outrageous. She thought about it, and decided to tell Lin Xuanyu about it. After all, this matter concerns Lin Xuanyu. And with the heroine's halo, they are less dangerous. Besides, this is a great opportunity for her to improve the heroine's favorability. Su Luo thought happily. After Miao Miao and the man left, Su Luo hurried to Lin Xuanyu's class. However, she was told that Lin Xuanyu was not in the class now. Su Luo asked someone and found out that Lin Xuanyu was called away by Jiang Huai. That is, Yun Fei Bai. Yes. Weren't they planning to let Lin Xuanyu go home just now? Well, things have come to a head. Su Luo slapped her forehead with a headache, and then quickly rushed to the school gate. Yun Fei Bai was very likely to successfully let Lin Xuanyu go home, so blocking her at the gate was the best way. Su Luo waited at the gate for a while, and sure enough, she saw Lin Xuanyu and Yun Fei Bai walking towards this side from the teaching building. When Lin Xuanyu saw Su Luo at the gate, she felt bad. Her face was a little dark, and she felt that Su Luo must have deliberately blocked her at the gate. Maybe there are already a dozen burly men lying in ambush outside the school gate. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanyu shuddered and pulled Yun Fei Bai back. Su Luo saw Lin Xuanyu turning around and preparing to go back, and immediately ran over, shouting as she ran, "Don't go! Don't go! I have something important to tell you." Yun Fei Bai heard Su Luo's words, and immediately grabbed Lin Xuanyu, saying gently, "Isn't she in trouble? Wait for her." After all, they were on campus, and Si Lung wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanyu also stopped and waited for Su Luo to come over. After Su Luo ran over, she said, I just heard Miao Miao say that she wants to find someone to rape us both. Lin Xuanyu said puzzledly, I can understand that she wants to do me. But why does she want to do you? Su Luo said, I also made her lose face in the cafeteria. So she hates me. Lin Xuanyu's expression eased, obviously remembering that day when Su Luo spoke up for her. After all, this person got into trouble for her. She thought about it, and her tone became gentler. How did you know? Su Luo told them everything that happened just now. And they were both a little surprised. A high school girl would actually do such a thing. Suddenly, Lin Xuanyu asked with some suspicion, Why did you tell me this? Don't tell me that I beat you that day, and you don't hold a grudge. Su Luo imitated the original owner and sneered, Don't hold a grudge. Oh, you wishful thinking. I tell you, it's just because this matter involves me, and having you here might make it safer. After all, those men are your most loyal guards. She said that sarcastically, and then said proudly, Besides, I tell you, even if I hate you, I won't do such a thing. Obviously, Su Luo is trying hard to clear herself. After hearing the last sentence, Lin Xuanyu's expression softened completely. Although school violence is indeed disgusting, compared with the minor fights, what Miao Miao did is more disgusting. Yun Feibai said with disgust, This Miao Miao is so disgusting. We must teach her a lesson. It's best to treat people in their own way. Su Luo and Lin Xuanyu nodded together, and the three of them began to discuss strategies to deal with such bad guys. You should treat them in their own way. After discussing this matter, the relationship between the few people obviously became closer. Su Luo and Yun Feibai escorted Lin Xuanyu home before returning to school. What happened next was to see if the plot would happen again. Chapter 75. They really didn't encounter any plots throughout the whole day. Both of them were very surprised, which meant that they had found a way to pass the level. Why do you say that? Because according to previous experience, there should be at least one plot every day. But they didn't encounter even one plot today, which shows that as long as the heroine Lin Xuanyu is not there, or does not participate in the plot, then the plot will not happen. In this case, then on the seventh day, their plot will naturally not happen. It can be said that they have now cleared the dungeon, and they only need to wait until the end of the seventh day to complete the dungeon. The most worrying thing has been solved, and the two are in a good mood for a while. They will have enough time to study this world carefully. Why do they say they want to study this world? Because it is obvious that there are many problems in this dungeon. Su Luo and Yun Feibai both feel that this promotion dungeon cannot be like an ordinary game dungeon, just for them to pass the level. There must be something they need to discover. In addition, the imperfection of this world is also very confusing. Although it is true that the author may not have written those contents, so the world has not been created. But Su Luo thought that there must be a lot of things that the author did not write. For example, there is a row of street lights on the way home for Xilong. There is a mole on Wang Lina's face, including the grass and trees in the school. Su Luo thought that the author must not have mentioned them in the text. Even these insignificant contents can be perfectly generated by this world. So how can the world not generate those things outside the school? So what is the problem with this world that makes it so incomplete? Su Luo guessed that the problem must still be with the heroine Lin Xuanyu. But due to various restrictions of the system, they certainly can't ask Lin Xuanyu directly. What should they do? Su Luo thought that they could only look for the answer from another angle. Su Luo was thinking, and suddenly raised her head in thought. And at this time Yun Feibai also raised his head and opened his mouth to speak. Su Luo waved to Yun Feibai, indicating that she should speak first. Yun Feibai nodded, and heard Su Luo slowly say, The center of this world should be this school. Right? As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, the two looked at each other, and both saw some thoughts in each other's eyes. Yun Feibai smiled and responded, I think, in this copy, we still have a very important landmark that we haven't visited. Su Luo also laughed easily. We both thought of the same thing. You mean the library? Right? Yun Feibai smiled and nodded, saying, Walking? Walking. Why did the two of them suddenly think of the library? Because the library of this school is located in the center of the school. As the saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp. Because the library has always been so blatantly placed in a place where everyone can see it. Su Luo and Yun Feibai have never paid attention to it. But now I think about it again. The library is located in the center of this high school. And this high school is the center of this world. It can be seen that the library is definitely not simple. The two came to the outside of the library, looked at each other, and then walked into the ancient door. After entering the library, I finally understood what the original owner's memory meant by the library, with the most complete collection of books in the world. This sentence is really not exaggerated. The whole library has 3 floors, and each floor is full of books. They didn't know what type of clues were, nor did they know what characteristics the clues had. If they read every book, how long would it take to find the clues? Su Luo thought in despair. The two of them had given up their initial idea of finding clues directly just by looking at the endless books. With so many books, it would take them forever to find the clues. Alright. The two looked at each other helplessly, and had to give up for the time being, because it was already late. Su Luo and Yun Feibai went back to their respective homes first. Anyway, the problem of passing the copy has been solved, so they are not in a hurry. After returning home, Su Luo locked herself in the room and searched the history of their high school library on the internet. After searching for a while, Su Luo learned that this high school had been built for hundreds of years. It is truly the world's #1 university, and this library has been built since the school was founded. For hundreds of years, this library has been absorbing books. So now, there are so many books. Su Luo thought thoughtfully. In her opinion, the clue about this world in this library is likely to be a book. Although Su Luo didn't know what the content of this book as a clue to the world was. But since they could find it in the library, there must be a simple way to find it. Su Luo suddenly thought that maybe the first book put into this library after it was built was that clue? Thinking of this, her spirits were immediately lifted. This guess is very likely, because such a book is very unique and fits the identity of the world clue. Tomorrow they can ask the librarian. Maybe they can find the clue? Su Luo felt that she had found a solution to the problem, so she fell asleep in a good mood. However, it was not until she came to the library with Yun Feibai the next day that she realized that she was still too naive. After asking the administrator, Su Luo learned that the first batch of books moved into the library had more than 1,000 books. As for which one was the first one to be put on the shelf, it was too old, and the administrator didn't know. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at the pile of books in front of them and fell into silence. Yun Feibai was quite happy when he heard Su Luo's idea. This idea is very logical, and the possibility of guessing right is very high. However, it seems that even if the guess is right, it is not very useful now. You know, looking for clues from the first batch of more than 1,000 books is actually no different from them looking for books directly from the entire library. After all, they only have 2 days, and they will definitely not be able to find everything. Is there no other way? Yun Feibai lowered his head and pondered for a while, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He politely asked the librarian, "Excuse me, among these more than 1,000 books, are there any books that have not been read by anyone?" Su Luo's eyes lit up when she heard Yun Feibai's words. Indeed, since it is a big clue about the secret of this world, it must have been deliberately hidden by the plot before. At least the natives of this world would definitely not find it. As expected, the librarian hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, there should be one, right? How about I help you check it?" Yun Feibai and Su Luo nodded quickly and said, "Thank you very much." Then, the three of them divided the work and spent about an hour to check all the borrowing records since the establishment of the school. Then, they successfully picked out 57 books from the more than 1,000 books. The librarian handed the books to them and said, "No one has borrowed these books." After that, he asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Su Luo smiled and said, "We want to do a survey on the popularity of books and need some information." The librarian nodded and said, "Then go and have a look. These books must be unpopular." As he said that, he turned around and walked back. As he walked, he muttered, "Why not investigate something? Do you have to investigate this? Isn't this torture?" Su Luo and Yun Feibai also heard the librarian's words, and they all sighed. This is not what they thought. It's all because of the crappy copy. Su Luo looked at the books in front of him and thought, 57 books are not a small number. But after all, it is much better than more than 1,000 books. The two of them were ready to spend a whole day to quickly flip through these 57 books. Suddenly, Su Luo seemed to have discovered something and walked straight towards the books. Yun Feibai noticed Su Luo's strangeness and was about to ask. Su Luo suddenly took out a book from the 57 books. looked at it carefully for 2 seconds, and then said calmly, "The clue should be this book." Yun Feibai looked at her in surprise, and then took the book from her. After taking a look, Yun Feibai's face also showed a look of understanding. This is a romantic novel, titled Gentle Babies and Pretty Green Plums. It is particularly abrupt among a group of thick academic research books. And this name, Gentle Childhood Sweethearts, just corresponds to the identities of Jiang Huai and Lin Xuanyu. Obviously, this book describes the story of Lin Xuanyu and Jiang Huai in Si Leng's memory. Su Luo and Yun Feibai opened the book, and it was indeed about the story of Lin Xuanyu and Jiang Huai. They finally saw the original plot of this world. The original plot is actually similar to what Si Leng remembered. The heroine Lin Xuanyu and Jiang Huai are childhood sweethearts. The two have been in love since childhood and have been engaged. Lin Xuanyu has such an excellent childhood sweetheart, but she is relatively ordinary compared to her childhood sweetheart, so she is often envied by girls of the same age. Then, there are a series of misunderstandings and reconciliations, and various forms of school violence in between. However, these cannot prevent the hero and heroine from being together. The final ending is that they get married happily. In general, this is actually a youth pain literature with a sweet appearance. The heroine has no friends in the plot, so she is almost in pain throughout the whole process. And the source of all her pain is the hero Jiang Huai, who has some potential as a central air conditioner. Chapter 76. The readers of this article still feel very frustrated. The whole story is from the perspective of the heroine. Su Luo can only say 3 words: forget it. As for this hero, it is better to just give up. In addition, this book actually has quite a lot of loopholes. The protagonist does not go to his parents or teachers when he has a problem, and does not go to the police when he is threatened or blackmailed. The classmates also have no such awareness at all, and they act recklessly. In the whole plot, Chi Zui's role is just to cause misunderstandings between the hero and heroine. He has never been with the heroine, but in Jiang Huai's memory, they were together. This is very strange. In addition to this, the heroine in the original book has never learned to fight. Su Luo thought strangely. This discrepancy is too big. Right? She turned to look at Yun Feibai and said, "Why don't we go and ask Lin Xuanyu directly? After all, this clue was given to us by the copy. If we give it to Lin Xuanyu, it shouldn't be considered a leak. Right?" Yun Feibai nodded. They were just guessing here, and they would definitely not be able to guess the result. And over the past few days, Lin Xuanyu has been acting relatively rationally. So Yun Feibai was willing to let Lin Xuanyu see the truth of this world. The two agreed and did not delay. After discussing, they went straight to Lin Xuanyu's home. Ding dong. Ding dong. After hearing the doorbell, Lin Xuanyu looked through the peephole with some caution. After finding out that it was Su Luo and the others, she opened the door and welcomed them in. After she came in, she asked the two to sit on the sofa, and then politely poured 2 glasses of water for Su Luo and Yun Feibai. After doing all this, she leaned against the wall beside her, crossed her arms, and asked unhappily, "Didn't you tell me to stay at home these few days? Why are you looking for me now?" Su Luo took out the book and motioned Lin Xuanyu to come and read it herself, saying, "If there was nothing, would I take the initiative to let Jiang Huai come to you? Why don't you come and see me?" Lin Xuanyu took the book in confusion, and said, as she flipped through it, "You came here just to let me read this kind of romance novel?" When she saw the name of the heroine in it, Lin Xuanyu was stunned. She thought for a while and asked, "You are so idle? You found a book with the same heroine name as mine from thousands of books to mess with me?" Yun Feibai said gently, "Go on and read it first, and see if you feel familiar." Lin Xuanyu felt the deep meaning in Yun Feibai's words and looked up at him. Lin Xuanyu half-jokingly said, "Isn't this book about our story?" Yun Feibai didn't reply, and Lin Xuanyu was immersed in the plot and didn't say anything. She turned the pages faster and faster, and her face became more and more unsightly. When she finished turning the last page, Lin Xuanyu suddenly raised her head and asked in a hoarse voice, "The Lin Xuanyu in the book is me? My world is a novel." Su Luo and Yun Feibai were both silent. Telling someone that the world she lived in was actually in a novel. This matter was actually quite cruel. Su Luo and Yun Feibai silently let her understand it herself. However, sometimes, silence is also another way of answering. Lin Xuanyu also sat down silently. For a while, the air was filled with a dead silence. After a while, Lin Xuanyu lowered her head and asked stiffly, Why didn't you give me this book on the first day? Su Luo spread her hands and said, I just found this book today. Didn't I show it to you as soon as I found it? After saying that, Su Luo looked at Lin Xuanyu leisurely, wanting to see how she would react when she knew the truth about her world. Lin Xuanyu was silent again, and then asked, Are you two Jiang Huai and Si Lung? The ones I know? Su Luo nodded. Their behavior was indeed different from that of the original owner, and Lin Xuanyu could guess it, so she was not surprised. Seeing her nod, Lin Xuanyu asked anxiously, Can you tell me what the outside world is like? Su Luo hesitated for a moment. She was not sure if this was against the rules of the system. After thinking about it, she shook her head. She couldn't take the risk. Lin Xuanyu lowered her head in disappointment. Is that so? After thinking about it, she seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head and said, Would you like to hear a story from me? Su Luo nodded and said, I'd like to hear the details. Lin Xuanyu also found a sofa and sat down, and began to tell her long experience. I was originally just like what is written in this novel. A girl who is always bullied but always optimistic. Although I am not popular with girls, I think it is enough to have brother Jiang Huai. She laughed at herself and continued then. Just like what is written in the book. I married Jiang Huai. However, the accident happened after we got married. Su Luo's face was stern. The ending of this book is that Lin Xuanyu and Jiang Huai got married. Could it be that Jiang Huai no longer liked Lin Xuanyu after the plot was over? Lin Xuanyu continued, After we got married, we were still very loving at first. But there are many female employees in Jianghuai who want to climb into Jianghuai's bed. This is actually no different from before in school. The difference is that they are more pretentious and have more tricks. And Jianghuai. She was silent for a while. Su Luo knew why she was silent. As I said before, Jianghuai has a central air conditioning personality. With such a personality and the deliberate provocation of female employees, it is easy to cause problems. Sure enough, Lin Xuanyu continued soon. The two of us had a conflict because of one of his female employees. He thought that the female employee was just reporting to him. But can't I tell whether it was innocent or not? Why is the dress open to the chest if she is just reporting to him? Why do you still have to comment on the boss wife's photo? Is this innocent? Su Luo nodded. This is indeed obvious. The original male protagonist Jiang Huai is also wise. But this can't be seen. However, the following development was beyond Su Luo's expectation. Jiang Huai and I had a big fight. Then broke up. And then had a car accident. When I woke up, I was back in junior high school. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at her in surprise. Su Luo said, You were reborn? Lin Xuanyu nodded and said, More than once. Oh, is that so? Su Luo thought. Si Ling and Jiang Huai's memories are not memories of different time and space, but Lin Xuanyu's different rebirth experiences. Lin Xuanyu seemed to be recalling, and seemed to be numb. The second time, I returned to high school and didn't plan to be with Jiang Huai again. Qi Zui was always by my side, and I fell in love with him. After finally getting through the difficult high school life, I got together with him. However, the accident happened after college. It was probably at the same time that a white lotus appeared next to Qi Zui. Then I was like my former female classmate, and she was like me in the past. Qi Zui became more and more concerned about her, and more indifferent to me. In the end, naturally, we broke up. When I was confused on the road, a sign fell from the sky, and I died again. The third time, I didn't get together with either of them. I even learned martial arts to protect myself. I hesitated between the two of them, but finally rejected both. I started to want to live a single life. But then, my life was still a mess. I began to realize that high school was the peak of my life. She was silent for a while, and said, This is my fourth rebirth. Su Luo understood a little bit. This world is actually for the heroine. The heroine Lin Xuanyu feels that her peak is in high school, and wants to go back to high school. So the whole world is trying to improve high school, while ignoring the outside world that the heroine doesn't want. Yun Feibai looked at Lin Xuanyu thoughtfully and said, So, you trapped yourself in your high school. Lin Xuanyu was stunned and said, I didn't. How could I trap myself? Besides, going back to high school is also an opportunity for me. I believe that one day, I can live a good life on my own. Su Luo had to admire this girl. She was indeed optimistic and open-minded. She was not defeated by the bad things in life. Nor did she feel numb because of countless rebirths. She was always optimistic. But Su Luo still had to say, "It's not that you are trapped in high school, but that the world is trapped in high school." She opened her phone and asked the heroine to see the current hot search, which turned out to be the hot discussion caused by the disappearance of the three of them. Lin Xuanyu hadn't seen this kind of thing for a long time, and when she first saw it, she was still a little confused. When she remembered what it was, she was a little surprised and said, "What is this? How did I become a hot search?" Su Luo put away her phone and said, "Because the main venue of this world is this high school. Everything revolves around this high school, and the source of all this is you, Lin Xuanyu." Lin Xuanyu was silent again, and then she said, "Then, as long as I don't want to come back, will this world be able to function normally?" Su Luo nodded, then shook her head. "In theory, this is true, but thoughts are something you can't control. Only if you really live your life well and really don't want to come back can you make the world return to normal." After hesitating for a while, she still said, "But you can also choose not to change. After all, this world was born for you." Lin Xuanyu suddenly laughed and said, "Why not change? The reason why I want to keep coming back is because I want to change myself." "Right?" Su Luo also laughed. "That's right," Yun Feibai said, "if you really want to change, then really work hard to study and learn skills." Chapter 77. He said speechlessly, "You have been reborn so many times, but your grades are still so bad. It shows that you have never worked hard to study." Su Luo also nodded. "Indeed? With a skill. Are you still afraid of having a bad life? You see, your previous story was all about men." Lin Xuanyu nodded and said, "The last time you talked in the cafeteria, I had already started thinking about this problem. Men are not everything in my life. I will definitely make a name for myself." Yun Feibai applauded her and said appreciatively, "I feel relieved that you have such awareness. Then, let us help you with the last thing. Let's go and take care of Miao Miao." It was almost noon. Su Luo and Yun Feibai had dinner at Lin Xuanyu's house, and then the three of them returned to school together. As soon as Su Luo went upstairs, she saw Miao Miao looking around in front of her classroom door. Su Luo walked over and patted Miao Miao. "Ah!" Miao Miao screamed like a thief and turned around. When she saw that it was Su Luo, she was relieved and complained, "Oh, Lung Lung, what have you been doing all day? I have been looking for you several times." Su Luo felt a little confused. Miao Miao's current feeling as if they had never had a conflict made her very confused. Su Luo asked directly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Miao Miao saw that Su Luo didn't buy her trick, smiled a little embarrassedly, and then said, "I heard that Jiang Huai will pass by the alley behind the school today. Why don't you go and meet him by chance?" Su Luo thought clearly. These little hooligans should be arranged in this alley. Right? If it was the original owner Si Lung, she might really be eager to see the male god and agree. However, Su Luo is not Si Lung. She asked back, "Don't you like Jiang Huai too? Why do you tell me this news?" Miao Miao was a little embarrassed for a moment. She thought that Si Lung would not notice these things because of how much she liked Jiang Huai. However, what she didn't know was that someone else had changed in this body. She said dryly, "I'm not. Because I can't beat you. Rather than letting that little bitch Lin Xuanyu get away with it, I might as well give you this news." Su Luo pretended to think about it, and then pretended to be distrustful and said, "Then you have to go with me." Lin Xuanyu actually didn't want to go. She evaded, "Forget it. There's no point in me going." Su Luo said, "It would be interesting if you go." Then threatened, "If you don't go, I won't go either. If Lin Xuanyu gets a bargain, then Lin Xuanyu gets a bargain." Miao Miao had no choice but to say, "Well, I go." She thought to herself that since she had paid the money, nothing should happen. Su Luo was relieved and agreed to go to Jianghuai with Miao Miao after school today. After school, Su Luo followed her words and went to the alley with Miao Miao. Miao Miao suddenly said pretentiously, "Oh, I feel a little uncomfortable. I go to the toilet first and come back to you later." Su Luo grabbed her collar with a smile, and then said, "Do you want to go to the bathroom?" Miao Miao nodded, and Su Luo's smile suddenly disappeared, saying, "Hold it." Then Miao Miao was forced to wait in the alley with Su Luo. After waiting for a while, a few gangsters came over. The gangsters saw the two girls here and walked over with a smile. "Hey! Why are there two little beauties here? Are they waiting for us guys?" At this time, Miao Miao was a little anxious. She knew exactly what she had done. she said to Su Luo anxiously. Lung Lung. Let me go first. I really can't hold it anymore. Su Luo sneered and said, Didn't you see a few hooligans coming over there? Are you going to abandon me and leave alone? Meow Meow gritted her teeth and thought, I had to give up this plan. She smiled flatteringly. How is it possible? Of course we will go together. Su Luo shook her head and said, But I don't want to leave. After a pause, she added, Of course. I don't want you to leave either. Let's see what these people are going to do. Meow Meow was so anxious that she didn't know what kind of madness Si Lung was going through. While they were arguing, the gangsters came over. One of the gangsters grabbed Meow Meow's arm and asked in a frivolous tone, Where are you going? Play with us? Meow Meow had goosebumps all over her body the moment she was touched. Hearing this, she said in a panic, You don't touch me. However, the thug would never listen to her, and his hand went straight into Meow Meow's school uniform. At the same time, 3 thugs surrounded Su Luo. You know, the original owner Si Lung was a school beauty. This made the thugs salivate, and their mouths were full of dirty words. TSK TSK. Such breasts. Such legs. I be the first one. No one can compete with me. As he said that, he was about to touch Su Luo. Su Luo pretended to be panicked and dodged in various ways, just to prevent the thugs from touching her. While Su Luo was dodging, Meow Meow suffered a lot. She didn't have the skills of Su Luo at all, and she was being taken advantage of. When the gangsters were about to take off her clothes, Meow Meow couldn't help it. She screamed and said, Ah! You can't do this to me. I gave you money to let you come here. This sentence successfully stopped the gangsters. Meow Meow saw that this was useful, and hurriedly said, Listen to me. The plan I told brother who went wrong. The other girl didn't come, so I only brought this one. Just go and rape her. One of the gangsters said. Are you serious? Meow Meow nodded frantically. So the gangster said, Wait a minute. I go ask brother who. He took out a flip phone, talked for a while, and hung up. Then he asked, What's your name? Meow Meow said, I'm Meow Meow. The gangster nodded, and said meaningfully, It's really you. He turned to the other gangsters and said, This is the employer. You can't touch him. After saying that, he looked at Su Luo with an obscene look and said, But this girl, whatever. Several gangsters cheered immediately. In terms of appearance alone, Su Luo was the highlight. However, at the moment when a gangster stretched out his hand, Su Luo threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, it was Su Luo's personal show. Left hook, right hook, sweeping kick, one after another. All hit the flesh. The most important thing is that the power of each punch of Su Luo was surprisingly strong. The gangsters who had been beaten were all wondering if they had entered Popeye's set. When the people who had been beaten to the ground were all knocked to the ground, Su Luo clapped her hands and looked at Meow Meow with interest and said, Do you think if I hand them over to the police, will they reveal something? Meow Meow was not a fool either. She heard that Su Luo had already known her plan. She shook her head in panic and said, No, you can't hand them over to the police. Su Luo tilted her head and said, Why can't I? I will not only hand them over to the police, but also you. After that, she took out a recorder from her trouser pocket and shook it at Meow Meow. At this time, the whistle of the police car sounded. Su Luo grabbed Meow Meow, who was struggling to escape with one hand, and said, If I didn't want to beat them up and send you to jail, the police would have come long ago. Soon, the police swarmed in and surrounded the crowd. Yun Feibai walked out from behind the police and said to Su Luo, Are you okay? Su Luo nodded and handed the recorder to the police. Meow Meow was heartbroken when she saw that the man she had admired for a long time had seen her most embarrassing scene, and was still concerned about the woman who made her so embarrassed. She looked at Yun Feibai with tears in her eyes and said, Brother Jiang Huai, listen to my explanation. Yun Feibai glanced at her coldly and squatted down in front of her. When the light of hope ignited in Meow Meow's eyes again, he said, You should go to the police station and explain to the police uncles. The next step was to go to the police station to make a statement. And the day was quickly consumed. The two returned to Lin Xuanyu's home and told Lin Xuanyu the result of the matter. So far, the matter has really come to an end. After all the work was done, Su Luo and Yun Feibai prepared to leave Lin Xuanyu's house and return to their respective homes. The moment the door was opened, Lin Xuanyu asked with a sense of something. Are you going to leave soon? Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai looked at each other, did not answer, but opened the door and left Lin Xuanyu's home. Soon, the remaining time passed. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai finally heard the system prompt sound. The copy ended. When Lin Xuanyu came to school again, Miao Miao had been put in the detention center. She was a minor, and could not be detained for long. But the criminal record would definitely be left, which would have a great impact on her future life. Lin Xuanyu came to Si Ling's class on purpose. When she and Si Ling looked at each other, Si Ling snorted coldly and forcibly pushed Lin Xuanyu away to go to the water room to get water. As expected, he's gone. Lin Xuanyu felt lost. She seemed to be completing some ritual. She came to Jiang Huai's class even though she knew the result. When Jiang Huai saw Lin Xuanyu, his eyes were filled with tenderness. He walked out and asked, "What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about?" When Lin Xuanyu saw that look, she knew that the Jiang Huai who liked her was back. She lowered her head and remained silent. My life is back too. Oh, it's great. She suddenly sighed, ignoring Jiang Huai's surprise. She returned to the classroom and started studying seriously. It's time for the world to get back on track. Chapter 78. Congratulations to the player lost for completing the promotion dungeon and successfully advancing to the elite rank. Please check the elite dungeon status yourself. Rewards for this dungeon: 1. Successful clearance. Get points plus 50. Attribute point plus 1. 2. The world is a book. Get reward. Attribute point plus 1. 3. Attack of the heroine. Get reward. Attribute point plus 1. Ding. Your item Google perfume has been used up. I have to say here that Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai have been using this item in these dungeons. This is why Lin Xuanyu was able to accept Su Luo's change so quickly. This item is really useful. But it's a pity that it's used up now. Su Luo sighed. And she didn't know when she would get this item next time. After calming down, Su Luo added attribute points as usual. Add 2 points to speed and 1 point to spirit. Open the panel. Life, 25, plus 17 strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 8, spirit, 14, plus 13 stamina, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 295. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy light array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, decreases, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Su Luo clicks to view the copy status after promotion. Elite copy, each copy lasts 14 days, and the minimum copy score is 40 points. Note: normal dungeons and elite dungeons will not encounter hostile players from different dungeons. Su Luo nodded. After the promotion, the benefits increased, although the penalty for failure did not increase. It was obvious that the risk of failure increased. Su Luo exited the system space, and Yun Fei Bai also exited the system space almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, said goodbye to each other quickly, and then hurried to start class, because before the end of this dungeon, they actually had plenty of time. So both of them rested for a long time before finishing the copy. Now when they returned to reality, they both felt energetic and naturally no longer tired as last time. The last class of the day was the one that He Luo and Su Luo signed up for together. After the class, the two went to the library together. On the way, He Luo suddenly asked, "Luo, I heard that you and Wei Wei are in the same dormitory, right?" Su Luo glanced at her and asked indifferently, "What's wrong?" He Luo didn't notice Su Luo's abnormality, and said happily, "Then we are destined to meet. Wei Wei is my sister, and she is very kind to me." Su Luo carefully observed her expression, and there was indeed nothing unusual. She thought to herself that she might be a little sensitive. There might really be no conflict between these two people. After all, not all stepsisters and biological sisters will have conflicts. When they arrived at the library, Su Luo and the other girl put their school bags on the chairs to reserve seats, and then went to find books. Unexpectedly, but not surprisingly, Su Luo actually saw Lu Luoming in the library. Now Su Luo had to admire this child's initiative. Since being hit by her, Lu Luoming has been staying in the library for a long time every day. Lu Luoming happened to look up and saw Su Luo. She looked at her in surprise, then put down the book and walked towards Su Luo. After arriving in front of Su Luo, she pretended to be surprised and asked, "Lu Luo, why did you suddenly come to the library today?" Su Luo looked at her poor performance and said nothing, but simply said, "I'm here to find some books to read." Lu Luoming looked at her and thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Hey, do you know? There is a new barbecue restaurant in front of the school, and it's really delicious." Su Luo didn't know why the topic jumped to this, but she still politely and simply replied, "I haven't paid attention to it. I don't know." Lu Luoming held her hand and praised her. "I heard that the food there is really delicious." Then she urged, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Don't stay in the library for too long. Why don't you go there and have a meal first?" Su Luo smiled secretly. Lu Luoming is still the same Lu Luoming. Although she was hit by her grades, she started to study hard. But she still didn't forget to trip others up secretly, showing her true nature as a green tea. If she goes to the barbecue restaurant, won't she be able to study in the library today? What a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Thinking of this, Su Luo refused with a smile in her eyes. "No. I go after I finish studying." Seeing that her plan had failed, Lu Luoming hung her head in disappointment. She did not waste time with Su Luo, ended the conversation quickly, and went to study on her own. Su Luo smiled and shook her head, turned around, and went to look for books. After studying until 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Luo and Lu Luo left the library to have dinner. She did go to the newly opened barbecue restaurant recommended by Lu Luoming, as she said. Lu Luoming was not talking nonsense. The taste of this restaurant was indeed very good, and Su Luo ate with relish. She was wondering in her heart while eating, how could Lu Luoming know such a small matter as a new store opened outside the school while studying like crazy? This is another amazing magical skill. When she returned to the dormitory at night, He Weiwei didn't know where she went, and Lu Luoming hadn't come back yet. Only Chu Qingqiu had returned to the dormitory. She sat quietly on the bed with her eyes closed, and didn't know what she was thinking. She saw Su Luo coming back, nodded, and then continued to close her eyes and rest. Su Luo also said hello, and returned to bed, and began to think about this dungeon. As a promotion dungeon, Su Luo believed that it must have some information that it wanted to convey to the players. But what exactly was the information? Su Luo closed his eyes, and thought about what happened in this dungeon. In this dungeon, the plot has been controlling everyone except the heroine Lin Xuanyu. But once the plot ended, everything immediately returned to normal, and the heroine no longer had the halo of the heroine, and her life suddenly became extremely bad. But Lin Xuanyu can be reborn infinitely regardless of the plot arrangement. This is obviously not arranged by the plot, because the book should be the plot. There is no content about the heroine's rebirth in the book. Then the question arises, who gave the heroine this ability to rebirth continuously? Su Luo thought there should be two possibilities. One is that the world itself gave the heroine the ability to satisfy the heroine Lin Xuanyu's wish, and help it live a happy life. The other is that the system is set up to test the players. If it is the first guess, then Su Luo feels that the information that the copy wants to convey to the players should be that each world actually has its own consciousness. If this is the case, Su Luo thinks that they can enter this world, and it may be authorized by the world consciousness. Then will the world therein also have its own world consciousness? Su Luo couldn't help but think of this. Are the copies they have experienced, and the abilities they have now obtained also given to them by the world consciousness? Su Luo's thoughts diverged, and she was a little skeptical. If it was the second guess, Su Luo sighed. This was the result she least wanted to think of. From this guess, we can conclude that the system can change the rules of the world and give players abilities at will. So what are they doing now? It is very likely just an experiment of the system. What's more, it may just be a pastime of the system. Then what is the meaning of them as humans? Su Luo wanted to find the correct answer, but these ideas, at least for now, she had no way to verify. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh again. She knew too little and her strength was too weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to speculate so half-heartedly and confusedly. She sighed here, attracting Chu Qingqiu's attention. She opened her eyes and looked at Su Luo, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in class today?" Obviously, she thought Su Luo had encountered some difficulties in today's class. Su Luo shook her head. She couldn't explain this to Chu Qingqiu. She thought about it, nodded again, and asked, Qingqiu, why do you think we awaken our innate skills? Chu Qingqiu was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Luo to think about such a profound question. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and she immediately replied, who knows? Maybe it's a miracle. Su Luo was a little surprised to hear this answer. Such an answer is not like Chu Qingqiu's character. She had only asked casually, but now it seemed that. Su Luo lowered her eyelids to hide the expression in her eyes. Chu Qingqiu might know something. Su Luo's thoughts began to turn again. There were only two possibilities for Chu Qingqiu to know the relevant information of this question. One was that she had also passed the promotion dungeon and deduced something from it. But if this was the reason, then she didn't have to avoid it like this. Right? When the information was very unclear, it was rare for someone to want to discuss it with her. Shouldn't they carefully verify and then discuss with each other? After eliminating a wrong option, Su Luo understood a little. Chu Qingqiu was born in a military family and should be considered a military person. She was able to get some information, which might have come from her own family. In this case, since the military knew about it, the government should have known something. Su Luo was half relieved. Since the country already knew some of the inside stories of the game, she didn't have to worry. After all, she was just an ordinary citizen. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to support it. If there was a state machine to give advice, then there should be no problem. At least before she became strong. It would not have much to do with her. Chapter 79. The door of the dormitory was suddenly opened. It was He Weiwei. He Weiwei was surprised to see that there were only two people in the dormitory. She said, Lu Luoming hasn't come back yet? Su Luo nodded and said, she is still reviewing in the library? He Weiwei nodded. She had already learned about what happened yesterday from Su Luo. She just sighed for a moment. She nodded to Su Luo, then turned to Chu Qingqiu and said, I have some more game props here. Are you interested? Chu Qingqiu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, I'm interested. And I have enough money. Don't think they are talking about the game dungeon. It's completely different from this. And it's not the same thing at all. That's right. He Weiwei and Chu Qingqiu were actually talking about an online game. The name of this online game is Childhood Horror, which is a series of level-breaking games with childhood games as a gimmick, which is quite interesting. And both of them are players of this online game. But unlike He Weiwei, who was a high-level player, Chu Qingqiu was a Krypton Gold player with a clumsy hand. When He Weiwei knew that Chu Qingqiu and she were playing the same game and had been frantically buying game props, she quickly seized the business opportunity, bought props herself, and then traded with Chu Qingqiu. It was a business with no capital, and the profit was huge, earning enough for living expenses. Su Luo felt a little itchy when she saw it. However, Su Luo did not plan to play the game, because if she also plays, then He Weiwei income may be reduced. And if she doesn't plan to sell game props, then her original intention of playing games is gone. If she wants to find other customer resources, it will be a waste of time. After comprehensive consideration, Su Luo thinks that she should forget it. But Chu Qingqiu is actually a Krypton Gold player, which still makes her very surprised. You know, when she first saw Chu Qingqiu, Su Luo even thought that this child couldn't play games. When everyone was about to turn off the lights and go to bed, she finally came back from her dream. She looked apologetic and said, Oh, sorry. I just went to the game city to play with my friends for a while. But I didn't expect to come back so late. You won't blame me, right? Su Luo almost laughed out loud. She was indeed a little green tea. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. She said it was okay, and then lay on the bed, thinking if it was He Weiwei, what would she say? After thinking for a while, Su Luo guessed that if it was He Weiwei, she would definitely say sincerely, Sorry. It's all my fault. I fell asleep while studying in the library, and it was dark when I woke up. How about I move out? I won't bother you. Such an answer is in line with her identity as a full-level green tea. It not only revealed that she didn't learn anything today, but also expressed her sincere apology. No matter who it is, there is nothing wrong with it. Thinking like this, Su Luo fell asleep. The next day, Su Luo finished a day of classes as usual. But today, she did not go to the library to study, because she had other things to do. What to do? Su Luo is going to find a part-time job. Although there are government subsidies every month, these subsidies can only meet the basic daily expenses. Luxurious things, like eating barbecue yesterday, can only happen twice a month at most. In order to satisfy her appetite, Su Luo thought, she can't fall any further. She had to find a part-time job and start making money. Su Luo opened the school recruitment website and saw a tutoring position first. Tutoring history for high school students for 2 hours for 250 yuan. Once a week. This price is obviously designed for students, because tutoring before graduating from college makes very little money. Only after graduating from college can you get a salary of 400 or more. Su Luo thought about it and decided to apply for this task. She replied to the publisher of the information, and soon the child's parents sent a message to inquire about the situation. When she learned that Su Luo was a freshman at Q University, the parent almost made the decision immediately. After all, students who can go to a prestigious school like Q University must have excellent grades. And freshman is the closest grade to senior year, so they must remember more knowledge. It was for this reason that Su Luo decided to take the job. Finally, the two of them discussed and decided that Su Luo would go to her house on Sunday to try a class. If she did well, it would be settled. They were going to enter the dungeon on Saturday, so Sunday was just the right time. After finishing this, Su Luo returned to the library and continued to soak in it. For a history student like him, it was really important to read the works of the greats. When it was already dark, Su Luo suddenly remembered that she had not discussed her thoughts and discoveries with Yun Feibai last night. She called Yun Feibai out of the dormitory and told him what she had discovered yesterday. Yun Feibai was suddenly called out by his friends in the middle of the night, and he went downstairs without even having time to change his clothes. He was now wearing a simple black long-sleeved shirt and brown shorts. He was wearing a pair of blue plastic slippers. This unsightly combination was supported by his looks, making it look like a trendy item. Yun Feibai looked like he had run and was panting slightly. His breathing became even as he listened to Su Luo's words. After thinking for a while, he said, I've also thought about this problem these past 2 days. And what I said before is similar to what you thought. He paused and continued, but I don't have a story about Chuqingqiu, so I can't guess any results. However, if the government knows the inside story, it is very likely that the world consciousness guessed. Su Luo raised his eyes and asked, Oh, why do you say that? Yun Feibai said, because if everything we have is just a systematic experiment or entertainment, then the current government cannot be so calm. Su Luo nodded and said, What you said makes sense. Now that the matter is over, I will go back first. She turned around and walked back. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned around and said, Let's work hard tomorrow. Then she made a gesture of hard work. Then she really turned around and walked back. Yun Feibai watched Su Luo's back and whispered, Come on. After Su Luo disappeared, he turned around and went back to the dormitory. A day passed in a flash, and it was night again. Su Luo looked at He Weiwei's empty bed, thinking, He Weiwei seemed to go out every night and come back very late. Su Luo thought this was very strange. But after all, this was He Weiwei's own business, and she couldn't care too much. Su Luo retracted her gaze and rested on the bed to prepare for tomorrow's copy. The next morning, Yun Feibai and Su Luo came to the old place. The two looked at each other and clicked to enter the copy at the same time. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself in a relatively simple room. She looked around and saw that there was nothing else around except a suitcase. Only then did I feel relieved and opened the system to check the dungeon mission. Dungeon background. You and your friends and 5 other groups of people, as supervirus carriers, escaped from the isolation hospital in City A and came to City B with a population of 1 million. Ready to fight. Dungeon rules. 1. Get 1 point for every 100 people you spread the virus to. 2. Each group of people, team players, gets the same virus, and the same virus will not infect each other. 3. The virus is extremely lethal, and players also need to be careful of other players' viruses. 4. 6 groups of players have 6 different viruses. At the end of each group of players' dungeon, the number of people infected with their own virus in the city will be calculated, including deaths. 5. If a citizen is infected with 2 or more viruses, the first citizen infected will be counted. 6. The infected player will get 10 points. Dungeon mission. Survive 14 days. Su Luo read the entire dungeon information inside. This copy actually violated her taboo a bit. From the previous copies, She could clearly see that these copies were real worlds. If they spread this highly lethal virus to a city with so many people, it would be a devastating blow to the city. Su Luo has her own principles, and she would not do such a thing to harm people for no reason. Although such an idea might be too soft-hearted in the copy, Su Luo has enough points, and she has the capital to do so. As for whether Yun Feibai would spread the virus, that was not her business. After all, although she had her own principles, she would never use them to constrain others. Su Luo looked at the suitcase. What was in it? She opened the suitcase and found that there was only a medical record besides the room key, a mobile phone, and 10,000 yuan. Su Luo first picked up the phone and looked at it. There was nothing in the phone except another number. Su Luo guessed that this should be Yun Feibai's mobile phone number. She didn't rush to call Yun Feibai, but picked up the medical record and started reading it. This is a table-style medical record. In the upper left corner is a photo of her appearance in the copy. This time she actually looks a little ugly. Her face is a little bumpy, and her eyes are a little uneven. Su Luo started from the first line. Patient's name, lost. Virus, Alit's flu. Transmission route, talk to people within 1 meter for more than 5 seconds. Virus symptoms, in the early stage of the virus transmission, coughing symptoms will occur. On the 2nd and 3rd days, dry retching and vomiting blood will occur, and death will occur directly on the 4th day. Extremely dangerous. The current mortality rate is 100%. Patient condition. This patient has virus antibodies and has been sent to an isolated hospital for research, hoping to find a way to crack the Alit's virus. Chapter 80. After reading the medical records, Su Luo had a rough idea of the virus in her body. This virus can spread as long as you talk to someone within half a meter for 10 seconds. It can be said to be very easy. Su Luo threw the medical records into the toilet as usual, and then went out to see what was happening outside. And by the way, see if there was any way to find Yun Feibai. However, to her surprise, after opening the door, it was not the street, but the living room. This surprised Su Luo. It seemed that she had a house with a living room this time. She had just walked out of the room when a door next to her was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Su Luo paused and looked over vigilantly. Could it be that they were going to live with several other groups of people this time? This was too troublesome. However, when she looked over, Yun Feibai's eyes happened to meet hers. When their eyes met, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Su Luo and Yun Feibai sat down on the sofa and talked about what they had just discovered. The contents of their suitcases were the same, and the medical records were similar. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still told Yun Feibai her decision. Although she could pretend to spread the virus, she would find a place to stay and come back at night. But the two of them were teammates after all, and there was no point in deceiving each other. It was not impossible to discuss if they disagreed. At worst, they could still contact each other to form a team, and she would feel guilty if she lied to her teammates like this. After Su Luo finished her decision, she quickly stated her position, saying that she would not interfere with Yun Feibai's decision and actions. After hearing Su Luo's words, Yun Feibai was surprised at first, and then he understood. Indeed, this is in line with the character of Su Luo he knows. A person with principles and bottom line, but who will not affect others. This is also the reason why he can rest assured to team up with Su Luo. Yun Feibai did not oppose this decision, but lowered his head to think for a while. Su Luo was waiting for his decision beside him. She was actually still a little worried, and she was still very satisfied with Yun Feibai as a teammate. If they parted ways because of this, it would be a great loss for her. After about a minute, Yun Feibai slowly said to Su Luo in a restless mood, "Then I won't do this task either." Su Luo looked at him in surprise and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I won't restrict you, and I won't mind." It's not that Su Luo is being sentimental. Yun Feibai is obviously not a person with such principles like her. How could he give up this opportunity to get points for no reason? But she did misunderstand. Yun Feibai explained, No. You misunderstood. I didn't make this decision entirely because of your decision." Yun Feibai paused and said mysteriously, "I wonder if this hidden mission is related to this." Su Luo was stunned and asked, "How did you come to this conclusion?" Yun Feibai said, "If the last mission was issued by the World Consciousness, the Cat Village mission was issued by the Universe Company, and the Werewolf mission was issued by the Witch. Each mission has its own publisher. Then who will issue this mission?" Su Luo had never considered the problem from this angle before. When she heard Yun Feibai say this, she showed a thoughtful look. Yun Feibai did not interrupt her, waiting for Su Luo to figure it out. After a while, Su Luo suddenly realized it. And someone said admiringly, "Oh, I think I understand what you mean." Yun Feibai said with some surprise. "Then tell me?" Su Luo said, "This mission seems to destroy the city. Then the issuer of the mission is likely to be some terrorist organization, or the hostile elements of this city." She said, "If there are hostile elements and they can issue such tasks, then maybe the government of this city will make some counterattacks." Su Luo changed the subject and said, "But it is known that in ordinary elite copies, there will not be two players from different copies who perform hostile tasks. Then the government can only issue hidden tasks or arrange undercover agents among the players. But the operability of undercover agents is relatively small. After all, where can we find the remaining few players in a city with a population of 1 million? So in other words, the government should have arranged a hidden task. Then if we are good citizens who are quiet and law-abiding, maybe we can really get the hidden reward from the government." Yun Feibai nodded with some appreciation. What Su Luo said was indeed his idea. In fact, his angle of thought was quite biased, and his thinking was also quite complicated. He didn't expect Su Luo to guess what he was thinking so quickly. It was really a tacit understanding. In fact, Yun Feibai had only thought that each task had a publisher before. But when he heard Su Luo say that she wanted to give up this point's mission, he suddenly thought of this point, which was also a coincidence. Yun Feibai secretly sighed. This teammate is really not in vain. After Su Luo and Yun Feibai discussed, they decided to go out and stock up first. Their current goal is to survive for 14 days. Then, it is urgent to have sufficient supplies so that they can stay at home with peace of mind. Now the game has just started, and other players have not had time to spread the virus. So it is safe for the time being. So Su Luo and Yun Feibai searched the map of City B online and found the location of supermarkets. Then they went out quickly and acted separately. Su Luo went to the big supermarket in the east, and Yun Feibai went to the shopping mall in the west. The first goal was mineral water, and as for staple food, they mainly bought instant noodles, bread and other foods that were easy to store and relatively filling. When Su Luo was shopping, she didn't speak the whole time because she was afraid of spreading the virus to others. She raised the things in her hand and signaled the salesperson to quote the price with her eyes. Fortunately, the salesperson she met were quite smart. As soon as she moved, they would automatically quote the price. After Su Luo bought the food, she also bought a bunch of masks. They should be similar to droplet transmission, and masks can effectively block it. Besides, even if I don't talk about myself, maybe other people's viruses can be blocked by masks. It's better to be prepared. Su Luo didn't return home until she could hardly carry the things she bought. After a while, Yun Feibai also came back. What's ridiculous is that he also bought a lot of masks. The two looked at each other, then exchanged items tacitly to check each other. The items they bought were basically the same, so they put everything into their personal space. It was already late, and the two stopped discussing anything. They said good night and went to bed. The next morning, when Su Luo got up, Yun Feibai had already gotten up for a while. He was watching TV. Su Luo took a look and saw that it was the news channel. Yun Feibai saw that she had gotten up and said, "The news now reports that several virus-infected people have fled to City B, and the citizens of City B are asked to be careful." Su Luo nodded in understanding. So, in addition to being infected by other players' viruses, they are also threatened by the government. Su Luo looked out the window. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, the time for citizens to go to work. There were pedestrians coming and going outside, and it seemed that no one took the government's warning seriously. Su Luo turned around and said, "When do you think the government will take action to restrict residents from going out?" Yun Feibai thought for a while and said, "Since this is an elite copy, the other players should not be very bad. In other words, they should all have thought that the sooner the virus is spread, the better. After all, people are panicking in the later stages, and they will definitely stay at home. Add to that the government's control, and the difficulty of spreading the virus will definitely increase exponentially. By then, our main task should be to stay alive. Don't even think about earning points." Su Luo nodded in agreement, followed his words, and continued, "So the players must have spread the virus in the first few days, and stayed at home in the next few days. So we have to be extra careful now." Yun Feibai smiled slightly, and sat on the sofa with peace of mind. They spent almost all their money yesterday, and the supplies were sufficient, which was definitely enough for the next few days. Su Lu ignored her and went to the kitchen to make breakfast for herself. She asked loudly in the kitchen, "I want fried eggs. Do you want them?" Yun Feibai hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and when he heard this, he immediately replied, "Yes. I want too." Su Lu didn't reply again, and fried the eggs with peace of mind. While they were enjoying a peaceful life, another group of people were busy. Fang Ji and Ing Li Shi were two players who formed a team together. They had already passed 30 dungeons, and finally reached the elite dungeon. Although the two knew that they should stop there, it did not stop them from earning points like crazy. The advantage of upgrading is that it is easy to earn points. After discussing this dungeon, the two came to the conclusion that they must spread the virus as soon as possible. In the eyes of these two people, this dungeon is a dungeon of speed competition. They did what Su Luo and Yun Feibai thought, planning to fight quickly and hide later. Fang Ji said, "We too spread the virus by touching each other, so we will act separately and squeeze into the bus." Ing Li Shi smiled and nodded, praising, "You are really good. This method is great. The bus is crowded, and it is easy to contact others without arousing suspicion. I go now." He was about to open the door and go out first, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and turned to Fang Ji and said, "Oh, by the way, go buy some masks. If other players spread the virus through air or droplets, masks will be very useful." Fang Ji, hearing this, it felt like Peng Hu had enlightened him, and he thought of a lot of things at once. Chapter 81. He slapped his forehead and said in appreciation, "Ah, yes. Why didn't I think of this? Luckily you thought of it. I go buy it now." Both of them are actually a little proud now. You know, they can reach the elite level not by luck, but by this kind of meticulous spirit. Every time you think of a little bit, I think of a little bit, and in the end, we often think of the problem more comprehensively. Then we pass the levels smoothly, and occasionally we can save some attribute points. Slowly, they reach the elite level. But since the dungeon went from a normal dungeon to an elite dungeon, the two of them clearly felt that the difficulty had increased a lot. The increased difficulty had begun to make them tired. The two of them lost once every 5 or 6 dungeons, but now lost once every 2 or 3 dungeons. Fang Ji and Ing Li Shi had already clearly felt the strain, and it was clear that they could no longer meet the needs of the elite dungeon by just being careful. Coupled with the decreasing attribute points, the two people now know that they will stop here. So now the two people are committed to accumulating points like crazy, striving to maintain a balance between income and expenditure every time. As long as the points are enough, their real life will be very good. As for accumulating points to exchange for life, the two people are very open-minded. They are just noobs, and don't need to think about these things. The most important thing is to live well in reality. You can't live a frugal life for the sake of so-called eternal life. But of course, in order to be alive and well at the age of 60, the two still have to save points to exchange for more life. The two have already calculated that as long as they exchange for 20 years of life, they will have no problem living to 60. The two did what they said, and after discussing, they immediately separated and acted separately, preparing to give more points while others were not reacting. Short-haired girl is a little confused now. She actually doesn't want to spread the virus. After all, these are all living beings. If this deadly virus spreads, how many people will die? But her teammate Don't Listen doesn't think so. He believes that people who are not of the same race must have different hearts. These people are not human anyway, so there is no need to pay attention to their life and death. As a result, the two people have a conflict. Short-haired girl hopes that Don't Listen. If you can stop, don't spread the virus. Don't listen. Hopes that short-haired girl can spread the virus with him. And don't be an idle salted fish. The two people were deadlocked, and for a while, the atmosphere was very tense. At this time, short-haired girl was sitting on the sofa, angry and didn't look at Don't Listen sitting next to her. Don't listen, said with a headache, "Hey, little ancestor, just let me out. It's rare to encounter a game that is so easy to earn points. If we don't go, wouldn't it be a big loss?" "Yes, that's right. These two people are not only teammates, but also a pair of young lovers. However, now, they are facing the crisis of emotional breakdown. Short-haired girl turned to I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. And said, how can you bear to let these fresh lives perish just because of your mission? I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Really couldn't understand his girlfriend's concern for the country and the people. So he compromised helplessly. How about this? You go buy supplies, and I go to spread the virus. How about we not interfere with each other? Short-haired girl. After hesitating for a while, they really wasted too much time on this issue. Finally, she still said, well, okay. We have nothing to do with each other. After discussing it, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Then he was relieved and went out alone. Short-haired girl sighed in the house, sat alone for a while, and went out to buy things. Neither of them was a second-generation player. They met in college. Soon, the two of them became a couple. And then they teamed up to play dungeons together. She was lucky, and her boyfriend was very reliable. In addition, both of them had good personalities and good luck. They got a few attribute points by accident, and finally successfully advanced. To be honest, when they received the system prompt, they were really confused. They didn't expect that they could actually advance, which was a pleasant surprise. At that time, the self-confidence of both of them was unprecedented. Because from the players' forum and their classmates' experiences, the two of them have clearly realized how difficult it is to advance. But now, they received the notice of advancement. Doesn't it really mean that the two of them have far surpassed everyone else? During that time, they even walked with a lightness. However, after that, the two of them barely passed the advancement dungeon 3 times. This made short-haired girl and don't listen, don't listen, don't listen, doubt their lives, and also fully realize the difficulty of the dungeons they would have to go through in the future. The previous feeling of ecstasy also faded. They were still weak, so there was no need to think too much. And now, it was the first dungeon after they had passed the promotion dungeon, which was also the first elite dungeon they had passed. However, they did not expect that problems would arise as soon as they started. Short-haired girl. It was the first time that they knew that their 3 views were inconsistent. What should they do? Short-haired girl fell into deep doubts. This problem can be solved now, but it doesn't mean it can be solved in the future. If they always encounter such dungeons, they will have conflicts sooner or later. At that time, they will quarrel at the least, and it may affect the dungeon or real life at the worst. Short-haired girl. I thought with a headache that if it really doesn't work, the two of them should break up. Anyway, both of them have good tempers. Short-haired girl. I don't believe that they will get into a situation where they can't get out of control. At the same time, on the other side, don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen is trying to spread the virus. He was also feeling uneasy. He also felt the difference in the two people's values. If it continues like this, then they will definitely quarrel over the same issue next time. No. 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 He sighed deeply. The two people had a conflict just after the elite dungeon began. Should he say that this is worthy of being an elite dungeon? At the beginning, a big problem was created between the two players who thought they had a very good understanding. No. 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 He thought. At worst, he would just accommodate his girlfriend in the future. Anyway, it would only happen in 1 or 2 dungeons at most. He didn't believe that there would be such a problem in every dungeon in the future. At this point, the difference in thinking between men and women can be seen. Boys are more likely to think positively. The advantage of this is that they won't worry too much about these things, and they are real optimists. But the disadvantage is that this can easily lead to blind optimism, which will make them tired of dealing with problems when they really happen. Girls tend to think of the worst. This way, they will be mentally prepared in advance, and will not be in a hurry because of unexpected situations. But at the same time, this will also indirectly affect the girl's attitude in the future. As a result, things will unconsciously develop in the worst direction that the girl thinks of. However, it seems that these two people are indeed very complementary. The scene turns back to Su Luo. While other players are busy with the dungeon, these two people are enjoying their retirement peacefully, without the constraints of the mission. The two felt that this dungeon was simply too comfortable. Did they? But the lack of missions did not mean that they had nothing to do. After Su Luo and Yun Feibai got up the next morning, They first took a look at today's news as usual. The morning news was still the same as yesterday, mentioning the issue of residents carrying the virus entering the country. But perhaps because there was no problem yesterday, they seemed to have relaxed their vigilance and did not say anything more. Su Luo sighed. If they had started spreading the virus from the first day, people in this city would have started dying from the virus from today. Su Luo believed that the onset of the virus carried by other players should not be too late. At least not too different from theirs. There should even be many players whose virus onset time is the same as theirs. In other words, this city has entered a real period of chaos from now on. Next, there will probably be a large number of people who will die from the virus. Su Luo seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said to Yunfei Bai, "Hey, have you ever thought about guessing how other players spread the virus?" Why ask this question? Because only if they know how others spread the virus, they can better prevent and protect themselves from being spread by others' viruses. As the old saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Yunfei Bai also immediately thought of Su Luo's intention. He immediately put down what he was doing and thought seriously. Let me think about it. I know that there are body fluid transmission methods, such as saliva transmission, blood transmission, etc. In addition, there is air transmission. As for the others, I am not very clear. Su Luo nodded and said, "These are the ones I can think of now. The general transmission methods of the virus can be resisted by masks. But what should we do with the others?" Yunfei Bai said, "We have bought enough supplies. And because we bought them on the first day, there is no risk of contamination by some players. In the next few days in the dungeon, we should regularly open the windows every day for ventilation. Then don't go out. And don't buy food from outside. After all, there is no guarantee that there will be no players who will take advantage of the ingredients." Chapter 82. Su Luo nodded in agreement and added, "In addition, it is better not to use tap water for cooking. Just use mineral water, which is safer." On the third morning of the virus crisis dungeon, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai started another busy day of work. The two are now working hard to find other players without being discovered by others. Why do they do this? Because Su Luo and Yunfei Bai both think that knowing the location of other players in advance, and then reasonably defining their initial spread range, and then avoiding risks, is the best and safest method. But how can they find out where the other players are? This is thanks to Yunfei Bai. Yunfei Bai is a computer science major at Q University. He is not the kind of student who gets in based on grades alone, but has many skills of his own. That's right. Yunfei Bai is a hacker, and a very powerful hacker. When they were shopping online before, they found that the technology in this world is not very developed. Probably just at the level of the original continent 10 years ago. And this level is something that Yunfei Bai can fully utilize. For him, this can be said to be an easy hack. Soon, Yunfei Bai hacked into the city's surveillance system. And then the two began to divide the work to check if there were any people with strange behavior. Although hacking into the surveillance system is easy, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find 10 people among a million people. So Su Luo and Yunfei Bai did not search aimlessly. They mainly looked for places with dense populations. For example, shopping malls, buses, and subways. But even if there is a clear goal, the workload of this job is still very large. The two people have been searching the whole city since they thought of this matter. But it was already the night of the second day, and they still found nothing. Su Luo rubbed his eyes, sighed heavily, and said tiredly, "Alas, this is too difficult. We have been looking for so long and still haven't found anything." Yunfei Bai leaned on the back of the chair, and echoed, "Yes. We still think too simply. A city with a population of 1 million. How can we find a few people, and then we will find them?" Su Luo nodded and said, "It's late today. Let's go to bed first. We will continue to look for other players tomorrow. Don't worry. We don't have anything to do anyway." Yunfei Bai nodded. This is a big advantage for them. If you don't plan to complete the task, you don't have to do anything. Then you will have enough time to rest or do something else. The two of them said good night to each other and went back to their rooms to rest. It was already 12 o'clock. In other words, even though they didn't need to complete the dungeon mission, the two of them had found a lot of work for themselves. Since they thought of this matter, that is, at 12 o'clock noon, the two of them had been working intensively, and it was the kind of work without rest. So now, Su Luo was very tired both physically and mentally. The moment Su Luo touched the pillow, she fell asleep immediately. On the same day, several other groups of players were still spreading the virus. Eng Li Shi and Fang Ji had been running on the subway and bus all day yesterday to spread the virus on a larger scale. And now, the sequelae of yesterday's unbridled exercise came, and they felt that their legs were so painful that they seemed to be broken. But after all, it was for points. So today the two of them still stepped on the bus with strength. 8 o'clock is the morning rush hour, so the bus is really crowded. Shadow leaves. After entering the bus, I couldn't help but think of a sentence I heard before entering. You are still a person. And after exiting, you become a photo. But the efficiency here is also really high. As long as you walk from the front to the back of the bus, you can basically touch everyone in the bus. At this time, Shadow leaves have to thank their own way of spreading the virus. Their way of spreading the virus is through contact. This is really too easy for them. However, there is one thing that is not so good. Originally, Eng Li Shi planned to wear a mask for primary protection in order to avoid being infected by other players' viruses. After all, there are many people on the bus, and it is hard to guarantee that someone will not have been infected by other players. It is safer to wear a mask. But when he got on the first bus wearing a mask, the people on the bus seemed to acquiesce that he was carrying the virus, and they squeezed out a vacuum isolation zone for him in the crowded car. Shadow leaves. I simply don't understand how this group of people squeezed out extra space for him in such a crowded bus. Is this the legendary? XX is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be more. In this case, if he takes a step towards the crowd, he will be condemned, and some will even scold him and ask him to stay away from them. This situation greatly reduces the efficiency of Shadow leaves in spreading the virus. There is no way. After all, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Eng Li Shi took off his mask and got on the bus resolutely. He still had some luck in his heart. In a city with a population of 1 million, only 12 people were spreading the virus. He shouldn't be so unlucky that he would run into ghosts when he went out. Right? This may be the difference between low-end players and high-end players. High-end players will not have any luck. The 4th day of the dungeon. Li Ziming has felt something wrong in the past few days. Since he got off the bus the day before yesterday morning, he felt a little dizzy. But because it was morning, and he was in a hurry, he didn't eat breakfast. So Li Ziming just thought he had low blood sugar and didn't pay much attention to it. However, this dizziness did not get better after he had lunch, but it got worse. By yesterday, Li Ziming felt that he was even worse. From time to time, he would have tinnitus, and he would tremble when he walked. To be honest, Li Ziming smiled bitterly. If he was in school, or when he didn't have a job, or even before he got married, if he felt a little uncomfortable, he would definitely make a phone call, ask for leave, and then go straight to the hospital to see if he was okay. But now, he looked at his wife, who was taking their 4-year-old son out for dinner, and sighed half helplessly and half happily. He couldn't bear to spend those hundreds of dollars. Let's wait until Saturday and Sunday to go to the hospital, Li Ziming thought. The wife noticed that her husband was looking at her. She raised her head and smiled at him gently. After settling her son, she walked to her beloved husband and gently adjusted his tie for him. While adjusting his tie, she kept reminding him, "Be careful when you go out, and watch out for cars." Recently, the news said that several people infected with the virus came to our city, and I don't know how many have been caught. After thinking for a while, she seriously reminded, "If you see those strange people on the road, stay away from them, and don't get entangled with them. What if they are the infected people? It's always better to be careful." "Oh, no. It's too dangerous. Why don't you take a leave?" Li Ziming felt a little funny about his wife's excessive nervousness, and he pinched his wife's cheek. She said jokingly, "If I don't go to work to earn money, who will support you and your son?" The wife sighed. Indeed, their family situation did not allow Li Ziming to take leave at will. There was no other way. So she had to settle for the second best and said, "I will buy you some masks tomorrow. You should wear masks to work in the future. It will be safer." Li Ziming enjoyed his wife's gentleness and felt full of energy. He was responding to his wife's advice and turned around to go to work. Suddenly, Li Ziming's eyes went dark and his body fell backwards uncontrollably. His wife's screams and his son's cries rang in his ears. Li Ziming wanted to raise his hand to comfort his wife. But he was completely powerless now. He lost consciousness. At the same time, similar things were happening in many families in City B. However, most of the citizens and players are still unaware of these things. They are still carrying out their daily activities. Short-haired girl. She stayed at home peacefully these days. Oh! No. It can't be said to be peaceful. She has actually been worried about her boyfriend and the citizens of City B. On the one hand, short-haired girl also wanted to earn points. But her conscience was not at peace. She couldn't accept earning points by relying on the lives of these citizens. On the other hand, short-haired girl was worried that her boyfriend, don't listen, would be infected by other players' viruses because he stayed outside frequently. Her main task now is to buy groceries and cook, and be a housewife. Regarding buying groceries, short-haired girl actually has a lot of thoughts. Before, short-haired girl originally wanted to buy all the vegetables, rice, etc. at once. In this way, she would not have to go out in the future, and the risk of infection would be reduced. But then she thought, if she bought everything, it would easily attract other people's attention. If such an action attracted the attention of the police in the future, it would not be worth it. So, short-haired girl only bought 2 or 3 servings of vegetables every day. If so, he would not have to go out to buy vegetables on the 7th day. Short-haired girl secretly delighted with her own wit. She was going to buy vegetables again today. Short-haired girl put on her mask and went to the vegetable market. Yesterday, don't listen to you, said that he wanted to eat the mushu pork she made, and short-haired girl planned to buy ingredients for him. Chapter 83. She was carefully selecting fresh black fungus. But suddenly there was a scream nearby. Short-haired girl hurriedly looked towards the crowd. However, when short-haired girl looked over, the place where the sound came from was surrounded by a large group of onlookers. All she could hear was those people noisily saying, "Oh, what's wrong with this person? Why did he suddenly faint? Go call 120. Is this person poisoned? Why is his mouth still purple?" Since it was impossible to see the situation inside from the outside of the crowd, there was no choice but for the short-haired girl to squeeze in. Make way. Make way. Let me pass. After squeezing for a while, the short-haired girl finally saw the situation in the middle of the crowd. It turned out that there was a woman kneeling on the ground, and it seemed that she was unconscious. The short-haired girl took a closer look and saw that the woman's lips were indeed purple, as if she was poisoned. These citizens didn't know what was going on, and were at a loss and in a panic. But, short-haired girl, how could she not know what was going on? Short-haired girl felt that this person was very likely infected by a system virus. Although this was only a possibility, maybe he was really infected. But it would be better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. This matter must not be ignored. Short-haired girl quietly left the crowd and quickly returned home. When she got home, she hurriedly called Buting Buting Buting. After the call was connected, short-haired girl hurriedly said, "Go home quickly. Don't hang around outside." Buting 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 had been spreading the virus in this mall this morning. He was a little tired just now, and was eating popsicles in an ice cream shop. At this time, he suddenly received a call from short-haired girl asking him to go home. In fact, Buting 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 was a little confused for a moment. But he knew that short-haired girl was definitely not someone who would look for trouble. So something must have happened. Seeing that short-haired girl was a little anxious, he quickly said to comfort her, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tell me what happened first. Why do you want me to go home quickly?" Short-haired girl also realized that she had not said anything just now. And she added, "When I was buying vegetables at the vegetable market just now, I saw a woman fainted in the vegetable market. I suspect she was infected by other players and is now sick." No. 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 Hearing this, her heart tightened and she quickly asked about the details. How did she faint? Are there any specific symptoms? Did you see it with your own eyes? Is it possible that the woman was infected by our virus? Short-haired girl shook her head and suddenly remembered that she was on the phone. No. 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 I can't see it. So she quickly replied, "I saw her faint. It shouldn't be infected by our virus. I heard the citizens around me say that the woman suddenly knelt on the ground and then fainted. And I looked carefully, and her lips were a little purple, which didn't seem like the way our virus would develop. No. 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 After hearing this, he nodded and said, "You stay at home now. I go back soon." It seems that the virus of other players should also develop on the 4th day. As he spoke, he stood up. "We have to take a long-term view on this matter. If the virus breaks out, the city will soon be in chaos. I go home first." After saying that, he hung up the phone, quickly paid the bill, and then walked out of the mall. At the same time, Su Luo and Yun Feibai, who were closely monitoring the city, naturally discovered the abnormality of the citizens. No, to be more precise, the two have confirmed that the system virus has officially begun to break out, because at the same time, many citizens have suddenly fainted. After discovering this situation, Su Luo and Yun Feibai realized that the city was going to be in chaos, and the real test of the system was about to begin. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, and didn't bother to say anything more. Su Luo quickly distributed, "You go east and I go west. The boundary is from Binhai District to Yunqing District, and Binhai District belongs to me." Yun Feibai nodded, and without saying much, he started working. This needs to be explained. Binhai District and Yunqing District are the northern and southern districts of City B respectively. Su Luo and Yun Feibai divided the north and south equally, and each recorded the disease situation in the area they were responsible for. The disease situation they needed to record included 2 categories: the main area of the disease and the symptoms of the disease. The main purpose of recording the infected area is to determine the approximate area where other players are active, so as to determine their location. During the 14-day dungeon, Su Luo and Yun Feibai always felt that something would happen later. Even without talking about their feelings, they estimated that the government would definitely arrest the people carrying the virus. That is, the players. If they were caught, they might be able to use the addresses of other players to negotiate with the government. The main reason for recording the symptoms of the virus is to understand the virus situation of other players. Although recording this matter may be useless, after going through so many copies, the two have long been accustomed to writing down details. These details may be an opportunity to complete a hidden task, or a method to complete a copy task in the future. You know, details are the key to success or failure. After Su Luo and Yun Feibai quickly determined the policy, they started busy work again. Summer-sun, I feel so unlucky. 14 days of dungeons. Only the 4th day, she lost a teammate. Summer-sun couldn't help rolling his eyes. What a stupid teammate. What a stupid teammate. On the 1st day of the dungeon, her stupid teammate insisted that other players would not be in a hurry to spread the virus on the 1st day, so he must seize the opportunity and go out first to spread the virus. Then he ignored Summer-sun dissuasion and insisted on going out to spread the virus now. Mengwudi, the two people's virus transmission method is air transmission. Air transmission itself is indeed very strong, so it also has a fatal flaw. That is, the range is very small. In their medical records, it is clearly written, when the concentration of the virus emitted by their bodies is 0.01 moles per liter, healthy people will get sick if they come into contact with it. However, because the air container is really too large, once it exceeds half a meter around them, the concentration of the virus is too low, so it cannot infect citizens. That is to say, they must stay within half a meter of others to ensure that the virus can be effectively spread. But half a meter is too close. If those citizens have any virus, they are likely to be infected. So, Cute Invincible originally wanted to buy some masks and take precautions before spreading. But that stupid teammate always felt that Summer-sun was too fussy, and her stupid teammate was impatient. So he ignored the obstruction of Summer-sun and forced himself to go out to spread the virus. Well, this time he went out to spread the virus. It was terrible, and he came back with a cough. Obviously, he was probably infected by someone else's virus. He was infected instead of being infected, which is also a god teammate. But fortunately, there are not many real fools who can play the elite dungeon. That teammate still has some brains and knows to give Summer-sun downstairs. I made a phone call, coughing madly, and told her that I might have been infected by another player's virus. Summer-sun, I still remember how disappointed I was when I heard my teammate say that he might have been infected by another player's virus. If my teammate had listened to her that morning and not rushed out to spread the virus, this wouldn't have happened. I have to go out. I have to go out. Now it's all right. Let's just leave the dungeon. There was no other way. The two discussed it, and finally decided to let the teammate not come back. At the same time, Summer-sun did not plan to go out and spread the virus, even though she had already bought a mask. After all, they could be said to have lost a teammate, and her current priority was to protect her own safety. So, Summer-sun teammate stayed outside for 3 days alone. Originally, the two agreed that he would call back at 9 o'clock every night to report that he was safe. But until the 4th day, which is today, the teammates did not call back. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and Xia Rizan has been waiting for an hour. However, her phone still did not ring. Although Xia Rizan was reluctant to accept this result, she already knew in her heart that her teammates were obviously dead. Well, Xia Rizan could only sigh helplessly now. For the next 10 days of this copy, she had to rely on herself to live well and force herself to get through it. Summer-sun, sort out her thoughts, sit on the sofa, and start thinking. She carefully calculated that the death of her teammate this time would cause a loss of 20 points. And if she died, it would lead to the failure of the copy. And if their copy failed, it would be equivalent to a total loss of 20 plus 20 plus 50 plus 50 is equal to 140 points. So if she died, they would lose a lot in this copy. Cute invincible. The expression was a little ugly, but at the same time, her eyes became firm. Chapter 84. She has now made it clear that her primary task for this dungeon is to survive for 14 days and pass the dungeon successfully. In other words, she must not be infected by other players' viruses. As for the points, Summer-sun smiled bitterly. At worst, she would not want the points for this dungeon. Not getting points is better than losing points. Anyway, she is very open-minded. But if her teammates dare to blame her for not earning points after the dungeon, she will directly terminate the team with the stupid teammates. Summer-sun, I made up my mind. The scene returns to Su Luo. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. In other words, it was already the 5th day. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were still watching the surveillance. The two of them occupied a table each. Thanks to the copy, 2 computers were prepared for them. There was a small notebook on their computer desks, and the two of them held pens in their hands, writing something from time to time. They all looked solemn, and it was obvious that their work was not going well. No, to be precise, there was a small, but not negligible problem. Su Luo couldn't help but yawn loudly, her face full of fatigue. As we all know, yawning is contagious. After Su Luo yawned, Yun Feibai couldn't help but yawn. After Yun Feibai yawned, he couldn't help but check the time. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and he turned his head to look at Su Luo, who was also very sleepy. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but say, "Why don't we take a rest first? I've been stuck for 3 hours. I guess yours should be about the same, right?" Su Luo nodded helplessly, sighing, "Oh, it's true. I've also been stuck for a few hours. But until now, the thing I'm waiting for hasn't appeared." Yun Feibai half smiled and said, "It seems that we are waiting for the same thing. Don't worry. It's gone after so long. I guess it's gone." Su Luo nodded. Then she sighed and said, "Oh, forget it. Let's take a rest first. It's too late now. My mind is a little fuzzy. I guess even if we discuss it, we won't be able to discuss anything." Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought he would have to persuade Su Luo for a long time before he could let her rest. After all, Su Luo always looked like a desperate woman. Yun Feibai thought that Su Luo was going to stay up until dawn. Su Luo knew what Yun Feibai was thinking as soon as she saw his eyes. He must have thought that she agreed to rest so easily, which was beyond his expectation. You know, she is very familiar with this kind of look. When she was in high school, every time Su Luo said she wanted to participate in a game or activity, her classmates would look at her with this kind of look. So Su Luo has seen this kind of look a lot. She smiled and explained, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a robot. I also need to rest. My daily life is very regular. As long as I finish what I need to do, I can use the rest of my time freely. Study hard when you are studying, and play happily when you are playing. You know, in my opinion, efficiency is the most important thing. Only when you do things efficiently, the experience spent in the process will not be wasted. Now I am already very tired. Even if I have to continue working, the efficiency should not be too high. Since there is no way to work efficiently, it is better to rest at ease. Yun Feibai nodded with appreciation and praised, "It's good that you think this way. When I saw you before, I thought you were the type who would not stop until you finished the work." Su Luo smiled and said, "It's true that I can't rest until I finish my work. But checking the surveillance is one thing, and discussing it is another." Yun Feibai understood and nodded. Su Luo waved to him and said, "I go back to sleep first. Good night." After saying that, she went back to her room first. Yun Feibai also said good night in return. And then after watching Su Luo go back to her room, he also went back to his room. There was no conversation that night. It was not until noon that the two woke up. Su Luo quickly cooked a bag of instant noodles, and then started eating with Yun Feibai. After lunch, they began to summarize yesterday's work. Su Luo said, "In the area I am responsible for in the east, there are basically infected citizens in every district and county. I found 4 complications. One is covering the chest, as if there is a heart problem, and then falling down. One is kneeling on the ground and unconscious. Another one spun around as if the world was spinning, and then fell down. In addition, several other people had symptoms of, well, maybe chills. In the middle of summer, these people were wearing thick clothes, and then they were walking on the road and suddenly fainted. I guess these people's behavior should be related to the system virus. But for some reason, I found that very few people have this virus." Yun Feibai sighed and nodded, "My findings are indeed similar to yours. We only found 4 viruses, and the complications are the same." Su Luo frowned and said strangely, "That's very strange. We found 4 complications, plus our own, so we only found 5 viruses. But there are 6 groups of players in the dungeon, so there is still 1 less virus." Yun Feibai thought for a while and said, "Maybe those 2 people are like us and don't plan to spread the virus." Su Luo's brows gradually relaxed, and she said, "Well, that should be it." Yun Feibai added, "I also found that there are several people wearing down jackets in the middle of summer. But there are only 4 people in this situation. If they hadn't all collapsed suddenly, I would definitely not have found anything." Su Luo thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and said, "The number of citizens with this disease is small, so it is easier to investigate the people they have contacted. Then let's start with them, and investigate the players who have this virus." Yun Feibai nodded and started his afternoon work again. This time, because there were fewer citizen samples to be investigated, both of them finished their work at 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Luo and Yun Feibai checked the people they found with the people who had contact with the sick people in their area with each other, and indeed found a person who appeared in both parties. The suspect was locked, and it was a boy. His face was full of pockmarks, and he looked like he was not easy to mess with. He was wearing a gray coat and lowered his head. Su Luo and Yun Feibai estimated that this man should be a player. The 2 of them checked the surveillance footage and the man whereabouts. After figuring out the man route, Su Luo and Yun Feibai were sure that he was indeed a player. Ordinary people don't just go wherever there are people. At the same time, after watching the man route for 4 days, the 2 of them also understood why there were so few citizens infected with the virus in the dungeon. This man should have been infected by someone else's system virus on the first day, so he didn't continue to spread the virus. As for his teammates, Su Luo and Yun Feibai locked onto a community. This male player entered this community twice, so this community is likely to be his initial location. However, from beginning to end, Su Luo and Yun Feibai did not find his teammates. Apparently, that teammate stayed at home all the time. Su Luo and Yun Feibai had this incident last night, and then they quickly finished dinner and went back to their room to rest. After Su Luo returned to the room, he suddenly realized that the basic content of their daily life here was work, eating, and sleeping. Not only do they have no time to chat, but they also have very little time to rest. Did they increase the workload for themselves? Su Luo wondered. But after thinking about it carefully, it was not the case. If they chose to spread the virus, they would definitely run around in crowded places until their legs were broken. Although the mind would be more relaxed, the body would be very tired. And if they chose to spread the virus, then if they wanted to earn more points, it would be best to reduce the rest time, so that they could infect more people as soon as possible. If you think about it this way, they are not that tired. No comparison. No harm. Su Luo fell asleep contentedly. At 9 o'clock the next morning, it was the 6th day of the dungeon. Su Luo turned on the TV and was surprised to find that she was on TV. Well, it was on TV. But to put it bluntly, she was wanted by the government. In the morning news, 5 minutes were spent to tell the citizens about this matter. Not only that, the government also showed the citizens the appearance of the 10 players in the dungeon in the form of photos. Please remember the appearance of these people. If you see them, please call the hotline 1XXXX to report them. Su Luo and Yunfeibai were a little surprised when they saw these 10 photos. They escaped from the isolation hospital in City A. So she was not surprised that the city government of City B had their photos. But there is a problem here. There should be 12 players in this copy. But why are there only 10 photos in this news broadcast? Su Luo was a little surprised. Next, the host of the news broadcast took another look at the copy below and said seriously, recently, the number of people infected in City B has gradually increased. Please pay attention to protection. Stay at home and reduce going out. This city has taken preventive measures. Please rest assured. Chapter 85. In addition, if you find yourself with fever, cough and other symptoms, please seek medical attention as soon as possible. The virus carried by these virus carriers has a very high infection rate and lethality. Please do not take it lightly. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Luo turned to Yunfeibai and said, "Did you see it just now?" This was not clear, but Yunfeibai understood it. He nodded and said, "There are only 10 photos, which does not match the number of players." Yunfeibai guessed, could it be that the 2 players are spies of the government? Su Luo shook her head and denied, "I don't think so. If they are spies of the government, then the government will definitely not let us know that they are spies so easily." Yunfeibai nodded. "Yes, if they are spies of the government, then now they are so blatantly not posting their photos, which is equivalent to directly telling the players that they are spies. What is the difference between that and not planting spies?" Su Luo nodded and speculated from another angle. Could it be that the government has already arrested them, so they haven't released them? Yunfeibai nodded and said yes. That's possible. But how did the government catch these 2 people so quickly? Su Luo shook his head, and both of them were puzzled. In addition to Su Luo and the others, there were also several groups of players watching the news broadcast at the same time. Oh my god! Is it okay for this game to directly release the players' faces? Fang Ji screamed. He couldn't believe that this copy was so outrageous. Englisher beside him also had a serious look on his face. His face was exposed, which basically cut off the possibility of them going out to continue spreading the virus. So, Fang Ji and Englisher can only rely on their old capital to get some points. In other words, they need to wait next. According to the system rules, if a citizen infected by a player infects others, it will also be counted as the player's infection. So, now they can only wait for the citizens they spread the virus to spread it again. Thinking of this, the 2 of them felt a little relieved. You know, they spread the virus to many citizens before. This is the time to reflect the benefits of working hard before. Because they worked hard before, they don't have to worry too much now. No! Englisher suddenly said solemnly, how can the government find us? Is it just relying on citizens to report by real name? Fang Ji was stunned for a moment, and said uncertainly, do we need to search every house? Englisher laughed and knocked on Fang Ji's head, saying, now it's a modern society, and the ancient search methods are no longer popular. Fang Ji scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and he also knew that his previous guess was unreliable. But he couldn't remember what method to use to search for players for a while. So he asked humbly, then how do you think they will find us? Englisher said, I think they will definitely check our whereabouts by checking the surveillance. Fang Ji heard this answer, and then suddenly turned pale. He said in a panic, that makes sense. But if that's the case, then wouldn't they soon find out that we live here? Englisher nodded seriously, and stood there in silence. Fang Ji paced back and forth in a panic, muttering, oh, what should I do? Isn't it too difficult to earn points? What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, he raised his head and said to Englisher, why don't we run? Run? How to run? Englisher raised his eyelids and asked back. Then, he said helplessly, hey, please be quiet for me. There are surveillance cameras outside. Are we going to fall into the trap if we run out? Besides, our assets are all here. Do we have to carry them with us when we run away? If we don't take them with us, what will we eat in the next few days? The family assets he mentioned referred to the money spent on buying food. Fong Ji. He was speechless after being asked a series of questions. But he still asked unwillingly, "Then are we just going to sit there and wait for death?" Ang Li Shi shaked his head. "Of course not. I'm trying to find a solution." Fong Ji. Seeing that he hadn't come up with a solution, he became anxious again. He sighed and said in despair, "Elite dungeons are really difficult. Does it mean that we can only pass the dungeon if we stay at home from the moment we enter it? Won't we be discovered otherwise? In other words, we can either do nothing and survive the dungeon, or earn points desperately to offset the points lost if both of us fail." Ang Li Shi nodded, then shook his head. "Elite dungeons are indeed difficult. But that doesn't mean they can't be passed. It's just that we can't think of it. Stop complaining, and think about how to pass this level. I don't want us to be eliminated in an inglorious way before the dungeon is even halfway through." "No. No. No." And short-haired girl also saw the news broadcast at this time. The two of them quickly thought of the surveillance. Short-haired girl looked a little ugly, and she suddenly remembered that she had gone out to buy groceries again and again before, which was clearly an invitation for others to find her. Maybe the vegetable vendor has remembered her face. When she thinks about how she bargained with the vegetable vendor to save a few dollars, she wants to go back and strangle herself. Why is he so stingy? And "Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen" has an equally ugly expression. He has spread the virus so many times before, so he must have been discovered easily. What should we do? The two people shouted in their hearts at the same time. Short-haired girl. She pulled the sleeve of No Listen. No Listen. No Listen with some guilt. Shook it, and said coquettishly, "Oh, I went out to buy groceries several times before, and it is very likely that others remember my face. Sorry, No Listen." No Listen. No Listen softened his eyebrows, and said gently, "It's okay. It's not your fault. After all, we didn't think of this at the time." After that, he also held his girlfriend's hand a little embarrassedly, and said, "I went out to spread the virus before, and I must have been filmed by the surveillance camera many times. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. How should I put it?" This actually gave the two of them an inexplicable sense of security. Both of them made mistakes, and no one could blame anyone else. It's like when I was late for school before. If I was the only one late, I would feel panicked and scared. But if I suddenly found out that another classmate was also late, preferably a classmate, then I wouldn't be afraid at all. Not only would I not be in a hurry to get there, I might even be able to buy some breakfast and eat it while walking. At this time, short-haired girl. It was the same feeling as Don't Listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. Both of them were smiling, and their relationship seemed to be closer. Even the possibility of being eliminated from the dungeon could not make them frown. However, Summer Sun was not worried at this time. She had never gone out to spread the virus. After entering the dungeon, she had never gone out again, except for buying supplies. Wait! She suddenly remembered that her teammates had gone out to spread the virus before. Not only that, the teammate also went in and out of their community several times. Oh my god! Summer Sun. I just want to curse. The stupid teammate didn't let her worry about the dungeon. And he also pitted her in the end? But in fact, Summer Sun knew that it was not the teammate's fault. If the teammate hadn't been in trouble, she would definitely have gone out to spread the virus. In short, it was a blessing in disguise. Besides, I didn't think of this before, and it would be too embarrassing to be a wise man after the event. Let's think about what to do. Summer Sun, sitting on the sofa, she began to think. She certainly couldn't run away. After all, there was nowhere to run. But if she just sat there and waited for death, it would be a waste of her time to get to the elite dungeon. Summer Sun looked around her house carefully, and suddenly had an idea. Yun Feibai and Su Luo were very calm at this time. They had only gone out once to buy groceries, and that time, Su Luo and Yun Feibai had specially disguised themselves. So if nothing unexpected happened, they shouldn't have been discovered. They were looking at this world's interactive software, which was similar to the player forum on the Aro continent. Let's call it Weibo. The #1 hot search on Weibo was virus sweeping City B. Su Luo and Yun Feibai wanted to see how the citizens of City B viewed this matter, so they clicked on this hot search. Troubled times. Oh my god! A virus carrier suddenly entered our city and infected the citizens? I was shocked. Wait, I saw a person yesterday, walking on the road. Suddenly he turned around and fainted. Fortunately, I was careful and didn't go up to check. Otherwise, I might be infected now. B City is not good. The name will not be changed. This is really horrible. According to inside information, the number of sudden deaths yesterday alone reached 237 people. Knock knock knock, what are you knocking? Shock. Is what the above said true? 200 people died in one day? Oh my god. Will everyone in B City be infected soon? I am not happy. I have packed my luggage and plan to leave B City with my family for the time being. I can't wait to die here when it is so chaotic. Chapter 86. Okay, what the above person said makes sense. I'm also packing up quickly and preparing to leave City B. My head doesn't hurt, +1 for leaving City B. I'm not a deserter. I'm just strategically moving. I'm begging you to save my life. Is the world going to explode today? Doesn't anyone think the government is too worthless? They can actually let so many dangerous people into our city. This account, I'm running away. City B is too dangerous. 200 people die a day. I haven't even seen 2 dead people in my life. Please call me a hero. Forget about it. My family lives at the border of City B. City B had already sealed off the virus carriers when they entered the country. I'm done. Oh my god. Really? How come we only know about this big news now? My nose started running. And I realized there was no paper. What the hell is this? I'm here. Is City B crazy? Lock down the city? Are they trying to use us as cannon fodder? Oh my god, oh my god. Is this true? This so-called border guard might be a fake. And his purpose is to keep us in City B. TSK, TSK, TSK. Anyway, I must go to the border of City B to have a look. I am a nitpicker. Thank you. I just don't believe this. I must go out. Let's see what you can do to me. B City lifelong black. This operation is too coquettish. Did you see my name? May the city government of B fall. Hee. Anyone want to escape with me? Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai nodded in understanding when they saw this. City B had indeed been blocked off long ago. This was something the two had guessed long ago. The system would never leave them such a big bug to exploit. Speaking of which, Su Luo suddenly remembered something and said to Yun Fei Bai, It suddenly occurred to me that the 2 players whose photos were not posted might have wanted to leave City B directly, but were caught by the government. Yun Fei Bai was stunned, then nodded and said, well, it's very likely. If that's the case, then these 2 people are too whimsical. If the copy has such a big bug, then this game is too easy. But from this point of view, it is clear that the government's appeasement has no effect on the citizens. Su Luo thought. These citizens are now thinking about escaping from the world. And they are obviously very scared. Su Luo turned to Yun Fei Bai and said, it seems that there is nothing for us to do. Are we just going to waste time here? Yun Fei Bai was also a little confused at this time. It seemed that they had done everything they should do. There is no danger anymore. What else can we do? He thought for a moment and asked, if we did not choose not to spread the virus, but went out to spread the virus, what should we do now? This is a good question. They can't always give up the task in the dungeon. So the next time, they will start to really pass the elite dungeon. So it is important to accumulate some experience while they are free now. The 2 of them fell into deep thought. After a while, Su Luo raised his head and said, you can shoot 1 shot and change another. Fight guerrilla warfare with the government. After that, she explained, City B has many buildings and a concentrated population. If the government wants to avoid large-scale operations and avoid affecting many citizens, it will definitely not catch players in a big way. Then it will give players a great opportunity to take advantage of it. Yun Fei Bai nodded and said, this method is okay. In addition, looking at Weibo, you will know that the government has not done enough to guide the citizens. Su Luo nodded, and already vaguely knew what Yun Fei Bai was going to say next. Sure enough, he continued to reason. So, we can guide citizens on such social software to make them feel more crisis-stricken. In this way, someone will definitely cause trouble. Then they will attract the government's attention. When the government is busy with the people's troubles, it will naturally not have so much energy to target players. Su Luo added, and we can incite the people to flee City B. The more people flee, the harder it will be for the government to stop them. Maybe then, we can really take advantage of the chaos to leave City B. Besides, even if we can't escape, as long as the infected citizens of City B escape, It can also speed up the speed of players spreading the virus and earning points. Yunfei added, and I can completely tamper with the surveillance video and delete the video of the two of us, so that the government can't find us. The two of them talked to each other, and really thought of many ways. It can be seen from this that English sure. That's right. There will be no unbreakable copies in the game. Whether it is difficult or not depends only on the player's thinking. Imagine if there is a copy, and the player can think of 6 or 7 ways to pass it. Then this copy is easy for this player to pass. But if you can't think of a way to pass it, then this copy is a nightmare for the player. And what is Summer Sun doing at this time? She is trying to move. Summer Sun. There is a secret that even her teammates don't know. That is, she has a portable space. This space was also obtained by chance at that time. Later, she gradually realized that the portable space was very precious. So she no longer showed it. This teammate has only played 2 dungeons with her. Originally, Summer Sun planned to tell him about this matter after this dungeon. But now it seems, Summer Sun, she thought she had to investigate further. Xia Risen put all her supplies into the space. Although the space was not big, it was more than enough to hold supplies for 8 days. After loading, Xia Risen took out something from her portable space. A mask. Xia Risen looked at the mask, gritted her teeth, and put it on her face. A surprising scene appeared. When Xia Risen put the mask on her face, her whole appearance suddenly changed. From a relatively delicate girl to a fat middle-aged aunt. Obviously, this is a prop of Summer Sun. Summer Sun, standing in front of the mirror. She was satisfied to see a completely different self. Now, even if she becomes a god, she won't be recognized. Right? Summer Sun thought. She took the mask off her face, and her whole person turned back to her petite appearance. Summer Sun, looking at the mask in her hand with some regret. This mask is very useful, but it can only be used in one copy. It is a one-time prop. She put on a mask and left the house with the mask in her pocket. Before leaving the corridor, Summer Sun looked up at the ceiling. Sure enough, she saw a surveillance camera in a corner of the corridor ceiling. The cold surveillance camera seemed like an eye, watching her all the time without any emotion. Summer Sun stood at the door for a while, but finally couldn't help it and raised her middle finger to the surveillance camera before leaving the house. Then, Summer Sun took the bus to a large shopping mall. Although the virus has already broken out, most people still have no sense of crisis, and the supermarket is still crowded. Summer Sun, after entering the mall, she went straight to the mall's toilet. She stayed in the toilet for a long time, waiting and peeking at the outside world. Then, until more than 200 people came and went in and out of the toilet. Summer Sun put on the mask. Then she went out with a group of people leisurely. She had already noticed that many people who came and went looked almost exactly like her after using props. She really had a common face. After leaving the mall, Summer Sun came to a large residential area. This was what she had contacted at home. Soon, she met the owner. Then the next step was a one-stop service, pay the money, get the key, and move in. After everything was settled, Summer Sun finally let go of the breath she had been holding. It would take the government a long time to find her. Looking at her new house, Summer Sun nodded with satisfaction and sat on the sofa. Fortunately, there were only 8 days left, so the money she had left was enough to rent a house for 8 days. Summer Sun sighed and added another chip to this copy. The prop. You know, this item is really precious to her. If she still loses this copy, then she will really lose a lot. Not only did she lose a lot of points, but she also lost a precious item. So why did Summer Sun have to sacrifice an item to pass the level? In theory, although a lot of points will be lost if the copy fails, for elite players like them, the points can still be earned back. But even if she cleared the level, according to the current situation of Summer Sun, she could not earn much points except for the guaranteed minimum. If she put an item on it, she would basically lose money regardless of whether she won or lost the dungeon. However, Summer Sun was not an impulsive player without a brain, and she did not get carried away. On the contrary, Summer Sun was very calm and even a little excited. She now has a bold conjecture, which urgently needs her adventurous practice to prove. Yes, Summer Sun is not a conservative player. She is even a radical. Of course, she is a radical with brains, based on the experience of previous dungeons. Summerson knows that the more difficult it is to do, the more impossible it is, the more likely it is to be a hidden dungeon. Chapter 87. As for a copy that allows players to spread the virus. If you think in reverse, the hidden task is likely not to be spread to any player, although doing so is indeed very risky. And it is even possible to lose everything. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Summerson plans to give it a try. If it works, it's just a prop for an attribute point. If it loses, it's a total loss. Summerson, I want to give it a try. But I also want to see if my guess is right. In fact, Xia Risen is indeed a very qualified elite player, who dares to fight and has brains. But from her, we can also see the difference between elite players and real high-level players. Elite players will find the rules of the dungeon, while high-level players will find the essence behind the phenomenon. Just like Meng Wuti thinks that this hidden task is the opposite of the main task. Yun Feibai and Su Luo will think from the perspective of the task publisher, why this task was issued. Thus, the hidden mission can be inferred. Adventures like Summerson do have a chance of success, but they are definitely not as reliable as Su Luo and Yun Feibai's methods. The night gradually deepened, and Su Luo and Yun Feibai went to bed. Ding. Detection. Virus. Modification. Waking up the next morning, Su Luo opened the window, as usual, to enjoy the scenery outside. However, when her eyes fell on the ground, she was suddenly attracted by a touch of red. Su Luo used her 5.1 vision to take a closer look and found that the red on the ground seemed to be a pool of blood. This discovery made Su Luo, who was still a little fuzzy in the early morning, sober up immediately. Su Luo was shocked. Blood suddenly appeared in her community. Could it be that the virus has spread to their community? Then someone vomited blood in the community, which resulted in a pool of blood on the ground. However, what happened next was a scene that frightened Su Luo. A person covered in blood, with a limp appeared in Su Luo's sight. Based on Su Luo's many years of watching movies, in the original continent, this thing should be a zombie. Su Luo was confused. I thought I was in a survival copy, but now it seems that it is a biochemical copy? It was not until this time that Su Luo suddenly found that the system sent a new message. Not knowing whether it came when she was sleeping last night, she clicked it, and found that it was a reminder of the system task change. Su Luo sighed. She thought that everything had been settled, and she just needed to stay at home with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, when she was halfway through the dungeon, the system suddenly changed her mission. Su Luo was so annoyed by the crappy game. Su Luo really didn't know whether everyone's dungeon was a 9 out of 10 mess, or whether only her and Yun Feibai's dungeons were so disgusting. Unable to verify, Su Luo casually clicked on the dungeon mission to see what changes had been made. Well, this was incredible. The dungeon even had its name changed. It was changed from Virus Crisis to Resident Evil. Dungeon, Resident Evil. Background: before entering City B, a patient with the zombie virus was mixed in with several virus carriers. Because the zombie virus is a banned virus in the universe, the task of this dungeon is automatically changed. Task: capture the player with the zombie virus and hand him over to the system. After completing the task, the system will send high-end players to take over the dungeon. Rules: 1. Submit error. Deduct 10 points. 2. Submit successfully and reward 1 attribute point. 1 attribute point for each of the 2 players. 3. If the task is successful, the previously completed tasks can still be rewarded. 4. If the task fails, deduct 50 points, and the previously completed tasks will not count. 5. For each zombie killed, 1 point is rewarded. Tip: players with the zombie virus spread the virus through blood. Su Luo was stunned after reading the entire change system task. The zombie virus is a banned virus in the universe, so the system is unlikely to deliberately give such a virus to players to make them disrupt the dungeon. So, according to the previous speculation, this virus is likely to be secretly put in by the terrorist organization without the system detection. And the later statement, high-end players will be sent to take over, shows that high-end players are not, or can take the dungeon task on their own. Su Luo couldn't help but yearn for it. If she took the dungeon herself, would she be less routine and more sincere? However, these things were still far away from her. Su Luo stopped thinking and pushed the door open, ready to discuss countermeasures with Yun Feibai. After she left the room, She found that Yunfei Bai also pushed the door open. The two looked at each other. And Yunfei Bai asked first, "Did you see the copy mission change?" Su Luo nodded and said, "Not only that. I also saw a zombie passing by downstairs of our house." Yunfei Bai's expression was a little serious. So it seemed that the situation was very serious. The virus has spread to their community. He sighed and said, "No wonder there was one less symptom of the virus before. Now, it seems that it is not what we think. But the zombie virus will only take effect on the 7th day." Su Luo nodded and said, "The system gave us a reminder about the players carrying the zombie virus. That the zombie virus is transmitted through blood. What do you think about this?" Yunfei Bai thought for a while, and said, "Blood transmission is still quite difficult. The only place I can think of to transmit blood to others is the hospital. There is a lot of blood in the hospital's blood bank. If they choose to donate blood, then that blood will be easily spread." Su Luo thought about it, and shook her head. "It is difficult for blood transmission to have a secondary transmission. That is, to use the spontaneous behavior of citizens to spread the virus they carry. So, the two players must spread it on a large scale when they spread it once. If they donate blood, two people can't donate much blood at most. For their mission, it is even more of a drop in the bucket." Yunfei Bai listened to Su Luo's words and thought about it. Seeing that Su Luo was about to stop talking, he added, "It's early in the morning, and we found 3 zombies in our community. I wonder how many zombies there are in other residential houses. This shows that the spread of these two players is very wide. So they must not spread the virus by donating blood. But how did they spread it?" The two fell into deep thought. At this time, Fong Ji and Englisher felt desperate. Early in the morning, the two heard strange noises coming from the living room. Fong Ji was the first to wake up. He quickly got dressed and went to the living room. Then, he was shocked to find that the noise came from outside the door. Fong Ji realized almost instantly that it must be the government who came to arrest them. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly knocked on Englisher's door. When Englisher, after getting dressed and opening the door, Fong Ji nervously pointed at the door and mouthed, "Maybe the government is here." Englisher understood Fong Ji's words and immediately became nervous. He put his finger to his mouth, made a hushed gesture to Fong Ji, then tiptoed and quietly walked to the door. Englisher looked through the peephole and saw something terrible. He immediately took 2 steps back and pointed at the door with his finger. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't make a sound. Fong Ji saw Englisher's abnormal behavior and didn't care to speak with his lips. He pushed Englisher anxiously and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? Is there anything outside the door? What did you see in the cat's eye? Are the government people here?" Englisher swallowed his saliva, shook his head in disbelief, and said, "There are zombies at the door." "At the door?" Fong Ji was confused for a moment and said, "What kind of international joke are you playing?" Englisher, seeing that he didn't believe it, he said impatiently, "It's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." Fong Ji looked out through the cat's eye with some disbelief. He saw a red bloodshot, slightly protruding eyeball. Just looking at him, Fong Ji was frightened all of a sudden. He took a big step back, and then fell to the ground. He turned his head to look at Englisher, and then turned back to look at the door. Then, he patted his butt and stood up, and rubbed against the cat's eye again. Fong Ji, he hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and then once again put one eye to the cat's eye. This time, he finally saw the whole picture of what was outside the door. It was a man wearing a flowered shirt. But unlike a normal man, blood was flowing from his mouth, and a piece of flesh was missing from his face. There was no pupil in his eyes. Only the white of his eyes existed in his eye sockets. At this time, he was holding his body and hitting the door again and again. With the pale corridor wall behind him and the dim light that had not been turned off, this picture was really creepy and chilling. Fong Ji, after seeing clearly, he retreated from the door, turned around and looked at Englisher in disbelief, saying, "Why is there a zombie at the door? Isn't this copy called Virus Crisis? Has it become Zombie Virus Crisis?" Englisher shook his head and was about to say something. Suddenly, he stopped moving, as if he remembered something, and quickly opened the system. Without the owner's authorization, others cannot see his system. So, although Fong Ji knew that Englisher had opened the system and was looking at something seriously, he did not know what Englisher was looking at. Therefore, Fong Ji could only stand beside Englisher in confusion, helplessly waiting for him to finish the task at hand. Chapter 88. After a long while, Englisher closed the system solemnly. At this time, he remembered that there was a pitiful teammate waiting for him next to him. Englisher scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said to Fong Ji, "The system task has changed. Go and check it out." Fong Ji. Then it suddenly dawned on him. Oh! It turned out that he was looking at the system task just now. Fong Ji opened the system as he was told and looked at it carefully. After a long time, he closed the dungeon and said with emotion, "The seniors often say that dungeons are a rip-off. They are true for me." Englisher nodded with deep feeling. Our next main task is probably to find the 2 players with the zombie virus. But the problem now is, in a city with a population of 1 million, how can they find 2 people? This is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Englisher, feeling the difficulty of this task, he stared at the system prompt for a long time in silence. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and spit out 7 words. "This crappy system is not human." Now, the one who was more upset than the 2 of them was the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl was awakened by the noise outside the door. She tossed back and forth several times. And then, seeing that she couldn't get rid of the noise, she sat up and scratched her hair in annoyance. She originally wanted to shout at the door to ask the people outside to stop making noise. You know, they are disturbing the people. However, her mind cleared up faster than the words she uttered. Short-haired girl. Suddenly, she remembered that she was in a dungeon. Ordinarily, the door should be an empty living room. Except for her boyfriend. No. 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 There should be no one else. Short-haired girl. Hold her breath and listen carefully to the sounds outside. Swish. Swish. Accompanied by the harsh scratching sound. There were also bursts of low roars. Short-haired girl. She was a little confused. This was obviously not in line with common sense. How could there be such a sound in this copy? Short-haired girl. Not daring to act rashly, she opened the system copy, thinking about whether she had missed any key points when looking at the task. However, this look was terrible. Short-haired girl. Only then did she realize that the entire system task had changed. She quickly read the new task, and then realized that the crazy scratching sound outside the door should be done by a zombie. But why did a zombie appear in her own house? Short-haired girl was stunned for a while, then tremblingly took out her cell phone and dialed the only phone number stored in it. The next second, a pleasant music ringtone sounded from outside the door. Short-haired girl got the answer she least wanted to get. She closed her eyes painfully, curled up on the bed, and uttered a desperate whimper. The zombie outside the door was her boyfriend. Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. This cognition was really too shocking for short-haired girl. Desperate, the scratching sound outside the door continued. Short-haired girl. After more than 10 minutes of confusion, she regained her sanity. She originally wanted to commit suicide and exit the dungeon to find. Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. But then she thought, what if? Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. Didn't recover in real life? Although the system rules have long stated that. Except for the assessment dungeon. All damage in the dungeon will be eliminated by the system. But is this kind of zombie virus also included in it? Short-haired girl. I'm not sure. Since I can't be sure, I can't take risks. If her withdrawal causes the dungeon to fail, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. If it can't be restored to normal, then she will hate herself to death. But now there is another problem. That is, how can I get out? If I want to pass the dungeon, then I must find the 2 players carrying the zombie virus. But if you can't even get out of the door, then finding someone is just a fantasy. However, the door has become a zombie boyfriend. Not to mention the question of whether she can do it or not. Just the fight. Short-haired girl looked at her small arms and legs and sighed helplessly. I really don't know if I can beat him. What should I do? Short-haired girl paced back and forth in the room. She thought about it and decided not to go out. You know, if you want to find 2 people in a city with a population of 1 million, 1 more or 1 less is not a big deal. Anyway, it is definitely impossible to find them door to door. Either you come up with a reliable method that can be completed by 1 person, or you simply cannot complete the task. She is a player who doesn't have such a smart brain. so she really doesn't have a big impact on this dungeon. But soon, short-haired girl. She gave up the idea, because there was no food in her room. Ah! Without food, would she have to rely on air to survive the next 7 days? This was obviously impossible. Short-haired girl sat on the bed and thought. Suddenly, she stood up and clapped her hands. Yes! How could she forget? She was not an ordinary girl. She had a profession and skills. Short-haired girl stretched out her hand, moved her mind, and activated her talent skills. Her talent skill is an elite skill. Weapon expert. She randomly creates a weapon every day, which disappears automatically after 24 hours. Short-haired girl looked at the white light in her hand expectantly, hoping that a more powerful weapon would appear. When the white light faded, short-haired girl looked at the blue umbrella in her hand with wide eyes, with a surprised expression. Is this also considered a weapon? Short-haired girl muttered in a low voice with some frustration. The worst weapon she had pulled out before was at least a knife. Short-haired girl looked at the umbrella in her hand with disdain, and was about to put it aside. Suddenly, short-haired girl was attracted by a button on the umbrella handle. Logically, there should be only one switch button on the handle of an umbrella. But on the handle of this umbrella, there were 3 buttons. Short-haired girl held the umbrella handle and pressed the first button. Schwa! The umbrella opened. Short-haired girl pressed the second button, and then a recoil pushed the defenseless short-haired girl rushed to the bed. Short-haired girl. She was somewhat surprised to find that there was a hole where she had pointed the umbrella just now. That is, on the other side of the room door. This turned out to be a gun. Short-haired girl then pointed the umbrella head at the door and pressed the third button. There was still a recoil, and short-haired girl clearly saw that the umbrella head, thump thump, was emitting white light, and the door in front of her had more holes one after another. Short-haired girl. She frantically tried to find the button to close it, but accidentally pressed the third button, and the shooting finally stopped. Short-haired girl turned around and saw that the door had been shot into a sieve by her. The zombie outside the door had also been shot in the head during the shooting and fell to the ground motionless. Short-haired girl. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the umbrella in her hand with great surprise. Thanks to her innate skills. After awakening the skills, short-haired girl, I have made up for my knowledge of weapons. As far as she knows, this is a multifunctional silent umbrella gun, which should be used by special agents. The first button is to open the umbrella. The second button is equivalent to a handgun, and the third button is a submachine gun. If I guess correctly, the short-haired girl looked at the umbrella thoughtfully. This umbrella should be made of bulletproof material. Short-haired girl looked at the umbrella in her hand with satisfaction. This weapon is really powerful. She was only expecting to get a handgun, but she didn't expect to get such a big killer. It's like when you ask a nerd for help on a question during an exam. You originally only hoped to get the answer to this question, but the nerd gave you the answer to the entire paper. Short-haired girl even felt that it was a bit of a waste of talent to give her such a high-end weapon in such a copy. Why would you need a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Because she had an excellent weapon for self-defense. Short-haired girl finally felt relieved. After thinking about it, she walked out of the house. The scene switched to Summer Sun again. Here, Summer Sun regrets it now very much. If she had known that the copy would undergo such a drastic change, she would not have used that prop. She felt like her heart was bleeding after wasting a precious prop. Summer Sun looked at the door and sighed. She quickly finished her meal, replenished her energy, took a deep breath, then opened the door and quickly retreated. At the moment when Summer Sun opened the door, 2 zombies rushed in from outside. Unlike in the movies, real zombies don't have the defect of being slow. On the contrary, their speed is even faster than that of ordinary people. Summer Sun quickly released the third skill. She is a wood mage. In the third assessment dungeon, she got a skill of entanglement with wood vines. This is a hard control that can control the controlled object for 1 second. 1 second is very short. But the advantage of this skill is that it can entangle all creatures within a range, which is a group control skill. Although the range is only 1 meter, as long as it is used properly, it can definitely achieve unexpected results, which is why she chose this skill as her third skill. At this time, Summer Sun controlled 2 zombies at once. Then she quickly retreated, distanced herself from the zombies, and used her first skill to hit one of the zombies. Chapter 89. Since that zombie was wearing red clothes, we will call it Xiaohong for short. The other one was wearing a flowered shirt, so we will call it Xiaohua for short. After being hit, Xiaohong let out a roar. At the same time, a health bar appeared on its head. At this time, the health bar was only 4/5 left. Xia Risen was sure that this zombie didn't have much health. She then used her second skill to entangle Xiaohua. Xia Risun's second skill is a single-player control skill, Giant Vine, but it is not a hard control. As long as you have enough strength, you can tear it apart from the vines and get out. But obviously, Xiaohua doesn't have this strength, and if this skill is not forcibly torn apart, it will control the controlled object for a full 5 seconds. Xia Risen. I didn't know why at the time, but suddenly my luck exploded, and I got such a good skill. The toughness of the vines of this skill is supported by endurance. And Summer Sun just happens to be the main spirit, supplemented by endurance. After controlling Xiaohua, she continued to deal with Xiaohong. This is a strategy of Summer Sun. First deal with Xiaohong and then deal with Xiaohua. Summer Sun ran while, and then another skill hit Xiaohong. She glanced, and then Xiaohua. When she was about to break through the vines, Summer Sun seamlessly connected with a fourth skill, Thorns. Her fourth skill can release a thorn in the designated area. The speed of the enemy in it will be slowed down, and damage will be equal to 1/5 of the spirit value. That's right. Summer Sun is a player who mainly controls the system. As a mage who mainly controls, Summer Sun teammate is more inclined to assassins and warriors, or mages who mainly attack. After all, her own attack power is very lacking. At this time, her teammates with high attack power have already left the dungeon. The dungeon now suddenly becomes a dungeon that requires fighting. Xia Risen feels that the whole world is against her. The scene returns to the battle. At this time, Xiaohua is controlled again. Xia Risen retreats again, and then releases a skill to hit Xiaohong. Control mages generally have a common problem. That is, the skill CD is slow. If the enemy is not dead after a set of skills are used, then he will enter a period of weakness. At present, Summer Sun has used all 3 control skills, and even the second skill with the closest CD has 10 seconds left. Summer Sun's mind was spinning wildly, and she was fighting and retreating at this time. Coincidentally, she felt a sofa behind her. Summer Sun pushed the back of the sofa with her hand, turned over and stepped behind the sofa. The moment she jumped over, Xiaohong rushed behind her. Xiaohong stretched out her hand, but only grabbed a hair of Xia Risun. Xia Risun turned around quickly and pushed the sofa with all her strength. It forced Xiaohong to be sandwiched between the wall and the sofa. Xiaohong roared again and stretched out her hand to reach Xia Risun. Xia Risun quickly retreated and then hit it with a skill. After a moment, Xiaohong disappeared in a white light. Before Xia Risen could breathe a sigh of relief, she felt a gust of wind coming from behind. She squatted down cautiously, and the next second, a blue-gray hand suddenly passed through where her brain was. After squatting down, Xia Risen rolled around and distanced herself from Xiaohua. That's right. Xiaohua had broken through the constraints of her fourth skill, and now she had more than half of her health left. Now, Summer Sun's second skill is ready, and she uses it when Xiaohua flies over. Xiaohua leans forward and falls to the ground due to inertia. Summer Sun uses another first skill to hit Xiaohua. She finds that the damage caused by skills hitting the zombie's head is much greater than other places. But at the same time, using skills to hit the head is actually a test of the mage player's accuracy. After another fight, Xia Risen finally killed Xiaohua. She sat on the ground, panting. It was too difficult for her to fight monsters alone. Thanks to the previous serious practice, Xia Risen had enough combat experience, so she could defeat 2 zombies in such a dangerous situation just now. After resting enough, Xia Risen stood up. She couldn't miss the points for fighting zombies. Thinking of this, her eyes became firm, and she pushed the door open and walked out. Well, do you think there are too few shots of our protagonists? Let's turn our attention back to Su Luo and Yun Feibai. These 2 people are attracting monsters at this time. Although completing the task is important, earning points is equally important. Originally, The two had given up on getting points in this dungeon. But they didn't expect that the rule this time was that killing a zombie would give 1 point. When the two of them saw this rule, their eyes lit up. Like short-haired girl, the two also thought that door-to-door searches were very unreliable. So if they wanted to catch the two players carrying the zombie virus, they had to figure out where the two players spread the virus. Or they had to kill zombies, and try to reduce the loss of points. The two planned to earn points by killing zombies during the day, and then find someone together at night. Yun Feibai brought in 2 zombies, and closed the door. The moment Yun Feibai brought the zombie in, Su Luo used her newly acquired second skill. It's a mule or a horse, but you have to pull it out for a walk. As soon as the second skill was released, a health bar appeared on the zombie's head, and began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, and confirmed that the zombie's health should be very low. However, according to the general game settings, monsters with very low health usually have high attacks. Although there is no example to prove it, it is not certain whether this conjecture is reasonable. But Su Luo and Yun Feibai both felt that they must not be hit by the zombies. They each released their first skill, then moved quickly and fought the zombies. With Su Luo's second skill, both of them had significantly improved their attack and speed. They felt that they were more comfortable fighting zombies. Su Luo and Yun Feibai both focused on attack. For warriors and assassins, attack is strength. For mages, attack is spirit. Similarly, both of them also focused on speed. So the two were very fast. And the zombies that were only slightly faster than ordinary people could not touch them at all. In addition, the two had high attacks. And in a short while, the two zombies turned into white light and disappeared. Su Luo thought for a while and said, "Let's attract 4 zombies in the next wave." Yun Feibai nodded. Yun Bai is an assassin, and his speed is fast enough. By the way, I want to explain it here. Unlike Su Luo's main spirit plus auxiliary acceleration, Yun Feibai's strength and speed are 50 to 50. This also led to his current speed being much faster than Su Luo. In this way, the task of attracting monsters was given to him, because Yun Feibai was very easy to attract monsters. Just running around here and there, he could attract a large wave of zombies. The two of them started a busy and fulfilling monster killing time again. Some time ago, the two of them either stared at the screen for a whole day, or chatted on the sofa, and were extremely bored. Now that they finally started fighting, both of them felt that they were full of strength. It was not until 9 o'clock that night that the two stopped hunting zombies. Roughly speaking, each of them should have received 20 points. This was because there were too few zombies in the community, and it took a long time for the two to attract the zombies. The two returned to the house and discussed. At this time, Su Luo was on the sofa, hugging a pillow. How did they get the limited blood supply to the majority of citizens? Both of them were silent. Yun Feibai said, "Put yourselves in someone else's shoes. If our virus is transmitted through blood and we want to spread the virus, how can we spread the virus in large quantities? Put yourselves in someone else's shoes. If I put myself in someone else's shoes, I would." Su Luo and Yun Feibai's eyes fell on the map of City B in front of him. As a city with a large population, City B itself has a huge reservoir. This reservoir is used to supply water to the citizens of City B. Su Luo and Yun Feibai's eyes fell on Yong'an Reservoir. Su Luo's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "Yes. If the blood is mixed into the reservoir, can't it be automatically spread to the general public through the water supply system? Although the blood has been diluted countless times, it is likely that the effect will be reduced. But this zombie virus, as a banned virus in the universe, must be domineering and strong. Although it has been diluted, it should still be able to spread to the public." The two were surprised, but also felt a strong fear. Fortunately, they only drank mineral water from the first day instead of tap water. Otherwise it is unknown whether they would spread the virus. Since the two players' transmission method was confirmed, the two immediately downloaded the Yong'an Reservoir surveillance video and watched it carefully. I hope these two people can be caught tomorrow. Chapter 90. Short-haired girl is now on a street, with 6 or 7 zombies in front of her, and behind her, there are 5 or 6 trembling citizens. Seeing that there is no danger at the moment, one of the men with a simple face stepped forward and said to the short-haired girl with gratitude, "Girl, thank you so much just now. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, we would probably have died now." Short-haired girl was panting, fighting so many zombies in a row. The high-intensity activity made the short-haired girl. Now she is very tired. She shook her head, indicating that she couldn't speak now, and waved her hand, saying that it was okay for the man to thank her. She just happened to see these people being chased by zombies and were about to die, and she needed to hunt these zombies to earn points. So she came forward to help. However, short-haired girl herself didn't expect that the fight would attract other zombies. Otherwise, weighing the pros and cons, she might not really help. After all, there were only 2 zombies here at the beginning. The man nodded to show his understanding. Seeing her panting now, he was about to reach out to help. Short-haired girl. Among the rescued people. Suddenly, a 5-year-old boy held by a middle-aged woman said innocently, "Sister, your umbrella is so great. Can you give it to me?" The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, and the man also retracted his hand. Short-haired girl. I almost laughed. Of course I couldn't give him this umbrella, and the weapon would be gone tomorrow. Short-haired girl. I felt a little unhappy. If the child didn't understand the reason and said this, why didn't his parent, the middle-aged lady, stop him? Still standing there, trying to force her to hand over the weapon without listening? In the silence, it was the middle-aged uncle who came forward to thank her before who came out to smooth things over. He turned to the child and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid?" Then he turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Girl, look at the old. We can sick here. If we encounter zombies again, we still can't escape." As he said that, he made his own request. "Can we go with you next time? Don't worry. We will definitely not cause you any trouble. We will leave by ourselves when we get to our home." He said it cheerfully, which made the originally unhappy short-haired girl look a little relieved. Adhering to the idea of sending the Buddha to the west, the short-haired girl nodded and said, "You can follow me, but I will leave tomorrow. You can't follow me then." She said this for her own considerations. Short-haired girl thought that these natives might not be able to accept that she suddenly released her superpowers. In order to avoid the trouble of explaining at that time, she might as well leave in advance. Thinking of this, she looked at the middle-aged man and waited for his answer. The middle-aged man nodded in surprise and said, "Yes, yes. Thank you for helping us." The middle-aged man smiled and stretched out his hand, saying in a friendly manner, "Let's meet formally. Hello. My name is Li Hongtu." Seeing this, the short-haired girl also stretched out a hand and shook hands with Li Hongtu briefly, saying, "Hello. My name is Girl." Such a strange name did not make Li Hongtu suspicious. In his eyes, this was a normal name. He nodded and smiled to indicate that he understood. After getting the answer, the short-haired girl turned around and continued to make her way. However, when she turned around, she just ignored the gleam in the middle-aged man's eyes. In the evening, after fighting zombies all day, the short-haired girl sat on the ground tiredly. She hadn't done such a lot of exercise for a long time. The number of people following her increased during the day's journey, and now there were more than 20 people. These people leaned together in groups of 3 or 2 to comfort each other. For a while, there were only shallow sobs and gentle comforting sounds in the air. Short-haired girl rested for a while, then stood up again with a tired body. She had to go see if there were any zombies around. Only when there were no zombies could they rest in peace. After walking 2 steps, short-haired girl suddenly remembered that she had not brought any weapons. When she was resting just now, she put the umbrella gun on the ground. Short-haired girl turned around and prepared to pick up the umbrella gun, but unexpectedly found that the umbrella gun that was originally placed on the ground was gone. She looked up and saw that the little boy who had spoken before was running towards his mother, trying to win the credit, and showed his umbrella to her mother. The middle-aged woman saw the short-haired girl looking at her, and immediately hugged the little boy tightly with her hands, looking at the short-haired girl as if she were a class enemy. The short-haired girl felt like a thorn in her throat when she was looked at like this. She was kind enough to help him, but they treated her like this, and they wanted to steal her weapons. Short-haired girl took 2 steps forward, just wanting to find the mother and son to argue and take back her weapon. However, as soon as she moved, she was suddenly blocked by the honest uncle who came forward to thank her. In the previous interactions, short-haired girl already knew that the middle-aged man was called Li Hongtu. She looked at Li Hongtu puzzledly and asked, "Uncle Li, why are you stopping me?" Li Hongtu no longer looked as honest as before. Now he actually looked a little smart. He smiled and said, You are a little girl. It is too dangerous to carry a gun every day. You should give it to an adult for safekeeping. Short-haired girl looked at his sanctimonious appearance in disbelief, and then seemed to understand something, and looked at the mother and son. The little boy felt the gaze of short-haired girl, and shouted to Li Hongtu proudly, "Dad!" Then he ran over with the umbrella gun and handed it to him. Li Hongtu touched the boy's head and praised, "Hey, good son." Then he looked at the short-haired girl and said sanctimoniously, "Little girl, don't be too angry. I'm doing this for your own good. You know, you, a little girl, can't convince others at all. You are holding such a weapon with high lethality, which will easily attract the covetousness of others." The short-haired girl sneered and said, "You are one of the coveted people, right?" At this time, their movements also attracted other people, and people gathered around one after another. Li Hongtu had a gun in his hand, so he was not panicking. He said loudly, "You can't say that. At least I am peaceful, and will not actively hurt you." After that, he said to everyone, "Everyone, where is this gun now? It is in my hand. I can give you a chance to choose now." He said with a smile, "Either you leave on your own and face the zombies by yourself, or you will rely on me and live under my protection. If you don't choose either," he sneered, glanced at the short-haired girl and said, "That depends on whether the gun in my hand agrees." After hearing this, those people obviously began to hesitate. Although it was the short-haired girl who saved them at the beginning, it was obvious that the short-haired girl was now out of the game. In the current situation, if you don't follow the people with powerful weapons, it will be a dead end. The air was quiet, and most people silently walked behind Li Hongtu, lowered their heads and said nothing. Short-haired girl. When I was feeling a little discouraged, a boy, about 17 or 18 years old, suddenly came forward and said righteously, "This umbrella was originally owned by someone else. You took their weapons and drove them away. How vicious." After that, he turned around and looked at the citizens and said, "If it weren't for this girl who saved us all, we would have already been killed by zombies and become zombies. Now that she is in trouble, you repay her kindness with hatred and join her enemy. Do you still have humanity?" His loud questioning made everyone's face change. Li Hongtu said angrily, "What are you talking about? If I don't do this, someone else will definitely do it. Right? Besides, I didn't say I would drive her away. Whether she wants to stay or leave, it depends on her own will." As he said that, he rolled his eyes and said, "Besides, we are all trying to survive. You can't force us to sacrifice our lives just because she saved us once. Right?" His words made some people who were originally ready to move calm down again. The boy wanted to argue a little more, but was stopped by the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl looked around. The people who had just been grateful now looked ashamed and dared not look at her. The short-haired girl sighed. With her current ability, she could completely subdue Li Hongtu before he could react. But looking at the reactions of these people, she suddenly had some evil taste and wanted to see what attitude these people would have when they found out tomorrow that the umbrella robber had disappeared. She turned to the boy who was still a little anxious and gave him a soothing look. Then looked at everyone and said, "I won't force you. I just want to say that he, Li Hongtu, can rob me now, and he can rob your things in the future. I won't. Don't listen to her nonsense," Li Hongtu shouted. In Li Hongtu's mind now, the saying that there is strength in numbers is still a golden word. Otherwise he would not have to rush to keep these old, weak and disabled people. Li Hongtu thought that when there was danger, he might be able to use these people to block the knife. Short-haired girl did not know the dirty thoughts in Li Hongtu's mind, so she didn't even look at him and said, "I must leave. How can I go along with people like you?" Chapter 91. After saying that, she looked up and gave everyone one last chance. "If you are willing to follow me, follow me. If you don't want to follow me, forget it. I just hope you won't regret it when the time comes." After saying that, she turned around and left. Li Hongtu couldn't help wanting to kill the short-haired girl. If she continued to talk, it would be bad if something unexpected happened. Although doing so might cause problems in the future. Only a few people knew about it now. When we got to a safe place, we quietly dealt with these people, without anyone noticing. And for some reason, he always felt a little uneasy about the fact that the short-haired girl was a little calm in her anger. Could someone holding a high lethal weapon be so simple? But now that he saw that the short-haired girl left so easily, he didn't say anything more. If he said anything more, It would seem that he was too persistent, and it would be very troublesome if he aroused public anger. First, he was not sure whether there would be laws in the future, and whether this situation would be stopped. But no matter what, he was carrying a life, and it would definitely be troublesome. Second, he had never killed anyone before. At most, he just took advantage of others. Now he was suddenly asked to kill someone. Even he could not adapt so quickly. You know, he was also very scared. Third, if he now saved them before. Short-haired girl. If I kill them, it is very likely to arouse those people's rebellious psychology. In the end times, there is always strength in numbers. He still wants to form a team of his own. Li Hongta thought. He cleared his throat and pretended to be generous to the short-haired girl, who just turned around and said, "Actually, you can stay. After all, I won't treat you unfairly." The short-haired girl sneered and continued to move forward. At this time, the boy also reacted and quickly caught up with the short-haired girl's footsteps and said, "Hello. My name is Heroine." While they were talking, 3 more people followed one after another. However, in this way, among more than 20 people, only 4 people were willing to follow. Short-haired girl. Short-haired girl first stood there and looked at the guilty people, then turned around and left without looking back. Why did she say that? Short-haired girl thought that according to the system, this zombie virus was a prohibited virus. Then the system that failed to check properly and brought the virus into the world obviously has to bear some responsibility. No, it should be said that it has to bear the main responsibility. And the system said later that it would send high-level players, which is obviously to remedy the problem this time. So, short-haired girl speculated that the task of the high-level players at that time is likely to be to clear the zombies here. And in order to minimize the impact of the system mistakes, the high-level players should obviously come as soon as possible. And the problem must be solved as soon as possible. So it won't be long before the city returns to normal. After hearing what the short-haired girl said, the few people didn't even react for a while. The scene was silent. It was Heroine who first understood what the short-haired girl meant. He excitedly grabbed the hand of the short-haired girl and said, "Are you serious? This virus won't last long?" The short-haired girl nodded, pulled her hand out of his hand without leaving a trace, then smiled politely, and raised her feet to find a place to rest again. Everyone also reacted and excitedly discussed the arrangements after the crisis was over. Some people said they would go somewhere to have fun. Some people would confess to someone to make up for their regrets. But most people still wanted to spend more time with their parents. When they knew the life and death moment, they realized that they had been away from their parents for too long. Seeing that the short-haired girl was about to leave, everyone followed her footsteps and prepared to move forward. At this time, another girl wearing glasses and looking a little serious suddenly stopped. She frowned and asked cautiously, "Wait a minute. How do you know when this virus will end?" As she spoke, she thought of something else and quickly took a step back to distance herself from the short-haired girl. "Why did you grab the umbrella? Are you an agent? Or are you a terrorist who came to complete a mission?" The others were originally happy, but when they heard the girl's question, they couldn't help but frown, and their eyes were filled with some vigilance. Although Heroine was somewhat suspicious and felt that something was not right about this matter, based on the previous behavior of the short-haired girl, he chose to believe in her character. After all, if the short-haired girl had any bad intentions, she would not be fooled by the uncle's family's poor tricks. There was no need to save them or tell them about this. He stepped forward to block the short-haired girl and said to everyone anxiously, "You don't need to doubt her. If she wanted to harm us, would she need to tell us about this?" This made sense, and the hostility between everyone's brows slightly dissipated. But the girl still asked, "So can you tell us how you know this? Otherwise I really can't believe you." Short-haired girl thought for a while and said, "You can think of me as someone sent by the government. This virus crisis was premeditated, and the government got the news in advance, so they sent me to solve it. Next, some more powerful people will be sent to solve it." This statement was 3/10 true and 7/10 false, so everyone could only nod their heads half-believingly and not pursue the matter. At the same time, Yun Feibai and Su Luo had already gone out and ran towards the reservoir. In the surveillance, as expected, they found 2 sneaky people pouring something into the river and then quietly leaving. According to the surveillance, Su Luo and Yun Feibai could clearly see that these 2 people lived next to the reservoir. So after the 2 of them determined the location, they prepared to go to their residence. Fortunately, not far away on the road, They saw a car that was unmanned but had the key already inserted. There were bloodstains on the seat and under the driver's seat, forming a long line. There was a large pool of dried blood at the end of the bloodline. It can be imagined that the owner of this car had finally escaped from the building and got into the car. But as soon as he inserted the key, he was dragged down by the zombies. Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't care about being sad for him. The two of them quickly got in the car and rushed to the residence under surveillance. 2 hours later, a girl wearing a white baseball cap, beige windbreaker, white shirt, and black leather pants jumped out of a silver car. Is this the place? The girl turned her head to look at the other side of the car. At this time, a handsome boy wearing a yellow lining and blue jeans got out of the driver's seat of the car. Yes, according to the surveillance, this is the place. The two people are Yun Feibai and Su Luo. As the largest supply reservoir in City B, Yong'an Reservoir covers an area of 638 square kilometers. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at the huge dam and felt a little emotional for a moment. Who could have thought that such a project that benefits the people would eventually be used by someone with ulterior motives and become a center in the city? Su Luo sighed, turned around, and looked at an inconspicuous small villa on the left side of the dam. This is where the two players live. To be honest, Su Luo was very dissatisfied with the fact that she lived in a building while others could live in a villa. She also had a villa dream. Okay? Is this a matter of luck or character? This is a question. The two quickly approached the villa and stopped in front of the door. How should they get in? After thinking about it, Su Luo and the others decided to force the door. The windows of this villa were closed, and there was no other entrance. Su Luo said, "I go in. You stay at the door. If someone runs out, we can chase them." Yun Feibai nodded. He thought so too. However, he pulled Su Luo, who was about to go in, and said, "How about I go in and you stay at the door?" He thought it would be dangerous to go in directly, so it would be better to let him go, since he can escape quickly anyway. Su Luo shook his head and said confidently, "I go in. I'm a priest. I can heal myself, so it's hard for me to die immediately. When we hear the sound of fighting here, you can come in just in time. If someone escapes, you are fast and can catch up with him." Yun Feibai nodded. Su Luo had indeed made this decision after careful consideration. He could not say anything more. After speaking, Yun Feibai took the lead and kicked the door open with all his strength. After so many times of adding points, Yun Feibai's strength was far beyond what this ordinary door could withstand. As Yun Feibai moved, with a bang, the door was bounced off. Su Luo rushed in and looked around quickly. This was a 2-story villa, and the first floor was quite large. After the door was kicked off, Su Luo clearly heard that after a short silence on the second floor, a noisy sound quickly came out. Su Luo was originally planning to search the first floor, but when she heard the sound, she immediately rushed to the second floor. The door of the second room from the stairs on the second floor was suddenly opened, and a boy with a bare upper body and a pair of green and red flowered shorts came out. Although Su Luo knew that she should quickly subdue him, this magical short still attracted Su Luo's attention at the first time. This taste is unique enough. The boy obviously didn't expect that the person coming would be a girl. The dirty words he wanted to blurt out were also subconsciously held back. He covered his mouth like a conditioned reflex, and the scene was very embarrassing for a while. The boy's eyes moved downstairs again, and his pupils shrank a little when he saw the deformed door. Chapter 92. He knew in his heart that the petite girl in front of him must be a player. But could she kick the door down? The boy didn't think it was this girl who did it. It must be his companion outside. However, before he had time to think about it, Su Luo's second skill had already been released. At this time, Su Luo had already reacted. Fighting is to seize the initiative. The boy had never seen such a skill before, but looking at the area of this skill, the boy guessed that it should be a group attack skill. Indeed, he guessed right. But such a guess is meaningless. After Su Luo used her second skill, she quickly followed up with her first skill. Surprisingly, the boy's health had dropped by more than half. Could it be that he always performed poorly in the assessment dungeon? Su Luo thought. Without stopping, she quickly grabbed a cup placed next to the stairs and threw it at the boy. The boy subconsciously turned his head to avoid it, and then was hit by Su Luo's first skill again. Now, the boy has not done anything yet, and his health has reached the bottom. Fuck you. He cursed. The boy was thinking that he would control the girl first, and then negotiate with the boy with higher force outside. Unexpectedly, this might be a female Tyrannosaurus, and the damage is simply fatal. He suddenly made an attacking gesture. Su Luo was startled, and subconsciously dodged to the side. As a result, the boy suddenly radiated golden light all over his body, and ran directly into the room. That was a fake move. Although Su Luo suspected that it was a trick, her own strength was still enough, and the current situation did not allow her to think about anything. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, and rushed in without thinking. To her surprise, when she entered the room, she only saw the boy's cool, bushy back flashing past the window. The boy actually jumped down. You know, this is the second floor. Although the second floor is not very high, jumping down will definitely not be fatal. But for a human, this is a height that can completely break a leg. The boy must have some way to save his life if he jumps down now. Su Luo rushed to the window, and saw that the boy had already run away. However, Su Luo keenly discovered that the gold color on his body had also disappeared. Without thinking about it, Su Luo hurriedly shouted and rushed downstairs. Yun Feibai. That person escaped from the back of the house. Chase him. Yun Feibai heard this at the door, and immediately chased after him. Although the boy ran away first, the terrain behind the villa was empty, and there was no cover at all. If he wanted to escape, he could only run madly under the eyes of the two. However, with Yun Feibai's speed as a base, the boy's speed was not enough, and he was soon caught up. The boy looked back at Yun Feibai, who was getting closer and closer to him in despair, and finally stopped. Who are you animals? So fierce? Huh? I'm running so fast, and I ran ahead of time. But you can still catch up with me. What speed is this? Are you an assassin? Yun Feibai walked to him calmly, and did not deny his question. He asked calmly, where is your teammate? Where did he go? The boy didn't mind that Yun Feibai didn't answer his question. He looked very proud and said, don't think about it. My teammates are smart. He will definitely not come back. We have a special trick. Yun Feibai frowned, a little puzzled. At this time, Su Luo also caught up. She described the situation just now and analyzed. The golden light should be his innate skill. Maybe something like invincibility? The boy smiled and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. This is my innate skill. You guessed it almost right. Yun Feibai glanced at him and nodded. He turned to Su Luo and said, did he tip off his teammates just now? I think he is quite confident. His teammates may not come back. Su Luo shook her head and said, I don't know if he did anything in the room, but he definitely didn't send any messages when he was fighting me. Yun Feibai said indifferently. Then should I send him out of the dungeon directly? Su Luo nodded. Anyway, this guy should not betray his teammates. There is no point in keeping him. It is better to turn him into their attribute points. Wait! The boy suddenly stopped the two people's actions. Can you satisfy my curiosity? How did you know we were at the reservoir? Su Luo said, the reservoir is the most convenient place to spread the virus. She said it briefly, but the boy understood. Ah, that's right. You are smart. I have nothing to say about being discovered. Please give me a quick death. I have been eating instant noodles for several days, and I want to have a hot pot to change my taste after the dungeon. Okay. Yun Feibai quickly hit the boy and sent him out of the dungeon. After dealing with this man, the two returned to the villa and checked. There were 2 buckets of instant noodles in the boy's room, both of which were still hot. One was only half eaten, and the other was not eaten at all. Su Luo said, it seems that his teammates should not have left for a long time. Yun Feibai sighed. What a coincidence. When we came, the boy's teammate just left the villa, and got the boy's tip? Su Luo licked her dry lips and said, is that boy trying to piss us off? He didn't even eat this bowl of instant noodles, and only took a few bites of the other bowl. Obviously, the boy must have gone out to do something, and will soon come back to eat this bowl of instant noodles. The time the boy left was the time it took to eat these few bites of instant noodles. In other words, he was gone for at most 3 minutes. Yun Feibai shook his head and said, not entirely. It could be that the boy thought his teammates would be back soon, so he prepared the meal for them in advance. But no matter which situation, the boy should not be too far away from the villa. So where did the boy's teammates go? The two fell into deep thought. Su Luo suddenly said, this is a reservoir. There is no one living nearby. The city is in chaos now. So there is no need to go to the city to buy vegetables. In other words, that person can't leave the villa at all. Yun Feibai's eyes lit up. And he looked at Su Luo and quickly said, "You are on the first floor, and I am on the second floor?" Su Luo nodded and walked downstairs first. In addition to a living room, the first floor of this villa also has a guest room and a kitchen and toilet. Su Luo first looked at the door, and then walked to the toilet door. The toilet door was closed at this time, and there was a little odor coming out of it. Su Luo was desperate. If nothing unexpected happened, the teammate should be in the toilet. And it is very likely that he was. Going to the toilet, Su Luo knocked on the door and said, "I know you are in there, so I won't go in directly. You call back now, and then come out by yourself in a while. If you don't call back after I wait for 10 seconds, I will go in directly. By then, you know, both of us will be very embarrassed." After that, she cleared her throat and counted 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Before she counted to 5, a male voice came from inside, "Don't count. Don't count. I be done soon." Perhaps because he had been discovered, he completely relaxed. Then he started to mutter, "Oh, how can I be so miserable? I was just using the toilet, and suddenly heard a loud noise outside. My toilet almost sprayed out of the toilet." Su Luo's face was full of black lines. Why did she have to suffer this here? She called Yun Feibai and asked him to come down, and her eyes indicated that the teammate was here. Then, the two of them listened to the person inside muttering about his inner journey with black lines on their faces. "Hey, who made that loud sound of kicking the door just now? Your teammate, right? I can imagine him in the bathroom. He must be very handsome, right? If I had known, I would have tried harder. He looks so good in this outfit. I remember that before I went to the bathroom. He was wearing." The sudden silence made Yun Feibai's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly open. He looked at Su Luo and used his eyes to indicate his doubts. What was that boy wearing at that time? Su Luo smiled at him awkwardly and did not answer. The boy inside became active again after a short silence. "Oh, it's okay. Anyway, he doesn't have a good figure, so you don't need to be too embarrassed. Wait, you're not secretly laughing at his figure in your heart, are you?" Su Luo swore that as soon as this boy came out, she would quickly send him out of the dungeon. It was too hard to bear. How could a boy be so talkative? He was still talking nonsense there crazily. Now Yun Feibai's inquiring eyes were becoming more and more obvious, and Su Luo felt that she was about to be unable to stay any longer. She shouted angrily, "Shut up. Be quiet. Come out early and finish early. Isn't it good?" About 10 minutes later, the boy finally came out. Su Luo and Yun Feibai also listened to the non-stop nonsense at the door of the toilet for 10 minutes. Obviously, the boy was not scared by Su Luo. During this period, the boy often talked to the two of them. Su Luo seriously suspected that he was messing with their mentality. The boy may also know that he is too talkative. He scratched his head and said, "You guys hurry up. I'm going to find Xian Xian." Xian Xian? Is this referring to the guy who calls himself Young Master? Or is it referring to his girlfriend or something like that? Su Luo was a little confused. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Su Luo's eyes, the boy smiled and explained, "He is my teammate, the imposing Xian." Su Luo nodded. The boy with a bit of a middle school syndrome was actually called Xian Xian. I don't know how these two people get along. It looks very interesting. Yun Feibai and Su Luo quickly used their skills to send the boy out. When the boy turned into a white light, the familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! The copy is over. Chapter 93. Congratulations to the player lost. Complete the copy. Love time. Get rewards. 1. Submit the player who spread the zombie virus. Get attribute points plus 1x2. 2. Complete the hidden task. I am a law-abiding citizen. Get attribute points plus 2. Points plus 50. 3. Kill the zombies. Get points plus 20. 4. Complete the hidden task. Gratitude of the reservoir. Get water spirit pearl x1. Su Luo didn't care about the others first. Decisively added a little attribute point to speed, and added all the rest to spirit. Let's take a look at the newly released attribute panel. Life, 25, plus 17, strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 9, spirit, 14, plus 17, endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Scores, 335. Talent skill. God's redemption. Legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing bullet. Increase, reduce, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy light array. Create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds, after reading it. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. In general, this dungeon actually made a lot of money. First of all, they earned 4 attribute points. And they didn't work hard. Here we should mainly thank Yunfei Bai's technology. Otherwise, even if they guessed that Xian and the other two spread the virus through the reservoir, they might not be able to find their residence. But what should they do in this case? Su Luo thought that they might choose to cooperate with the government at that time. Obtain surveillance through the government. And then search. This is also feasible. But I don't know if there will be any problems. Secondly, the points this time are not less. Although compared with other players in the same dungeon, the points this time may be much less. But the points reward given by this dungeon are originally more. Although they took a lot less. They exchanged for an attribute point. And if you count the points this time alone, it is not less than the previous dungeon. And what surprised Su Luo the most about this dungeon was this. Gratitude of the reservoir. They had obtained one of the spirit beads in the previous real werewolf dungeon, which was the Earth Spirit Bead. There was no news of obtaining other spirit beads in so many dungeons. And Su Luo had almost given up on this matter. Unexpectedly, this time, they really got the water spirit bead by accident. But where did this gratitude of the reservoir come from? Was it because they felt sympathy for the reservoir? Or did they catch 2 players who spread the virus by the reservoir at one time? Su Luo was puzzled. So she stopped thinking about it. She was still very happy. How could she explain it? What does it mean to find something without any effort after searching everywhere? Su Luo suppressed the corners of her mouth and exited the system space. Facing Yunfei Bai, Su Luo asked, "Have you seen this water spirit bead?" Yunfei Bai nodded and said, "Yes. I have seen it. From the first time we got the Earth Spirit Bead and the Water Spirit Bead this time. It can be seen that the location of the Spirit Bead is really not fixed." Su Luo nodded. Indeed, the Earth Spirit Pearl was not an Earth-based dungeon that time. And it is not all water this time. But I am curious about one thing. That is, what will happen if we don't get the Water Spirit Pearl this time? Yunfei Bai frowned. He didn't think of this question. But they still have classes later, so they can't talk too much. So Yunfei Bai said concisely, "Tomorrow at noon or in the evening. Let's talk about this issue again." Su Luo nodded. "Talking now? First, there is not enough time to think. Second, there are classes later." She said to Yunfei Bai, "Let's have lunch together at noon." After that, she hurried to the teaching building. Yunfei Bai glanced at his watch and walked towards the teaching building calmly. Sunday came in a flash. And Su Luo arrived at the student's home as promised according to the address given by the employer. She looked up at the luxurious single-family villa in front of her and sighed. Although she knew that people who could afford tutors on this continent should be relatively wealthy. But this level of wealth was still a little beyond her imagination. Ding dong. Ding dong. Soon, the door opened. The person who came was a boy of about 15 or 16 years old. The boy looked like a little boy next door, wearing a pair of flip-flops, a white t-shirt and white trousers. Very casual. Su Luo smiled at him, holding the chat interface between herself and her employer, and said to the boy, "Hello? I am the history tutor hired by your parents." The boy nodded without comment, and asked Su Luo to come in. After Su Luo came in, the boy brought her a pair of slippers and led her to the living room. A middle-aged woman was sitting in the living room, making tea. The woman was wearing a lavender home dress, and she was making tea with her back to them, looking gentle and elegant. She exuded a peaceful and charming temperament, which was a unique temperament after years of baptism. Su Luo looked at her and couldn't help but feel a little envious. This was what Su Luo longed for. Even at an old age, she could still be elegant and calm. The woman heard the footsteps and turned to look over. Su Luo saw her face and was a little surprised. This woman looked only in her 30s, and she didn't wear much makeup. But she looked elegant and beautiful, considering her son's age. Su Luo knew that she couldn't be only 30 years old. She should be at least 40 years old. But Time seemed to be particularly tolerant of beauties, and there were very few wrinkles on her face. Her skin was fair and tight, and Su Luo thought that if this woman put on makeup, people would believe that she was her sister. She saw Su Luo and stood up gracefully and walked over. "Is this teacher Xiaoluo?" Su Luo waved her hand and said, "I don't deserve to be a teacher. I just use my knowledge to make a living." The woman stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, Xiaoluo. Just call me Aunt Zhao. This is my youngest son, Wei Qi Chao. Chow Chow. Why don't you say hello to the teacher?" Her son nodded to Su Luo and said, "Hello, teacher." Su Luo nodded to him again and said, "Hello, Qi Chao. My name is Su Luo." Wei Qi Chao nodded, walked to Aunt Zhao's side, hugged her arm, shook it, and said pitifully, "Mom, I have to go study quickly. Ask Teacher Su to come to my room and teach me. I will give you an answer in 2 hours. Don't come in and disturb my study later." Aunt Zhao smiled helplessly and tapped Wei Qingchu's nose. "You are the only one who can be clever. It would be great if you could really learn." After that, she said to Su Luo apologetically, "My son is a little disobedient. I may have to trouble Teacher Xiao Luo later. If you have any questions, just call me directly." Su Luo smiled and shook her head and said, "How could it be? Your son looks very well behaved." Aunt Zhao said, "That's because you don't know him. Many people will be deceived by his appearance. My son is a devil." Su Luo could see that although Aunt Zhao said this, she still loved her son very much. She actually envied such a family, where the mother was kind and the son was filial, and they were happy. Unlike her, Su Luo sighed faintly, cheered up, and replied with a smile, "Then shall we go to the trial class first?" Aunt Zhao nodded. So Wei Qingchao took her to a room on the second floor. The overall color of the room is blue, and there are some miniature figures at the head of the bed. Opposite the bed is a bookcase. Through the transparent glass, you can see that most of the books in the bookcase are martial arts novels. And in front of the books are also some handmade models with different martial arts movements. Su Luo nodded secretly. This person should be more interested in martial arts. The boy found Su Luo looking at his room, closed the door, sat on the bed carelessly, and said to Su Luo arrogantly, "Stand still." Su Luo, ? "Are you okay?" The boy ignored Su Luo's doubts and continued, "You come to our house to make money, and I'm not against you making money, as long as you stay here for 2 hours every day and don't make any noise to disturb me. You can get the money from my mother, and I will give you another 100. What do you think?" Su Luo nodded. She understood. This boy is really like what his mother said. A good boy and a good student in front of others, but a devil behind others. This is to bribe her and hide the truth. The boy saw Su Luo nod and thought that Su Luo agreed. He nodded with satisfaction and left Su Luo to play with his own figurines. However, Su Luo did not agree to this. Take money from others to help them get rid of disasters. Since she planned to be a tutor, she could not just take money and do nothing. She took the boy's figurine with one hand and gently put it on the bedside table beside her. The boy was caught off guard and his figurine was snatched away, and he was furious. He suddenly raised his head and wanted to question Su Luo. But Su Luo crossed her arms, looked at him with a smile and asked, "What are you talking to yourself? Did I agree? Or should I invite Aunt Zhao to let her listen to your confusing speech?" The boy stood up and said to Su Luo unconvinced, "What kind of hero is it to go to the parents? If you have the ability, you can solve it openly between us." Su Luo replied confidently, "First of all, I don't think I am a hero. Secondly, I plan to go to the parents only after I informed you openly." Wei Qingchao paced in disbelief. "No, you are making a crooked argument. You can't do this. How about this? I give you 200? Su Luo shook her head calmly. The boy scratched his hair and said impatiently, I can ask my mom to kick you out." At this point, he became calm again. "I can tell my mom that you didn't teach well, and then I can ask you to get out." Chapter 94. Su Luo laughed out loud. This is really a naive middle school student. Wei Qingchao asked in confusion and displeasure, "What are you laughing at?" I advise you to accept my proposal. You can make money without having to work hard. Isn't it good?" Su Luo restrained her smile, shook her head and said seriously, "I am a principled person. Do you understand that I get paid to do things?" After that, she calmly analyzed for him, you said. If I tell Aunt Xiao what you just said, and then let Aunt Xiao supervise me to teach you, do you think you still have a chance to continue dancing in front of me? Ignoring Wei Qingqiao's expression, she changed her angle and continued, guess again. If I gave Aunt Xiao a suggestion before you drove her away that it would be best to supervise your class every time, do you think you still have a chance to threaten other teachers? The boy's face changed. He hadn't thought so much before. He originally thought that as long as he said that the teacher didn't teach well, it would be easy to drive a tutor away. But I didn't think of this. Wei Qingqiao felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have said that before. He should have tested Su Luo first. In this way, he could directly say that Su Luo's teaching was not good and then drive her away. But in this way, he would continue to interview other tutors. And sooner or later, he would have to choose one. But at least this way, he could choose someone who was a little greedy and irresponsible. Now it's so troublesome. Or he was too reckless. Wei Qingqiao shouted at Su Luo in a rage. You can't do this. Su Luo looked at him with amusement. This was just a little brat in the middle school period who didn't obey discipline. She had a way to deal with such children. After all, when she was in the original continent, there were a group of such brats in the orphanage. Especially her little brother Su Mao. He was a fighter among the middle school syndrome. Didn't he still obey her? Su Luo couldn't help but miss those days of fighting wits and courage. For such brats, the most important thing to subdue them is to make them feel that you are better than them in the areas they like. Let them be convinced by you. And then, they will obey. So what does this brat like? Su Luo looked at the big poster of the kung fu actor on the bed with ill intentions. Have you ever fought? Wei Qingqiao was stunned. And then said proudly, of course I have. And I am the school bully in our school. After that, he asked back vigilantly, why are you asking this? I'm telling you. I know that those of you over 18 have your own abilities. Don't think that you can crush me with your added points. I will be that powerful in the future. And now I just lack the opportunity to enter the dungeon to add points. Su Luo's smile became stronger. I'm a mage, and I didn't add points to my strength. Besides, I only got the skills 2 months ago, and I didn't add many points. At most, it just makes up for the difference between men and women. Su Luo was not lying. She had not added any points to her strength. Now, she only had a little more overall physical fitness than Wei Qingqiao. Wei Qingqiao thought about it, and felt that this made sense. He had long received information about this tutor from his mother. She was a freshman at a prestigious school. According to the start time of the school, Su Luo was not lying. He was born and raised on this continent. So he naturally knew what the addition of points would do. If Su Luo was really a mage, then there was really no difference between them. This also prevents her from accusing him of bullying girls if she loses. Yes, with Wei Qingqiao's intelligence, how could he not guess what Su Luo wanted to do? It was nothing more than hitting him in his favorite place to make him obedient. But when the two of them were evenly matched, Wei Qingqiao really didn't believe that this girl, who was just a little taller than him, could beat him. You know, his reputation as a school bully was not earned by his face. Thinking of this, Wei Qingqiao suddenly became confident again and asked, what do you want to do? As expected, he heard Su Luo's answer as expected, let's do this. Let's have a fight. If I win, you will be obedient and study hard for 2 hours. If you win, I will resign and say that you are too smart and I can't make friends with you. What do you think? Wei Qingqiao said, change it. If I win, you will be obedient and hide it from mom with me? Su Luo shook her head firmly. This is impossible. This is a matter of principle. Wei Qingqiao stuck out his tongue and said, okay. Then, I do as you say. But you have to show me your mage ability first. This is what he kept in mind. What if Su Luo is actually a warrior and secretly deceived him? Wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Su Luo nodded and used a skill. A white light dissipated in the air. Wei Qingqiao was a little surprised. But not because of the way this skill was released. After all, he had seen a lot of it. The surprise was that this was a white light, which meant that Su Luo was of the light attribute. This attribute is quite rare. Wei Qingqiao has been born and raised here for 15 years, and he has seen very few light attributes. The difference between the mage and the priest is still very large compared to the other 3 professions. Only the first skill of these 2 professions is a long-range attack, and the others are melee skills. So Wei Qingqiao believed Su Luo's words and asked, shall we fight in the garden downstairs? Su Luo agreed and didn't ask any more questions. Wei Qichao dared to say this. So he must have a way to avoid his mother. Sure enough, after Wei Qichao took her, he first looked down. Su Luo also took a look and saw An Xiao was still sitting downstairs reading a book. It was definitely impossible to go directly through the main door. Wei Qichao walked to the end of the second floor, and then opened a large cabinet at the end. There was a dark staircase behind it. Even Su Luo was a little surprised. Is this the lifestyle of rich people? She thought. If she were to build a house, she would definitely not build such a secret door. Wei Qichao turned his head and glanced at Su Luo, and immediately knew what Su Luo was thinking. He said with some disdain, "Don't think about it. This is originally a passage, but because no one has been using it, I put a cabinet here to make full use of it." Su Luo smiled and nodded. She didn't mind Wei Qichao's attitude. At worst, I'd beat him harder later. When they arrived at the garden downstairs, Wei Qichao and Su Luo stood in place. And then Wei Qichao shouted, "I count to 3, 2, 1. Let's start." Su Luo nodded. Wei Qichao pretended to shout 1, then quickly followed by 3, and rushed forward. Su Luo had long guessed that he would do this, and she had already used this trick too many times. Okay. Su Luo dodged Wei Qichao's frontal attack by moving sideways, and at the same time, when Wei Qichao rushed past her due to inertia, she pushed him backhanded, and her feet were not idle either. She tripped him with a sweeping kick. Wei Qichao certainly didn't expect Su Luo to do this, but his reputation as a school bully was not for nothing. When he was about to fall, Wei Qichao propped himself up with one hand and turned over and stood up again. However, at this time, he had his back to Su Luo. Su Luo immediately kicked him, kicking right at the lower 3 points. At the same time, Su Luo's fist also hit Wei Qichao's back of the head, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Wei Qichao turned around and saw Su Luo's fist about to hit his face. He subconsciously grabbed Su Luo's fist, trying to block this attack, but completely ignored Su Luo's attack below him. As expected, after 0.01 seconds, Wei Qichao screamed, covered his crotch and jumped. Seeing that Su Luo wanted to continue hitting him, he immediately called for a stop. Hey, stop hitting. How can a girl like you do this? You have no shame in hitting someone's bottom. Su Luo sneered and said, skip 2 and shout 3 directly. And you know shame? Wei Qichao was in the wrong, so he had to skip the topic and said, okay, I'd barely count you as the winner. But there is one more condition. You have to practice martial arts with me after class. This was actually expected by Su Luo. Su Luo didn't know how good Wei Qichao's martial arts skills were, but how could he be compared to her when it came to fighting in a bright environment? Once he lost, Wei Qichao would definitely hope that she could teach him some fighting methods. Since Su Luo could think of this, she could accept it. But since Wei Qichao didn't say this before they fought, don't blame her for making other conditions. Su Luo shook her head and said, we didn't talk about this before we fought? Besides, why should I waste my time? Wei Qichao thought for a while and said, how about this? You accompany me for half an hour, and I will give you 100 yuan. What do you think? A child from a rich family. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. 50 is a reasonable price. Su Luo nodded, and the deal was done. Then, the two returned to the room and started learning history. After 2 hours of teaching, Su Luo had to admit that some people are just smart. Wei Qichao can easily understand the causes and consequences of various events. As long as she speaks once, the impact of those events will be clear. After just a while, Su Luo can clearly feel that Wei Qichao's knowledge network is gradually forming. Such a knowledge network is very important for historical learning. Oh no! It should be said that it is for any learning. The reason why Wei Qichao's grades are not good is that he doesn't learn at all. And secondly, his foundation is too poor. He has not mastered many historical facts, and can't explain them clearly. Su Luo already has a general idea of how to teach him. Seeing that the time has been over for a while, she quickly finished this short paragraph and stood up. Chapter 95. After packing up her books, Su Luo said, 2 hours have passed. I go talk to An Xiao about the situation. As for teaching you how to fight, let's start next time. In this way, Su Luo returned to school. There were actually very few people in the school at this time. Most of the children went home. After all, their school especially the freshmen, required students to live on campus. You could only go home on Sundays. However, Su Luo didn't feel anything about this. After all, she was also cold in this mainland Taoist school. Su Luo returned to the dormitory and called Yun Feibai. Hello? Yun Feibai? The other party quickly replied, It's me. When can we come out to talk about the Lingzhu? This is exactly what Su Luo wanted to talk about this time. She asked, It's almost noon. How about now? Let's meet at the noodle shop we often go to in front of the school? Yun Feibai agreed. There was really nothing to do now. So Su Luo got up and went to the noodle shop to wait for Yun Feibai. Soon, Yun Feibai also came over. Su Luo ordered a bowl of beef noodles for herself, and Yun Feibai ordered the same as her. The two began to discuss while waiting for the noodles. Continuing with the topic from last time. I don't think it's possible that the water spirit pearl itself is only in this copy of the virus crisis. Otherwise it would be too difficult for us to obtain it. To be honest, this time it was completely a coincidence. It was Yun Feibai who spoke. Su Luo nodded and said, Yes. I think so too. The spirit pearl is likely to follow the footsteps of other spirit pearl owners and shuttle between different copies. So, Su Luo thought, they may have accidentally missed other spirit pearls before. After all, this kind of spirit pearl acquisition operation is a bit of luck. And this time it was also good luck. At this time, the noodles came. The two of them stopped talking and concentrated on eating beef noodles. The beef noodles in this noodle shop are a must. Usually, the noodle shop is crowded with people, and the queues are full. All for this bite of beef noodles. Su Luo was able to know this thanks to Lu Luoming's recommendation. As expected, the beef was soft and delicious. And the meat was large. The hand-rolled noodles were just right. Chewy and soft. The noodle soup was beef soup that had been boiled for a long time. It was fresh and fragrant. And it was a complete enjoyment. Su Luo and Yun Feibai both ate heartily. After finishing the meal, the two began to discuss. Su Luo pretended to reach into her pocket and then extracted the water spirit bead from the system space. She brought the water spirit bead to the two people and observed it carefully. The water spirit bead was light blue all over, like a blue crystal ball. It felt very magical, just like holding a ball of water. Yun Feibai extracted the earth spirit bead. They had seen this before. A brown crystal ball, and it felt like a lump of earth. Su Luo couldn't help but wonder curiously. Does the fire spirit bead feel like a flame? She had never touched fire before. And would the fire spirit bead be hot? Yun Feibai didn't have so many questions in his mind. He said, logically, we should meet other players who also have spirit beads. But for now, we haven't found anyone who also has spirit beads. Su Luo added, so, in the future dungeons, we should focus on observing the players we have met before. The fact that we can match the same dungeon multiple times among tens of millions of players is probably the effect of the mutual attraction between spirit beads. Yun Feibai nodded. This is the good thing about talking to smart people. No need to explain too much. Just start. The other party will be able to understand what you want. Having said that, there is nothing more to say. The two returned to their dormitories. A week passed quickly. Soon it was Sunday again. Su Luo came to the tutoring location and started her part-time job. The plan she made for Wei Chi Chao was to supplement the knowledge points on the premise of building a knowledge network. In other words, it was to put the skeleton together and fill it with meat. 2 hours passed quickly, and Wei Chi Chao's heart leaped with joy. Is it time for you to teach me how to practice martial arts? I have already told my mother that she will not care about us. Seeing Su Luo nod, he excitedly took Su Luo to the garden, and then looked at Su Luo eagerly. He had been looking forward to learning martial arts for a long time. However, for some reason, Su Luo always felt a little familiar when she saw this look. But she couldn't remember why it was familiar. If you can't remember, then forget it. Su Luo has never been someone who forces herself to be difficult. She gathered her thoughts and began to teach Wei Chi Chao how to fight. Let me make it clear first. I can't compare to any orthodox fighting techniques. I just have some skills based on experience. Wei Chi Chao nodded. He knew it. But what he lacked now was this kind of experience. He had learned martial arts skills specifically for fighting. But through the last competition, he could clearly find that he and Su Luo were far apart. Wei Chi Chao was a smart man, and he thought about it carefully later. The initial trick. It was obvious that Su Luo had guessed it long ago. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with it so calmly. However, he rarely encountered people who could react. So he always had the upper hand, which naturally made it easier to fight. After that, Su Luo basically dealt with his attacks lightly, and it was obvious that it was very easy. Wei Qichao thought that this should be a problem of experience and actual combat. After all, the fighting skills he learned should not be wrong. Su Luo was not vague and said directly, "Let's take your last situation as an example. You used a little trick at the beginning, and then rushed over directly. However, this time, you directly exposed all your flaws." Wei Qichao said unconvincedly, "I admit that I have some problems. But not as many as you said?" Su Luo smiled and shook her head. "You ran over with your right hand punching. This way your inertia will be greater. I grabbed your right hand with one hand and pulled it back, and you would inevitably rush out. Your lower body is completely unprotected because you are running. You can't withstand any of my sweeping kicks. Your left hand is useless. A body weapon is wasted. In general, you have a lot of flaws." Wei Qichao was speechless. He had a martial arts foundation, so after a little thought, he knew that Su Luo was right. However, this made him very uncomfortable. The behavior he was proud of was full of loopholes in the eyes of others. He hung his head, a little at a loss. Su Luo saw him like this, and the familiar feeling came back. She couldn't ignore it now. Once could be called a coincidence, but twice couldn't be simply covered up by coincidence. This boy must have some inevitable connection with someone she knew. But who was it? Su Luo couldn't remember. Wei Qichao saw that Su Luo hadn't responded for a long time, so he looked up at her curiously. Seeing Su Luo looking at him with an inquiring look, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Su Luo came back to her senses and shook her head. "No. I just feel that you are a bit similar to someone I know." Seeing that Wei Qichao wanted to continue asking, she quickly changed the topic and talked to him about how to start a fight correctly. After an hour, Su Luo said goodbye to Aunt Zhao and returned to school. Tomorrow is the next month, and they will start a new copy again. To be honest, Su Luo was still very panicked. After all, the assessment dungeon at the beginning of the month is deadly, so even she can't be completely assured. However, as long as there is no situation like last time, there should be no problem with the assessment dungeon. Right. The next morning, Su Luo and Yunfei came to the old place and clicked to enter the dungeon. However, after entering the dungeon, Su Luo keenly realized that this dungeon was completely different from the previous ones. Why do you say that? Because she saw more than 12 people appear in front of her. The bustling crowd was surging in this space that was different from the past. Su Luo first saw Yunfei in her sight, and then she walked quickly to Yunfei's side, and then she felt relieved. The two looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Without saying much, the two began to check this copy. Ding! Congratulations to the player for coming to the official copy. Since the system detected that the player was entering the official copy for the first time, the system will guide the player. The assessment copy after promotion is divided into camps. 1. Chapter 96. The so-called same world and same camp. Should it mean that the people of Blue Star are in the same camp? In this way, this instance is a confrontation between several worlds. In general, it is the principle of survival of the fittest. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. The person with the most heads in the field will be exposed, which obviously increases the difficulty for the strong. I guess many people will hunt the strong to increase their own camp. Players can change from prey to hunter at any time, and being able to check the number of players in a camp at any time also gives players more choices. For example, players from different camps form an alliance to deal with the camp with the largest number of remaining players. It seems that the difficulty of the assessment dungeon after promotion has increased. The selectivity has increased, and the influence has also increased. Su Luo sighed. What can be done about this? This kind of camp confrontation should test the tacit understanding and cooperation between players in the same camp. But when everyone doesn't know each other, and there are tasks to be done, will the players really cooperate without any scruples? Su Luo, who is well versed in human nature, shook her head silently. It is impossible to cooperate, so we can only deal with it as it comes. Su Luo is not sure what the main map looks like now, but she thinks that no matter what, there must be cover. This is their first assessment dungeon after promotion. Su Luo still plans to understand the situation clearly first and figure out how others survive in this dungeon. In other words, her goal this time was to pass the dungeon smoothly, not pursuing attribute points, life points, etc. She opened the system and saw 3 interfaces on the system. One was a map interface. There were countless yellow dots on it, 2 of which were glowing white. Obviously Su Luo and Yunfei. The second interface was a very simple number of people in 3 camps. A. 300/300. B. 300/300. C. 300/300. Now Su Luo understood. The number of people in each camp was 100. And there were 3 camps in total on this map. The C camp is marked with a yellow logo. So obviously, Su Luo and his team are in the C camp. The B camp is blue. And the A camp is green. She clicked on the third interface, which is the Task Information interface. Task 1. Killing task. Kill a player from the enemy camp, mandatory. No reward. Kill 3 players from the enemy camp, optional. Reward, health +1. Kill 5 players from the enemy camp, optional. Reward, health +2. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are stacked in sequence. Kill 10 or more enemy camp players, and each kill will reward 1 more health point. Team players cannot share 2. Other tasks, exclusive to Shadow Priests, healing amount/attack amount reaches 0/3000, required. No reward. Give debuff to the entire camp, optional. Reward, attribute point +1. Kill the player with the most kills outside the camp, optional. Reward, attribute point +1. Su Luo closed the system interface. The reward has increased a lot. Even Su Luo is very tempted. It feels like the game is more about the ability and cooperation of the players. But it is also much more difficult. First of all, you have to kill 1 person each time. This means that players cannot just stay alive in the dungeon until the end and play hide and seek the whole time. But if you calculate it this way, unless everyone dies, it is impossible for everyone to kill 1 person. This is very uncomfortable. And it is impossible to pass the level without any damage. And it turns out that the more heads you get, the greater the reward. Especially after 10 heads. Each head is a life value. This is simply too tempting. However, even team players cannot share health points. Which means that if 2 people want to gain 1 health point each, they must kill 6 people. It seems that the difficulty is actually very high. At this time, Su Luo noticed that Yunfei had also finished reading the task. So she asked, "Are you doing the assassin exclusive task?" Yunfei nodded and said, "The attack volume reaches 1500. Your treatment volume reaches 3000. Right? Yes." After reading this, Su Luo and Yunfei really observed this space. The space they were in was a pure white space. And it was full of players with yellow marks on their heads. Obviously, this was the same camp space. There was a huge funnel right above. And according to Su Luo's calculations, this should be a 10-minute funnel. Now the sand has flowed more than halfway. This should be the time for them to prepare. At this time, a man suddenly walked straight towards them. He had a small mustache around his mouth and a middle-parted hair. He was wearing a brown vest and was smiling. Yunfei saw him coming, walked a little forward, and asked, "Hello. Who are you?" The man smiled and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello. I think you are new players in this kind of assessment dungeon?" Yunfei also shook hands with him and nodded in agreement. They had been looking at the system content for so long, and it was not surprising that they could tell that they were new players after a little observation. The man said, "We are all Earthlings. In order to win the battle, we should do our best to protect our lives. There is strength in numbers. If we go together, they will not attack us. Don't you think so?" Yunfei still did not answer, but just smiled and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. The man thought Yunfei agreed with him, and continued confidently, "There are already 20 people in our team. If you join us, we will try our best to ensure your safety. What do you think?" After the invitation, he said loudly, "As long as you join our team, we will definitely treat you equally. Our goal is for all 20 of us to pass the level smoothly." Su Luo rolled his eyes secretly. Does this person think they are fools? They are more in number, so it is not easy for them to die. But because there are more people, it is also difficult for them to get heads. When the game ends, if they don't complete the required tasks, they will definitely die. After they die, the number of players in their camp will still decrease. Whether the camp can win and revive everyone at that time is another matter. unless this kind of multiplayer team is really planned in advance, with a very clear hunting plan and a fair distribution mechanism. The only beneficiaries will be the leader and relatives and friends. And why doesn't Su Luo think that this team of 20 people has a good mechanism? It's obvious. This person targeted the two newcomers right from the start, and then talked about how good multiplayer teams are, but kept silent about the disadvantages. This is obviously to bully the newbie. Su Luo looked at Yun Feibai leisurely. She was not worried that Yun Feibai would be deceived. After all, she still believed in Yun Feibai's IQ. What she wanted to know was how Yun Feibai would reject the man in front of him. Yun Feibai also lowered his head slightly and looked at Su Luo. After giving her a comforting look, he said to the man in front of him with a worried look, "I'm really sorry. We can't team up with others." Before entering the dungeon, our parents repeatedly told us not to join small groups, saying that we were too bad and couldn't cheat others. The man was obviously a little stunned, and this really made him unable to answer. Yun Feibai's words highlighted two key points. One is that I am from this continent and know your tricks. The second is that I give you face and don't expose you directly. A man who can become the leader of a small group is naturally a little smart. He quickly adjusted himself, and then pretended to comfort Yun Feibai. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Although, we don't mind novices. You should still listen to your parents. I believe your parents must have told you how to survive in such a copy. Right?" Yun Feibai smiled and nodded. "Yes. Don't worry. I won't die in this copy." The two of them fought secretly, and then the man walked back quickly. Su Luo gently bumped into Yun Feibai. "Is this another form of rookie killer?" Yun Feibai pretended to think for a while, and then said seriously, "I think anyone with a little bit of brains will not be killed." "Right?" Su Luo shook her head and signaled Yun Feibai with her eyes, asking him to look at the small group over there. In the small group of 20 people, there were 2 or 3 people surrounded by a small group of people, looking a little bewildered. Obviously, these people should be newcomers. Yun Feibai said helplessly, "They can come to this copy and trust others so easily. Then I am also convinced." After saying that, he looked at Su Luo with some ridicule and said, "What's the matter? You won't go to save them from the fire and water this time?" Su Luo knew that he was talking about the first assessment dungeon. Su Luo looked at those people with some emotion. "I won't go. I went before because I was a little sympathetic, and also because those people were really new. It was normal to be cheated." She also looked at those people with some confusion. "But players who have come to this assessment can still be cheated, so I must doubt how they got up. If such people are still deceived, I think even gods can't save them." Yun Feibai smiled and nodded, saying no more. Soon, the sand in the funnel ran out. Ding! The test copy officially began. Su Luo felt dizzy for a moment, and when she opened her eyes again, she was in a house. She looked around subconsciously, and Yun Feibai was doing the same thing as her. Su Luo felt relieved and stood up. This was a very ordinary room, with no extra decorations. There was nothing except a bed, a cabinet without anything in it, and a window without curtains. Chapter 97. She came to the window and took a quick look. It seemed like an abandoned city outside. The city looked deserted. The ruins of buildings and the smoke of war were everywhere. Obviously, this was their main map this time. Su Luo opened the system map and saw 300 yellow dots scattered in different locations on the map, and they were in a remote place in the lower left corner of the map. There were only a few yellow dots around them, and judging from the location, they should not be in this building. But are there players from other camps in the building? Su Luo didn't know. She walked back and looked at Yun Feibai. "What should we do now? Search this building to see if there are any players from other camps?" Yun Feibai thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No. It's better for us not to expose our vision too early." "That's true. But we can't just sit there and wait for death." "Right?" Su Luo suggested again. "How about we wait at the stairs? If other players come to search, we can take the initiative. This suggestion is more reliable." Yun Feibai immediately stood up and said, "Then let's do it. Let's wait at the stairs. We will win if we wait." The two of them came to the stairs in a low step. There is a vacuum space under the stairs, and Su Luo and Yun Feibai are hiding here. There is a 6-hour countdown in the system, because there are only 6 hours. If you want to survive, you must act faster. Su Luo was surprised to find that 2 people from the Green Team A group had already died. This action was too efficient, wasn't it? Su Luo looked at the time. It had only been a minute. Which camp's master was so powerful? Su Luo bumped into Yun Feibai and showed him the system interface. Yun Feibai was also surprised and gave him a thumbs up to show his respect. And then, just from the number of people in each camp, Su Luo could clearly see a bloody storm. In just 5 minutes, Camp A had lost 11 people. Camp B had lost 7 people. And Camp C, where Su Luo was in the best situation, with only 3 people missing. This was really wonderful. And it was still great to start with a good wind. Just as Su Luo was studying the number of people in each camp, footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. Su Luo and Yun Feibai immediately went on alert, holding their breath and listening to the movement upstairs. Da-data, da-data. The sound of small high heels kept coming. Judging from the sound, Su Luo thought that these were 2 girls. Knowing that there were no players from the same camp in this building, these 2 people must be from other camps. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, both a little excited. The prey has arrived. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Stepping on the stairs, Su Luo quietly poked her head out to observe the enemy, and saw a girl in a red coat walking down first. Su Luo did not rush to attack her, but waited patiently for a while until another girl in a blue coat also came down. And then she quickly used her second skill. The white halo surrounded the 2 girls, and the sudden change made both girls a little panicked. They quickly got together and took a fighting stance. But it was too late. Yun Feibai quickly used his second skill to flash in front of the 2 people. And then when his talent skill was activated, a black area enveloped the figures of the 3 people. Su Luo stood outside the black area and casually threw a skill into it. After a while, the black shadow dissipated, leaving only Yun Feibai with full health and a girl with only a little health left. Su Luo didn't waste any words, and took away the terrified girl with a precise skill. Mission accomplished. It has been said before that Su Luo's main goal in this dungeon is to survive. So the 2 of them killed the 2 people right away. Although it was a bit of a waste to use Yun Feibai's talent skills for these 2 people. But in order to avoid attracting other people with the noise of the battle, Su Luo and the others still planned to fight quickly. Mission accomplished. The 2 people clapped their hands silently, and then returned to their birthplace. That is, the room. Su Luo leaned sideways, trying not to be seen by others while observing outside the window. The street was quiet at this time. This was a bit boring. Su Luo opened the system and looked at the map. Thanks to her good memory, Su Luo could clearly remember how many yellow dots were nearby. However, now she suddenly found that 3 yellow dots disappeared, and the distance between these 3 dots was very close. Su Luo hurriedly walked to Yun Feibai and pointed to the location where the light disappeared. Yun Feibai didn't look at Su Luo anymore, and immediately understood what Su Luo wanted to express. He frowned. This light spot was most likely disappeared because of the attack of players from other camps. Don't think this is insignificant. It can provide Su Luo and Yun Feibai with a lot of hidden information. First of all, the enemy should still be at the location where the light spot disappeared, because even though he killed 1 person, he will definitely continue to search there. Secondly, this player should be a player with strong aggressiveness and high attack power. The 3 people were very close to each other. Su Luo thought that if they were in danger, as long as they looked at the map, they would definitely run to the players in the same camp. Although it is not ruled out that they were killed instantly. Like them, whether they were killed instantly at once or the 3 of them ran together and were killed. It can be said that the opponent's attack power is very high. If it is the first case, then the enemy must have searched carefully, found all 3 people, and then killed them one by one. If this is the case, then this person, who is confident of his high military power, will definitely explore the surrounding area. Then the location they are in is very dangerous. Su Luo and Yun Feibai are indeed the best among the players, and they can advance so early. But there are many players who are 10 or 11 months old participating in this dungeon. They are stronger than Su Luo and Yun Feibai in terms of experience and attribute points. In other words, Su Luo and Yun Feibai can only keep their tails between their legs in this dungeon. Anyway, this is what Su Luo and Yun Feibai are thinking now. They can't afford to gamble with their luck, and they must not die in the assessment copy. Just when Yun Feibai and Su Luo didn't know what to do, Su Luo suddenly saw 2 people hurriedly walking on the street downstairs, with blue light on their heads. These 2 people looked confused and were running around on the street. Su Luo almost laughed out loud as she watched them wandering around. This must be a novice. Right? Maybe they are fishing? Running around on the street like this is useless except that it exposes your vision. To be honest, Su Luo even wanted to take these two heads. But she still suppressed her eager heart. First, she didn't know whether these two people were sent by the enemy to seduce them. And second, Su Luo was afraid of running into other players who wanted to harvest heads. After a while, two players with green heads appeared behind the players in the B camp. Then, there was a not too intense fight. As I said, it is important to seize the initiative. The player from Camp A caught the player from Camp B off guard. And the player from Camp B was already half dead before he could react. Full health versus half health. The two players from Camp B quickly turned into white light and disappeared. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly flashed through my mind. Ding! Since this is the first time for the player to take the formal assessment dungeon, a prompt is given, and the first player exposure of vision begins 10 minutes into the game. Su Luo was a little unresponsive for a while. Yun Feibai understood, and he quickly opened the system map. Su Luo followed closely and opened it to take a look. She unexpectedly found a blue light spot not too far away from them appeared on the map. And there was red light around it. After a few seconds, the light spot disappeared. Su Luo then realized that this was the player with the most kills on the field. Su Luo whispered to Yun Feibai, "This should be the person who killed 3 of our teammates just now." Yun Feibai nodded. "I guess so. From the place where the 3 people died to the location shown on the map just now. This person is getting farther and farther away from us. It can be seen that this person did not search in our direction. We can rest assured for the time being. This is good news." Su Luo sat on the bed and stopped talking. He opened the system again and looked at the current number of people in the camp. Camp A has 20 fewer people. Camp B has 13. And Camp C has the least, with only 7 fewer people. And the man just killed 3 Wandians. Which shows that in these few minutes, the number of people who died on Blue Star is really small. Su Luo was a little amused. Everyone really knows how to get points. But now these are just superficial phenomena. Not to mention that the game has just started. There are still more than 5 hours. Just say that among these living players, how many have completed the required tasks? When the dungeon is settled, these players will be counted as dead. The remaining number will definitely change drastically by then. Su Luo and Yun Feibai are just hiding from the limelight now. And they still have to continue their activities later. You know, their other required task has not been completed yet. After being bored in the room for about 10 minutes, footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Su Luo heard the sound immediately, and then quickly became alert and sat on the bed without saying a word. Yun Feibai also reacted immediately. He first glanced at the map, and there was no yellow light approaching them. He shook his head at Su Luo, and Su Luo nodded to indicate that he understood. As the footsteps approached, Su Luo and Yun Feibai also heard the slight sound of a door opening. Obviously, these people were searching door to door. Chapter 98. Su Luo and Yun Feibai couldn't tell how many people there were, but it was definitely more than 3. This was a huge threat to them. 2 against 4. Su Luo didn't think they could win easily. What should they do? There was no way to hide. From the footsteps, it could be seen that these people didn't just leave when they opened the door and saw no one. They searched carefully before leaving, because the distance between the 2 rooms was only 10 steps. But the interval between the door opening sounds was 1 minute, which was obviously wrong. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Su Luo and Yun Feibai's expressions became more and more solemn. What to do? What to do? Su Luo's brain was working rapidly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She tiptoed to the back of the cabinet. The cabinet was next to the door, and the cabinet door was facing the door. Su Luo pointed at the door, and then made a gesture of pushing the cabinet with her hand. Yun Feibai quickly realized that Su Luo wanted to use the cabinet to suppress those people when they came in, and then attack. There is no other way now. Let's try it. Yun Feibai and Su Luo switched positions. He was strong, so it was easier for him to push the door. Su Luo stood in a position where those people had to come in to see her, and took a fighting stance. Finally, footsteps approached their door. The door was slowly pushed open a little. After a few seconds, a person with a blue light on his head rushed in quickly. Yun Feibai did not act rashly. He stood calmly behind the cabinet. The person who came in was a short boy. He saw Su Luo at first, and then was stunned for a moment. Then, He looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, he walked in with a smile. "Miss, how are you?" While she was saying this, 3 more people walked in. Right now, Su Luo quickly used her second skill, and Yun Fei Bai also pushed the cabinet hard in tacit understanding. The wardrobe fell down, and the people who had no time to react, and were slowed down by Su Luo's second skill, were directly pressed under the cabinet. The man who came in first was not suppressed because he stood too far forward. Su Luo quickly attacked the man. After using her first skill, Su Luo finally understood why this man dared to come in first. With Su Luo's attack power, her first skill could only knock off a layer of the opponent's skin. This is a tank. As we all know, you can't chase after tanks. When Yun Fei Bai saw that Su Luo had only dealt such a little damage, he immediately attacked the people who were suppressed by the cabinet. Su Luo naturally understood this, and she also began to attack the people who were pinned down. The short man was anxious now. He saw his teammates' health dropping rapidly, and hurriedly tried to catch Su Luo, who was in front of him. However, how could a man who had added all his attribute points to his health catch her? Su Luo turned flexibly, dodged the man's hand, and then used her first skill to hit the person under the cabinet. The short man saw that the situation was not good, and immediately wanted to abandon his teammates and run away. However, how could Yun Fei Bai give him this opportunity when he had such a big advantage? He had already closed the door the moment the cabinet fell. In this case, unless the short man moved the cabinet away, he could not get out at all. With no way to escape, the short man was desperate and started to lift the cabinet frantically, trying to help his teammates out. However, the difference in IQ was revealed at this time. In order to prevent the cabinet from being lifted by the strong man, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai grabbed the boy and beat him at the beginning. Now there are only 2 girls left under the cabinet. The only boy has turned into white light and disappeared. As Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai expected, these 2 girls are both mages and do not have enough strength to lift the cabinet when they are pressed against the opposite side. Both girls look desperate. How can they be so miserable? These 2 girls are not from the same team. The girl in the yellow off-shoulder top is called Coco. She is in the same team as the boy who died just now. At the beginning of the game, we found 2 players from the same faction in the same building, and Coco was very happy. Then the 4 of them quickly gathered together, and then hit it off, forming a temporary team to complete the task. It was indeed very good at the beginning. The short boy was a pure tank, and no attack could kill him in seconds. The short boy took the lead, and the rest of them were behind to output. With this routine, they had searched 2 buildings and killed 5 people. The distribution was fair. Now everyone had a kill, and everyone was happy. Even Coco had given up the idea of surviving to the end, and planned to gain more health in this dungeon. However, he didn't expect to fall here. They were careless. Several people came in together, which gave the other party a chance to catch them all. Now he could only passively take the beating and couldn't fight back at all. As for the only boy who was not suppressed, Coco, she had no hope for him. You know, when they worked together before, she learned that all the skills of this boy were shield adding, and he couldn't attack at all. She closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Soon, the 2 girls also turned into white light and disappeared. The short man stood beside the cabinet in despair, at a loss. He begged, "Please don't kill me. Okay? I am a pure meat. Even if you kill me, it will take a long time, and it will be useless." Yun Fei Bai smiled and said, "How can it be useless? If we kill you, we will have 1 more head. Isn't this very useful?" While talking, the 2 people's attacks never stopped. The short guy is now a living target for them to hit. The short guy was sweating anxiously. You listen to me. I can." He suddenly had a bright idea. "I can be your MT. I will block the damage for you, and you can just output." Yun Fei Bai smiled and said, "Do you think we are fools? When the blue team comes, will you sell me out?" The boy said confidently, "Look at my talent skills." Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai were both curious. They were not worried that the short boy would do anything, so the 2 of them went over directly. The short boy generously showed his talent skills. Book of Contract. A contract can be made every week, and it will take effect when both parties sign the contract. Both parties of the contract cannot violate the contract. This is a good skill. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. This skill can't only be used in dungeons. It can be used in business negotiations to make the best use of it. Such a good skill. Su Luo is a little envious. However, with this skill as a guarantee, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai are really not worried that this person will suddenly betray. They are not in urgent need of heads now. But they still need a tank that can block attacks. After thinking about it, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai agreed. So the short man immediately made a contract, which was a blank piece of craft paper. The short boy said attentively, "Just write on it with your hands. No need for a pen." Su Luo gestured to Yun Fei Bai to let him do it. Yun Fei Bai was an expert in making contracts. Yun Fei Bai did not refuse and walked over. After thinking for a while, he used his hand as a pen and wrote on the craft paper, "In this assessment copy, the fourth assessment copy that Ji Hei experienced. You must unconditionally obey the command of Ji Hei and Shi Luo. And you cannot disobey or betray. Only for this instance. In this instance, Ji Hei and Shi Luo must be able to pass the instance. Signer, Ji Hei." After writing, he handed the craft paper to Su Luo and asked her to take a look first. Su Luo took the craft paper and thought about it carefully. Then he added another sentence. "When the instance is over, the content about Ji Hei and Shi Luo in this instance will be forgotten." After writing this, Su Luo thought there was no problem and signed his name on it. Yun Fei Bai saw what Su Luo added and slapped his forehead. Yes, they have their own secrets. Especially Su Luo's priest-mage combination is very easy to be seen. Although they don't know whether Su Luo's situation is common in other worlds. They can hide it if they can, and surprise the enemy when the time comes. Now there should be no problem. Yun Fei Bai handed the craft paper to the short man and asked him to sign on the horizontal line and the blank space. Although the short man was a little confused about their rules, he could understand it. Seeing that Su Luo and the others did not do anything bad, he decisively signed on it. At the same time, he was very satisfied with the contract. A person character is revealed in the details. These two people did not only consider their own interests, but also wrote down the item that he should pass the copy. It was really generous. After signing, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai knew that the short man's name was Lilahe. They didn't know what language it was. When he signed, the craft paper emitted a golden light. Then, a white light flashed on Yun Fei Bai, Su Luo and Lilahe, and the contract came into effect. After it came into effect, the three people became a little closer. Su Luo asked, "Do you only have one required task left?" Lu Lahe nodded yes. "My required task is to take 3,000 damage. Now," he said, and took a look at his taskbar. "I have completed half of it now." Su Luo twitched his lips. 3,000 tasks are actually a lot. After all, this is a 6-hour task. How long has it just been? Lu Lahe has already completed half. Chapter 99. It can only be said that when the four of them were sweeping, they really encountered a fierce counterattack. Wait! Su Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. She had a good idea but didn't know whether to say it or not. Su Luo smiled at Yun Fei Bai and said, "I think we can complete the required tasks for the three people now." Yun Fei Bai was a little confused at first, but then his brows relaxed and his eyes smiled. "I think it's okay." Lu Lahe. He looked at the two people in confusion, not knowing what to do. Thanks to the system automatic language translation, he was able to understand the communication between the two people from other worlds. But why did he still not understand what the two people were talking about even though he clearly understood it? Su Luo saw Lilahe looked puzzled and explained to him with a smile, "The two of us can attack you, and then both your injury-bearing mission and our mission will be completed." Lilahe first nodded excitedly, and then quickly reacted, "That's not right. Even though I'm very tanky, I can't withstand the attacks of both of you. You're making it too difficult for me?" Su Luo smiled mysteriously, and used her first skill to treat. Lilahe was surprised to find that his health had actually recovered. "What? You're a priest?" "No. You're a mage? What's going on?" Lilahe was a little confused. What was going on now? Su Luo smiled and said, "I am a shadow priest. I can attack and heal." Lu Lahe. Then he suddenly realized. No wonder Su Luo deliberately added a clause in the contract that the copy would end, and he would forget the content related to them. It turned out that this was what he considered, however, the profession of shadow priest. Lu Lahe. But he had never heard of it. He was overjoyed. Then let's complete the task quickly. Su Luo and the other two nodded. And the three of them began to cheat. 20 minutes passed. And the three people's required tasks had been completed. And now it has been less than an hour since the dungeon started. The three were overjoyed. Lu Lahe said with satisfaction, I have never completed a required task so quickly. Su Luo said, this is the first time for the two of us to come to the official assessment dungeon. I feel that the novice tutorial is a bit vague. Can you introduce it to us? Lu Lahe was a little surprised. Is it the first time for these two people? Then, their reaction speed is absolutely first rate. Whether it is hiding in the house at the beginning, or winning by 2-on-4 strategy, they don't look like players who are experiencing the dungeon for the first time. He thought about it, summarized what he knew, and then said, there are indeed many things that the novice tutorial does not give to the players, and the players need to explore it themselves. The first is that players in the same camp can communicate. Did you know? Su Luo and Yunfei Bai shook their heads in surprise. This is very useful news. Lu Lahe. Click on the system and select public announcement. Then, in front of Su Luo and Yunfei Bai, he clicked on a small obscure triangle in the lower left corner of the interface. Then, a new interface popped up, which looked like a chat interface, and someone even formed a team in it. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai seemed to have discovered a new world, and hurriedly clicked on their own systems. Sure enough, there was also a small triangle in the lower left corner, and clicking on it was the chat interface of their camp. Su Luo flipped to the top, and there was a person speech on it. There is a player in the B camp who is too powerful. None of us three can beat him. Be careful. The word stopped here. Su Luo looked at Yunfei Bai with some surprise. This should be one of the three yellow dots at the beginning. Right? Yunfei Bai nodded solemnly. It should be them. There is still some information in this passage, and it is not good news. First, the player who killed the three of them is from Camp B, and Camp B has a big boss. Second, it is really one person who killed three people, which shows how strong this player is. At this point, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai suddenly remembered that they had forgotten to look at the map during that period of time. Su Luo hurriedly opened the map, and there were only 1 or 2 yellow dots around them. Su Luo asked Lu La Black to open the map again, and the map showed that there were no blue dots near them. This was a bit strange. Why did the blue dots disappear? Could they have all been killed? Su Luo thought that they might have followed the strongman on the blue side. After all, it is indeed much safer to follow a strongman. She looked at the number of players in the camp again. A. 235/300. B. 251/300. C. 277/300. Their camp still had the most players, and Su Luo couldn't help but feel a little relieved. In previous dungeons, everyone was a competitor, and naturally didn't want the other party to have an easy time. But this time's assessment dungeon made Su Luo realize that their real opponents were still players from other worlds. Players from other worlds are all teammates. Why do you say that? Because players who can come to the official assessment dungeon have plenty of points. Their points are enough for them to pass the game dungeon, even if they fail in the game dungeon. But the assessment dungeon cannot allow players to redeem their lives with points. And if they die, they die. So the assessment dungeon should obviously be taken more seriously. Then the opponents in the assessment dungeon are the real opponents. Just as Su Luo was thinking, the system prompt sound suddenly rang again. Ding! The dungeon will be carried out for 1 hour, and the map buff will be refreshed. Su Luo quickly opened the system map and checked it. There was a white light flashing in the upper left corner of the map. In addition, a blue dot with red light appeared near the center of the map. The white light should be the copy buff. Right? I don't know if this buff is a buff for the entire camp or a personal buff. But no matter which one it is, that place will definitely experience a battle of swords and swords. And that blue dot, Su Luo wondered, could it be the same blue dot they saw at the beginning? If so, it's really terrible. This person can actually maintain his position as the number 1 in the field, not being surpassed or strangled. Too powerful. Whether it is the location of the copy buff or the location of the killing god, they are far away from Su Luo and Yunfei Bai's address. Temporarily safe. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai both breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, they don't plan to grab the buff, nor do they plan to fight the killing god and give away heads. For the first copy, you have to get familiar with the environment and understand the rules. As for killing people, Su Luo's mentality is still very relaxed. Let's talk about it in the next dungeon. As a tank, Lu La-hei actually thought so. But his original teammates disagreed. They were mysteriously confident in Lu La-hei's tankiness, and even had the ambition to beat the whole game. Lu La-hei originally wanted to complete the required task, and then leave the organization to find a place to hide in peace. Unexpectedly, before the task was completed, the small team of 4 people became 1 person. If he didn't have a special life-saving skill, he would have said goodbye to this world. Originally, I thought that the next step would be a desperate time of enslavement, and whether he could complete this dungeon mission was another matter. Unexpectedly, the slavery was not enslaved, but the required mission was completed. Looking at these 2 people who seemed to be enjoying their old age in the dungeon, Lu La-hei, that's so beautiful. This is the team he wants. Wouldn't it be great if he could pass the dungeon easily? Thinking of this, Lu La-hei looked at Su Luo and Yun Fei-bai with a more friendly look. Since passing the dungeon was no longer a problem, he didn't mind telling them some more knowledge about the dungeon. Lu La-hei saw Su Luo looking at the system interface seriously, so he called out and attracted the attention of Su Luo and the others. Seeing that the 2 of them were already focused on him, he coughed and said in an unfathomable way, "Ahem. Do you know how to get more health points?" Su Luo asked in confusion. "Kill more people? Isn't this clearly written in the rules?" Lu La-hei nodded mysteriously, then shook his head and said, "It does rely on heads, but there are also hidden shortcuts." Su Luo and Yun Fei-bai immediately perked up when they heard it. Yun Fei-bai sat up slightly and asked, "What shortcut?" Lu La-hei. He smiled and said, "Killing in succession is the shortcut." "Killing in succession?" Su Luo repeated in confusion. "Yes, it's a kill streak. If you can kill 3 or more people in a row without others killing anyone, you will get a special life bonus when the settlement is settled." Su Luo and Yun Fei-bai looked at him in surprise. This is really incredible news. Although the message on the previous chat interface is also difficult to find. As long as they study it more, they may find it. But it is difficult to actively find out that a kill streak can get extra rewards. First of all, it is difficult to achieve a kill streak in a copy of nearly 1,000 people. If they didn't know about this special requirement, no one would pursue a killing streak. Then naturally they wouldn't find it. Su Luo's mind became active again. Killing streak is difficult, but it's not impossible. If they catch the lone ones, beat them to low health and tie them up, and kill more together, wouldn't that be a killing streak? For a while, many ideas popped up in Su Luo's mind, waiting for them to practice. Within 5 minutes, Yun Fei-bai, who was staring at the map, suddenly patted Su Luo and said, "Look." The system buff disappeared. Su Luo took a look, and sure enough, the white light spot in the upper left corner of the map disappeared. Lu La-hei added beside, "The copy buff will definitely not disappear unless it is obtained by others." Chapter 100. This statement also ruled out the possibility that the buff disappeared because it stayed in the dungeon for too long, or simply because it was no longer visible because of the time. This is the advantage of having an old player by your side. You don't have to blindly guess about many things. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction, and sincerely admired her decision to let Lu La Black go. This was too convenient. Time passed slowly again, and after a while, footsteps were heard outside the door again. Su Luo was speechless. What the hell? Are they rushing to get killed? Why are there so many people searching this remote house? In fact, this question is the first time Su Luo plays it. He doesn't understand the reason of this game. Lu La-hei, seeing Su Luo frowning and confused, he was about to explain. However, when he thought of the people in the corridor, he chose to shut up and wait until the danger is over. Yun Fei-bai made a 2 gesture, and there were only 2 people outside the door. Knowing that the previous killing god was still far away from them, these 2 people would not be particularly powerful. But Su Luo thought that those who dared to search the house at this time must have some strength. In other words, although there were 3 of them, they still couldn't underestimate the 2 people at the door. But soon, Su Luo found that he was worrying too much. These 2 people should not have any brains. Why do you say that? Because they were already talking loudly in the corridor. I'm telling you, there's definitely no one here. The person who spoke was a boy. Then a nice girl asked, "How do you know?" The boy said complacently, "I looked at the map, and it's empty here." A few red and blue dots were around here before, but now they've left. It shows that they've searched. And there's no one here. Su Luo was a little confused when she heard him say this. If you're not my brother, even if you're observing, can you please observe carefully? Did those blue dots really enter this building? There's a saying that goes, smart people have smart ways of living. Stupid people have stupid ways of living. And the most feared are those who are self-righteous and have no way of living. If you are smarter and observe more carefully, you will find that this building has not been checked. If you are stupider and don't observe here, you won't come here at all. And this person just wants to show off his intelligence and observes the map, but doesn't observe it carefully. Ambiguity, ostentation, and harming people a lot. The girl didn't have the god's perspective of Su Luo and the others, and thought that the boy had really observed carefully. She said convincingly, you are smart. It's a good choice to team up with you this time. The boy said proudly, don't worry. Follow me. I won't let you suffer. Come. Let's pick a room. Su Luo almost laughed. Okay. Why pretend to be a boss if you don't have the ability? You can pick the room as you like? Pick it. And wait for you to pick the bomb. The girl was also stupid. She had no objection to the boy's words and really started to pick seriously. While waiting bored, Su Luo had actually looked at other rooms. Their birthplace was actually quite poor. The room was very empty, and there was nothing to cover it. But there were actually more luxurious rooms and cleaner rooms on the same floor. All in all, this room was really good to choose from. The girl commented as she was choosing. This room looks clean and neat with its black and white color scheme. But there is only one bed in the room. It's too empty. This room looks good. And there's even a dressing table. Along with her words, the boys echoed her in a disjointed way. Yeah, yes, I think it's okay. You have a good eye. This is a classic quote from a boy shopping with a girl. Forget it. Let's compare prices before we go shopping. As they spoke, the footsteps of the two people rang again. Su Luo was convinced. These two people were really a perfect match made in heaven. They were both stupid. They didn't even consider the occasion and compared prices before they went shopping. Do you really think you are in a shopping mall? To be honest, Su Luo didn't intend to kill them. Su Luo was actually inspired by their words. Some people stared at the map. There were two fewer red dots in this place. The players in the red camp must know that there were players from the enemy camp here. If a large group of them came to search, Su Luo and the other two might not be able to escape. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. One head is not that important. But the current situation is that the two of them will definitely see this room. So this battle is unavoidable. Su Luo gestured to the other two, and she and Yunfei Bai hid, using the extremely high HP Lu La Hei to attract fire. Soon, the door was opened. The girl screamed in surprise. Ah! There is someone here. The boy walked in quickly, and seeing that it was only one person, he smiled easily. Although his misjudgment was a bit embarrassing, but it was a sure win in a 2-on-1 situation. And giving away a head for free was also very good. In order to make up for his image in the girl's heart, he said disdainfully, what is there to be afraid of with just one person? I can beat him with one hand. After thinking for a while, he said, this guy must have hidden well before. Yes. He is hiding in this cabinet. The players didn't search carefully before and missed him. Now, we can kill this fish that slipped through the net. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and said to the girl, I will give you this head later. After saying that, he launched an offensive against Lu Lai. Why didn't Su Luo and the others start to beat him when he was talking nonsense just now? Because Su Luo and the others didn't know how high the boy's damage was. He could enter the formal assessment dungeon. So even if he had some problems with his brain, his strength wouldn't be too different. Sure enough, as soon as the boy used his skills, Su Luo found that his damage was a little higher than Su Luo and the others. Although the boy said that he could beat it alone, the girl still had some brains and used skills. The girl was a mage and the boy was a warrior, which was a classic combination. The boy cursed, "My see. Why is this guy's health so high? I can't even hit him." As he said this, he used several more skills on Lu Lahe. As we all know, skills have CDs. Now that both of them have used their skills, it's time. Su Luo immediately used her second skill, and then her first skill. Yun Feibai flashed behind the two men, then took out his weapon and started attacking. This was something the two men had not expected. There was actually someone in this room. They were stunned and had no reaction at all. This kind of situation of being stunned is fatal in actual combat, and the enemy will not give you time to react. Su Luo and Yun Feibai quickly used their skills, and with the tacit understanding of so many copies, they had already silently divided the heads. Su Luo took the head of the girl, and Yun Feibai took the boys. After a while, the two of them turned into white light and disappeared in the swift attack. At this time, Su Luo had 3 heads on his body, and Yun Feibai had 4. The first level reward has been obtained. Lu Lahei watched them with some envy, but didn't say anything. He was self-aware. As a captive, he was able to pass the dungeon so quickly, which should be touching. As for the health bonus, Lu Lahei didn't have any idea at all, but when he saw others eating meat without even soup, he still felt a little envious, especially since this meat just fell from the sky. These 2 people were so lucky that they could get a free head. Su Luo and Yun Feibai turned around with satisfaction. Su Luo healed the Lahei, while Yun Feibai sat on the bed at ease. When the Lahei's health was fully restored, Su Luo thought for a moment and said, "How about we change our place of residence?" The 2 people just now knew how to look at the map to find where there was no one. There was no guarantee that there would not be a malicious player who would notice that there were 2 players from the enemy camp here through the sudden disappearance of these 2 people and come to hunt us down. Yun Feibai nodded, stood up and cleared the way. The last, Lu Lei. He shook his head with some emotion. He had intended to remind these 2 people, but he didn't expect them to figure it out so quickly. It must be said that it is not just luck that these 2 people can survive until now, and have several heads. IQ also played a big role in this. The 3 people walked quietly in the shadows at the edge of the city, trying to avoid being discovered by other players. They didn't actually want to go too far. Just go around a few streets. However, just after they passed a street, they saw people fighting in front of them. They were the green and blue people, and the number of people was not small, with more than 10 people on each side. Su Luo was simply stunned. In broad daylight, on the street, they were fighting? They couldn't participate in this battlefield. Su Luo and the other 2 immediately hid in a hidden corner to observe the situation. The fight between these people became more and more intense, and skills of various colors were flying all over the sky, just like a slightly larger scale mass fight in the magic world. After a while, Su Luo keenly discovered that the battlefield was actually shifting towards them. This is incredible. If the people from the blue and green camps suddenly found that there were a few people from the yellow camp peeping here, would they still be able to leave? But now they can't get out. Once they get out, they will be discovered directly. Su Luo had to pray silently in her heart, "Don't come over. Don't come over." But God seemed to be against her, and those people began to move more and more towards Su Luo. Seeing that she was about to be exposed, Su Luo's head was covered with tiny beads of sweat. What to do? What to do? Yun Feibai was also anxious and helpless. He couldn't move at all in this situation. Suddenly, Su Luo thought of something. Chapter 101. She hesitated for a moment, and seeing the crowd approaching, she had no choice but to take out the butterfly card that Yun Feibai had obtained before, and activated the skill, Butterfly Effect. Yun Feibai calmed down the second he saw Su Luo take out the card. This card was indeed as good as its reputation. A second before Su Luo was about to be exposed, an iron bucket suddenly fell from the sky. With a clang, everyone's attention was attracted by the iron bucket. However, when he looked up, he did not see any other players. The situation was even more dangerous, and everyone started fighting again. But this time, they didn't move to this side, and Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually a little angry now, and she wouldn't have joined in the fun earlier. Not only did she not get to watch the show, but she also lost a precious prop in vain. What does it mean to steal a chicken but lose the rice? This is a typical example. However, something magical happened next. Because the battle was fierce, everyone was no longer limited to skill attacks, and even started punching and kicking. Although the damage in this instance was relatively small, some people were kicked and fell. This led to the current scene. Su Luo was squatting here watching the show, when suddenly a dark figure fell from the sky and hit Su Luo. Before Su Luo could react, she met the eyes of the person who was kicked away. The person was kicked away first, and then saw a peeping female player. And he also didn't react. Su Luo was quick-witted and saw that the man was low on health. So she quickly replenished him and sent him to the west. This shocked Yunfei and Lu Lahe, who were standing by. What kind of chosen one was this? A head falling from the sky? Too happy. Su Luo was also a little confused. But she still knew that she had picked up a bargain. So she smiled and continued to observe the battle situation. This situation was not an isolated case. Then, several people came to Su Luo and their hiding place for various reasons. Although some of them were not at low health. They had 3 people after all. Even if they were half health, they could be killed in seconds. When the battle was about to end, Su Luo and Yunfei each took 2 heads, which made Road black. Stunned. This situation was also amazing. And now there were 3 red teams and 1 blue team left on the field. It was obvious that the red team was going to win. However, how could Yunfei and Su Luo be missing at this time? They asked. Road black. Not to move. And then stood up decisively. How could those 4 people have thought that there were 2 Voldemorts here? Seeing Su Luo and the other 2 appear, they all looked confused. Su Luo said to the only remaining member of the blue team, "Do you want revenge?" The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he knew that the 2 people in front of him just wanted to pick up heads and reap the benefits. But he didn't mind. The current situation is that he and the 2 people on the green side have become mortal enemies. He will either die at the hands of these 2 people or die at the hands of those 2 people. And these 2 green people killed so many people in their camp. How could the boy be willing to give them heads? He immediately said, "If you help me kill them, I will give you this head directly." Su Luo clapped her hands in satisfaction and called out, "Lulahe." When the boy saw that Lulahe was also a blue person, his eyes lit up and he thought that things had turned around. However, Lulahe immediately broke his fantasy. "Don't think about it. I am also controlled by others and can't help you. Now I am in the same boat with these 2 yellow players." The boy didn't understand why. But there was no other way. He said directly, "We will fight 4 against 3. After the fight, I will give myself to you." Su Luo praised, "What a courage." After that, she and Yunfei immediately entered the battle state and fought with the 3 red players. 4 against 3. Although it took a while. But Su Luo's team still won smoothly. The boy did not resist as promised. And peacefully turned into white light and disappeared. The battlefield was now empty. And the cold wind blew. Su Luo and Yunfei clapped their hands. This time, they really made a lot of money. And they were so rich. Su Luo now had 7 kills. And Yunfei had 8. This is just too happy. Okay? Lu Lahe silently doubted his life. Although he watched the whole process, he knew that what happened this time was really normal. In such a copy, it is not a rare event to encounter a fight on the road. And it was very dangerous in the first place. And he was saved by the props. The subsequent situation is not surprising. Isn't it common to be hit by someone in a fight? But, this result is very strange. Why can such ordinary events create such a happy result? Anyway, Lu Lahe. Now I am a little skeptical about my life. Is he always playing a fake copy? Su Luo and Yunfei quickly left the scene of the crime. Ran a little further. Found a building and went in. This time, we didn't encounter any problems along the way. By the time Su Luo and the other 2 found a small room to settle down, nearly half of the dungeon time had passed. Then we looked at the number of people in each camp. A. 112/300. B. 137/300. C. 225/300. The Blue Star camp was really far ahead. Su Luo was a little surprised. Isn't the gap too big? Why are there so few people in the red and blue camps? However, Lu Lahe looked calm, as if he had expected this result. Seeing that Su Luo and Yunfei were both puzzled, he kindly explained, "You have not been through too many assessment copies and don't understand the situation." Su Luo and Yunfei heard this and thought there was something going on. They immediately showed that they wanted to know more. Lu Lahe didn't keep them in suspense and explained directly, "The green team and the blue team have a grudge. So when killing people, they will kill the other team first." Su Luo asked curiously, "How did you know? Aren't we all assimilated by the system to look like our own camp?" Indeed, in Su Luo's eyes now, no matter which side they are from, they all look like humans. However, everyone is from different worlds. and they are actually all kinds of strange. The system is specially adjusted to facilitate players to perform dungeons. Lu La-hei smiled and shook his head, saying like an old driver, "That's because you haven't observed carefully. Although the system has made adjustments, the essential characteristics of some races have not changed." After saying that, he lifted his bangs, and Su Luo discovered that there was a small bump on Lu La-hei's forehead, with some strange lines on it. He chuckled and said, "You don't have this, do you?" Su Luo nodded, and asked curiously, "Then what are our racial characteristics?" Lu La-hei pointed at Su Luo's eyes. "Your eyes are crystal clear, and can reflect everything." Su Luo couldn't help but be a little stunned. "Eyes? Are eyes a unique racial characteristic of humans?" Yun Fei Bai suddenly asked, "What do your eyes look like?" Lu La-hei said, "Our eyes are a line, with vertical lines and horizontal lines. It depends on the individual's genes." Before Su Luo had time to complain about what such eyes looked like, she saw that the dungeon buff had been refreshed on the map. But this time it was not so good. The dungeon buff was refreshed near them, on the street downstairs. Su Luo immediately looked downstairs through the window. And sure enough, there is a white three-dimensional symbol standing in the middle of the street. To be honest, this buff is right in front of you. Anyone with a little ambition will be unable to resist wade into the muddy water. But Su Luo and the other two did not act rashly. The dungeon mission has been completed, and passing the level is basically a foregone conclusion. If you die in the process of grabbing the buff, who can you go to for justice? Su Luo and the others are all sensible people, and they seem to know what is important and what is not. There must be many players around here who are eyeing this dungeon buff, so they won't join in the fun. But now there is a problem. The dungeon buff is here, so a large number of players will definitely flock here next. And this large number of players is likely to search all the rooms nearby. Then Su Luo and the others will be in danger of being discovered. Move to another position now? No. The dungeon buff is downstairs. If they show up, they will be the center of attention. Isn't that rushing to die? There is no other way. It is safest to stay where you are. While Su Luo was thinking, there was already movement downstairs. A 4-member team from the green team was rapidly approaching the dungeon buff. Su Luo watched the scene with interest. Can this 4-member team succeed? The answer is no. When these 4 people were about to touch the dungeon buff, suddenly a vine net fell from the sky and covered them tightly. These 4 people tried hard to break free from the vine net. But how could others give them this opportunity? 2 girls from the blue team appeared from nowhere and attacked the 4 people. Su Luo saw this and shook her head with some regret. The 2 girls were indeed bold and careful. They ambushed and advanced and staged a wonderful 4-on-2 battle. The green team players had no power to fight back in the situation of more people. But the problem is that the copy buff is here, and more players will come here soon. The correct operation now is to decisively give up these 4 heads. Take the copy buff and run away. But these 2 people were greedy for these 4 heads and did not make a choice, which caused them to miss the best time to escape. Now Su Luo is sure that the 2 of them will not only fail to get these 4 heads and buffs, but also give away their lives. Chapter 102. Sure enough, when they were still passionately releasing skills to attack, a red light hit them, and a blazing fire suddenly ignited on the ground. This was a fire mage. Su Luo looked in the direction where the red light came from, and 3 green players were running towards this side. The 2 blue female players naturally couldn't release skills in the flames, but fortunately, one of the female players was a water attribute. She quickly used a skill to clear a path on the ground, barely allowing the 2 of them to escape from the fire circle. Seeing that the 4 people on the ground could not be killed, they remembered that they should go get the dungeon buff first. But would the 3 people on the green side give them this opportunity? Definitely not. They quickly launched an offensive against the 2 people, hitting them with skills one by one as if they were free, trying to focus fire to kill them instantly. Although some skills were dodged, it did not affect the high skill density, and they were killed by hitting them. At this time, a person on the yellow side appeared out of nowhere, even though Su Luo was standing on a tall building, watching the battle from a god's perspective. She didn't notice how this person appeared. She only saw him touch the buff swiftly, and then sat down in front of everyone with peace of mind. Sat down. Su Luo couldn't believe her eyes. Was he looking for death? Lu La-hei suddenly said, "Oh, right. There is something you may not know. I forgot whether the initial instructions would tell you. Regarding the copy buff, if you want to get it, You must touch the copy buff for more than 10 seconds. During this period, no other player can touch it for more than 2 seconds. Su Luo nodded. So that's how it is. But even so, this person is quite arrogant to grab the buff in front of so many people. But how can he get away now? Su Luo couldn't help but pray for the players in his own camp. The people from the green and blue camps were also stunned. Although there are some conflicts between the two sides, they won't give up the copy buff to a third party just because the other party is there. Right? The two parties, who had been feuding for a long time, worked together at this moment. They both wanted to kill this ignorant guy in a second. But what they didn't expect was that their attack seemed to hit a thin film, and did not cause any damage to the yellow party. Sure enough, the person who could come to grab the buff openly would not come to die without any preparation. The blue and green people immediately gave up the attack and ran over, trying to touch the copy buff and make this person fail. The copy buff cannot be moved, so the boy can only watch them rush up. But the boy has no teammates? How is it possible? His teammates have been hiding in the dark, wanting to catch all these people in one fell swoop. The boy is called Little Minion, and his talent skill is a very rare life-saving skill, Invincible Golden Body, which can last for 5 seconds. And he himself is a pure tank, invincible for 5 seconds plus enough tankiness, so that he can have a chance to survive at any time. As early as his 4th formal assessment dungeon, he joined a very good team. This team has 5 people, each with their own abilities. He was able to suddenly appear next to the dungeon buff, which was the ability of one of his teammates. After many experiments by their team, they have found that the 3rd and 5th dungeon buffs are very likely to be faction buffs. So their goal is to grab this 3rd faction buff. And now, it is time for his other teammate to play a role. When the blue and green players were about to touch the dungeon buff, the minion's tightly clenched right hand suddenly threw it at them. In an instant, before anyone could react, the people who touched the things thrown by the minions were all wrapped in giant marshmallows. On each of the chubby marshmallows grew a few small heads that looked confused and at a loss. The scene looked funny and amusing, and even Su Luo couldn't help laughing. What a talent! Yun Fei Bai also chuckled beside him. Oh, they are really well prepared. Soon, 10 seconds passed, and Su Luo suddenly received a system prompt. Ding! Someone in this camp has obtained a camp buff, and all members of the yellow side have gained a bonus, attack plus 5, strength, spirit. Only for this copy, it is worthy of being a camp buff. The effect is strong. Su Luo looked at her extra spirit plus 5 happily. Although it was just this copy, it was still very pleasant to have 5 more attributes for no reason. The chances of successfully passing the dungeon this time have increased. The situation downstairs was still in chaos. Suddenly, everyone wrapped in marshmallows started to shout, "Minions!" Because he was in a golden body at this time, and was not affected by any skills. He looked particularly weak and helpless among the marshmallow fat men. But at this time, he was smiling, which formed a sharp contrast with the dark faces of the other people. Fuck you. Why are you so mean? You can even use such a trick? Can this marshmallow be untied? I don't want to keep doing this. Fuck you. The yellow party is really insidious. Don't panic. Our teammates will be here soon, and he won't survive by then. Minions. It is obvious that they have been through many battles, and don't care about what everyone says. But their last sentence reminded him, and he stood up quickly and prepared to run away. However, just as Minions stood up, they saw another group of green people arriving at the scene. 4 people in total. They were also stunned for a moment when they saw the situation on the field. But soon, their eyes were locked on the only free man on the field who was not trapped and was trying to escape. Minions. The green people on the ground were also shouting, "People from our camp are here. You can't run away. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? We can make your death easier. You're done. Kid. You be punished by our teammates soon." When the little yellow man saw these people looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and tried to run back. However, at this time, a group of people appeared behind him. They were the blue team, with 3 people. Well, this time, they were attacked from both sides. The blue team on the ground were happy. Didn't expect it? Our people are here too. Today is the day you die. Just surrender. Attack from both sides. Kid. You're dead. Seeing that there was no other way, the minion took a deep breath and immediately ran into the building on the left. Then the blue and green people also swarmed in. Su Luo saw that the matter should be settled. and withdrew his gaze with regret, thinking that this person should be dead now. What's the point of running into the building? There is no other escape route in the building. It's the same as catching a turtle in a jar. It's just the difference between dying earlier and later. This person is really miserable. Wait! She suddenly realized something, and quickly stretched her head to look downstairs. Wasn't the building that the person just ran into the same as theirs? Su Luo stared at Yunfeibai with wide eyes. Okay. It feels like it was her own family that was blown up. Su Luo suddenly couldn't feel sorry anymore. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. 7 people. 7 people. And they only counted Su Luo, Yunfeibai, Lu Lahe, and the unknown passerby Huang Feng. Isn't this life-threatening? There was no other way. Su Luo and the other 2 hurried upstairs. Let's run to the top floor first. Soon, they ran to the rooftop, which was still empty at this time. Yunfeibai scratched his head and said, "This is good. We are in trouble. It will be difficult for us to win the battle with 4 against 7. Su Luo nodded, thinking about how to deal with this crisis. After a while, footsteps and voices were heard downstairs. This villain dared to steal the buff. I'm going to kill him. Since the buff is gone, this person doesn't need to live. The yellow party is cunning. We must make them less manful this time. Let's not fight for the time being. Let's deal with this villain on the yellow side first. The situation is not good." Yunfeibai's eyes kept wandering, hoping to see some way to escape. When his eyes fell on Lu Lahe, his eyes suddenly lit up. There is a way. Yunfeibai immediately pulled Lu Lahe and said, Lu Lahe, hide behind that door and do as I say. After that, he whispered something in Lu Lahe's ear. Su Luo looked at him curiously and asked, Do you have a solution? How to do it? Yunfeibai smiled mysteriously and said, We can just watch the show here. Don't panic. Maybe Air can get some more bargains later. Su Luo didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. She believed Yunfeibai. After a while, a panting yellow player ran up. It was the player who grabbed the buff. Little minion. Originally, he just wanted to delay for a while, and he didn't have any idea of surviving. At this time, seeing that there were actually 2 yellow players on the rooftop, he was speechless. You? Why are you here? Su Luo said helplessly, We were here. You just happened to bring people in. The boy saw this and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That really troubled you. I didn't expect. Oh, forget it. If you can survive this time, I will give you a treasure. Su Luo shook his head and said, That's not necessary. You helped our camp get a buff, which was originally a great thing. This time it was also a helpless move. It's not your fault. Chapter 103. Even if she could survive, Su Luo didn't intend to blackmail her. After all, this man was really kind-hearted, and this sincerity was enough. The boy sighed and didn't refute. Now it was obvious that they couldn't survive, and it was useless to argue with her. He stretched out his hand and said, Hello. I'm a yellow man. He planned to get to know his friends who died on the same day of the same month of the same year, so that he wouldn't be alone on the road to the underworld. Su Luo and Yunfeibai also reported their names. Yunfeibai said, You don't have to worry too much. We have a way to deal with it, and it will most likely succeed. Minions looked at him in surprise, feeling that he didn't hear it clearly, and asked in disbelief, What did you say? Yunfeibai repeated helplessly, I said I have a way to escape. You don't have to worry. The boy's face was full of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be a way to escape from such a desperate situation. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, You saw everything just now, right? Did you guess that I have teammates? He looked at the dark stairs with some despair, and said, Don't count on my teammates to come and save us. They are all far away now. By the time they come, our bodies will be cold. Well, although there will be no bodies if you die here. As he said this, he sat on the ground with some annoyance. This was the first time they tried this routine, and they didn't expect that this failure would lead to their death. Yunfeibai did guess that he would have teammates. After all, the skills that this boy used when he was snatching the dungeon buff were too weird. These skills were probably innate skills, but this boy used more than one magical skill, because these skills didn't seem to be skills that a single player would have, but more like they were put together by multiple people. So Yunfeibai actually had some guesses about his teammates, but he didn't think of this method. How could he put his hope on someone he didn't even know? Yun Feibai smiled and replied, I didn't count on your teammates. So you don't have to worry, little minion. When he heard this, things actually took a turn for the better. He hurriedly stood up and approached Yun Feibai and asked, Master Jihei, do you have any good ideas? Why don't you tell me so that I can feel at ease? Yun Feibai said, the secret cannot be revealed. Just wait and see. While they were talking, the 7 people from the blue and green sides also rushed up. When they were downstairs and wanted to come up, 2 more people from the blue side arrived at the scene. To be fair, they said 2 people, 1 blue and 1 green, to guard the door, and the remaining 7 people entered the building. The 7 people quickly searched other rooms and then headed straight for the rooftop. However, to their surprise, there were 3 yellow players on the rooftop, and there was only 1 player who came in before. But it doesn't matter. 7 against 3. They will win no matter how you look at it. One of the blue people said, this is your teammate, right? You dare to grab the buff under our noses. Then today is your death. Yun Feibai pretended to panic and said, I am not with them. I am just a player who is trying to get points in the building. Can you please let me go? The boy said sarcastically, Yo, are you refusing to admit your guilt now? You Huanfeng people are really cunning and ruthless. Your biggest mistake is to appear here. Brothers, let them be buried with our lost copy buff. As he said that, he wanted to rush up. Yun Feibai raised his hand to make a stop gesture and said loudly, Wait! 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 The boy was suddenly called to stop and slammed on the brakes. He asked impatiently, Do you have any last words? Yun Feibai said, There are 3 of us and you have 2 camps. How do you divide the heads? The boy hesitated a little. And then he opened his mouth to say that we can get the heads based on our ability. At this time, a voice that he was a little unfamiliar with suddenly said, What are you afraid of? We have more people on the blue side. Just kill the annoying green side and take these 3 heads. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere between the blue and green sides instantly became tense. And this person seemed to be not satisfied, and suddenly rushed in front of a green person and started fighting directly. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. And the blue and green sides started fighting directly. In an instant, skills of various colors were floating all over the sky again. The boy who spoke first almost wanted to spit out blood and blamed this brainless player. Even if they wanted to fight, they should have fought secretly. Besides, the number of people on both sides is obviously the same. How can the blue side have more people than the green side? He turned around and counted. The blue side really has 1 more person. He didn't bother to think about where this person came from. The boy also used his skills and joined the fierce battle. And the blue player who provoked the dispute between the 2 sides was Lu La-hei. This is the method that Yun Feibai told him. He used one hand to sow discord and successfully provoke the internal strife between the 2 sides, who didn't trust each other. Lu La-hei retired after his success, relying on his tough skin and strong body to quietly retreat behind the scenes. As early as when Lu La-hei said the first sentence, Su Luo understood Yun Feibai's intention. This is really a good method, killing people without bloodshed. And the little yellow man standing aside was stunned. He didn't expect things to go this way. This is really a way out. Several people were silent in the corner, afraid that others would notice them. Soon, the blue and green sides were almost done fighting, with only 1 person left on the green side and 2 left on the blue side, one of whom was Lu La-hei. At this time, Su Luo and Yun Feibai finally joined the battlefield and started a happy fight. Lu La-hei was very happy now. He already had 2 kills. And just now, he got another kill by taking advantage of the situation. Now he had 3 kills in his hand, which was just enough for the minimum life value rewarded by the system. Is this a blessing in disguise? It was so cool. When Su Luo and Yun Feibai joined the battlefield, the minions also helped to fight. However, he was very tactful and did not grab the heads. Instead, when the 2 people were at low health, he decisively stopped and gave the heads to Su Luo and Yun Feibai. He just saw that the short boy on the blue side should be on the same side as Su Luo and Yun Feibai. Although he didn't know why, he still wisely chose not to attack him. At the end of the battle, Su Luo and Yun Feibai each got a head, and they were both very happy. Su Luo introduced the minions with a smile. This is our captive in this dungeon, currently serving us. The minions shook hands with Lu La-hei to express their gratitude. To be honest, if it weren't for Lu La-hei this time, It would be another matter whether this difficulty could be overcome. The minion said, I said before that if you survive, I will give you a treasure. Su Luo shook her head and said, really? It's not necessary. And the head you just gave us is a reward. Minions seriously retorted, that doesn't count. That's because you are so good. I said I would give it to you. And I can't go back on my word. After saying that, he added, perhaps because he was afraid that Su Luo and the others would refuse, although this thing is a treasure. It is of no use to me and my team. This treasure is just a waste in my hands. So I might as well give it to you as a favor. Having said that, it would be a bit unkind to refuse again. Su Luo had no choice but to stop refusing and wait for the minions to take out the treasure. When he took out the treasure, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. The minions' treasure turned out to be the golden spirit pearl. Why could Su Luo and Yunfei Bai recognize it at first sight? The reason was that the moment this pearl appeared, the other two pearls in their space, the water spirit pearl and the earth spirit pearl, were trembling slightly. Su Luo took the pearl and observed it carefully. This bead is still transparent and golden yellow. There are some silky flocks inside, which feel very textured. What is meant by after searching everywhere for something, you finally get it without any effort? This is it. What kind of divine luck is this? Su Luo almost laughed out loud. Minions didn't know the twists and turns here, but he could see that Su Luo and the others were very satisfied with the bead. So he felt relieved. Minions said happily, it seems that you guys like this gift very much. So I feel relieved. My teammates should be here soon. Let me introduce you to them. Su Luo felt that it was highly unlikely that they would meet in the future, so there was no point in introducing them. But seeing that the minions looked so kind-hearted, and that he had just helped them a lot, Su Luo couldn't refuse him. Knowing one more friend means more paths. Thinking of this, Su Luo nodded and said, well, let's wait for your friends to come up here. Minions? He nodded vigorously. Yes. Okay. After a while, footsteps were heard from the stairs, and then 4 people ran up the stairs panting. When they saw the minions, they were stunned for a moment. To be honest, although they came here on purpose, they really didn't have much hope that the minions were still alive. Unexpectedly, the living minions stood in front of them. For a moment, they didn't dare to step forward to recognize them. While the 4 of them and the minions were looking at each other, Su Luo was also observing them carefully. Among the 3 people, only 2 were girls, with short hair and glasses. They looked like tech geeks, who didn't care much about their appearance. The other girl looked very cool and wore a black leather jacket. Chapter 104. Of the 2 boys, one was quite muscular, dressed in a trendy way, and looked quite stylish. The other one also wore glasses. But unlike the girl with glasses, this guy wore glasses to look like a gentleman, wearing a plaid shirt. He looked a bit abstinent. Su Luo looked at the more rustic girl again, and unexpectedly found that although this girl was dressed in a more rustic way, she was still very pretty. Even with this look, she didn't look bad in it. It was just that people couldn't notice her looks at first glance. What's going on? Does this team recruit people based on their looks? The minions beside them also looked like a handsome boy. What a good-looking group. Soon, the 4 people also reacted. They excitedly rushed up and hugged the minions. The handsome man was the first to let go of his hand and said jokingly, Minions, is your soul here or your body? The minions laughed and punched him with his fist. You feel it yourself? The boy smiled and hugged the minion again. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. The leather jacket girl and the glasses guy were calmer. They had noticed the Su Luo trio next to them, although they were a little surprised by their presence, especially the presence of Lu La Hei. The glasses guy still shook hands with everyone politely. He introduced himself. Hello. I am Lung Yen Lung Yu, a friend of the Huang. Su Luo and the others nodded politely. At this time, little minion finally remembered what he should do. He excitedly said to Lung Yen Lung Yu, them, it was these people who saved me just now. Otherwise I would have died now. After that, he introduced them to Su Luo and the others. This is the teammate I mentioned. I have already introduced myself just now, so I won't say anything more. I will introduce the rest one by one. After some greetings, Su Luo and these people also got to know each other. In addition to cold words, the handsome guy is called Sunglasses Wear. The girl with glasses is called An Yin. And the girl with leather jacket is called Chu Chu Budong Run. Minions is a tank. responsible for taking damage in the team. Sunglasses wears a warrior, responsible for attacking. Chu-Chu Budongrun is an assassin. The sudden appearance of minions next to the copy buff was her masterpiece. And Yin is a mage, also responsible for attacking. And the cotton candy is her natural skill. Cold words. Unexpectedly, it was a priest. In addition to treatment, he was also responsible for data evaluation. It seemed that his talent skills should be related to data. In general, this was a relatively perfect team, with all kinds of professions and complete equipment. More importantly, although Su Luo didn't know the talents and skills of some people, it could be seen that these people's talents and skills were not bad. And there were all kinds of types. This lineup was really luxurious, and even gave Su Luo a feeling that they were a professional team. It really didn't seem like a random team. The chance of encountering such teammates by chance in the dungeon should be very small. Besides, it was obvious that only 2 people could form a team in the dungeon. So why could the 5 of them form a team? And it seemed that they had met in the same dungeon more than once. What was going on? But Su Luo was not concerned about this at the moment. Her eyes were fixed on Chu-Chu Budongrun. Su Luo felt that this Chu-Chu Budongrun was similar to her roommate Chu Qingqiu in terms of temperament and voice when she spoke just now. Su Luo was silent for a while, and suddenly shouted while everyone was still chatting, Chu Qingqiu. Chu-Chu is not cold. As if it was a reflex. He replied, here. The atmosphere in the air froze instantly. Cold words. Looked at Su Luo with a cold face, and said, how do you know her? As he said, he walked towards Su Luo. Seeing this, Yun Feibai immediately put away his smile, and stood in front of Su Luo. Chu Qingqiu stopped. Cold words. Looked at Su Luo, and asked in disbelief, you are Su Luo? Su Luo nodded. I knew it was you from the voice. Chu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is my roommate. He's a very nice person. Cold words. Hearing this, he also relaxed, and looked at Su Luo apologetically. I didn't expect to meet a roommate in this dungeon. This is really a great fate. Su Luo thought thoughtfully. Chu Qingqiu is a military man. So it seems that this team was originally formed by the military. No wonder it is so luxurious. The few people chatted and walked downstairs. When we got downstairs, there were many blue and green players who had fainted. Sunglasses on. Explained, when we came, we saw that there were still people guarding the door. And we thought, what if we still had time? So we didn't kill them directly, but knocked them out quickly, and then came up. Su Luo was only half believing and half doubting these words. They really stayed up there for a long time. About an hour. How did they knock them out? So that these people are still not awake? But this is not important. Su Luo did not explore it. After all, they did not ask why. Lu La Hei, a blue team member, would follow them. Right? And Yen looked at Su Luo and said, since you saved De Huang and our Chu-Chu's roommate, these heads are for you. Su Luo was about to refuse. Chu Qingqiu saw her thoughts and said directly, anyway, we don't want these heads. It's reasonable to give them to you. If you don't want them, just let them go. Su Luo glanced at her and shook her head firmly. No. Even if I let them go, I won't take these heads. These heads were all taken by you. Why should we take them? Besides, he also gave us a reward for saving him. We can't afford these heads without merit. Yun Feibai watched her quietly from the side, without obstructing her decision. Although the 11 heads were indeed very tempting, Su Luo was right. We can't accept rewards without merit. Yun Feibai was also very satisfied with Su Luo's decision. His teammates were just so good. Cold words. He nodded calmly. These 2 people were indeed worthy friends. They were not greedy for petty gains. He thought about it, stepped forward and said, it was De Huang's business to report back. As teammates, we should report back again. How about this? You take 5 heads, and we take 6. We take the majority. Right? If you still don't agree, then let them go. Su Luo glanced at him, and saw that he was really serious about this. She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She began to use skills to attack these people. Soon, she and Yun Feibai finished the task equally. Su Luo took 3 heads, and Yun Feibai took 2. So far, they have each taken 11 heads in this dungeon, which is a great harvest. Su Luo looked at Chu Qingqiu and said, we will not join you in the next dungeon. We are planning to get points by hiding. Chu Qingqiu said, "Ah, I think your strength is definitely not weak. In this copy, your strategy is to get points by hiding? This is not like your character." In Chu Qingqiu's memory, although Su Luo is a relatively mild and cautious person, she is definitely not a timid and indecisive person. Su Luo explained, "This is our first time entering the assessment copy, so I want to observe the situation first." Chu Qingqiu nodded. "So that's it." But this reminded her that she was able to enter the assessment dungeon so early with the help of the military. But Su Luo was a solo player, without any external help. Without cheating, she was able to enter the assessment dungeon so early. Obviously, she had enough strength to enter on her own, which was beyond her expectations. Although she usually thought Su Luo looked mysterious, she never thought she was so powerful. Chu Qingqiu bit her lip. She still wanted to fight for such a capable talent for the military. So she said, "Luo Luo, would you consider bringing your friends with you and join us next time?" That's right. She not only wanted to win over Su Luo, but also Yun Feibai. Chu Qingqiu saw clearly that although Su Luo must have played a crucial role in reaching the official assessment copy so early, Yun Feibai should not be underestimated. Su Luo was not a person who formed a team for face. Su Luo saw through her intentions. If they went together next, they might join the military together next. She declined, saying, "No, it's more comfortable for us to stay together." Yun Feibai also shook his head and said, "I think the same as Luo Luo." Su Luo couldn't help but look back at him after hearing his words. Yun Feibai lowered his head slightly and looked at Su Luo innocently. Su Luo ignored him and turned to Chu Qingqiu and said with a smile, "Then we will continue to look for a house to hide in. Good luck." Chu Qingqiu was not a person who forced others to do things. Seeing that Su Luo had clearly refused, he did not pester her and nodded with a smile, saying, "Then you be careful. Let's talk after the dungeon is out." The few people separated. Su Luo and Yun Feibai took Lu Lahe and found an inconspicuous building, and then chose a room on the upper floor and went in. After entering the house, Su Luo took the lead and sat on the bed, then looked at Yun Feibai and said, "Luo Luo?" Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes. We have been in the dungeon so many times. Wouldn't it be too strange for me to call you Su Luo?" Su Luo hesitated for a moment. "That's true." She thought about it and said, "What about me? I can't still call you Yun Feibai, right? It does seem strange." Chapter 105. Yun Feibai found a chair and sat down, holding his chin with one hand, smiling at Su Luo and said, "Whatever you like." Su Luo, If that's the case. Su Luo leaned on the back of the bed and said easily, "Then just call me Xiao Bai." Yun Feibai didn't hold it with one hand, and his face almost came into close contact with the table. He helplessly held his forehead and smiled. "Isn't this too casual?" Su Luo said innocently, "Didn't you say whatever you like?" Yun Feibai paused, adjusted himself, and said casually, "Then call me Xiao Bai. As long as you like it." Now it was Su Luo's turn to feel uncomfortable. She originally just wanted to tease Yun Feibai, but now she felt a little embarrassed to see him like this. She hesitated for a moment, and changed her words. "Forget it. I suddenly don't like you very much. I call you Bye-Bye? No. Bye-Bye Bye-Bye? It doesn't have a good meaning. Change it. Just call me a Bai. That's it." Yun Feibai had no objection to the name, but seeing Su Luo's distress over the name, a smile still bloomed in his eyes. "Then call him a Bai." While the two chatted, Lu Lahe was already looking at the system map. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I just saw that the person who killed the most people is far away from us." Su Luo was excited when he heard it and asked, "Are you still on the blue side?" This time, Lu Lahe. He shook his head and said, "No. It's the Huang side." The Huang side? There are so many talented people. Su Luo was a little happy. The stronger her camp is, the better. Right? Su Luo also took a look at the map. Now they are probably near the center of the dungeon. There are quite a lot of Huang side players around. This actually surprised Su Luo a little, because when the dungeon buff was refreshed just now, she didn't see any Huang side players except the players in Chu Qingqiu's team. Su Luo thought everyone was far away from here, but they could have come here. Right? Why didn't anyone come to grab the dungeon buff? What's going on? Su Luo scratched her head, confused, and was about to ask Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai slapped his thigh and said, I find that we are really not proficient in using the chat function of this system. Su Luo didn't quite understand what he said, so she opened the chat interface in confusion, wanting to see what was going on. After opening it, the last message she saw was understood. Su Luo flipped through the pages one by one in confusion, and finally figured out the reason. It turned out that the minions had told other players not to go there long before the system buff was refreshed, and they came to grab it. It was just because Su Luo and Yun Feibai had never opened this interface, so they didn't know. Su Luo sighed. No wonder others didn't come. This was not from the heart. After all, it's better to have less trouble than more. Su Luo said, this time we have a blessing in disguise. Are we still changing places? Yun Feibai thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, no. According to the probability, the possibility of this place refreshing the dungeon buff is very small, and generally there should be no accidents. Lu Lahe added with a smile, and think about it. Normal people will definitely move away after a fierce battle here. Then, there is no need for others to come here to pick up the bargains. You can just do the opposite. Do you understand? Su Luo nodded and said no more. According to Chu Qingqiu's last words, she really had to think about what to do after the dungeon was over. They were definitely potential stocks, and Chu Qingqiu also wanted to win them over. After the dungeon was over, Chu Qingqiu would definitely report to his superiors, and he would probably talk to her again after returning to the dormitory. This was completely contrary to what she had thought at the beginning. To live a low-key college life. She frowned. Could she think of a reason to make Chu Qingqiu give up the idea? She glanced at Yun Feibai, and felt that a plan was about to take shape in her mind. Yun Feibai keenly caught Su Luo's malicious gaze. He immediately became alert. This was the look Su Luo would have when she was calculating people. Why are you looking at me? What do you want to do to me? He pretended to be very scared, crossing his hands to protect his shoulders. Su Luo looked at him with amusement at his rare acting and asked, if I tell Chu Qingqiu that I can achieve what I have today, it's all thanks to you. Do you mind? Yun Feibai immediately understood her intention, and it was not a good thing. He shook his head decisively and refused, saying unhappily, don't even think about it. I'm not going to the military. You just need to refuse her a few more times. You are roommates. She won't make things difficult for you. After that, Yun Feibai patted Su Luo's shoulder and said righteously, I believe you. Su Luo looked at him speechlessly, lowered her head, and thought hard about other ways. Lu Lei. He smiled and said, it's good to team up with your girlfriend. You can flirt with her in your spare time during the dungeon. Su Luo looked up in shock. Lu Lahe. Could the two of them be mistaken for a couple? We don't. She opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Yun Feibai. By the way, I forgot to ask. Will our next dungeon be like this? Lu Lahe looked at Su Luo and Yun Feibai meaningfully, paused for a while, and then said, it shouldn't be. The dungeon map will change, but the rules will not change. You can rest assured about this. Su Luo was indeed attracted by this news. She didn't care why Yun Feibai didn't let her finish her story before, and then asked, what kind of maps have you encountered? The road is dark. After thinking for a while, she said, I can't remember clearly, but there are jungle maps and swamp maps. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. In this case, there are both natural maps and artificial maps, and there is no pattern. Yun Feibai glanced at the sky outside and said, look, it's getting dark. Su Luo looked out the window, and sure enough, the sun was about to set. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the broken city, giving people a sense of incomplete beauty. Su Luo looked down at the time again, and the dungeon would end in an hour. So, the next hour would be the night battlefield. Su Luo looked up at the ceiling. There was no light in this room. So wouldn't it be impossible to turn on the light at night? Thinking of this, Su Luo suddenly laughed again, and her worry was really unreasonable. Yun Feibai saw Su Luo suddenly smile, and asked curiously, what's wrong? What did you think of? Su Luo said, I just thought that if this room is not waiting, I can't turn on the lights at night. Then I thought, turning on the lights at night will expose the view. And will it invite others to attack? Yun Feibai was also a little amused when he heard it. Not only that, whether this city has electricity or not is another matter. That's true. The background of the copy is an abandoned city, which may not have electricity at all. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the room was dim. Su Luo tried to use a skill, and unexpectedly found that the skill would glow. She looked around, and she was the only one who could use magic skills among the 3 people in the room. She sighed helplessly, and there was no way to verify it. Was it because she was a light type that the skill could glow? Or was it because all mage skills could glow? Su Luo didn't bother, and after leaving the dungeon, there were many ways to verify it. She used her first skill again, saw the location of the bed, and then groped her way to the bed. But on the way, she was suddenly tripped by something, and Su Luo was about to fall down without standing firmly. She subconsciously cried out softly, "Ah!" However, at this time, the world suddenly spun around, and Su Luo felt a little weightless. In her ears was the voice of Yun Feibai, who was very close to her head. He asked, "Are you okay?" Su Luo relaxed a little, and then realized that she was now being held by Yun Feibai. Her face flushed slightly, but fortunately it was so dark that no one could see it. Su Luo struggled a little and said, "Put me down. I just tripped." Yun Feibai heard this and obediently bent down to let Su Luo stand on the ground, and then stood up. Su Luo said a little embarrassedly, "Yun, Abai, thank you for just now." Yun Feibai saw that she was obviously not used to being called Abai, but she was trying to force herself to get used to it, and a smile appeared on his brows. He deliberately emphasized his tone and said, "Luo Luo, I'm glad you're okay." Su Luo ignored him and looked down, wondering what tripped me just now. She scratched the ground with her feet twice, and it was flat. This is strange. She was clearly tripped by something protruding just now. Su Luo groped to the bedside and sat down in confusion, and then used a skill on the place where she fell just now. Under the white light, Su Luo confirmed that there was really nothing there. She looked at Lulahe, who had been standing next to her, and said, "Lulahe, did you see anything here just now? It seemed like something was bothering me just now, but I couldn't find it." Lulahe sounded confused. "What? I remember there was nothing here all the time?" Su Luo scratched her head. Did she really remember it wrong? She said hesitantly. "Ah, forget it. Maybe I felt it wrong." Time passed quickly, and Su Luo could occasionally see lights of different colors downstairs. This confirmed to Su Luo that all the skills of mages would emit light, not just the skills of light mages. Time passed quickly, and no accidents happened during this period. Just when Su Luo felt bored and was about to fall asleep, the system prompt sound finally rang. Ding! The dungeon is over. Chapter 106. Congratulations to the player for passing the assessment dungeon. In this dungeon, the player will receive the following rewards. 1. Successfully pass the dungeon. Reward, attribute point +1. 2. The camp wins. Reward, revive all the dead, since the player and his team have not lost anyone. Additional reward, attribute point +1. 3. Kill 11 enemy camp players. Reward, health +12. 4. This time the player can choose one of the following 2 options. 1. Upgrade the talent skill to level 2. 2. Choose one of the following 3 skills as the second skill. 1. Holy Confinement. After releasing the skill, you can confine the enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. 2. Holy Light Blessing. The player prays to the God of Faith, receives God's blessing, and is randomly immune to spells or physical attacks within 5 seconds, CD, 40 seconds. 3. Sacred Heart. Passive skill. Restores 1 health point every 10 seconds, no CD first. Give up upgrading the talent skill. Although Su Luo was quite curious about what the talent skills would look like after upgrading, it was not necessary for now. These 3 skills were all great skills without exception, and Su Luo was very excited. However, when she could only choose one of the 3, she first passed the 3rd skill. Sacred Heart. Su Luo herself was a priest, and could heal herself at any time. Although the Sacred Heart was useful, it was much less useful to her. Su Luo thought that if she was a tank, she would definitely choose this skill. You know, the health recovery time of the dungeon is 5 minutes and a half, which is too slow. Even if your health is high, you can't handle the high-intensity battle. It takes a long time to recover after each fight. But it's different with the Holy Heart. It recovers a little health every 10 seconds, which greatly improves the combat endurance. It is a skill that every tank player dreams of. Su Luo moved his eyes to the first 2 skills. Holy Light Blessing looks good. It is a small golden body, and the skill CD is not long. But the problem is that the word random is full of surprises. Originally, This skill can only be immune to one of physical attacks and spell attacks, which is far from the real golden body. But the super short skill CD makes it back. But if it is random, then it is very likely that when you encounter a team of warriors, you will get spell immunity, which is very embarrassing. Su Luo doesn't want to test her luck. So in the end, Su Luo chose the first skill. This skill is a group control, and the CD is not very long. Each time it is used, it can imprison the player for 5 seconds, which is a very attractive effect. Su Luo's skills are indeed lacking such a control skill, and she is very satisfied with this skill. The only drawback is that this skill is not a hard control. In other words, it still requires the player's control. If you don't put it in the right place, you may only be able to control a small number of people. Of course, once it is placed well, it may also control a large area. After Su Luo had chosen the skills, the next step was to add points. Except for the accident last time, the assessment dungeon was basically just a place to gain health points. There were only 2 attribute points, and Su Luo had nothing to consider, so she directly added them to spirit and speed. Life, 25, plus 29 strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 11, spirit, 14, plus 17 endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 335. Talented skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed by, and can only be used once in a dungeon. Skill 1. Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy Light Array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, decreases, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Holy Imprisonment, after releasing the skill, you can imprison enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. Su Luo looked at his life value, which had leaped again, with satisfaction, and left the system space. After leaving, she and Yunfei Bai looked at each other's third skill. Yunfei Bai's attribute panel looks like this: Life, 25, plus 34, Strength, 14, plus 14 Speed, 14, plus 13 Spirit, 7. Stamina, 11. Charm, 15. Points, 57. Talented skill, Nightfall, legendary, creates 5 cubic meters of dark fog, which does not restrict the vision of the skill owner. The fog causes 0.5 damage per second to the enemy and reflects back to the owner. The skill owner can freely shuttle through the fog. Skill 1. Nether Stab, short dash to deal damage equal to strength x speed, /2. And after each attack, he will recover 20% of his own health. CD, 2 seconds. Skill 2. Shadow Flash, move 5 meters in the specified direction. Can be accumulated 3 times. CD, 2 minutes. Skill 3. Shadow Chain, it takes 5 seconds to release the skill. Players touched within 5 seconds will be chained. The moment of being chained, the player will be imprisoned for 1 second. The skill owner can freely pass through the chain and shuttle between the connected players. When the distance between the connected player and other connected players exceeds 5 meters, the chain is broken. CD, 120 seconds. Su Luo looked at Yunfei Bai's third skill with some novelty. She had never seen such a long description. It must be said that an inch longer is an inch stronger. This skill is really great. In a relatively small distance, with Yunfei Bai's speed and his second skill, he can quickly connect many people, being able to shuttle between chains that will ensure Yunfei Bai's flexibility. And in this way, as long as the operation is correct, it is possible to avoid all skills that require the player to control themselves, such as the first skill of all players. And Su Luo has confidence in Yunfei Bai. He will definitely be able to use this skill reasonably to maximize his advantage. And Yunfei Bai is also very satisfied with Su Luo's third skill. He knows that Su Luo's choice will not disappoint him. Although this skill needs to be controlled, it is a hard control in itself, and the operation requirements for the player are relatively loose. At least it is easy to control 1 or 2 people. More importantly, this skill can be used in conjunction with his third skill. Su Luo went to control those people, while he used these 5 seconds to connect the chain and output explosively. The strength has made a qualitative leap again. The two smiled at each other and went back. When Su Luo returned to the dormitory, it was empty. After a while, Lu Luoming came back. When she saw Su Luo, she smiled and said congratulations. And Su Luo also replied, "After all, every assessment copy at the beginning of the month is a test of life and death. If you survive successfully, it is completely okay to say congratulations." Lu Luoming found cosmetics in her cabinet and began to touch up her makeup seriously. While applying lotion, she turned to Su Luo and said, "Shall we go out for dinner later? Let's celebrate." Su Luo hesitated for a moment. There was no problem with eating, but she was afraid that Chu Qingqiu would look for her. But after thinking about it, Su Luo agreed. Even if he wanted to look for her, he could talk about it later. Chu Qingqiu didn't come back to the dormitory until it was almost dinner time in the evening. She glanced at Su Luo and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Lu Luoming spoke before her. "Qingqiu, let's have dinner together later, to celebrate that we are once again away from death." Chu Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. Lu Luoming saw that she was a little hesitant, and said schemingly, "We are all going. Why don't you come?" Chu Qingqiu had nothing to say now. The other three people agreed. Wouldn't it be too unsociable for her not to go? After she nodded, Lu Luoming walked out of the dormitory first with delicate makeup. Su Luo looked at Lu Luoming's delicate back with a smile, and said that she was putting on makeup to celebrate passing the dungeon. If you don't know, you might think she's going somewhere to outshine the others. The place Lu Luoming is going to is not too far from the school. It's a small bar. But Su Luo has never been here before, let alone here. She has never been to any bar at all. Even when she was working in the original continent, Su Luo kept a distance from bars. She couldn't accept the risk of being groped, so she didn't covet the high salary. According to Lu Luoming, this bar is also well known here. Usually there are many students here, so the management is quite strict, and generally nothing will happen. Su Luo and the others found a place to sit in a corner, ordered some wine, and enjoyed the performance. The copy is actually not very safe. Not all the damage in the copy can be erased. Some things will not disappear even if they leave the copy, such as jeans. The boy who is singing now has a pair of cat ears, and there is a thin and long cat tail shaking behind him. Obviously, he was the one whose genes were changed by the copy. In fact, there are not too many people whose genes were changed by the copy on this continent, but you can see them occasionally. For example, the change of the boy at the bar is actually quite good. At least he looks good and can attract a lot of attention. But some changes are not so pleasant. If you grow a pig nose or something, it will affect your daily life. Of course, there are more terrible things. In one of the copies they experienced before, zombies appeared at the end. As far as Su Luo knows, if you are infected with the zombie virus, there is no way to change back unless you have a specific serum to eliminate the gene. This is the answer Su Luo got after searching for keywords in the player forum after the copy was over. There are actually quite a few players who have encountered the zombie virus. Su Luo didn't know if any players were infected with the zombie virus after the copy was over, and he didn't know if the system gave them serum. Chapter 107. In the real news, there is no similar incident reported. Su Luo can only hope that it is because the system has humanity that the serum was given to the players, allowing them to survive. Thinking back to the present, Su Luo is half enjoying the good music and the side dishes in front of her. She doesn't drink, for fear of something happening, but the remaining three people all want to drink, which means that Su Luo will be responsible for the safety of the three of them. But Su Luo is not very worried. As a full-level green tea, He Weiwei alcohol tolerance is not to be underestimated. She is known for drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If she didn't have this unique skill, she would have been deceived by those boys with bad intentions. As for Chu Qingqiu, she still had something to say to Su Luo, so she would definitely not drink to the point of being unconscious. Su Luo was relieved. So, the only person she needed to take care of was Lu Luoming. After a while, Lu Luoming was a little drunk. She obviously couldn't drink well. After half a bottle, she looked a little unconscious. Su Luo looked at her and stopped her from drinking anymore. At this time, there was a little accident at the bar. When Su Luo looked over, he could only see the cat-eared boy with red eyes, standing at the bar with a bewildered look on his face. Under the stage, a man who looked a little wretched, wearing big shorts and flip-flops, was insulting him. The insults were so dirty that Su Luo frowned. At this time, the manager of the bar came out and asked about the situation first. As mentioned before, the increase of attribute points will also improve the overall quality of the human body. so although they were not too close, Su Luo could still barely hear their conversation. The wretched uncle was probably a little drunk, and the alcohol made him bold. He envied the cat-eared boy and sneaked behind him to touch his tail. As we all know, cats' tails are quite sensitive. The cat-eared boy immediately shuddered and accidentally spilled the wine next to him on the wretched uncle. Then, the wretched uncle immediately exploded and started to scold the boy. After the administrator heard the whole story, he first asked the boy to apologize to the wretched uncle for accidentally spilling the wine on him. This made Su Luo frown even more. He Weiwei and Chu Qingqiu were also paying attention to this matter. Lu Luoming was drunk and still in a coma. They also frowned. He Weiwei had already reached into her bag very experiencedly when the wretched uncle was cursing, took out her phone and started recording. Chu Qingqiu looked at the administrator's solution and stood up to argue with them. Su Luo held her back and said calmly, "Let's wait and see." Chu Qingqiu frowned in confusion and looked up again. Next, a gratifying scene appeared. After the cat-eared boy apologized reluctantly, the administrator said to the complacent uncle, "Our clerk has apologized for his mistake. So next, please solve the problem of harassing our clerk." The wretched uncle was stunned and then began to quibble. "What harassment? I didn't." The administrator didn't wait for him to finish, and said directly, "Do you want me to show you a surveillance video?" The uncle suddenly became embarrassed. "Well, I just touched it. What do you want?" The manager smiled and said, "Please bow to our clerk and apologize, and compensate our clerk for the economic loss caused by not being able to sing just now, and the mental loss caused by your innocent insults. A total of 53.6 yuan. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingqiu also sat down. Su Luo looked at the result with appreciation and expressed satisfaction. The wretched man immediately screamed and tried to refuse to pay. As a result, the manager called out several big men and then smiled and said, "The shop assistants behind me are all warriors with a score of more than 20. Excuse me, are you paying in cash or Alipay?" When the wretched man saw this situation, his arrogance immediately subsided. He smiled flatteringly, then took out his mobile phone and quickly paid the bill, and then quickly left the bar. After the matter was completely over, Su Luo and the other two started eating and drinking again. Chu Qingqiu said a little embarrassedly, "Fortunately, you held me back just now. Otherwise it might have caused a big mistake." Su Luo shook her head, indicating that it was okay. Chu Qingqiu asked curiously, "But how do you know there will be a follow-up? Have you been here before?" Su Luo shook her head again. "No, but this place has a good reputation." Well, in fact, the reason why Su Luo was able to stay calm and hold Chu Qingqiu was that she was more cautious and didn't want to make a mistake. The second reason was because, this was the bar recommended by Lu Luoming. The restaurants and so on that Lu Luoming recommended to Su Luo before were all excellent without exception. So Su Luo believed in Lu Luoming's vision very much. She thought that a good and strictly managed brothel should be a really good brothel. Lu Luoming was amazing in this respect. She could quickly locate good places around. Su Luo still admired her very much. After dinner, Chu Qingqiu said that he had something to ask Su Luo. So he Weiwei very considerately offered to take Lu Luoming back. Su Luo was not worried. Lu Luoming was quite worry-free after getting drunk. He just slept all the time. The four of them split up into two groups. Some went back to the dormitory, and some went to talk about things. After he Weiwei took Lu Luoming away, Chu Qingqiu said to Su Luo apologetically, "Although I think you may not want to, I still told my direct superior about my encounter with you in this dungeon." Su Luo shook her head. This was the result she had guessed a long time ago. "It's okay. It's your job to do this." Chu Qingqiu relaxed a little and said, "We are still very interested in you and your teammates. We want to attract you to join our team." Su Luo sighed and said, "I still say what I said before. I won't join." Chu Qingqiu persuaded again, "If you join us, the benefits are really good. First of all, you can get subsidies from the state, and you don't have to worry about real life." Obviously, she had investigated Su Luo's background in advance. Su Luo didn't feel offended, and continued to listen to her benefits. Secondly, you could also get a professional team tailored for you, as well as various data and so on. Of course, if you just like to team up with two people, there is no problem. Everything can be discussed. Su Luo still shook her head, not commenting on her words. Chu Qingqiu said again, "Aren't you curious about the secrets of the game?" Don't you want to know some puzzles that you have discovered but cannot solve? If you join us, basically everything can be solved. You have to know that the government knows much more than ordinary people know. Su Luo still shook her head. She did have a lot of confusion about the dungeon. And she knew that the government knew a lot. For example, the fact that the 5 members of Chu Qingqiu's team could be matched into one dungeon was obviously the work of the government. However, if you can't answer the questions by yourself, then you don't have to know them. Su Luo has always known this. But she doesn't have that much curiosity to study these. Seeing that Chu Qingqiu was still going to continue, Su Luo interrupted directly. I really won't go. I don't want to be constrained. But don't worry. I love our world. So I will definitely try my best to make our world better. Chu Qingqiu smiled more when she heard this. The goal is still the same. But the methods of achieving it are different. She stopped persuading him. Next, she and Su Luo talked about some interesting things in the dungeon. And the two of them walked back to the dormitory. A day later, Su Luo and Yun Feibai gathered together again, ready to open a new dungeon. Click to enter the dungeon. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo looked around. She was standing in a luxuriously decorated house. The decoration of this room was a bit European retro, giving people a mysterious feeling. Su Luo observed and saw that there was indeed no one around. So she opened her system and checked the dungeon task. Dungeon: the disappearance of snake venom. Background: in the snake kingdom of the Zodiac continent, many snakes lived happily together. Until recently, the venom of venomous snakes suddenly disappeared, which caused panic in the entire snake kingdom. King Cobra has recruited a group of warriors to find the reason why the snake venom disappeared. And you are one of them. Mission: help the venomous snakes find the reason why their venom disappeared. After reading the mission, Su Luo thought about it for a while. The snake's venom suddenly disappeared, which is indeed a very serious problem. But now Su Luo's attention is not on this at all. She is fully focused on the location of the dungeon. The Zodiac continent. She is familiar with this continent. With a good memory, Su Luo instantly remembered the first game dungeon she experienced. The Cat Village dungeon. That dungeon is also on the Zodiac continent. And when he teamed up with Yun Feibai also said that he had taken on the Zodiac continent series of tasks. They had never experienced the Zodiac continent before. And Su Luo almost forgot that they had this series of tasks. When she saw it for the first time, she felt a little familiar. Let her recall what information the previous Cat Village dungeon gave. First of all, God. Yes, God. This person seems to be controlling the Zodiac continent behind the scenes and persecuting the cat tribe. As for the others, Su Luo couldn't remember them for the time being. Just as Su Luo was thinking hard, a voice came from the door. Lost warriors. The queen summons you. Su Luo was stunned for a moment, then reacted. She responded, okay. I come out right away. While walking towards the door. After opening the door, I saw a man wearing a medieval knight's armor standing at the door. Chapter 108. It's not really true that he was standing. After all, Su Luo discovered that the man's lower body was not legs, but a snake's tail. Okay, he is indeed a member of the snake tribe. But this discovery suddenly reminded Su Luo of what Lu Lei said before, that although the system will automatically adjust the appearance of other races in their eyes, it cannot change the essence of things, like the snake's tail, the cat's ears, the human eyes, etc. She gathered her thoughts and said to the soldier with a smile, then let's go? The soldier nodded and took the lead. As he led the way, Su Luo carefully observed the terrain. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Luo thought, she should be in a medieval castle. The whole copy should be in this style. Under her feet was a dark red carpet, and there were dim lights on the walls of the corridors around her. There were also some paintings of snake people on the wall, mostly depicting scenes of snake people bravely killing enemies, as well as some more luxurious scenes. How to say it? These decorations made Su Luo feel like she was in a horror movie. Su Luo was observing and thinking about something. Soon, they arrived in front of a dark golden door. This door was really tall. Su Luo looked up and saw that it was about 3 times her height. The door was tightly closed, looking mysterious and domineering. The snake soldier put his weapon aside, stood straight, and shouted loudly, "Low-level soldier Lime leads the brave man to see you." Su Luo looked at him thoughtfully, and imitated him, standing straight and waiting for the door to open. After a while, the door slowly opened, making a creaky sound. which sounded ancient and heavy. Su Luo then saw the scene inside the door. What came into view was a magnificent throne, on which stood a woman with a human head and a snake tail. Extremely beautiful. She wore a dark golden crown with dark green gems on it. The decoration of the entire hall was also extremely luxurious, with dark gold and black as the main colors. And gems and gold coins were piled up everywhere. At this time, several people were standing in front of the queen, among whom was Yun Feibai. Through Yun Feibai, Su Luo guessed that the other people standing there should also be players. If there were no accidents, everyone's mission this time should be the same. Of course, whether there was an undercover agent was another matter. Su Luo walked forward and stood side by side with Yun Feibai, without looking at him anymore. After a while, several more people came. Su Luo waited and counted silently. When the queen spoke, there were already 12 people on the field. Obviously, these were the 6 groups of players this time. The queen's voice was very pleasant, with a little smoky tone, but full of feminine charm. Welcome, my heroes. The several people present did a simple etiquette and replied in unison, "Thank you, Her Majesty, for the invitation." In fact, the specific words everyone said were not quite the same, but the meanings were not exactly the same. Obviously, everyone had done their homework. They didn't know what background they would encounter in the dungeon, so experienced players had learned some etiquette in specific environments in advance. Su Luo and Yun Feibai also took time out of their studies to learn these, and they came in handy this time. Judging from the looks of the others, it was obvious that the players who could advance were not ordinary people. Seeing this, the queen nodded with satisfaction and licked her lips with her tongue seductively. However, her action could not attract anyone present, because the queen was not sticking out a regular tongue, but the core of a snake. Su Luo did not feel anything about this kind of reptile, but one of the girls among the players shuddered subconsciously. This caught the queen's attention. She condescended to swim down from her noble throne, and Su Luo could only then truly discover that the queen was very tall, at least 1.9 meters tall. Anyway, Yun Feibai, who was 1.88 meters tall, was still shorter than the queen, coupled with a strange snake tail. When the queen came down, she brought a strong sense of oppression. She came to the shaking girl and circled around her. Although the girl was scared, she didn't tremble like she did at the beginning. She tried her best to control herself, and the cold sweat on her face was pouring down. The queen lowered her voice in her ear and said, "Look at this child. Why is she sweating? Is my hall too hot?" As she said that, the queen took out a silk scarf from somewhere and gently wiped the sweat off the girl. But her gentleness did not make the girl relax. On the contrary, as the scarf wiped, more and more sweat dripped down the girl's head, and she began to tremble. The queen asked in her ear again, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The girl answered decisively, "No, not afraid. I'm excited. Yes, I'm excited. I have never seen the queen, and I have always admired you very much. Now that I see you so close to me, I am naturally excited and sweating." The queen smiled beside her, but there was no smile in her eyes. "Oh, is that so? Then my prestige is really great." Su Luo could see clearly that the queen didn't believe the players' lies at all. Just when Su Luo thought she was going to kill the girl, the queen suddenly turned around and swam back to the throne. Su Luo's eyes flashed with surprise. After the queen settled on the throne, she turned around and said to everyone, "My fellow warriors, as you know, there has been a big mess in the kingdom recently." As she spoke, she took out another silk scarf and wiped her tears. The poison of all venomous snakes has disappeared. Although this does not affect the internal stability and external prosperity of our snake clan, it still makes people a little worried. Su Luo couldn't help but complain when she heard this. If it does not affect internal stability or external prosperity, then why do you care about it? Would anyone send people to look for a lost fingernail? No. Besides, we know from common sense that the venom of snakes is very important to snakes. Su Luo did not refute, but a strange light flashed in her eyes, and then she listened quietly. The queen may also feel that this is a bit false, and quickly said, "So, I hope you can find the reason why the snake venom disappears, and it would be best if we can restore the snake venom." This sentence actually gives 2 requirements. One is to find the reason, and the other is to restore, according to the task given by the system. Completing the first requirement can actually pass the level. When the queen said the second requirement, she also said best. which shows that this requirement is not necessary. But since the queen said it, then there will obviously be extra rewards for completing this condition. Su Luo thought. This is probably a hidden task that is put on the surface. The queen said some polite words again, and then finally issued a threat. Although the snake venom is insignificant, I think my warriors must be very powerful and can definitely help me find the cause. If you can't find it, she paused here deliberately. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she continued with satisfaction, then I think you are not worthy of staying in my country as warriors. And those who are not natives and stay in the country without permission will be killed without mercy. Su Luo sighed. At least from this sentence, everyone is of one mind for this mission. Either someone finds the reason, and everyone clears the dungeon together, or if no one finds it, everyone will die together. Su Luo and the others turned around and prepared to leave the hall. When they were about to push open the door, the queen suddenly added, "Oh, by the way." Everyone turned to look at her. The queen coquettishly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and then gently threatened, "There will be a dinner party in 14 days. During the dinner party, we will hold the annual poison testing conference. If the conference cannot be held at that time, don't blame me for being rude." After that, she smiled and sent the guests away. "Have a good time. Brave men, I look forward to your good news." Su Luo and Yun Feibai went out together. This was obviously a teamwork dungeon, so no one was hiding anything. As soon as they went out, they saw 6 clearly divided groups of players. A boy with a middle-parted hair said, "It's useless for us to introduce ourselves now, so we might as well go find clues first. It's almost dinner time, so when we get there, let's introduce ourselves and discuss clues together." Right? This suggestion hit the spot for everyone present. Every time they came to a new dungeon, everyone introduced themselves first. However, it was useless except wasting time. And some people's names can't be remembered in a short time, so it's useless to say them. When the time comes to exchange information, everyone will have to introduce themselves again, which is a waste of time. Now that someone has spoken first, everyone nodded in agreement and went their separate ways. Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't go out directly, but walked around the castle first. Yun Feibai spoke first, "Zodiac Continent." Su Luo immediately followed up with a sentence, "Series of tasks." The two smiled at each other, and their tacit understanding was still very high. Yun Feibai saw that Su Luo had not forgotten, and he started to talk about his discovery just now. "The one who came to pick me up was a low-level soldier, and he was very respectful when he saw me. The paintings on the walls along the way. Anyway, I can recognize that they are all poisonous snakes." Su Luo nodded thoughtfully and said, "The one who was responsible for picking me up was also a low-level soldier, and he was equally respectful. When he saw the queen, he was much more respectful than when he saw me. It seems that although our status is not low, it is far inferior to that of the queen. No, it should be said that the queen's status is very noble." She thought for a while, and then said, "Most of the murals on the wall are fighting scenes. Scenes of snake people bravely killing the enemy. In addition, there are luxurious royal banquets and the like." Chapter 109. Yun Feibai asked, "Did you figure out what kind of snake the queen is?" Su Luo shook her head. "I don't know much about snakes, so I can't tell." Yun Feibai smiled and said, "I've done some research on this because my father likes snakes. If I'm not mistaken, the queen should be a cobra." Su Luo asked curiously, "How did you figure it out?" Yun Feibai said confidently, "You can tell from her neck and teeth, as well as her clothes." Su Luo looked at him in confusion. This explanation was a bit too general. Yun Feibai continued, "There is a single eye pattern on her neck. When she was angry just now, her neck became larger. This is a unique feature of cobras when they encounter an enemy. In addition, when she opened her mouth, I saw grooves on her fangs. And the collar of her clothes looks like the head of a cobra." This involved a more professional field, and Su Luo did not ask any more questions. If nothing unexpected happens, in this kingdom, poisonous snakes have a high social status. The more poisonous the snake, the higher its social status, she concluded. Although Su Luo didn't know much about snakes, she still knew a common sense that the cobra was the king of snakes and the most poisonous. Yun Feibai nodded, and he lifted his bangs and said, "Then guess. In a country where poisonous snakes have a high status, who would benefit the most if poisonous snakes were no longer poisonous?" Su Luo smiled gently, "Non-poisonous snakes." Yun Feibai snapped his fingers, "Bingo! then the problem is likely to be found among the non-venomous snakes. Su Luo suddenly remembered what the queen said before. And said, the queen said that there will be a banquet in 14 days to test the poison of the venomous snakes. 14 days is the duration of this copy. If we don't complete the task, we will receive a big gift package of failure and death. Yun Feibai was also thinking about this sentence. And he added, in addition, there is also this kind of activity, which proves that other snakes in the kingdom, at least most of the snakes, don't know that the venomous snakes are no longer venomous. If nothing unexpected happens before this banquet, the enemy will not directly prove this matter. At most they will just spread some gossip. Su Luo lowered his head, thought for a while, and said, I think we'd better go and learn about this royal family first. Yun Feibai looked at Su Luo with a little doubt. Why do you say that? According to normal people's logic, shouldn't we go to the non-venomous snake organization at this time? Su Luo explained, the other groups of players are not fools. How could they not think of this? There are two distinct classes in the kingdom. If something happens to one class, it must be the fault of the other class. Yun Feibai nodded. But he was still a little confused. Then why go to the royal family? Su Luo rarely encountered Yun Feibai so confused, and said with a smile, Abai, why can't you think of this? We can think of it, and other players can think of it. How stupid is the royal family to not think of it? At this point, Yun Feibai suddenly realized the royal family thought of it, but they couldn't check it, and they had to hand it over to the heroes. It can be seen that there is definitely a problem within the royal family. Su Luo nodded. The boy is teachable. The two walked back, wanting to find the queen again to see if they could get any new clues. As they were walking, Su Luo suddenly remembered something and said, just now I thought the queen was going to eat that female player, but she just walked away like that? Yun Feibai nodded in agreement and said, the female player's words were obviously not what she meant. If I were the arrogant and bloody queen, I would definitely kill her. I was surprised that the queen let her go. Su Luo said, it can't be that the queen really thinks she has no problem, and what she said is sincere. Right? Yun Feibai shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. But if that's the case, then I think based on the queen's IQ, maybe she really didn't think that this was done by a non-venomous snake. While the two of them were chatting, they arrived in front of the door. Su Luo tried to knock on the door, but it was too thick, and there was no sound. There was no other way. Su Luo had to imitate the soldiers and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, the brave man is here to see you. After a while, the door slowly opened. Su Luo and Yun Feibai walked in, and the queen sat on the throne just as she did before they left. The difference was that this time, she had a wine glass in her hand, which contained some unknown red liquid. The two of them still saluted in a proper manner. The queen asked lazily, Why did you come back? Are you going to look for clues? Yun Feibai said, We are here to learn something about the kingdom from you. The queen nodded indifferently and said, As long as it can help my subjects find the poison, I will be happy to accompany you. Asked. Yun Feibai asked respectfully, What is the structure of the royal family of the Snake Kingdom? The queen said with some doubt, Why are you asking about the royal family? Yun Feibai smiled slightly and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, In order to find the cause faster, we need to understand the structure of your entire kingdom. Obviously, he had prepared a plan in his mind. This explanation was barely acceptable. After a pause, the queen replied, The royal family is ruled by a king. There are some princes under the king. And some? Su Luo listened to it. Thanks to her professional knowledge, Su Luo unexpectedly discovered that the Snake Kingdom actually implemented the feudal system that was popular in the ancient world where she lived. This system allows the royal family to quickly expand its borders. But the disadvantage is that it is easy to lead to division and separatism. Without bothering to recall what she had learned, Su Luo listened to the queen continue, Besides, only the king and the prince are royal family. The rest are not. This is a little different. But it is harmless. Yun Feibai suddenly asked, Then how is the king selected? The queen said proudly, The king of all generations has been the snake with the purest bloodline and the strongest poison among the royal descendants. Yun Feibai nodded thoughtfully and stopped talking, leaving the time for Su Luo to ask questions. Su Luo thought for a moment and asked, Can I ask about the structure of the entire zodiac continent? This question made the other two people present look at her at the same time. Yun Feibai immediately understood Su Luo's intention. They have a series of tasks in the zodiac continent. It will be beneficial to understand the structure of the continent now for future tasks. The queen asked in a bad tone. You also need to understand the affairs of the continent. Aren't you meddling too much? Su Luo said righteously. This is not meddling too much. Your Majesty, think about it. The Snake Kingdom is so powerful that there is no guarantee that other countries will not come to make trouble. The poisonous snakes in the Snake Kingdom are heroes who defend their country. Without their toxicity, they will naturally be in a bad mood, which may greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of the Snake Kingdom. So, I think this problem is likely to be caused by other kingdoms. This is when the art of language can be seen. From the words of the queen before its song, we can see that the queen cares about face, and does not want others to know that toxicity is very important to them. So Su Luo deliberately flattered the Snake Kingdom and the venomous snakes, and also implicitly expressed that the snake venom was not important. It would only make the warriors unhappy. Finally, she said what the queen was most worried about. Without the snake venom, the fighting power of the venomous snakes would definitely be greatly reduced. After hearing this, the queen frowned, but her eyes softened. Su Luo's words not only flattered the king, but also avoided the horse's legs, and finally pointed out the pros and cons, which was exactly what the queen wanted. Although the queen knew that she was suspected of flattery, she still didn't mind clearing her confusion. There are 12 kingdoms in the Zodiac continent, each in charge of a piece of land. There is a small continent in our sky, where the dragons live. When she said this, the two people present could clearly feel the queen's envy and yearning tone. The queen adjusted her mentality and continued, next to us is the Rat Kingdom. They used to be our food. They have a bad reputation in the entire Zodiac continent. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were both excited when they heard this. In the Cat Village dungeon, they got a very important piece of information. That is, there are some problems with the rat tribe. Maybe spies or something like that. At this time, after hearing the information about the rat tribe, Su Luo and Yun Feibai felt that this information was not simple based on their intuition after so many dungeons. In addition, there are also horse tribes next to us. They don't have much intersection with us, but there are occasional wars. The Tiger Kingdom is a little far from us. Speaking of this, the queen said with a little pride, I'm not bragging. Among the races on land, only the tiger tribe is a little feared by us venomous snakes. The other races, nothing to be afraid of. Su Luo nodded. She had almost understood the general news. The rat tribe next to her might have some problems. The queen's eyes were slightly tired. She yawned delicately, and then ordered them to leave. I'm going to take a nap. You guys go first. I asked the housekeeper to arrange dinner. After saying that, she turned her head and swam gracefully to her bedroom. Seeing that the queen had left, Su Luo and Yun Feibai could not get any clues from here, so they obediently left the hall. After leaving the hall, Su Luo looked around and then said, when we came to this copy, it was already afternoon. Now it's getting dark, and it should be time for dinner soon. Yun Feibai nodded. Then we won't go to the non-venomous snake to investigate the situation. Just walk around in this castle. The two hit it off, and went their separate ways to walk around the castle. Chapter 110. Su Luo walked into the back garden of the castle. This garden is still very beautiful, full of precious and rare flowers. Su Luo walked into the pond and found that there was no living creature in it. At least from Su Luo's naked eyes, there was no living thing. This is obviously wrong, right? Logically speaking, in a pond, even if there are no fish or tadpoles, there must be some plankton, right? Su Luo walked around the pond in confusion. And then she saw an old snake man passing by. So she called him. Hello. I am a brave warrior who came to help the queen. Can you help me? Su Luo directly pointed out her identity. From previous experience, it can be seen that the identity of a brave warrior is quite useful. Sure enough, when the old man heard Su Luo say that he was a brave warrior, he immediately became respectful. It is my honor to serve the brave warrior. Su Luo asked, what do you do? The old man replied, I am a gardener in this castle. I have been working here for 30 years. A gardener with 30 years of experience must know a lot. Su Luo then asked, are you a venomous snake? The old gardener proudly replied, all those working in our castle are venomous snakes. Only venomous snakes are qualified to serve the royal family. Su Luo was stunned. Class discrimination? She then asked, do you know what's going on with this pond? Why is there no sign of life in it? The old butler was obviously puzzled by this. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. This pond has suddenly become like this since a few days ago. But this is harmless. Just to make the pond look cleaner and prettier. How can this be harmless? Su Luo asked based on her intuition from so many missions. Can you give me a specific time? When did the creatures in this pond disappear? The old gardener thought for a while before saying, if I remember correctly. It should be 3 days ago? Su Luo nodded and was about to continue asking. But at this time, footsteps came from behind her. Su Luo turned around and saw a snake man who looked like a housekeeper. And the old gardener's words made Su Luo confirm his identity. Housekeeper? Why are you here? The housekeeper was a few steps away from Su Luo and the others. He took a few breaths to even out his breath, then walked forward and said, I'm here to see the brave man. When he said this, he turned slightly towards the old gardener. After that, he turned to Su Luo and said, Brave man, it's time for dinner. Su Luo looked up and saw that it was indeed dark. She smiled and nodded, and followed the butler. But she was thinking that she would come to see this old gardener tomorrow. Su Luo believed that this gardener, who had worked in the castle for so many years, must be a huge treasure trove of information. When Su Luo followed the butler to the restaurant, she found that the other players had already gathered. This made Su Luo a little embarrassed. No wonder the butler came to find her in person. It turned out that she was the only one left. Su Luo took a look and saw that there was a seat left next to Yunfei, which seemed to be reserved for her. Su Luo nodded to everyone apologetically, walked to Yunfei and sat down, and stopped talking. The housekeeper clapped his hands, and a group of snake maids brought plates of dishes covered with silver covers and placed them on the table. When all the dishes were served, the housekeeper said, Dear brave men, these are the dishes we carefully prepared for you. They are all very nourishing. Please enjoy them. Seeing that everyone was looking at the dishes with some curiosity, he continued, after dinner, we will lead you back to your rooms to rest. If you have any questions, you can ring the bell at the door of the room. We will come as soon as possible. After saying that, the butler bowed and turned to leave. After he left, the maids were still here. The one who spoke before said to the maid closest to him, You guys should leave first. With these maids around, it was not convenient for them to exchange information. The maid shook her head and said, We still need to open these silver covers and introduce them to the guests before we can leave. This requires your consent, the middle-parted man said. Then open it, and you can just leave. The maid nodded, and with a signal, the other maids opened the cover one by one. The mysterious dish hidden under the cover finally revealed its true appearance. The moment the dish was revealed, the sound of vomiting quickly came from the restaurant. It wasn't really vomiting. It was just physiological acid reflux. After Su Luo saw it clearly, she also felt a little uncomfortable. There was a plate with white, tender and plump worms that were still wriggling, each about the thickness of a thumb. On another plate, there were some small and exquisite golden flies. On another plate, there was a big frog that had been cooked, and its mouth was full of bugs. Su Luo actually didn't understand why a snake-like creature liked to eat bugs. Half of these dishes had bugs. The other half were all kinds of meat. The maid looked at the players, who were about to vomit in surprise, and then asked angrily, You actually want to vomit after seeing these exquisite dishes? The players who were being watched by the maid shuddered immediately. They could clearly feel the murderous intent in the maid's eyes. A girl in a yellow sweater quickly replied, How is it possible? It's not because of these dishes that we want to vomit, but because when we see these dishes, we think of what we ate before. And suddenly we feel that what we ate before was garbage. That's why we feel a little nauseous. This explanation is acceptable. Seeing that others nodded frantically, the maid stopped pursuing it and began to introduce. The ingredients of this dish come from the only small snow mountain in our country. This is a specialty of the snow mountain. In order to feed them, we need to constantly baptize the snow mountain with magic, because the food of these insects is snow. Then, she pointed to another dish and said, These flies are creatures produced from the inside after the gold is corroded. They feed on gold, and eating it can beautify the skin. Next, the players present numbly listened to the maids introducing these strange dishes. After all the dishes were introduced, the maids left in an orderly manner. Su Luo glanced at the dishes on the table, thinking, there weren't that many dishes. Only 10. 9 dishes and 1 soup. Right? The girl in yellow finally didn't have to control herself anymore. She bent over and started to retch. At the same time, almost all the players started to retch, except Su Luo and Yunfei. Su Luo glanced at Yunfei and glanced at the dishes. Yun Feibai nodded resolutely. Then the two of them took advantage of the fact that the others were bending over and retching, and quickly grabbed a bug each, and stuffed it into their mouths without even looking at it, trying to swallow it raw. Su Luo was eating the white worm that was said to come from the snow mountain. The worm was a bit too big, so Su Luo was forced to chew it twice. Although the worm itself had no taste, it almost turned into pus after chewing it twice, like snow water. But Su Luo still couldn't help it, and she almost vomited it out with a dry heave. It was too disgusting. But she still forced herself to hold it back and forced herself to swallow it. After swallowing it, Su Luo couldn't recover for a long time. As she chewed, she could still feel the worms crawling in her mouth. To be honest, Su Luo felt that her soul had ascended to heaven, and she would rest in peace if she was buried in the ground. At this time, the players also stood up. Seeing that Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked unhappy, they didn't care much, thinking that they were just disgusted by these dishes. The middle-aged man counted the number of people and said, "These dishes are definitely not edible. Not only are they disgusting, but who knows if they have any side effects." The others nodded seriously. Only Su Luo and Yun Feibai did not move. The maid had already said that these were all very nourishing things, as the reinforcements specially invited by the queen. It was normal for them to eat good things. Looking at the maid's greedy look at that time, these should not be bad things. The most important thing is, if there were any problems with these things, the copy would not have set them up to be so disgusting. Isn't it obvious that they don't want people to eat them? For example, in the Cat Village copy they experienced before, there was also a food level, but the whole fish feast there looked very tempting, and there were people staring at them, trying to get them to eat. That was a real problem. And the dishes here, Su Luo thought, they were probably really tonic. But now there was a problem. If they ate these things in public, it would definitely arouse suspicion. So she pretended to be selfless and said, "These dishes must not be returned intact. It's better to get rid of them all." The man with the middle part nodded seriously, and then said, "Let's divide these dishes equally, and then take them back to the room to solve them by ourselves." This was exactly what Su Luo wanted, and she was the first to nod in agreement. Soon, everyone present agreed to this method, so everyone divided the dishes equally. Su Luo and Yun Feibai volunteered to take a dish each to share with everyone. These two dishes were exactly the two dishes they had eaten. After dividing, Su Luo put the dishes away, and then began to listen to the man with the middle part. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lao Bantian, and this is my teammate Don't Talk Kiss Me." When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but look at his teammate. His teammate looked weak and gentle, and wore black-framed glasses. He seemed to be a shy talent. Chapter 111. Next, everyone introduced themselves in turn. After that, Lao Bantian gave instructions. "I believe everyone knows that this mission should be completed through cooperation. I think everyone should first talk about the mission information, and then discuss it together. I start first." His words still made Su Luo look at him with appreciation. The previous words were all polite words and had no effect. But he volunteered to start first, which showed a great sense of the overall situation. Lao Bantian said, "We originally wanted to find out if there was any non-venomous snake organization. After all, if the venomous snakes were in trouble, the non-venomous snakes would definitely be involved." Everyone nodded and listened to him. But because we didn't know where the non-venomous snake's base was, we had no idea where to start. Finally, we found an ordinary person on the road and planned to ask about the situation first. Su Luo deliberately observed the others at this time. Seeing that everyone looked like they were in the same boat, she knew that these people had not found the so-called non-venomous snake organization for a long time. He talked about their journey for a long time, and then briefly summarized their findings. This country has clear classes, and the status of non-venomous snakes is much lower than that of venomous snakes. After that, he sat down. Su Luo rolled his eyes secretly. "That's it? Isn't this too perfunctory?" Originally, Su Luo thought that he should be a good person, since he was the first to announce the information. In the end, he announced such information that almost everyone could find out. It can be said that he had no sincerity. After hearing what he said, the others all looked unhappy. "I took off my pants, and you show me this?" With this example in front, the others were perfunctory about exchanging information. Su Luo sighed and just found a small piece of news to release. Seeing that it was too late, Everyone took the food they had distributed and went back to the room directly. Back in the room, Su Luo suppressed his nausea and ate the food. After all, it was a tonic, so he could bear it and it would pass. She forced herself to comfort herself. After eating, Su Luo quickly took a glass of boiled water to rinse her mouth, and then took some fruit on the table to cover up the taste of the food. It took her a while to calm down. Before going to bed, Su Luo wrote down what she was going to do tomorrow in a notebook so as not to forget. 1. Find out the situation from the gardener. 2. Find out where the base camp of non-venomous snakes is. After writing it down, she went to bed. The next day, Su Luo got up in the morning and met Yun Feibai. Neither of them was willing to talk about the miserable time of last night. They quickly skipped over it and talked about yesterday's discovery. Yun Feibai said, I accidentally found a secret room at the top of the castle yesterday. Su Luo looked at him in surprise. Secret room? Isn't this too advanced? It sounds like there is some secret. Yun Feibai said, come on. I take you to see it. After that, he led the way. As they talked, they walked to the corner of the stairs. There happened to be a boy sweeping the floor at the corner, and he bumped into Su Luo. Su Luo was fine, but the boy was knocked to the ground. Su Luo was about to help him up, but the boy quickly took 2 steps back and then climbed up by himself. After he stood up, he bowed in a panic. Meet the 2 brave men. Brave men. I'm sorry. After all, he was a young boy. So Su Luo naturally didn't intend to make things difficult for him. She made a stop gesture, interrupting the boy's apology. What's your name? Su Luo asked. The boy was still a little flustered. He stuttered and answered. My name is Jelma. Su Luo nodded and said, Jelma, can I ask you a few questions? Jelma bowed again and said, It's my honor to answer your questions. Su Luo asked, Are you a venomous snake? Jelma shook his head with a gloomy look. No, I'm a non-venomous snake. Su Luo nodded and asked, Then can you tell us what major forces there are in the kingdom? Jelma thought about it seriously, and then said, The largest family in the snake kingdom is the cobra family, which is composed of the royal family. Speaking of this, his face suddenly dimmed. But soon, he regained his spirits and said, The second is the python family, which is famous for its toxicity and size. The boy talked about some families, and finally said what Su Luo wanted to hear the most. There is another. It can be regarded as a big force. It is a non-venomous snake family, known for its large number of snakes. Su Luo nodded, patted Jelma's head gently, and said, Thank you for your answer. It is very helpful to us. Yun Feibai smiled and nodded, indicating that Su Luo's words were correct. Jelma's eyes were a little bright. He seemed to want to ask something else, but finally closed his mouth. He bowed deeply to Su Luo and the others, and then left with his broom. After the little boy left, Su Luo and Yun Feibai said, There are many non-venomous snakes, but they can only huddle together to form a force, which shows how low their status is. Yun Feibai nodded and said, Indeed, there should be class inequality in this kingdom, which can easily deepen the contradictions between different classes. Su Luo suddenly remembered what the gardener said yesterday, that the servants in the castle were all poisonous snakes. So she turned around and looked for a while in the castle. When she saw the small figure, Su Luo called Jelma and asked, Jelma, I heard that only poisonous snakes can be servants in the castle. What's wrong with you? Jelma was caught off guard by this question. He lowered his head and said sadly, I am the child of the poisonous snakes in the castle, but I am unexpectedly non-toxic. But the queen still took me in and let me be a sweeper in the castle. Su Luo nodded, and seeing that little Jelma looked sad, she took out the candy she had asked for from the housekeeper this morning, handed it to Jelma and said, Please have some candy. Don't be sad. Jelma's attention was really attracted by the candy. He carefully took the candy, then bowed deeply and said, Thank you, brave man. Su Luo shook her head, and continued to walk upstairs with Yun Feibai. A few minutes later, they finally arrived. This secret room is not so hidden, but it is in plain sight. It is behind a door, but this door is painted on, and those who don't know it may think it is a unique design. Who would have thought that there is a room behind it? Yun Feibai pushed open the painted door and brought Su Luo inside. There was nothing in the room, just a small table with a small oil lamp that had long been burned out. What caught Su Luo's attention was a huge oil painting at the back of the house. Yun Feibai said behind Su Luo, I walked through the floors yesterday and finally came here and found this oil painting. But because the light was too dim, I couldn't see clearly, so I went back directly. Su Luo nodded and used a skill to illuminate the oil painting. In the brief light, she could see that the oil painting depicted a huge battle scene. It was a battle between snake people and rats. From the painting, it can be seen that the battle was still very cruel. Su Luo used a skill again and again to illuminate the oil painting. However, when she used the skill for the 7th time to illuminate, Su Luo suddenly found something wrong. She used the skill again in the same place, and then observed the painting there. After confirming, Su Luo turned to Yun Feibai and said, this scene in this painting has appeared in the corridor. Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment, and also came over to take a look. Sure enough, he had also seen this scene. What is this for? Cut a painting into small pieces and put it in the corridor? Su Luo said strangely. Yun Feibai shook his head. He was also confused. After thinking for a while, Yun Feibai said, take another photo. I see if other places are also the ones we have seen. Su Luo nodded and started to use the first skill again. After watching for a long time, Yun Feibai suddenly realized, I know. Su Luo looked at him curiously, waiting for an explanation. Yun Feibai did not keep the secret, and said directly, the murals in the corridor should all come from here. But the problem is that the snake soldiers here include both non-venomous and venomous snakes. But the painting in the corridor only shows the venomous snakes fighting. Su Luo nodded, indicating that she understood. So, the painting in the corridor is just the scene of the venomous snakes fighting in this painting, but ignores the non-venomous snakes. This is very strange. Why do they do this? The two still left the secret room and walked downstairs without knowing what was going on. On the way, Su Luo and Yun Feibai talked about their findings. Yun Feibai said, that's great. We can ask the old gardener what the paintings in the corridor are about. Su Luo nodded and walked downstairs quickly. When they arrived in the garden, Su Luo and Yun Feibai began to look for the old gardener, but they couldn't find him after searching for a long time. Su Luo scratched his head and decided to take Yun Feibai to the pond with no signs of life. Yun Feibai poked it with a wooden stick, but the stick didn't change. He thought for a while and suddenly said, have you noticed that there are no birds drinking water nearby? Indeed, ponds like this are usually surrounded by birds. Su Luo hesitated and said, could it be that there are no birds in this zodiac continent? Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment. This is really possible. After all, most of the animals here are snake people and cat people, so it is hard to say whether there are birds. At this time, Su Luo saw the figure of the old gardener with sharp eyes. She hurriedly chased after him and called the old gardener. Uncle Gardener! Uncle Gardener! Wait for me! The old gardener heard her shouting, stopped and asked, brave man, what's wrong? Chapter 112. The boy saw everyone looking at him, and he knew why everyone was looking at him. He smiled awkwardly but politely, and nodded to everyone. Su Luo said, we want to ask you something. The old gardener answered exactly the same as yesterday. It is my honor to serve the brave man. Su Luo ignored his polite words and asked boldly, do you know why there are only poisonous snakes in the murals in the corridor? The old gardener looked at her strangely and said, poisonous snakes have a respected status. How can non-poisonous snakes be hung in the castle? Su Luo was speechless and was about to change the subject. At this time, Yun Feibai, who had been silent behind her, suddenly said, but the non-venomous snakes also participated in the war? Why didn't you kill them? Su Luo turned her head and looked at Yun Feibai in surprise. She didn't expect him to say that. After all, the old gardener said that the non-venomous snakes were not worthy, so there was no point in asking again. As a result, something Su Luo didn't expect happened. The old gardener said in disbelief, what are you talking about? There were no non-venomous snakes participating in that war. Su Luo looked at the old gardener in surprise. The painting clearly showed non-venomous snakes fighting bravely. How come they didn't participate in the war? Yun Feibai seemed to have expected it and continued. Maybe I was wrong. Su Luo was not too surprised this time, although she knew that she was not wrong at all. Yun Feibai must have his own considerations. Sure enough, Yun Feibai continued to ask, can you tell us about that war? The old gardener nodded, found a place to sit on the ground, and used his old voice to tell the story of the war that shocked the continent 100 years ago. Snake people and rat people have always been at odds. Snake people feed on rat people, and rat people like to eat the corpses of snake people. Over time, the hatred between the two countries can be said to be irreconcilable. He brushed off the fallen leaves on his body and continued, later. Because of a small conflict, the war between the two countries began. This can't actually be blamed on the conflict. After all, it was just the fuse. Blow up the long-standing deadlock between the two countries. Su Luo nodded. If possible. She even wanted to take a small notebook to write it down. The war began, and the poisonous snakes bravely went to the battlefield. And the non-venomous snakes with no toxicity and weak attack power could only support in the rear. He sighed. Then, the battle intensified and entered a white-hot stage. Although the poisonous snakes have high attack power and rich combat experience, but they can't stand the rat people who give birth to a nest in their lifetime. And the population is outrageous. Su Luo thought. I have thought of this. The battle has reached a stalemate, and the snake men have lost too much and are exhausted. But the selfish non-venomous snakes are unwilling to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. At this point, a strong look of disgust appeared on his face. It is because of their selfishness that the war was won. But the victory was very difficult. The number of venomous snakes has dropped from being on par with non-venomous snakes to less than 1/10 of the non-venomous snakes now. The old gardener's memory of that battle is actually like this. If it weren't for the painting, the image of the selfish non-venomous snakes would have been deeply rooted in people's minds. However, looking at the indignant look of the old gardener, he must really not know the truth of history. The old gardener finally said, after the war, the non-venomous snakes still insidiously wanted to inherit the throne. But the old generation of cobras threatened to split up and consolidated the position of the venomous snakes. Su Luo nodded, stood up and thanked the old gardener. This was enough information. Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't bother to ask other questions they had thought of before, and walked directly into the castle. Su Luo looked at Yun Feibai and said, This is interesting. Why did they want to erase the merits of the non-venomous snake? And how did the merits of the non-venomous snake get hidden from the world? Yun Feibai also shook his head in confusion. It seems that the disappearance of the poisonous snake may be its own fault. Su Luo sighed and said, Let's go and see if the queen knows tomorrow. It's already night, so it's not convenient to find her. Yun Feibai nodded. If the queen doesn't know, we tell her the truth and see what she thinks. If the queen knows about this, I think we have to think about this matter differently. While the two were talking, they returned to their bedrooms. There is no dinner party today, only tomorrow. The next day, they came to the hall where the queen usually stayed. At this time, there was no queen in the hall, but the butler was wiping the treasures here. Su Luo looked at the butler and said, Mr. Butler, do you know where the queen went? The butler stood up and replied respectfully, The queen is sleeping. Do you need me to wake her up? Su Luo thought about it and refused. She thought that if she was woken up, she would not be in a good mood, which was not conducive to discussing things. But now the queen was still asleep, which was also amazing. So Su Luo asked, When will the queen wake up? The housekeeper said, The queen will wake up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She usually doesn't get up early if she has nothing to do in the morning. Su Luo nodded and left the hall with Yun Feibai. The queen couldn't be found here for the time being, so they should go somewhere else. Su Luo suddenly thought of something, and took Yun Feibai to find the old gardener again and said, Uncle Gardener, can you bring some living things? The gardener was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and asked Su Luo and the others to wait here for a while. And he went to the kitchen to get something. After a while, the old gardener came back with a frog in his hand. Su Luo said, Please throw this frog into the pond. The old housekeeper did as he was told. The frog did not change much in the water, but it looked very uneasy. Su Luo said again, Then please hold the frog's head and let it drink the water from the pond. This time the frog struggled violently, as if the water in the pond was in great danger. Su Luo stopped the old gardener in time, and then said to Yun Feibai, It seems that the water in the pond is poisonous. Yun Feibai nodded. It was not poisonous before, but after the poison of the snake disappeared, the non-toxic water became poisonous. If this has nothing to do with the change of the poisonous snake, I will never believe it. The old gardener was also shocked by this change. This water is actually poisonous. Su Luo said, a few days before the creatures in the water disappeared, Did you see any suspicious people walking around this pool? The old gardener hesitated and said, Germa seemed to have walked around here. He doesn't usually come here. After saying this, he realized that Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai might not know Germa. So he added, it was the boy who was sweeping the floor in the castle. Su Luo said, we have seen him. Are you sure no one else has been here? The old gardener shook his head and said, I am not sure either. After all, I am not always here. But I think Germa should be fine. Su Luo asked, why? The old gardener said, Germa is usually a quiet child. But he is very diligent and works hard. He is a good child. In theory, he should not do anything that harms the castle. After that, he asked Su Luo and the others, please, brave men, thoroughly investigate this matter and restore peace to the castle and the venomous snakes. Su Luo nodded and left the back garden. In the afternoon, Su Luo and the others came to the hall to wait for the queen. Soon, the queen came out of the bedroom and said charmingly, I heard that you came to see me this morning? Why? Is there anything? Su Luo smiled slightly and asked, Your Majesty, we are very interested in the murals in the corridor of the castle. Can you tell us about it? The queen said proudly, that was a scene of the snake people bravely killing the enemy during the war between snakes and rats 100 years ago. Su Luo asked meaningfully, then why are there no traces of non-venomous snakes? The queen's eyes were stern, and she stroked her temples pretending to be indifferent and said, non-venomous snakes. They didn't participate in this war at all. They are all selfishly hiding behind the venomous snakes and enjoying safety. After saying that, she asked again seemingly unintentionally, why do you suddenly think of asking this? Su Luo said, oh, it's just that I feel strange when I see only venomous snakes in the paintings in the corridor. So that's it. After that, she stood up and said with a smile, then we will continue to investigate. The queen also let them go in a dignified manner. After Su Luo and the others left, the queen's facial expression suddenly darkened, and she said to the housekeeper behind her, go. Check where these two people went today. The housekeeper bowed slightly and said, yes, sir. On the other hand, Yun Fei Bai and Su Luo were sure that the queen definitely knew the truth. At least she knew part of it. Things are getting more interesting. This copy is really... Su Luo chuckled and said, Abai, do you think we should go find some non-venomous snakes? Yun Fei Bai said, let's go to Germa first. He might know something. So the two of them came to where Germa usually stayed. After waiting for a while, they saw Germa appear at the end of the corridor with his iconic little broom. Su Luo hurriedly went up and called Germa. Hey! Germa! Wait! Germa turned around and saw Su Luo and the other two. He stopped and asked, brave man, what's wrong? Su Luo said, I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask, why did you suddenly go to the pond you don't usually go to 3 days ago? Germa was stunned for a moment and said, because, just after saying the beginning, for some reason, Germa suddenly paused, and then said, I saw a butterfly that day and wanted to chase it, and I happened to come to the pond. What's wrong? Chapter 113. Su Luo smiled and shook her head, saying, nothing, just asking casually. We leave first. After that, she pulled Yun Fei Bai away. Germa said behind him, farewell, brave man. When they left the castle, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai said in unison, he's lying. Why do they say that? Because according to the gardener, Germa is a quiet and diligent man. Will such a person be attracted by butterflies and leave his job? No. It is obvious that Germa is lying. But although Germa is lying, it is strange. He was very natural when he heard the question. But just after answering a little, it seemed that he was reminded by something, or thought of something, and lied and changed the answer in the middle. Obviously, Germa knows. At least, there are clues about the changes in the pond. But how can they get clues from Germa's mouth? This is a problem. Su Luo sighed. She secretly thought that there was nothing wrong with Germa himself. But the problem should be with the people behind Germa. The two looked at each other, both at a loss. It was like having a treasure chest but not having the key. Time flew by, and it was night again. Because there was a dinner party today. A group of players gathered together again. Because he was perfunctory yesterday, the other players did not listen to his instructions today, but chatted about their own things. A long-haired girl came over. Su Luo remembered her. Her name was Gentle is not for you. Gentle is not for you. She came over with a faint smile and looked at Yunfeibai and said, "Would you like to discuss the clues together?" Yunfeibai nodded. "Sure," the girl said, "we found that in this kingdom. If poisonous snakes bully non-poisonous snakes, it doesn't matter as long as it's not too serious. If non-poisonous snakes dare to bully poisonous snakes, the punishment will be very severe." Su Luo nodded when she heard the news. It seems that the class antagonism in this country is really serious. But, Su Luo glanced at it. "Gentleness is not for you," Yunfeibai said with a smile. "The queen takes a nap before 2 p.m. every day. If you want to see her, you have to go after 2 p.m. Gentleness is not for you," said angrily. "How can you treat me so perfunctorily? Tell me something that can be known by asking?" Yunfeibai said mercilessly, "Isn't it possible to know this matter by asking? What's the matter? You had to go to the court in person to find out. Gentleness is not for you." Rolling her eyes, she said coquettishly, "How can you say that? I did look for information seriously and found this one. Besides, we just started the exchange, so we definitely can't come up with big revelations right away." Yunfeibai didn't reply, just looked at her coldly. "Gentleness is not for you." Not feeling embarrassed, she continued, "Then I give you another clue. It seems that there is a split within the non-venomous snake, divided into two factions with different opinions." Yunfeibai thought for a moment and said, "The queen seems to have hidden some information, which is related to the contradiction between non-venomous snakes and venomous snakes. Gentleness is not for you." Speechless, Su Luo laughed beside him. Yunfeibai's words are the same. Gentleness is not for you. How much information is revealed? Yunfeibai revealed as much. Gentleness is not for you. Seeing that he should not be able to get anything out of him, and it is not good to tear his face, he said coldly, "I have obtained so much information in the past 2 days, so I will leave first." Yunfeibai smiled and watched her leave. After she left, Su Luo smiled and said, "They are all masters of Tai Chi." Yunfeibai spread his hands helplessly. "I also want to say more, but she is too perfunctory," Su Luo said. "But there are factions among non-venomous snakes? This makes me curious." Yunfeibai nodded. "Indeed. They are a vulnerable group. They should be united. Right? There is no need to create internal divisions and weaken the overall strength." Su Luo said thoughtfully, "It seems that we should go to the base camp of the non-venomous snake tomorrow to look for clues." Yunfeibai also nodded. Great minds think alike. Today's dinner is a very simple dish, and there are no magical things like yesterday. Therefore, Su Luo feels that yesterday's food should really be useful. I hope it's not her illusion. After returning to her room, Su Luo lay on the bed tiredly. Go to sleep quickly. There must be a big project to go to the base of the non-venomous snake tomorrow. On the 3rd day of the dungeon, Yunfeibai and Su Luo asked the housekeeper where the base of the non-venomous snakes was. And then they set off. They had been in this dungeon for 3 days, and this was their first time leaving the castle. This kingdom really looked like the Middle Ages, and the house styles were also relatively retro. There were small people setting up stalls on the road, and there were also children playing, and it seemed that there was a strong atmosphere of life. Su Luo hurried to see the scenery on the road. As a girl majoring in history, it was her dream to be able to come to the ancient environment in person. At this time, Su Luo saw a group of children skipping rubber bands, and 2 children were shaking the rope. It was a normal scene, but Su Luo clearly saw the pain in the eyes of the 2 children shaking the rope. What was going on? Su Luo glanced at Yunfeibai and motioned Yunfeibai to look over. The 2 children's faces were pale, and their heads were covered with sweat. Yunfeibai frowned. They must be too tired. Su Luo nodded, a little puzzled why the 2 children didn't take a rest. Suddenly, one of the 2 kids fell to the ground. However, the other kids who were skipping rope did not go over to help him, but stood aside and laughed at him. That's all? Non-venomous snakes are really rubbish. The other kid who was hit by the rope because of the kid's sudden fall kicked the kid and cursed. What the hell? It's useless. It's your blessing to let you play with us, and you are still here like a waste. Bah! He even spat on the little boy. Su Luo now understood why the boy continued to shake the rope even though he was so tired. Because he was a non-venomous snake with a very low status in this kingdom, while the other little boys were venomous snakes. I guess the other boy who was shaking the rope was in the same situation. It seems that the class division in this country is really serious, and the discrimination is so obvious. No wonder something happened. The 2 of them should not care about this matter. Why not just ignore it? Because it's useless. This is not an individual case, but a group phenomenon. They can't change anything now. Su Luo sighed. Let Yunfeibai stay where he was. And walked up. The kids were a little confused when they saw the stranger coming over suddenly. The boy who spoke first asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su Luo pointed at the boy who fell to the ground and said, "This little boy must be exhausted. I put him aside? This way it won't affect you." Su Luo knew that if she told him that snakes were equal, it would be a fantasy, and the little boy would be treated even more harshly. It would be better to save the little boy from the perspective of benefit. Sure enough, the boy thought about it and realized that this rubbish was indeed taking up some space here, affecting their games. It would be good if someone came to help them carry him away. He turned around and discussed with other friends, then turned to Su Luo and nodded, saying, "Okay. Thank you." Seeing that her plan was successful, Su Luo pretended to be embarrassed and said, "But I am a girl with little strength, and I can't move this boy. How about?" She pretended to look for someone, looked around among the little boys, and then named another non-venomous snake and said, "How about letting him help me?" This move made the leading venomous snake a little strange. He just asked for 2 non-venomous snakes, which was a bit suspicious. The boy said, "There are so many of us. Why did you have to pick the useless person?" Su Luo smiled and said, "You are all poisonous snakes. How can I let you carry this non-poisonous snake? It just so happens that the man is also a non-poisonous snake, so it can be regarded as a waste utilization." The little boy felt comfortable all over. He nodded in understanding. "You are still thoughtful." After saying that, he turned to the non-poisonous snake and ordered, "You, come here and listen to the sister's command." Su Luo asked the little boy to carry the head of the fainted boy, and she carried the boy's feet herself, and then slowly carried the boy away. Didn't Su Luo have the strength to take the little boy away? How is it possible? Let alone the fact that the child was already pale and thin due to malnutrition. Just because Su Luo had attribute points, it was impossible for her to not be able to hold this ordinary little boy. Su Luo just wanted to save the other non-venomous snake. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he fainted. Yunfeibai watched Su Luo take the 2 children away from a distance, and followed them away from a distance. Su Luo put the little boy down when they could no longer see the other children, and then used a skill to heal the little boy. The priest's first skill does have the function of healing people, but it certainly can't save broken limbs. However, for simple exhaustion like this, it can still help to recover. Yunfeibai also came over at this time. He watched Su Luo use the first skill on the little boy and squatted down beside him. Seeing Su Luo frequently using the first skill without any effort, he looked Su Luo up and down and said, "You." Su Luo thought he was going to say that his action was meaningless. She said helplessly but firmly, "I know there is no point in doing this. It can only save 2 children." She straightened up a little, looked at Yunfeibai seriously and said, "But since I have seen it, I still want to help them within my ability. And it doesn't affect anything. Right?" Chapter 114. Yunfeibai shook his head and chuckled, "I don't want to blame you. I think you are very good. What I want to say is..." Su Luo turned his head to look at him with some surprise, and saw Yunfeibai stretched out his hand and took a leaf off her head, then shook the leaf in front of Su Luo's eyes and smiled. "Luo Luo, there is a leaf on your head." Su Luo looked at the leaf and was a little dazed. This was different from what she thought Yunfeibai was. She thought Yunfeibai must be profit-oriented, and her behavior was not helpful for the mission, and it was a bit of a waste of time. Su Luo didn't expect Yunfeibai to say that she was good. Su Luo glanced at Yunfeibai, then turned around to use a skill on the little boy. The other little boy also realized that this sister was here to help him. He stood silently by the side, not knowing what to do. In his few years, no one had ever helped him in front of the venomous snake. Soon, the fainted little boy woke up. Su Luo saw that the fainted little boy opened his eyes, and said to the other little boy, "You guys played together. You should know where he lives. Right?" The boy was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Su Luo continued, "That's good. Please take him home later. We have something else to do, so we have to leave first." The boy nodded again, then watched Su Luo and the others leave. After walking a few steps and getting away from the 2 little boys, the 2 continued to rush to the base of non-venomous snakes. Su Luo turned her head to look in the direction of Yunfeibai, and then said softly when she turned back, "Thank you." Yun Feibai didn't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to hear Su Luo say thank you just now. He glanced at Su Luo and saw that Su Luo looked like nothing had happened and was on her way seriously. So he didn't ask any more questions. This is good? Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two came to the location of the non-venomous snake leader. This was what the housekeeper told them. After arriving at the house, Su Luo knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was an old snake man who was about 50 or 60 years old. He was wearing a casual suit, leaning on a cane, and looked kind. Seeing Su Luo and the others, he naturally asked, "Are you the brave warrior?" Su Luo nodded and said, "Hello. We are here to get some information." The old snake man nodded, turned around, and led them to the living room. As he walked, he chatted, "There are many brave warriors coming to my place these days. 6 people came yesterday." Su Luo nodded and said, "No one dares to disobey the mission assigned by the queen." The old snake man put his crutches aside, then sat on the single sofa, motioning Yun Feibai and the others to sit on the long sofa next to him. After the two sat down, the old snake man said, "You can call me Ord. I am the president of the non-venomous snake guild." Su Luo nodded and said, "President Ord, do you know about the war 100 years ago?" Ord's old face showed some vicissitudes. "Of course. How could I not know such a famous battle?" Su Luo said, "Then what do you think about the non-venomous snakes refusing to participate in the war?" Ord sighed and said, "It was our ancestors who were afraid of death and refused to participate in the war." Su Luo heard this answer and felt that the president might not know what he really thought. But she still asked tentatively, "I think the social status of non-venomous snakes is low now. Is it karma and retribution?" The president's eyes were filled with grief. "I admit that we should be punished for our past crimes. But we have borne the faults of our ancestors for more than 100 years. Now, the punishment for that fault is getting worse and worse. Non-venomous snakes have almost no place to survive in this country." As he said this, great anger burst out of his eyes. It's fine if the venomous snakes just have social status. After all, they are the ones who saved the country. But now the non-venomous snakes are bullied like slaves. Who can tolerate this? Perhaps because of the presence of outsiders like Su Luo and Yun Feibai. The president paused for a while. After his emotions gradually calmed down, he continued, "Of course, I believe that the venomous snakes cannot forget the pain of 100 years ago and cannot eliminate their hatred for us. But we non-venomous snakes are working hard and trying to give back to society. I hope the venomous snakes can see our sincerity." This is more official. However, it also made Su Luo believe for the time being that the president really didn't know the inside story of the war. Su Luo glanced at Yun Feibai and motioned him to continue asking. At this time, Yun Feibai was like a reporter, picking up trouble and asking, "I think the social status of non-venomous snakes will only get worse under this situation. What do you think about this?" The old president said a little sadly, "I think we non-venomous snakes have been working hard in this regard. But if we are really powerless to save the situation..." The old president's eyes were firm at this time. "We will leave this country and create a country with only non-venomous snakes." He looked at Su Luo and the others and said, "I know you are sent by the queen. I am not afraid to tell you that our non-venomous snakes have limited tolerance. Either you venomous snakes will kill us all, or, sooner or later, we will create a world for us non-venomous snakes." Yun Feibai nodded in admiration and said, "The president's goal is very ambitious. I heard that there is a split within the non-venomous snake. Do the other party want to be content with the status quo and submit to the venomous snake? Or do they have other plans?" When Oride heard this, a helpless and angry look flashed across his face. But then he covered it up. He directly ordered them to leave. "I think you two may have misunderstood something. We are very united within the non-venomous snake. I'm a little tired. Can you two please go back?" Although he used a questioning tone, his words were beyond doubt. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were not surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, they left President Oride's house. After leaving the house, Yun Feibai said, "President Oride probably doesn't know the truth of the matter. And the other faction that split from the non-venomous snakes probably doesn't like the president." Su Luo nodded. "It seems that this president is loyal to the non-venomous snakes. As for the venomous snakes, although he is dissatisfied with their arrogance, he doesn't want to start a war within the snake clan. He just wants to split out." Yun Feibai continued Su Luo's words and said, "So if the other faction can make the president hate it, it either wants to surrender to the venomous snake or wants to start an internal war. Su Luo disagreed with this view. She shook her head and said, "No. I don't think the other faction wants to be content with the status quo and surrender to the venomous snake. Otherwise, the president's emotion should be something like a disappointment, not anger." This made sense. Yun Feibai nodded in agreement. Su Luo continued, "I think that the other faction may want to go to war with the venomous snakes. But considering that the rat tribe may have played a role in the disappearance of the venomous snakes, I can make a bold guess." She sighed and said, "The other faction wants to collude with foreign tribes to start a war internally. This is why President Ord is so angry about the other faction. And even when we mentioned it, he didn't want to continue." Yun Feibai nodded and said, "In this way, everything makes sense. The president was still very normal when we talked about the internal conflicts of the snake tribe. As soon as we talked about the conflicts within the non-venomous snakes, he started to drive us away. If he was only loyal to the non-venomous snakes and didn't want outsiders to know about their internal conflicts, then he didn't have to say anything to defend the venomous snakes before. It is obvious that this person is loyal to the entire snake tribe, not just the non-venomous snakes. In this case, the venomous snakes are most likely the ones who made them poisonous." Su Luo turned to Yun Feibai and said, "Let's go back to the castle first. We don't know where to find the non-venomous snakes of the other faction." Yun Feibai had no objection, and the two of them returned to the castle without stopping. It was already night when they returned to the castle, and Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't plan to do anything else, although they could directly ask the butler where the leader of the other faction of non-venomous snakes lived. But the butler was obviously the queen's confidant and a venomous snake. It was hard for Su Luo not to suspect that the housekeeper actually knew the truth about the war. In this case, Su Luo felt that the housekeeper was not very reliable, and did not want to reveal her itinerary to the housekeeper. So they should first check whether other players knew about this other faction. The first person Su Luo wanted to find was the long-haired girl from yesterday. It was this girl who told them that the non-venomous snake had another faction. So Su Luo felt that she must know more about this matter. However, when they came to the girl's room, they found that the girl was not in the room at all. The time was just right. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other and went back to their rooms to rest. After returning to the room, Su Luo took her little notebook and began to record the clues she had obtained so far in this copy. When there are too many clues, this method helps her sort them out. 1. The water in the pond began to become poisonous on the day when the poison of the venomous snake disappeared. 2. In the snake rat war 100 years ago, everyone thought that the non-venomous snake was selfish and did not participate. But the truth is that the non-venomous snake participated. This leads to discrimination against non-venomous snakes. 3. The queen is aware of 2. 4. Non-venomous snakes are divided into 2 camps. One is innocent at present, and the other may be the mastermind of the case. 5. The rat tribe should have played a role in this incident. 6. Walmart knows some inside information. That's all she knows at present. Su Luo looked at this information and had a headache. There was a lot of information, but there was no way to check it. Let's wait until tomorrow to see the leader of the other faction. Su Luo lay on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 115. The next day, Su Luo and Yun Feibai got up early to guard the long-haired girl's place. Su Luo knocked on the door first, and someone answered from inside. Soon, the long-haired girl opened the door in her pajamas. Su Luo had to admit that her life was really exquisite. After she entered the dungeon, she didn't dare to take off her clothes unless she was taking a shower. She just went to bed, fearing that something unexpected would happen at night. But she could even wear pajamas. Pajamas? Wait! Su Luo suddenly realized something. They couldn't bring anything into the dungeon. So where did the girl's pajamas, which were obviously from the modern era, come from? Obviously, this girl should also have a system space. Okay, this is a useless knowledge point. Su Luo just thought of it for a moment. At this time, Yun Feibai was already chatting with the long-haired girl. We want to exchange some information. That is, designated information, each providing one. The long-haired girl thought for a while, then nodded and invited Su Luo and the others into the room. After entering, Yun Feibai said, "We want to know the information of another faction of the non-venomous snake. We already know the camp of Ord." The long-haired girl looked at them thoughtfully, then said leisurely, "Then what will you exchange with me?" Yun Feibai said, "What do you want to know?" The long-haired girl thought for a few seconds. Then her eyes lit up and said, I want to know what information the queen has hidden. But she kept it a secret. Yun Feibai said, but what? The girl's eyes were full of the light that only cunning businessmen would have. But I think this question is definitely not worth the news of another faction that I know about. Yun Feibai smiled and shook his head and said, I think we are at a loss. You must not know how big a secret the queen has hidden. This made the long-haired girl a little suspicious. Could it be that the secret hidden by the queen is very important? Or is he deceiving me? Yun Feibai took the initiative again and said, you should give us a list first. And we will see if it is worth it. Otherwise, we will have to say less. The long-haired girl thought about it and said, I know the address of the leader of another faction and the views of another faction on the current snake society. Yun Feibai shook his head and said with some disappointment, is that all you know? Seeing this, the long-haired girl became more curious about what news the queen had hidden, which was not even comparable to what she said. She gritted her teeth and said, I give you another piece of gossip. If you don't want it, forget it. Yun Feibai looked at her, and it seemed that she really couldn't say anything else. So Yun Feibai nodded and said, okay, deal. This time the girl was a little smarter and said, I tell you the news of the other non-venomous snake camp. And then after you tell me your news, I tell you the other news. Yun Feibai said. Okay. The long-haired girl immediately said, the leader of the other non-venomous snake camp is called Alako. And the people in his camp think that the behavior of the venomous snakes is too much. What they have suffered in the past 100 years is enough to offset the sins of 100 years ago. And since the venomous snake is still unwilling to let them go, then they must overthrow the rule of the venomous snake. After she finished speaking, she saw Yun Feibai frowning, not knowing what he was thinking, and said, and as far as I know, they are already planning a rebellion. But I don't know what they have done specifically. But considering that the venomous snake's toxicity has disappeared, I think this should be what they did. After saying this, she mentioned Alako's address, then knocked on the table and said, it's your turn. Yun Feibai said, you know the war 100 years ago, right? The girl nodded. Didn't the venomous snakes fight to the death in that war, while the non-venomous snakes did nothing, which led to the current incompatibility between the two sides? She suddenly said vigilantly, what? Isn't this the news you want to tell me? Yun Feibai shook his head and said, the non-venomous snakes also participated in that war, and there were quite a few people who followed them to fight. The long-haired girl stood up in shock. What? Is what you said true? Does the queen also know about this? Yun Feibai nodded and said yes. And I think it should be the venomous snakes who covered up the truth. The long-haired girl was shocked by the news. If this is true, then the torture that the non-venomous snakes have endured for 100 years is all in vain. Once this news is exposed, there will definitely be a big explosion between the venomous snakes and the non-venomous snakes. The long-haired girl came back to her senses and asked seriously, how did you get this news? Yun Feibai said, there is a secret door on the top floor, and there is a huge oil painting inside the door, which depicts the scene of the battle. There are both non-venomous snakes and venomous snakes in the painting. The words top floor and secret door clearly show that the painting is not simple. The long-haired girl has also experienced many copies. She knows that the clues found in such places are usually true unless someone deliberately misleads. Then this news is indeed very valuable. She cleared her throat and said, okay. This news is worth it. Then I tell you another piece of news. Yun Feibai stretched out his hand, motioning her to speak quickly. The girl said, it is said that a mysterious person has come to the rat tribe. Su Luo and Yun Feibai straightened their backs and listened carefully when they heard this. The long-haired girl saw them like this and thought they were not satisfied with the news. Indeed, she was a little guilty. It was a perfunctory thing for her to give a foreign news about the internal affairs of the snake country. But she had no choice. She had been entangled with the old fox Alako these days, and really couldn't spare the time to find new clues. Su Luo understood her dilemma and said directly, go on. After hearing this, the girl looked at her gratefully and continued, I heard this news by chance. I don't know if it's true or not. But it is said, just said, that the high-level officials of the Rat clan seem to attach great importance to this person. Then, the long-haired girl quickly said, the information exchange is complete. Then I will leave first. After saying that, she opened the door and left quickly. Obviously, she was afraid that Su Luo and Yun Feibai would cause trouble for her because of dissatisfaction. But Su Luo and Yun Feibai were both immersed in this news, and no one paid attention to her. After a long time, Su Luo said, "This mysterious person." Yun Feibai continued, "It should be that god." "Right?" Su Luo nodded. "It's very likely." Then this god also participated in the civil strife of the snake tribe this time. There was too little information about this line, and the two people could not go into it. But through this incident, they understood that the protagonists of this series of tasks on the Zodiac continent should be the gods and the rat tribe. They were in both instances, so it was hard not to be suspicious. "Is that so?" Su Luo thought thoughtfully. Although the long-haired girl had already talked about the Alaco camp, Su Luo and her partner still planned to investigate it in person. They walked out of the castle, and met the little boy Walmart on the way. Su Luo looked at Walmart sweeping the floor with a broom, and couldn't help but sigh that this was a good boy who loved his job, and was dedicated to his work. Basically, he could be seen every time he walked around the castle. But now is not the time to ask Walmart. The two left the castle, and went to the address the long-haired girl said. At about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Su Luo and Yun Feibai came to Alaco's house. Knock. 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 Su Luo knocked on the door directly. The one who opened the door was also an old man. But unlike President Oride, this old man was tall and his face was a little pale, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle and elegant. The old man saw Su Luo and the others, and like President Oride, he was not surprised. He turned around and said, "Come in." Su Luo and Yun Feibai walked into his room and observed it carefully. Alaco's house was full of books, and the bookshelves were filled with books. There was an upside-down book on the table in front of the sofa, which seemed to be the book Alaco was reading just now. Under Alaco's guidance, the two sat down on a sofa. Alaco personally made 2 cups of coffee. "Do you want milk or sugar?" Yun Feibai said, "I just add sugar." After saying that, he looked at Su Luo. Su Luo was the opposite of Yun Feibai. She nodded politely and said, "I just add milk." Alaco made 2 cups of coffee, and handed them to Su Luo and the other person. Next, Alaco sat down on another sofa and asked gently, "Are you here to see me?" Su Luo nodded and said, "Yes. We want to ask you about the internal conflicts of the non-venomous snakes, and the internal conflicts of the snake clan." Alaco nodded in understanding. "There are quite a lot of people who come to me to ask about this these days." Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows as expected and said directly, "What do you think of the great snake rat warrior 100 years ago?" Alaco was not like Ord, who revealed his emotions because of Yun Feibai's words. He just looked at Yun Feibai with interest, crossed his hands and said, "What else can I think? Hasn't all this been settled long ago?" Then he asked back, "Why do you ask me such an obvious question? Why do you think my answer will be different from others?" Yun Feibai did not panic, but replied calmly, "Because you and President Oride want to take different measures. I guess you have different views on this matter." He had long guessed that Alaco would ask this question, so he was prepared for it. Alaco smiled appreciatively and said, "Smart child. But I don't have any idea about what happened 100 years ago. The truth of history will always be obliterated in the rolling years." Chapter 116. His words were actually telling Su Luo and Yun Feibai that the records of the battle were wrong. If Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't know the truth, they might ask. But now Yun Feibai just nodded and said, "But do you know how the truth of 100 years ago was covered up? Are you really willing to let the truth be covered up? Or are you already working hard to make the truth come to light?" Now Lula lost some of his previous composure and looked at Yun Feibai in shock. From what he heard, Yun Feibai knew something about the truth of the past. He never thought that a young junior would know the truth of this matter. He pondered for a while, then asked, "Do you think I should be willing?" Yun Feibai said, "I naturally think that the truth cannot be buried. But at the same time, I don't think that for this so-called truth, I should overturn my bottom line and betray my own race. What do you think?" Yun Feibai was actually gambling. The previous clues had already shown that the rat tribe played a role in this incident. And if the rat tribe wanted to play a role, there must be a traitor in the snake tribe. If Alaco was indeed involved with the rat tribe, then he would definitely be panicking next. Yun Feibai believed in his control over people's hearts. He could accurately grasp even a fleeting emotion. But he guessed wrong this time. Alaco stood up in a bit of anger and said, "I, Alaco, will never betray my own race." Now it was Yun Feibai's turn to be confused. Alaco's performance just now did not seem to have done anything to collude with the rat tribe. But, at this time, Su Luo asked what Yun Feibai wanted to ask. "Don't be angry. We mainly misunderstood because we saw the anger shown by President Ord when he talked about your camp when we went to his house last time. Olako sat down heavily. Please don't slander without basis. He took off his glasses, wiped them carefully with a glasses cloth, and then put them back on. He recalled, we were good friends. Non-venomous snakes have a hard time surviving in this society. And we have been supporting each other, and gradually formed this big camp. Originally, we agreed to establish our own country and settle non-venomous snakes. Until that time, I knew the truth. Su Luo, hearing that he was talking about himself and President Ord. This should be the turning point. Olako's fists gradually clenched. How can I be willing to let us suffer for 100 years in vain? But I can't tell Ord. He is a straightforward person. After telling him, he must want to make the news public immediately. But we non-venomous snakes are already at a disadvantage against venomous snakes. Once the news is made public, the venomous snakes are very likely to be angry and embarrassed. We will also be at a disadvantage by then. He looked at Su Luo and Yunfei Bai and said, I know you were sent by the queen. Although I don't know why the queen sent you here. He laughed at himself. Maybe you noticed my move. We, the non-venomous snakes, are indeed not strong enough now. But once we start fighting, we will never show weakness. The worst that can happen is one death and one injury, which is a bargain for the foreigners. Although I don't collude with foreigners. I hate the shameless behavior of the venomous snakes. They don't deserve to live. Wait. Su Luo originally thought that the truth had come out, and it was Ula who could do something about it. But now it seems that Olako was not aware of the disappearance of the poisonous snake's toxicity and the significant weakening of their combat power. What happened? The case that was about to be solved became confusing again. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai both frowned. After leaving Olako's house, Su Luo said, I think Olako did not lie. It may not be him who made the poisonous snakes disappear. Yunfei Bai nodded. I think so too. It seems that we have to think about it again. The two returned to the castle without stopping. It was already 11 o'clock. And Su Luo and Yunfei Bai said goodbye to each other and returned to their rooms. This was only the 4th day of the dungeon. So they were not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. The next morning, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai came to the pond again. But this time, they did not come alone, but asked the housekeeper for a large number of professional people. What was the purpose? It was to explore the secrets of the pond. Su Luo first asked a professional doctor to take the water from the pond for testing. Before leaving, the doctor said that the test results would be available tomorrow. Although this is the Middle Ages, the royal doctors are still very reliable. Then, Su Luo asked several other people to start digging the pond. What if there is something buried under the pond? After digging for a long time, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai actually found something strange. A huge magnet. What is this? Su Luo asked these people to lift the stone and carry it to the queen's hall. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the queen was staying in the hall. At this moment, I suddenly saw a group of snake people covered in mud and water stains carrying a black stone. I was a little confused. What are you doing? Su Luo told the queen everything, and then pointed at the stone and said, I think the disappearance of the poisonous snake should have a lot to do with this stone. Do you think there is any way to check it? The queen walked around the stone, knocked it, and smelled it. Then he said seriously to the butler beside him, I have to go upstairs. This thing doesn't seem to belong here. In the next period of time, please help me keep an eye on it. The butler nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Several people present looked towards the door and saw a male snake man dressed more luxuriously than the queen walked in. Su Luo noticed that the queen's face immediately turned cold when she saw him. The butler bowed slightly and said, Hello, Your Majesty. The prince waved his hand casually and was about to say something. However, at this moment, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the big stone next to him. The prince was stunned for a moment, and something flashed quickly in his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked at the queen frivolously. Hey, sister, are you looking at some rare and precious stones? The queen said with some disgust, Torawe, don't be so frivolous here. This stone is very important. It may be related to the disappearance of our poison. I will take it up there to check it out. Torawe was stunned again, and said in a slightly impatient tone, I think this stone is just an ordinary stone. As he said that, he looked at Su Luo and the others with contempt and said, I think these two people just found something to deceive you. But I didn't expect that you were really stupid enough to believe it. The queen was actually not sure. But the pool was indeed a little strange. And there was nothing to check. Now when she heard Tulaway ridicule, her face suddenly became a little embarrassed. She looked at Su Luo viciously and said, "You didn't just find a stone and make up a story to deceive me?" Su Luo denied. "How is it possible? You can ask the old gardener in the castle about the pond. He knows about it. As for this stone, it was dug out in full view of the public. So there is no possibility of forgery." She changed her perspective and continued. "Besides, it doesn't matter if it's delayed for a day. The progress of other heroes is still going on. Won't you know after you check it out?" After explaining to the queen, Su Luo looked at Tulaway strangely again. Why did this prince stop the queen from finding the truth? Obviously, this is also good for you. Or, do you know this stone? Su Luo's words were actually testing him. Prince Tulaway's behavior just now was indeed a bit strange. Although Su Luo had never seen him before, his initial words and deeds were inconsistent with his behavior after seeing the stone, which was very strange. Prince Tulaway's behavior at this time was even stranger. He took a step back, and then said to Su Luo in a timid manner, "How dare you slander a prince? Do you want to die? This behavior is obviously wrong. Even the queen can see that there is something fishy here." She sternly said to Tulaway, "Tulaway, did you do something behind my back?" Tulaway didn't care about threatening Su Luo at this time, and hurriedly explained to the queen, "No, I didn't. Don't listen to this woman's false accusation against me. How could I betray the venomous snakes? Betraying the venomous snakes will not benefit me in any way. After all, I am also a venomous snake." This made sense. The queen looked at him suspiciously, but she didn't ask any more questions. She turned to Su Luo and the others and said, "I will go to find out the source of this stone later. You can stay here. I will probably come back the day after tomorrow. I hope you don't lie to me." After saying that, she swung her skirt and swam back to the bedroom. Prince Tori was a little nervous at this time. He glared at Su Luo and the others, then left in a hurry. Su Luo winked at Yunfei, and the two quietly followed behind Prince Tori. Prince Tori left the castle directly and got on the carriage. Su Luo and Yunfei were dumbfounded. It was not until this moment that they suddenly realized that they had no money. They had not known that there were carriages in this place before, and they had to travel by foot. Seeing the carriage suddenly, both of them were a little confused. It was definitely too late to go back to the housekeeper to ask for money. Yunfei made up his mind and quickly said to Su Luo, "You stay in the castle. I'm fast. I run to catch up." After saying that, he ran directly after the carriage. Su Luo looked at Yunfei's back and sighed. This is indeed the best way, but it's a pity for Yunfei. Chapter 117. Then, she went back. Su Luo didn't wait for Yunfei to come back until she went to bed at night. She secretly made up her mind that if Yunfei didn't come back tomorrow, she would go to Tulaway house to check. Luckily, the next morning, she was woken up by Yunfei's knocking on the door. Yunfei had already returned. Su Luo was still a little confused when she opened the door, because she was woken up. She scratched her messy hair, looked at Yunfei at the door and asked, "Why do you look so tired?" Through this sentence, Yunfei immediately realized that she was not in a clear mind. Needless to say, Yunfei pushed Su Luo directly to the bathroom. Then Yunfei said in a commanding tone, "Wash your face." Su Luo followed his words, and splashed a few handfuls of water on her face. And then the cold water made Su Luo completely sober. Yunfei saw that she had washed her face, handed her a towel, and then asked, "Are you awake?" Su Luo, "Awake." Seeing Su Luo nod, Yunfei took Su Luo back to his room. After both of them sat down, Su Luo asked first, "You followed Tori Wei yesterday. And what happened?" Yunfei said, "I followed Tori Wei to his house yesterday. And then I flashed through the wall. He locked himself in the room. But because my flash CD was not ready, I couldn't get in." Su Luo helplessly held his forehead and said, "So you stayed at his house all night?" Yunfei shook his head and said, "I stayed until my second skill CD was ready. And then when I saw that he hadn't come out yet, I made up my mind to go through the wall. Guess what happened?" Su Luo asked in cooperation, "What happened?" Yunfei said, "The room was empty." Su Luo was a little surprised. "No one. Where did Tori go?" Yunfei said, "I searched the room for a long time, and finally found a secret passage." He shook his head with a sigh. I walked out along the secret passage and actually walked into a foreign country. You know, this country is adjacent to the rat country, and the passage leads to the rat country. Su Luo digested this information and said, So, is it Prince Torawei who is colluding with the rat country? Yun Feibai nodded and said, That should be the case. I couldn't find where Torawei went over there, so I had to come back. But I think he should have gone to discuss countermeasures with the rat country people. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Then it seems that Torawei will definitely do something today or tomorrow, before the queen returns. Yun Feibai said with some confusion. But what's the point of him colluding with the rat tribe? He is a venomous snake himself, and his sister is the queen of the snake tribe. Could it be that he wants to be the king himself? Isn't this too funny? Su Luo said, Indeed. If he becomes the king by relying on the rat tribe, the snake tribe will definitely be oppressed by the rat tribe. The result of his doing so should be worse than the current situation. The two people shook their heads, not knowing what to say to Prince Tori. Not very smart. The truth of the matter has basically come to light. Su Luo suddenly remembered something and looked at Yun Feibai and said, Are you still awake? Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Su Luo to pay attention to this. He shook his head and said, Not yet. But staying up all night is something I often do when I study. Su Luo said without question. Then go and catch up on your sleep. This is in a dungeon, not in reality. Something else may happen next. And danger is everywhere. If you don't get into good shape, how can you pass the dungeon perfectly? Now it was Su Luo's turn to push Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai was pushed to the bed by Su Luo, which was a little funny. He looked at Su Luo and urged him like a little old woman. He laid down obediently and covered himself with a quilt. Then he said to Su Luo with a big smile, Good night. Su Luo also smiled and turned off the light for Yun Feibai. Then when the door was about to be closed, she whispered, Good night. Sweet dreams. After leaving Yun Feibai's room, Su Luo walked outside. On the way, they happened to meet two players. Speaking of which, although this dungeon looked like a cooperative dungeon, everyone actually wanted to take the biggest share. Coupled with the initial Lao Banshan's wrong opening, the players' short-lived alliance quickly fell apart. So even if they met other players in the past few days, they didn't talk much. However, these two players clearly said that they came specifically to find Su Luo and Yun Feibai, because when they saw Su Luo coming out of Yun Feibai's room, they rushed over. The two players were a man and a woman, wearing the same pattern t-shirt and sweatpants, which looked like a couple's outfit. Seeing that they came to find her, Su Luo stood there waiting for them. After arriving in front of Su Luo, the boy gently bumped into the girl, signaling her to speak. The girl stretched out her hand and said, Hello. I think you have forgotten me. Let me introduce myself again. I won't be happy. And this is my teammate, so he won't be sad. Her initiative to introduce herself again made Su Luo feel good about it. You know, although she has a good memory and still remembers the two of them. But after all, they are strangers who have no intersection except that day. Taking the initiative to introduce yourself can always help others avoid the embarrassment of forgetting their names. Su Luo and will not be happy shook hands and said, Hello. I am lost. Will not be happy nodded and said, We came here to exchange information. This instance is almost halfway through, and you should have a lot of clues. She hesitated and said, To be honest, we already have a target. Actually, this instance is quite easy. Huh? It's clear who the murderer is. But the problem is that we don't know how to make him reveal his true identity. Nor do we know how to solve the problem of the venomous snake's toxicity disappearing. So I want to see if you have any methods. Su Luo was stunned for a moment. Very simple? Then, Su Luo understood that the murderer they guessed should be Alako. Right? Indeed. Alako was quite confusing. Su Luo and Yun Feibai also thought it was him at first. But later, various signs showed that Alako had nothing to do with this mission, and the real murderer should be Torawei. But Su Luo did not tell the truth, but asked calmly, Why do you think we know any clues? You won't be happy, said shyly. We saw you taking a group of people to the pool to dig something yesterday. But there are too many people, and it's not easy for us to get together. So we came to ask today. Su Luo nodded in understanding. No wonder these two people suddenly came to find her. It turned out that they saw abnormal behavior and wanted clues. Su Luo said, But what will you use to exchange for the clues in my hand? You won't be happy. Confidently said, use props. Su Luo was a little surprised. Things like mission props are always hard to come by. This time, the failure of the copy will at most lose a few points. But it will be a bigger loss if the mission props are gone. Right? Perhaps he saw the doubt in Su Luo's eyes. I won't be happy anymore. Added, I'm not afraid to tell you. My talent skill is truth candy. Whoever eats this candy will tell the truth in the next 5 minutes. Su Luo was a little surprised. This skill is also very good. Sure enough, players who can come to this kind of copy have good talents and skills. This thing is really useful to her. Su Luo nodded and said, then let's do this. You give me 5 candies, and I tell you 3 clues. I won't be happy anymore. Her face looked a little unhappy. You are asking for too much. Aren't you? It took me a long time to get this candy. Su Luo acted indifferent and said, so what? Don't you have plenty of time to go back to work? Besides, from what you just said, you can get this candy. Right? Su Luo looked at her with a confident smile. Seeing that his girlfriend couldn't speak, he had been playing a foil beside her. I won't be sad. He said, you don't have to do this. If we lose too much, there is no need for this deal. He gave a compromise. How about this? 3 candies and 3 clues? Su Luo seemed a little hesitant. And the man continued, you won't lose money in this deal. Even if we know the truth, you are the first to discover the truth. And you won't lose too much. It's a sure win. Su Luo seemed to be persuaded. And nodded with difficulty, okay. But you have to give me the candies first and then the news. The boy nodded readily. But then changed the subject and said, then you have to eat a candy too. Otherwise we won't feel at ease. Su Luo was about to agree, but suddenly realized something was wrong. So she said vigilantly, show me the system panel of this skill. The 2 people were a little panicked. You won't be sad. Hurry up and said, no need. Right? What's so good about this? Can I still lie to you? There must be something fishy. Seeing their behavior, Su Luo became more determined. If you don't show it to me, don't trade. Are we familiar with each other? Why won't you lie to me? I won't be sad. He patted his hands helplessly. I won't be happy. I won't be happy. He opened his personal panel reluctantly and turned it to public. Talent, truth candy. 1 truth candy is produced every 10 days, with a shelf life of 2 months, and can be brought into the dungeon. The target who eats the truth candy will answer other people's questions truthfully within 5 minutes. Su Luo laughed and looked at the 2 people with some sarcasm. Can I still lie to you? The 2 people were a little embarrassed. Although this skill sounds similar to what they said, the addition of the 3 words definitely makes the meaning very different. Chapter 118. The 2 of them described to Su Luo that after eating the candy, she would not tell lies. In other words, if you want to target this candy, you just need to keep silent. But the actual skill description of this candy is quite different. You must answer. Then the other party can ask multiple questions, which is a sure win. Su Luo did not waste time talking to them, and turned around and left. The 2 people immediately became anxious. You will not be happy. Ran up to Su Luo and said, hey. Don't go. We just didn't describe it clearly, which caused you to misunderstand. Su Luo sneered. Do you think I believe it? The girl was secretly a little angry. If it wasn't for the fact that half of the time had passed, and they hadn't found any clues, would she have to be so humble? Alako and Oride are 2 old foxes. No one wants to eat their candy. No matter how you cheat, it doesn't work. I thought this player might be able to be cheated, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. If Su Luo knew what she was thinking, she would probably slap her. The girl smiled and said, well, how about this? I give you 4 candies, and you tell me 3 clues, and you don't have to eat candies. What do you think? Su Luo shook her head and said firmly, 5 candies for 3 pieces of information. Not 1 less. Originally, she had calculated that 3 candies would be enough to get everything done. Before, she had said 5 candies, just to leave room for bargaining later. But since these 2 people set her up first, don't blame her for being ruthless. The girl was a little angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. She turned to her boyfriend for help. You won't be sad. She gritted her teeth and agreed. There are 3 candies every month, and many copies are actually useless, so they can't be used up at all. It's better to pass the copies smoothly and earn some points. Su Luo stretched out her hand and said, "Take the candy first. You won't be sad." Bumped into each other. "You won't be happy." Motioning her to take the candy. "You won't be happy." Reluctantly, he took out 5 candies, and then reluctantly handed them to Su Luo. Su Luo then found a quiet place to chat with them. 3 clues. The first one is that the queen is hiding something. The second one is that this matter needs to be looked at in the long run. The third one is that you probably haven't unlocked the new NPC in the castle yet. And this person is very important. After that, Su Luo stood up neatly and said, "I've finished talking about the 3 clues. I'm leaving first. You won't be happy." The 2 were confused, but didn't dare to call Su Luo. Su Luo actually did her best. And all the clues she said were relatively reliable. The first one is needless to say. The second one is actually saying that you should not only care about your own country's affairs, because the neighboring country of Rat is actually making trouble. As for the third one, it is to tell them about the existence of Tori Wei. Su Luo and the other 2 spent more time in the castle than other players, and they had never seen Tori Wei before. Su Luo didn't think these 2 people would have seen him. She shook the 5 shiny candies in her hand and smiled with satisfaction. She put 2 of the candies into the system space and put the other 3 candies into her pocket. These 3 candies will be very useful to her. Su Luo first wanted to find Walmart. She didn't know where Walmart was, but every time she wandered in the corridor, she could always find Walmart. So Su Luo was not worried. However, this time she walked until noon and didn't see Walmart, which surprised Su Luo. Soon, Yun Feibai also woke up. Su Luo told him what happened before while eating. Yun Feibai also laughed after listening. The 2 players were thoughtful to send a pillow when he was sleepy. When he heard Su Luo say that Walmart couldn't be found, Yun Feibai was also a little confused. "Let's go to the old gardener to ask after dinner. Maybe the old gardener sent Walmart to do something." Su Luo nodded and continued to eat. After dinner, the 2 came to the place where the old gardener usually stayed, and they saw him. Su Luo called the old gardener and asked directly, "Uncle Gardener, do you know where Walmart went?" Surprisingly, the old gardener was also very confused about this. "Yesterday, I found that Walmart was gone, and I don't know where he went. He hasn't come back until today." It's not simple. It is known that Walmart has some hidden clues, but it disappeared at such a critical time. Su Luo first looked at the old gardener and said, "Do you remember the last time you saw Walmart?" The old gardener thought for a moment and said, "It was yesterday afternoon. I was about to go out to buy groceries and saw Walmart walking outside." He also felt something strange at this time. Walmart rarely leaves the castle, so I asked him if he wanted to go with me. As a result, Walmart looked very panicked and rejected me. Yun Feibai asked anxiously, "Then what? Where did Walmart go?" The old gardener said, "I didn't pay much attention to it because I had to go shopping. Walmart is not usually a troublemaker. I can only remember that he went in that direction." He pointed in a direction. "This is really..." Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, and both of them noticed something sharply. "That direction seems to be Prince Tori's home." The 2 said goodbye to the gardener and headed directly to Tori's home. Fortunately, Yun Feibai had been there before, so he knew the way. After arriving at his house, how to get in was a big problem. Su Luo hesitated and said, "I guess I can't get in. How about this? I knock on the door here to attract Tori's attention, and you go in through the wall from the back?" Yun Feibai nodded. This method is very reliable. After getting Yun Feibai's consent, Su Luo and him split up. Su Luo knocked on the door, and the door was opened. The one who opened the door was Tori, who was dressed in formal clothes. You know, few people at home wear formal clothes. Tori looks like he is going out. When he saw Su Luo, there was a flash of panic in his eyes. "You, what are you doing here?" Su Luo nodded politely and said, "Hello, Your Majesty. I am here to investigate the disappearance of the poison of the venomous snake." Tori said impatiently. "Then you go and investigate? What are you doing here?" Su Luo said, "I just want to understand the situation. My lord, for the sake of the snake's safety, you won't refuse, right?" What else could Tori say? He could only make way for Su Luo to enter. After Su Luo entered, she observed the room for a while. The house was decorated very gorgeously. Although the area was not as large as the queen's castle, the treasures piled inside were definitely comparable to those in the castle. After Su Luo found a place to sit down, she asked, Prince Toriwei, do you know about the war 100 years ago? Torai leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs and answered, of course. No one in the snake country would not know about this. Su Luo said again, then what do you think about the fact that the non-venomous snakes did not participate in the war? Torai answered quickly, they are very selfish and do not care about the difficulties of the country. If it were not for the self-sacrifice of the venomous snakes, our snake country would have perished long ago. I will not forgive them. Su Luo nodded. This was said very smoothly, but it was too smooth. As smooth as if he had memorized the lines in advance. And even when he said the last sentence, there was no resentment in Tori's eyes. It really seemed like he was memorizing the lines. Su Luo didn't say anything, but was sure in her heart that Prince Tori might also know the truth of this matter. She then asked a few irrelevant questions, and when Tori seemed to relax a little, Su Luo pretended to ask casually, a little boy named Walmart in our castle has disappeared. When Su Luo said this, she pretended not to care, but her eyes were fixed on Tori Wei. Sure enough, when Tori Wei heard this, his eyes slid to a room on the left, then immediately turned back and said to Su Luo nonchalantly, isn't it just a little servant? Su Luo had a clue in her mind, and continued to deal with Prince Tori Wei for a while. When Su Luo saw Yun Fei Bai searched a room and came out of that room to the living room, she gestured to that room. Yun Fei Bai made an okay gesture, and Su Luo felt relieved and continued to talk with Tori. My lord, I see you are dressed in formal attire. Where are you going? Tori said, I plan to go to the castle to see if the date of the poison testing conference can be moved up. Su Luo asked, why do you want to move it up? The poisonous snake issue has not been resolved yet. Tori smiled carelessly. Shouldn't it be resolved when my sister comes back? By then? He suddenly glanced at Su Luo, and then said, well, it won't matter if it's moved up by then. Right? Su Luo nodded, pretending to be natural. But a huge wave of shock surged in her heart. What does this mean? Prince Toriwei should have already colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. Then the queen's departure to find the truth should be bad news for them. When the queen comes back, the venomous snake incident should be solved. But Toriwei is not worried at all. His pause just now was also suspicious, and it was obvious that he changed his words in the middle. What will happen then? If he has such an attitude, then it is very likely that the queen will not be able to solve this matter. But his plan for the meeting must be approved by the queen. He thought the queen would agree, which proved that after the queen came back, she would definitely think the matter was resolved. In a short period of time, Su Luo thought a lot. She was a little impatient. This matter was a big deal, but the intelligence of this prince was really not very good. You know, before the queen left, he thought that the stone was just an ordinary stone. Why did he look like there must be something wrong with the stone now? Are you afraid that others don't know that he knows about it? Chapter 119. Is Yun Fei Bai well or not? Su Luo looked at the time. 20 minutes had passed, and Yun Fei Bai's skill CD was ready. She made up her mind that if she delayed for a while, she would go out directly. After another 10 minutes, Su Luo finally stood up and said, Thank you, Prince Toriwei, for your cooperation. I won't bother you anymore. Toriwei nodded and watched Su Luo leave. When Su Luo opened the door, Toriwei suddenly called her. Hey! Wait! Su Luo's body tensed up. Could it be that she discovered something? I only heard Toriwei say, I will go to the castle later. Do you want to come with me? Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, No. I can walk back by myself. It would be a bit insulting to the prince if I were in the same car with him. Toriwei felt relieved when he heard this. I am very pleased that you have this awareness. When He paused suddenly, causing Su Luo to turn her head and look at him. Toriwei smiled and covered up. Wait until my sister comes back. I will ask her to give you a promotion. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded with a smile. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind words. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she opened the door and left Toriwei house. After going out, Su Luo walked around the house and saw Yun Fei Bai behind. Yun Fei Bai was also relieved to see Su Luo. The two found a place where no one was. And then Yun Fei Bai said first, I found Walmart in that room. Su Luo asked, How is he? Yun Fei Bai said, He was just locked up in that room. As Yun Fei Bai spoke, he recalled, Walmart, are you okay? Yun Fei Bai walked through the wall and saw Walmart, who was walking around in the room bored. Walmart was surprised when he saw Yunfei. How did you get in? Yunfei said perfunctorily, it's not important. What's important is why you were locked up. Walmart hesitated for a moment. And then said, you go back and tell the queen that the rat tribe will go to war with us on the day of the poison testing meeting. Yunfei was shocked and asked, how did you know? Walmart said anxiously, I overheard my father. He suddenly froze, facing Yunfei's thoughtful look. He sighed and said, alas, my father is Toraway. The disappearance of the poisonous snake was also done by my father. But I didn't know at the time that he wanted to collude with foreign tribes. So I didn't say anything. Walmart said this with a serious expression. Until yesterday. I came to my father to tell him that you had moved the stone away. But I saw my father chatting with a rat tribe. Yunfei asked quickly, did you hear what they said? Walmart nodded and said to Yunfei, the rat tribe gave my father a small stone. And then said that this stone can absorb the poison of venomous snakes for a short time. But there is a limit on the number of times. He grabbed Yunfei's arm and said, brave man. Go and tell the queen about this. Father wants to make the poisonous snake lose its toxicity on the day of the poison testing meeting. And then join forces with others to become the king. Yunfei didn't tell Walmart about what happened outside. But nodded and said, okay. I leave here first. And then find a way to solve this problem. Oh, by the way, do you know where Tori put the stone for the prince? Yunfei asked again. Walmart said uncertainly, maybe it's hung around his neck. I'm not sure. Yunfei nodded. I come and save you when the problem is solved. Walmart nodded and urged Yunfei to leave quickly. This is what happened. Su Luo felt that everything was smooth after listening to Yunfei's experience. Toraway did plan to cooperate with the rat tribe to overthrow the queen's rule and take the throne himself. The reason why Toraway is not in a hurry now is because he has found a way. The queen is not in the kingdom now. When she comes back, the poisonous snakes will lose their venom when the poison testing meeting is held. And the non-venomous snakes will have a deep conflict with the poisonous snakes. The rat tribe invaded at this time, occupying the right time, right place and right people. So there is no reason for it not to succeed. Su Luo sighed and said to Yunfei, then what we have to do next is to take away the stone that the rat tribe gave to Toraway. She also told Yunfei about Toraway's performance before. Yunfei asked, did you see anything on his neck? Su Luo shook her head. I really didn't notice this. Su Luo turned to face the direction of the castle and said, Toraway went to the castle. Let's go there to find a way. Yunfei nodded. And the two of them walked towards the castle together. After arriving at the castle, they saw Toraway in the hall as expected. In addition to him, there were also the butler and won't be happy, won't be sad in the hall. When they saw Su Luo, their thoughts suddenly became clear. It seems that the important NPC that Su Luo had told them before was this Prince Toraway. When Toraway saw Su Luo and the others, he asked, did you two just come back from outside? Why was there only that sweet-mouthed girl here before? Yunfei glanced at Su Luo and smiled. We felt that things were about to end. So I went to buy some local specialties. When he said this, Yunfei took 2 steps forward and looked at Toraway's neck calmly. Toraway didn't notice Yunfei's little move. He nodded complacently and said, it's really about to end. We can't buy things from Snake Country anywhere else. Su Luo shook her head secretly. No wonder the Rat Country chose Toraway as the puppet emperor. With this IQ, who else would they choose? Emotions and the like are basically superficial and can be easily seen. Yunfei retreated to Su Luo's side without leaving a trace and nodded slightly. Su Luo immediately became alert. There was really a stone hanging around Toraway's neck. Since they knew the location, Su Luo and the others naturally had a way to take the stone away. But the queen had not returned yet. In order to prevent Tori from causing any more trouble before the matter was over, Su Luo decided to wait until the day when the queen came back, or a better time to take the stone away. Tori's behavior was still normal in front of the two who didn't know the previous situation. They really didn't know what was so important about this stupid prince. The housekeeper thought for a while, then rushed to Tori and said, the queen will be back tomorrow. It's late now. Would you like to rest in the castle for a night and discuss the advanced matters when the queen comes back tomorrow? Tori nodded naturally. Okay. I wait here for my sister to come back tomorrow. It seems that tomorrow is the highlight. Su Luo and Yunfei didn't stay for long and went back to their rooms directly. The next morning, when Su Luo woke up, the queen had already returned. When Su Luo and Yun Feibai went to the hall to find her, she was talking to Prince Tori about bringing the poison testing meeting forward. Why did you suddenly think of bringing the meeting forward? The queen asked puzzledly. Tori said confidently, haven't we been too upset recently? Why not do it in advance so that the venomous snakes can be at ease? That's right. The non-venomous snakes don't know about the recent disappearance of the venomous snakes. But how could the venomous snakes not know? Everyone is in a panic, fearing that something will go wrong. Recently, the unrest in many small places has been a little out of control, and it would be good to calm people's hearts in advance. The queen nodded and said, it's rare that you have this heart. So let's do it a few days in advance. The joy in Tori's eyes flashed. The progress of things was exactly as he imagined. He could soon become a liberated serf and sing. At this time, the queen saw Su Luo and the others coming. She smiled and asked them to sit down, and then thanked them and said, you have helped a lot this time. There is indeed something wrong with that stone. Although the murderer has not been found yet, I can slowly find out who wants to harm our non-venomous snakes. After hearing this, Su Luo suddenly asked, by the way, Queen, how does that stone affect the toxicity of venomous snakes? How did you solve it? The queen replied, this stone itself is a strange stone, called Zudianyu. It absorbs something, and it will absorb the same thing. She said confidently, this stone can absorb the venom of all poisonous snakes. Someone must have dripped the essence of the annual poison testing conference on it. So the murderer must be someone who participated in the poison testing conference. The queen paused for a moment and then said, as for how to solve it, it is actually very simple. Just soak the stone in water, and then take Zudianyu out of the water. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. This is an easy solution. The queen is now free of worries. She smiled and said, to thank you for your help, I sincerely invite you to participate in our poison testing conference. Seeing that Su Luo and the others were not very interested in this poison testing conference, the queen said, the natural treasures you ate on the first day need a medicine to stimulate them. And this medicine lead is the product of the poison testing conference. Su Luo was a little surprised. They must stay because the matter is not really over yet. But the dishes on the first day actually need medicine leads to be brought out, which she did not expect. Fortunately, I know this. Otherwise it would be a waste. Su Luo nodded and asked, who are the participants in the poison testing conference? The queen was puzzled why Su Luo asked this question, but she was still very tolerant of the great contributors. There will be 1 or 2 of each type of venomous and non-venomous snakes present. Chapter 120. This is just right. Su Luo said meaningfully, don't worry. We will be there on time that day. The queen nodded and said, our poison tasting meeting has been moved up to the day after tomorrow. At this time, Su Luo suddenly received a system prompt, ding. The dungeon ends. Because it ends early, players can choose to stay until the dungeon time ends. Please ask the player whether to stay, yes or no. Su Luo was still a little surprised that the dungeon ended like this. You know, the real Snake Country crisis is far from over. I didn't expect that the dungeon has already ended. How irresponsible. She and Yun Feibai looked at each other and both chose yes. They were calm here. But the sudden end of the dungeon can be said to have set off a huge wave for other players. Gentleness is not for you. As soon as she received the news, she guessed that Su Luo and the others had completed the task, because she didn't have to leave the dungeon immediately. She immediately went to find Su Luo. Su Luo and the other 2 had already walked out of the hall. Whether to expose Tori directly or not, they still had to think about it. Gentle is not right for you. Saw them walking out leisurely from a distance. She hurriedly called Yun Feibai and said, Jihei, you 2 don't leave. I want to ask you something. Su Luo and the other 2 turned their heads when they heard it, and saw, Gentle is not right for you, running towards them, because he was the one who was called. Yun Feibai took the initiative to ask, what's the matter? Gentle is not right for you. Said, you guys finished the copy. Right? Yun Feibai nodded. Gentle is not right for you. Showed an expression of as expected. My intuition is that it is you guys. She thought for a while and asked again, do you still plan to stay in the copy? Yun Feibai did not deliberately hide it. He nodded and said, we still have things to do. Gentle is not right for you. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and said, what else is there to gain? Can I participate? Yun Feibai said honestly, I don't know. Maybe there are benefits, but there are definitely dangers. Why do you say there are dangers? Because the next plot is likely to be a second war between the snake tribe and the rat tribe. With swords and shadows. How can there be no danger? Gentleness is not for you. Seeing Yunfeibai say this, she hesitated. She may not get any benefits, but she may get into trouble. Thinking of this, she decided to forget it. She cleared her throat and said, then I won't join in the fun and will just leave. Thanks to you, I was able to pass the dungeon lying down this time. We see each other again. After saying that, gentleness is not for you. Just as she was about to exit the dungeon, she suddenly remembered something and said to Yunfeibai, oh, right. There's something I don't know if it's important or not. But I thought about it and decided to tell you. The painting on the top floor. I wanted to see if there were any clues I missed yesterday. But I unexpectedly found that the painting had disappeared. After saying that, she didn't wait for Su Luo and the others to react, and quickly clicked to exit the copy, turning into a white light and disappearing. The painting disappeared? Su Luo and Yunfeibai hurried to the top floor secret room to check. Sure enough, the wall that originally hung the oil painting was now just a bare wall. It seems that the queen moved the oil painting. Su Luo quickly gave a conclusion. Yunfeibai nodded. Then our evidence is gone. The queen is careful. Su Luo took out the truth candy in the system space. I originally thought of using 3. 1 to make Walmart tell the secret. 1 to make Tori reveal his true colors. And 1 to make the queen spit out the truth. But now it seems that only the queens can be used. Su Luo said to Yunfeibai, we will wait until the day of the banquet. When the rats invade, to take away the stone on Tori's neck. And then restore the poison of the venomous snake. This will give the rats a big surprise. Yunfeibai smiled and added, then tell the truth of 100 years ago. Su Luo looked out the window of the castle. The poison testing meeting will be held the day after tomorrow. I can still observe here for a while. Yunfeibai said, then I go with you. Just treat it as a public-funded tour. The two hit it off and left the castle. On the day of the poison test, Su Luo and Yunfeibai got up early and put on the dresses that the queen had specially prepared for them. But the dresses were not very convenient to move in. So Su Luo and Yunfeibai secretly modified them. On the surface, it was still a dress. But the places that affected the movement had been made loose. So it would be easy to tear when the time came. At the dinner, Su Luo and the others saw the flamboyant Prince Tori, the unhappy President Ord, and Olako, who was quietly tasting red wine and secretly observing Ord. The poison tasting meeting officially began as the wine was being toasted. The queen first gave a speech of thanks, and took the lead in spitting out a little venom in the wine glass in front of her, and then handed it to the maid. The other venomous snakes followed suit. After all the venomous snakes had handed in their venom, the maids took the cups away in unison. Su Luo was a little surprised by this scene. She walked towards Olako. Olako saw Su Luo coming over and performed gentlemanly etiquette. Su Luo pointed at the maids' backs curiously and asked, where are they going? Olako said, they go to the back room. Mix the venom together, and then heat it to boil. After a period of time, it cools down and forms an essence. At the end of the banquet, a part of it will be distributed to us. Su Luo nodded, and her eyes wandered to the place where the maids disappeared. The queen started another long speech. At this time, a maid from the snake tribe ran over in a panic and whispered a few words to the queen. The queen's expression immediately became nervous. She clapped her hands quickly, signaling that all activities should be suspended. Then she said seriously to the snake tribe present, fellows, the second snake-rat war has begun. I have just received news that the rat tribe has begun to invade our borders from all sides. There was an uproar on the field, and some people looked at a loss. Obviously they had never seen such a big scene. Non-venomous snakes such as Ord were eager to try. This was a great opportunity to rebuild the prestige of non-venomous snakes. The queen shouted loudly, fellow countrymen, the motherland needs you. Let us fight for the snakes together. Everyone shouted passionately, fight for the snakes. Fight for the snakes. Fight for the snakes. The dinner could not continue. So everyone planned to leave the venue and go back to mobilize troops. But as soon as they left the hall, they slowly retreated. Following them back were rat soldiers with spears and armor. The rats had actually invaded the royal city. The queen asked in disbelief, how did they appear here? Of course it's all thanks to me. Prince Tori walked quickly to the side of the rat soldiers, and without pretending, he took out a bottle from his pocket and smeared the liquid on the stone on his neck. The queen saw that Tori had turned against them, and said in shock and anger, "You are actually a traitor." She suddenly realized something and asked in a trembling voice, "What's on your neck?" Tori said proudly, "It's Zudianyu. My dear sister. You didn't expect it? I still have one here." The queen took a step back in anger and asked angrily, "Why did you betray the Snake Clan?" Prince Tori shook his head and said pretentiously, "Hey, sister, you can't say that. I didn't want to betray the Snake Clan. I just wanted someone else to take the throne." The queen sneered, "I know you've always wanted to get your hands on the throne, but I didn't expect you to have no bottom line to collude with foreigners." Tori blew his nails indifferently and said contemptuously, "It doesn't make any difference to me. What foreigners? The ones who can bring me benefits are my own people." The queen trembled and fell on her throne. Good brother of mine. She always knew that Tori was a qualified cold-blooded animal, but she didn't expect him to be so heartless. Seeing this, President Ord, who was standing by, didn't care about the grudges between venomous snakes and non-venomous snakes. He saw that there were not many rat soldiers at the scene, and there were more non-venomous snakes. The venomous snakes had strong attack power and could definitely defeat them. Then what was there to worry about? Ord stood up and said to the queen righteously, "My queen, we will deal with this despicable villain later. Now we must gather the strength of everyone in the hall and eliminate the rat soldiers." The queen closed her eyes in pain and shook her head in despair. "It's useless. Our venomous snakes are not toxic now. You non-venomous snakes can't win with just them." Ord gasped. "What? Are you telling the truth, Queen?" The queen nodded. "The Zudianyu has now absorbed all the poison of the venomous snakes. We venomous snakes have been attacking the enemy with poison for thousands of years. Now that we have no poison, we can be said to have no fighting power." Su Luo suddenly understood why the queen did not kill the player, who was obviously vulnerable on the first day. Because she no longer knew how to kill people with her body alone. Ord was at a loss for a moment. The non-venomous snakes in the hall alone could not defeat the rat tribe. Moreover, the rat tribe was invading in full force this time. Without the venomous snakes, the entire snake tribe would be in trouble. Although there was no other way. When the rat tribe swarmed in, the non-venomous snakes present still spontaneously fought to the death to protect the venomous snakes behind them that had no attack power. Seeing the chaos now, Su Luo immediately realized that now was the best time to take action. She quietly nodded to Yunfeibai, and Yunfeibai immediately understood. Chapter 121. He approached Tulawei silently, and then when the distance was right, he flashed to Tulawei's side and instantly released his innate skills. Everyone present except Su Luo didn't know why a large black fog suddenly appeared around Tulawei, and everyone seemed a little panicked and stopped in place. Even more panicked than them was Tulawei himself, who was standing in the middle of the black fog. Because the speed was too fast, he didn't notice Yunfeibai approaching. In Tori's eyes, he was standing here just fine. But suddenly he was blind. He couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. Tori screamed, "What is that? Why did it suddenly become so dark? Why can't I see anything?" Everyone outside heard Tori's scream. Even the snake people felt terrified. At this time, Tori shouted again, "Who is it? Who is strangling my neck? Come out!" Ah! When everyone was afraid to act rashly, a figure walked out of the black fog leisurely. It was Yunfeibai. He walked quickly to Su Luo's side, shook the black stone in his hand at everyone, and then, with a click sound, he dropped Zhu Tianyu into the water cup that Su Luo had prepared long ago. Then, he looked up at the queen and said, "Zhu Tianyu will be fine if it is soaked in water. Right?" Although the queen didn't know what was going on, she still reacted quickly. The queen's eyebrows suddenly lifted, and she said loudly with joy, "Venomous snakes, your poison is back. Join the battle. Let's defend our country together." The poisonous snakes present were still a little hesitant, not knowing whether what the queen said was true. If not, they would die on the spot once they left the protection zone without poisonous snakes. While the queen was speaking, the rat tribe also reacted. They immediately started a fierce attack again, striving for a quick victory. Seeing that the non-venomous snakes were about to die, the encirclement of the venomous snakes was somewhat loose. A venomous snake finally mustered up the courage, bit the rat soldier who broke through the encirclement, and injected venom. The rat soldier suddenly turned purple, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the ground. And it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Seeing this scene, the other venomous snakes immediately gained confidence and went forward to fight with the rats. Soon, there were only a few rat soldiers left. A rat soldier held an ear-shaped stone in his hand and shouted to the stone, "The venomous snake has regained its venom. Mission failed. Hurry up and lead the rat tribe to evacuate the snake tribe." When the snakes present heard what this man said, they immediately stepped forward to kill him. The rat tribe was quickly wiped out, and the queen was relieved. It was great that the rat tribe did not invade. She first turned around to look for Yunfeibai, who was a great hero. After finding Yunfeibai, she stepped forward and said gratefully, "Admirable brave man. Thanks to your courage, our snake tribe survived." Yunfeibai smiled and handed her a glass of wine, shaking his head and said, "Nothing. This is what I should do. Let's celebrate this hard-won victory together." The queen also laughed and took the wine glass, drinking it down in one gulp. "It seems like something is missing?" She looked around and asked curiously, "Huh? Where did your companion go?" Yunfeibai knew that she was asking about Su Luo, so he answered calmly, "She went to the toilet." The queen nodded in understanding. As people have 3 urgent needs, she turned to look at the trembling Toraiwei, who had been subdued long ago, and said sternly, "Tomorrow, you will be beheaded in the largest square in the Snake Kingdom. Do you have anything else to say?" When Tori heard this, he burst into tears. Due to the suppression of a non-venomous snake, he had no way to crawl to the queen's feet to beg for mercy. But this did not prevent Tori from cowed out frantically. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was possessed by the devil and wanted to betray the snake clan. I regret it. Sister, my dear sister, please forgive me." How could the queen forgive this termite? She closed her eyes and said coldly, "Come here. Drag him away." Seeing that there was no hope, Tori threw the jar and said, "Don't pretend to be a good person here. If you are really righteous, why don't you tell others about what happened 100 years ago?" The queen turned pale and said calmly, "What are you talking about? You are going to die. So you want to sow discord, right?" Olako suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I think he is talking about the secret that non-venomous snakes also participated in the snake-rat war 100 years ago. Right?" The queen didn't expect Olako to say this, and immediately said in panic, What are you talking about? All the snake countries know that only venomous snakes participated in that war." Or looked at Olako in shock, and hadn't reacted yet. At this time, Su Luo also came back. She first glanced at Yunfeibai, and after getting the signal, she refuted the queen. "You don't have to deny it. Let me ask you, what happened 100 years ago?" The queen originally wanted to continue to deny it, but for some reason, she unconsciously spit out the truth of 100 years ago. In that battle, venomous snakes and non-venomous snakes fought bravely. Because of the venomous snake's toxicity, they were relatively weak on the front battlefield. So the non-venomous snakes fought in the front, and the venomous snakes attacked from behind. This also led to heavy losses for the non-venomous snakes, with almost no left, and the venomous snakes were basically still safe. When she said this, her whole body was shaking with fear. She couldn't say these words out loud. The queen covered her mouth, trying to stop her uncontrollable mouth. However, this was useless. Olako directly sent someone to pull the queen's hand away, and the queen was forced to continue the story. When the war was about to end, the leader of the non-venomous snakes at that time wanted the position of the Snake King to make up for the loss of the non-venomous snakes this time. But the leaders of the venomous snakes at that time naturally refused. When they saw the number of non-venomous snakes, they immediately came up with a plan. When she said this, everyone present, whether venomous snakes or non-venomous snakes, was silent, and they all had a bad premonition in their hearts at the same time. Sure enough, the queen continued, they tricked the remaining non-venomous snakes into a basin, and then lured the rat soldiers to come and catch them all. In this way, no one would know that the non-venomous snakes had participated in the war. The ancestors also thought about it. Most of these soldiers are orphans without children, and they have no social attention at all. And the status of venomous snakes was originally slightly higher, so their disappearance did not attract the attention of the Snake Kingdom. We have successfully concealed the truth. After listening to the queen's story, Oride was so angry that he trembled all over. You are shameless. Shameless. He couldn't even say anything else, and could only repeat the word shameless. Olako was also angry, and his face turned blue. Although he knew that the non-venomous snake participated in the war, he didn't expect the truth to be so cruel. Thinking about the fact that his ancestors fought on the battlefield but no one knew about it, and thinking about the humiliation that the non-venomous snake had suffered for hundreds of years, tears flowed from his eyes in anger. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai were also extremely angry about the ungrateful behavior of the viper. They looked at each other with relief. Fortunately, they chose to reveal the truth. The glass of wine that Yun Fei Bai handed to the queen at that time contained melted truth candy, which is why the queen exposed everything at once. The viper present were all shocked. They did not expect that things would turn out like this. After the queen finished speaking, she knew that things were irreversible. She fell down on the throne again, muttering, "It's over. It's over." Suddenly, she looked around the room. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she stood up and said loudly, "Venomous snakes. As long as these non-venomous snakes are eliminated, no one will know about this. No one will know what we have done." Seeing that the venomous snakes present were a little hesitant, she anxiously persuaded, "Think about how you treat non-venomous snakes. When this matter is exposed, they will treat you with the same attitude. Your descendants." These words shook the hearts of most of the poisonous snakes present. Although a small number of poisonous snakes showed a refusal, most of the poisonous snakes began to stare at the non-venomous snakes, who were trying hard to protect themselves just now. After all, poisonous snakes are poisonous, and because of the previous battle, the number of non-venomous snakes is a little small. So the poisonous snakes can really catch all these non-venomous snakes in one fell swoop. Ord and Alako obviously did not expect the queen to do this. They pointed at the queen and said, "How dare you? How dare you? Even if we die, we will not let you succeed again." Su Luo looked at the situation in front of him with emotion. History is really surprisingly similar. Yun Fei Bai also nodded with deep feeling. "Isn't it? It's another snake rat war. Another non-venomous snake to protect a number of venomous snakes. And another venomous snake decided to kill them all." The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "But this time it's different. Because we are here." He took out the Zutian Island and put it in his hand. And Su Luo took out the essence he had just found in the back and dripped it on the Zutian Island. That's right. Su Luo disappeared just now because she went to the back to get the essence. Alako obviously still remembered the same scene. His eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, "Are the poisonous snakes no longer poisonous now?" Su Luo smiled and nodded. The non-poisonous snakes were overjoyed and immediately subdued the poisonous snakes that were staring at them. The queen asked in disbelief, You actually betrayed me?" Su Luo shook her head and said, "You betrayed the snake clan. And we have never been loyal to you. Now the matter is completely over." Su Luo walked up to Alako, who was directing the scene, and told him about Walmart. Alako immediately said, "Don't worry. I will definitely treat him as my own son." Su Luo smiled and nodded. After all the venomous snakes were tied up, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai smiled at each other in the face of Ord and Ulako's gratitude, and decisively left the dungeon. Chapter 122. Congratulations to the player lost. Complete the dungeon. Where did the snake venom go? Get rewards. 1. Find the reason why the snake venom disappeared. Get points plus 50. 2. Complete the hidden task, chasing the murderer. Get attribute point plus 1. 3. Complete the hidden task, uncover the conspiracy of the venomous snake. Get attribute point plus 1. 4. Complete the hidden task, thanks from the snake tribe. Get attribute point plus 1. 5. Eat the snake tribe meal and activate it. Get attribute point plus 2. 6. The dungeon exploration degree reaches 80%. Get points plus 50. 7. Get the prop. 3-dimensional Zudianyu 2/3. This time is really a big harvest. Su Luo looked at the full screen of complete hidden mission and felt satisfied. Life, 25, plus 29 strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 13 spirit, 14, plus 20 stamina, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 425. Talented skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. First skill, Healing Bullet, increase, reduce, the health of the friendly enemy, spirit value x 100%, CD, 5 seconds. Second skill, Holy Light Array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the friendly enemy in it by 10%, lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Third skill, Holy imprisonment. After releasing the skill, you can imprison enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. Su Luo exited the copy, said goodbye to Yun Feibai, and returned to the dormitory. There was only one person in the dormitory at this time. Chu Qingqiu. When Chu Qingqiu saw Su Luo coming back, he immediately stood up and greeted her. Luo Luo. Our leader wants to see you. Su Luo looked at her in confusion. Didn't I say I don't plan to join you? Why do you want to see me? Chu Qingqiu saw that Su Luo had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, there is something I want your help with. You will know if you come with me. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Chu Qingqiu should not harm her. Su Luo and Chu Qingqiu left the campus together and walked towards a remote path. On the way, Chu Qingqiu explained the emergency to Su Luo as they walked. We found a murderer when we were doing the mission before. Su Luo was stunned. And then she heard Chu Qingqiu continue, because we don't know his real identity. In order to protect the safety of the citizens, we have been sniping him in the dungeon. Su Luo nodded, indicating that she understood. At this time, they had arrived at a small door. Chu Qingqiu knocked on the door 3, 2, 1 times, and Su. The door was opened. Chu Qingqiu walked in naturally, and Su Luo followed Chu Qingqiu in after looking around. After a small tunnel, there was a room that was not too big. In the room, there was a middle-aged man in casual clothes, with a small circle of stubble around his mouth. When Chu Qingqiu saw the man, he walked up quickly. Uncle Zhong. This is Su Luo. The man named Uncle Zhong looked Su Luo up and down, and then said kindly, Student Su Luo, please sit down. Su Luo sat down on a chair beside him, and Uncle Zhong said straight to the point, Student Su Luo, this time we asked you to come here mainly to ask you for a favor. Su Luo looked at him curiously, but actually had some guesses in her mind. Uncle Zhong didn't keep her in suspense, and said directly, I think Qingqiu has already introduced you to the murderer. Su Luo nodded, and Uncle Zhong continued, we were sniping smoothly. According to the calculation of professionals, he has no points. If he fails again, he will die directly. Uncle Zhong sighed. Then this person found a prop that can choose to enter the copy of informal players. In this way, our people can't go in. Su Luo glanced at the side and said, Can Chu go? Uncle Zhong shook his head and said, Qingqiu has other tasks and can't go. The others who can go are still in training and have very little experience. Su Luo slowly brushed the hair behind her ears, thinking quickly in her mind. She already understood what Uncle Zhong wanted her to do. Su Luo raised her head and said lightly, I have no experience either, so I probably can't help much. Uncle Zhong was not discouraged, and said with a smile, I know this matter is more dangerous, and you will refuse. But listen to me first. Su Luo nodded and listened patiently. Uncle Zhong said, after this dungeon is over, whether you succeed or not, we will compensate you with 2 items. If you succeed, there will be another reward. Su Luo blinked slightly. It's not like he's working for free. Uncle Zhong saw that Su Luo was moved, and continued, we have no other choice. If he succeeds in this dungeon, he will get more points. It will be even harder to make him disappear in the dungeon. Seeing that Su Luo was still hesitating, Uncle Zhong raised the stakes again. Don't worry. Guijiao will never treat those who serve the people unfairly. The props are absolutely exquisite. The rewards after the mission is successful are more than enough to make up for your losses in this dungeon. Su Luo was not worried that Uncle Zhong would lie to her. After all, he represented a Guijiao. But in fact, it was still a bit of a loss. Su Luo sighed. After all, it was her own Guijiao who needed her. She picked a more critical question and asked, I am a team player. I can't participate in the dungeon alone? Or is this killer also a team player? When Uncle Zhong heard Su Luo ask this question, he knew that Su Luo had agreed. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, the killer is a single player, but we have a way to let you enter the dungeon alone. Su Luo nodded and quickly asked, what are the characteristics of this killer? Why does he want to kill people? How does he usually kill people? Uncle Zhong took a sip of tea and said slowly, the characteristic is that he likes red more. Probably because it is closer to blood. He paused for a moment and then said, as for why he kills people, in addition to psychological problems, we also found that his innate skills are related to killing. Well, as for the last question, when he kills people, it is usually a sneak attack. But he has no problem fighting head-on. and his combat power is very high. Su Luo frowned when he heard that the killer's innate skills are related to killing, and asked, then if he kills you in the copy, will it have any impact on reality? Uncle Zhong looked at Su Luo with some surprise, and then his eyes showed more appreciation. Even if Su Luo didn't ask this question, he would have told Su Luo. But this little girl could think of such a crucial question by herself, which shows her sharpness and intelligence. Uncle Zhong smiled and nodded. It will indeed have an impact on reality. After being killed by him in the dungeon, the attribute points and points obtained in each dungeon in the next month will be halved. We guessed that this person took it for himself. He sighed and said, if it weren't for this reason, we wouldn't have wasted so much effort to hunt him down. After all, death in a game dungeon is not real death. It's just a training for the players. But if it affects the dungeons later, it will affect the player's development. Su Luo nodded, and she had some understanding of this murderer. But in this case, she gritted her teeth, and there was obviously some struggle in her eyes. Finally, Su Luo made a decision and said, then I take this job. I go back and tell my teammates. That's great. I thank you on behalf of the people for your efforts. Uncle Zhong said some words of thanks, and then asked Chu Qingqiu to send Su Luo out. When Su Luo left, Uncle Zhong suddenly added, oh, by the way. Su Luo turned around and looked back at him. Uncle Zhong said, there is another piece of information that should help you complete the task. Although the killer is very cunning, we don't know her name, but she has no way to change her gender. This killer is a girl. After saying this, he let Su Luo go. Su Luo walked back to school alone. Chu Qingqiu sent her out and went back. He must have something to say to Uncle Zhong. A girl? Su Luo thought as she walked. She was quite surprised that the killer was a girl. You know, Su Luo naturally thought the killer was a boy at the beginning. But if the gender was determined, it would be much easier for Su Luo to recognize who the killer was. The ratio of men to women in a dungeon is usually more men than women. At most 50-50. This makes it easier for her to distinguish the killer. Since teaming up with Yun Feibai, Su Luo hasn't been alone in a dungeon for a long time. Su Luo is quite satisfied with the opportunity to exercise alone this time. Although she said so. In fact, she will suffer a big loss in the future. If she is killed by the killer in this dungeon and the mission fails, then half of the attribute points and points will be divided in the next 4 dungeons. These things are definitely not something that can be offset by 2 props. The main reason why Su Luo agreed was because she had a patriotic heart. When the country needed her, Su Luo thought that no patriotic person would refuse. And after so many copies, Su Luo's self-confidence was gradually cultivated. And she still had some confidence in herself. Thinking about this, she slowly walked back to school. In the evening, Su Luo called Yun Feibai out for barbecue. While eating skewers, she told him about this matter. It is impossible not to discuss such a big thing with companions. After listening, Yun Feibai sighed and said, if you lose, you can't get your bottom back. He looked at Su Luo eating skewers calmly, and said helplessly, oh, forget it. Go if you want. It's okay if you lose. I'm still here. Chapter 123. Su Luo finished a skewer and looked at Yun Feibai seriously, saying, I also know that if I fail, I will lose a lot. But I think that since I have enjoyed the comfort given to me by this country, I should give something back to it. Yun Feibai nodded. I know you should think so. And you are right. But I think you should ask for more compensation after the mission fails. After all, the compensation of 2 props is too low. Su Luo thought for a while. I also think the compensation is too poor. But I also think I shouldn't ask Wujia for things anymore. Yun Feibai persuaded. You should know that if you become stronger, it will also benefit Wujia. You can't give up your development just because of a task. This makes sense. Su Luo nodded and said, okay. I listen to you. I talk to Chu about this issue after I go back. Yun Feibai breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled as he talked to Su Luo about the interesting things that happened at school today. He was really afraid that Su Luo would be so obsessed with serving the motherland that she would not care about her own interests. In that case, although he could understand her, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. It was good now, and both of them took a step back. The distance between the teams was further shortened. After returning to the dormitory, Chu Qingqiu had not returned yet. The other 2 roommates had returned. He Weiwei saw Su Luo coming back and joked with a smile, I just saw you having dinner with the handsome guy from the computer department next door. What? Is there something wrong? When Lu Luoming heard this, she immediately became energetic. She crawled to the bedside and looked at Su Luo with a sour look. Su Luo, you are so good that you can even get the school hunk? Su Luo smiled and waved her hands and said, I have no intention of falling in love now. Is the dungeon not good? Is it not good to improve strength? What's the point of falling in love? He Weiwei knew that Su Luo really thought so. She rolled her eyes at her speechlessly, turned around and sat down to apply a facial mask. Lu Luoming was also a little speechless and asked, Then why did you eat with him? Don't tell me you met by chance and shared a table. Su Luo said lightly, It's just friends having a meal together. Lu Luoming looked at her, but finally didn't ask any more questions, and crawled back to the side against the wall. After a while, Chu Qingqiu came back. Su Luo immediately got out of bed and pulled Chu Qingqiu, who hadn't even stepped into the dormitory door. Outside. After they got outside, Chu Qingqiu asked, What's wrong? Why did you pull me out? Su Luo said, I thought about it. If this mission fails, I will really lose a lot. Chu Qingqiu's face changed and said, Are you going to regret not taking this task? Su Luo shook her head and said, I want to make more compensation for the failure of that task. 2 props are really a bit too little. Chu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you didn't regret it. She thought for a while and said, I actually think you are a little bit at a disadvantage. How about this? I will talk to Uncle Zhong tomorrow and see if I can increase your compensation. Su Luo nodded gratefully. That's great. Thank you, Chu Qingqiu. Chu Qingqiu waved his hand and said, You served Jia, so I can't treat you unfairly. Su Luo smiled and went into the dormitory with Chu Qingqiu. The other 2 people in the dormitory felt that the 2 had their own little secrets when Su Luo pulled Chu Qingqiu out. He Weiwei was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, Do you know what happened in the dormitory next door? The other 3 people shook their heads, not knowing what He Weiwei was talking about. He Weiwei, wearing nail polish, said lightly, For people in the dormitory next door have created 5 groups. Su Luo was stunned for a moment, not understanding why He Weiwei suddenly said this. But she quickly reasoned and said, 1 group of 4 people, and the remaining 4 groups of 3 people. He Weiwei glared at her, and Su Luo was confused, seeing that Su Shi really didn't understand. He Weiwei continued, The more groups there are, the more people's hearts will be scattered. Don't you think? Only then did Su Luo understand what she meant. It turned out that she was dissatisfied with seeing her and Chu Qingqiu talking outside just now. She smiled and came over, holding He Weiwei's shoulders and said, Weiwei, how can you not believe me? I just had something to talk to Chu Qingqiu about. He Weiwei glanced at her, pushed Su Luo's hand away, and then said coldly, You forget the old one when you have a new one. I am not worthy. Su Luo was still angry when she heard it. She came closer and said, My beloved concubine, don't be angry. You will always be the queen who is favored by me. He Weiwei couldn't help laughing. Poochie. It turns out that the emperor has 3,000 beauties. Su Luo also smiled and said, I don't deserve 3,000. At least there are 3 little beauties in this dormitory waiting for me to visit them. The other 2 were a little jealous of Su Luo, and He Weiwei laughed her. But when they heard Su Luo say this, they also laughed. For a while, the dormitory was full of laughter. The next day, Chu Qingqiu left the dormitory early. The remaining 3 people went to class separately. It was not until the afternoon that Chu Qingqiu found Su Luo in the corridor and took Su Luo to the open space of the school. Seeing that there was no one around, Chu Qingqiu said, Luo, I fought for you. Uncle Zhong said he can give you an extra item and 3 attribute points. Su Luo looked at her in surprise. Can attribute points be given? Chu Qingqiu nodded and said, Yes, there are special ones. You can think of it as items that can add attribute points. Su Luo suddenly understood that this was probably similar to the feast they had in the Where is the Snake Venom dungeon. She nodded, and suddenly asked again, Can I exchange one item for several attribute points? Chu Qingqiu smiled and said, Uncle Zhong guessed you would ask this. Yes. 1 item for 2 attribute points. Su Luo nodded. Then please exchange 1 item for an attribute point. Chu Qingqiu made an okay gesture, then turned and left. Su Luo waited until after school and told Yun Feibai about this. Yun Feibai nodded. In this way, even if they lost, they actually didn't lose anything. Su Luo nodded and asked, How can I match that person to the same dungeon? Chu Qingqiu took out a card and stuck it on Su Luo's hand. And then the card magically disappeared slowly. After the card completely disappeared, Chu Qingqiu said, "That's it. You will be matched with her in the next dungeon." Su Luo was not surprised. This should be a prop. She thought for a while and asked again, "When I pass the next dungeon, do my teammates also have to pass a single dungeon?" Chu Qingqiu nodded. "Yes. If he doesn't want to go through the single-player dungeon, you can choose to let him go through the dungeon only 3 times this month. This is also possible." Su Luo nodded to indicate that she understood. After a day of classes, Su Luo returned to her bed, rested and prepared for the next dungeon. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Luo turned on the system in her dormitory and clicked "Enter the dungeon." After a dizzy spell, she found herself in an antique room. It seems that this time it should be an ancient copy, Su Luo thought. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Luo clicked the system with confidence to check this copy. Copy: the secret grudge of the house. Copy background: the Fong family is a small family, with a group of servants: the master, the wife, the master's concubine, the wife's son, the wife's daughter, the concubine's son, the wife's distant cousin's son, the cousin, the lady's cousin, the housekeeper, and the teacher. You are the most beautiful maid in the Fong family, the most popular among the many servants, and you know a lot of gossip. Not long ago, you were bullied by the teacher of the Fong family. You were a strong-willed person and wanted to commit suicide, but you couldn't watch this scumbag get away with it. So you decided to kill this teacher. Dungeon rules: 1. Players must follow the role identity. Violating it once will deduct 30 points. Violating it 3 times will automatically determine that the task has failed. 2. After each killing, the player needs to wait 2 days before killing again. The killed player can kill again after 1 day. 3. After being killed, the player will fall into a 10-minute sleep time, during which the player will not receive damage. When the sleep ends, the player will lose the memory of the previous half an hour. 4. The player can only kill 3 people by mistake at most. 5. At the end of the copy, the person who has been killed the most times will fail the task. 6. If you successfully kill your own task target, the task will be successful. 7. After the task is successful, you will not exit the copy, and you must stay in this copy for 14 days. The limited location of the copy is Fong's house. 8. You cannot kill the same person multiple times. Su Luo felt a bit overwhelmed after reading the introduction of this dungeon. First of all, there are many rules this time, and the introduction is also very detailed. But at the same time, it is also very troublesome. First of all, everyone has their own mission objectives. So if you kill people according to the mission objectives, how could you need 3 opportunities to kill by mistake? So, Su Luo believes that these 3 opportunities to kill by mistake are mainly to resist the person who kills you. In other words, if you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed in return. And there is a problem. Once the killing fails, the target will not lose his memory regardless of whether he is killed in return or not. In this case, it will be difficult to play next time after one failure. The fact that the person who is killed will lose his memory is also very interesting. Su Luo thinks that she can use this to trick others. The condition that you cannot kill the same person multiple times is naturally nothing for other people. After all, killing the target a few more times will not get you anything more. But this condition is somewhat restrictive for Su Luo. It is too difficult to stop the killer from killing her target. So Su Luo plans to start with the 5th rule and kill her a few more times. Chapter 124. But now it seems that this will definitely not work. Su Luo frowned. So she had to change her approach. It still needs to be considered in the long run. But there is one thing that is better. The long list of characters in the background of the dungeon must be the players this time, including her maid. There are a total of 11 players in this dungeon. As for why there are not 12, Su Luo felt that this might be closely related to the identity of the players in her team. She sighed. Why didn't Chu Qingqiu explain this matter first? If it was indeed related to her, then the killer who had been hunted down would definitely know. With the government coming to the dungeon this time, he would definitely be more careful. What made Su Luo happy was that among these people, there were only 4 girls, not counting her. They were the wife, the concubine, the daughter, and the cousin. The dungeon could not change gender, So Su Luo only had to find the killer among these 4 people. She glanced at her system space, where 3 truth candies were quietly lying. This was an unexpected gain from the last dungeon, because this dungeon was more dangerous. These truth candies were divided between Su Luo and Yunfeibai. 3 for her, and 1 for Yunfeibai. Now it seems that this is simply a blessing from heaven. This item is simply too useful for this dungeon. When the time comes, as long as these girls eat the truth candies, wouldn't it be clear who is the murderer? Su Luo took a look at the description of herself. A beautiful and popular maid. Su Luo didn't think that the copy would give her so many adjectives for no reason. Such words were obviously very particular. But at least Su Luo couldn't see anything at the moment. Her target in this copy was this teacher. Based on the vague character introduction on her side, Su Luo guessed that the teacher wouldn't get too many clues. In other words, he probably didn't know that he had confused this maid. This was a good thing. He wouldn't suspect me so quickly. So I can completely destroy the body and hide myself before he finds out. That's right. Su Luo's first task for herself is to complete this dungeon first. As for the murderer, the 14 days can be put aside. But there is a very strange point. The dungeon background says that the Fong family has many servants. So I can completely blend in with the crowd and prevent other players from discovering my identity as a player? Su Luo doesn't think the system will give her such a big cheat. There must be a solution. I just don't know how the system is going to solve this problem. Soon, Su Luo understood how the system solved it. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked. A more charming female voice came from outside the door. Lost. I'm coming in? Su Luo responded, come in. She thought to herself, the one who spoke like this should also be a maid. Right? She looked at the door, and the door slowly opened. But when this person came in, Su Luo was really shocked. This maid didn't even have a face. Her front was empty, and there was no organ on her smooth face. Su Luo subconsciously said, wait. The maid stopped and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Seeing Su Luo staring at her face, she touched it with her hand. It was very smooth. Is there something on my face? It's because there is nothing that people are scared. Su Luo secretly complained. In the short time just now, she had adapted to the appearance of the NPC in this dungeon. If nothing unexpected happens, except for the players, everyone in this dungeon should look like this. No wonder the system believes that I can't pretend to be an NPC. Who can't recognize this? Su Luo looked at her curiously, wondering how this person could make sounds without a mouth. Although the maid thought Su Luo was weird, she had to deal with business. She coughed and said, the master has called a family meeting. Why don't you go there quickly? Su Luo nodded, stood up and said, let's go now. Then, Su Luo followed the maid's footsteps to the lobby. It must be said that the system dared to regard this Fong's house as the main map of this copy, which is still very reliable, because this Fong mansion is unexpectedly large. As a top student of history, Su Luo has some knowledge of this kind of ancient architecture. This should be a 7-entry courtyard, with complex terrain and many rooms. It is still okay as a map, at least with a little operation. You don't have to kill people under other people's noses. After arriving at the lobby, most of the players have already sat around the table. As a maid, Su Luo can only stand. She sighed. Servants have no human rights. Seeing the 2 of them coming, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Luo. Obviously, among the faceless people, Su Luo was still very conspicuous. The only one who could call a family meeting was the master. He called it this time just to let the players get to know each other. The master sat in the main seat and suddenly pointed at Su Luo and said, huh? I think that maid is pretty. What's your name? Su Luo immediately introduced herself. Master. My name is Lost. The master nodded and said nothing more. In fact, in this copy, the only person who really needs to introduce herself is Su Luo. Because you obviously can't call the master's wife by her name. And they obviously can't call Su Luo maid in the whole copy. So Su Luo needs to introduce herself. After Su Luo retreated, she secretly observed the people on the field. You know, the seating arrangement in ancient times was very strict. And she could tell a lot from the position alone. First of all, the master was sitting in the main seat. The one who could sit there must be the master. On his left and right were a man and a woman. The woman looked a little old, so she should be the wife. The one on the other side was obviously the eldest son. Next to the wife sat a woman who was dressed a little flashy. And Su Luo guessed that she should be the concubine. Next to the concubine was a boy, who didn't look too old, and should be the son of the concubine. Opposite the son was another girl, and Su Luo guessed that she was the daughter of the wife. The last person was a boy. Su Luo thought he should be the cousin. Opposite him was a girl. She should be the cousin. But what made Su Luo a little strange was that the cousin kept looking at her. Although she was indeed good-looking in this dungeon, players have seen all kinds of storms and waves. There was no need to keep staring at her. And if she was his mission target, then wasn't it a little too obvious? Su Luo was a little confused. An old man stood beside the master, and this position must be the housekeeper. As for the teacher, Su Luo looked around and saw a man in a Mandarin jacket holding a book in a corner. This person should be the teacher. At this time, the concubine suddenly spoke. Master, you asked the name of this maid. Are you looking for a second marriage? The lady interrupted directly. What do you want to remarry? The Fong family is already in turmoil with you. And you want another one? Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel, the master said, Why are you quarreling? I just asked casually. How can you quarrel? You too? He turned to look at the lady and said sternly, I only have such a concubine, and she takes good care of me. How can there be unrest in the family? Can you be more generous? The lady knew that the concubine had the master's help, so she would definitely not be able to gain the upper hand. She stirred the rice in the bowl helplessly and angrily, and then stopped talking. The concubine snorted complacently and turned to flirt with the master. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. They were all players who could advance with such acting skills. Even if you said they were really from this world, Su Luo would be willing to believe it. However, this episode can reveal a lot of things. First of all, there is the conflict between the wife and the concubine. This is very normal, but it is a little surprising that the master favors the concubine. The etiquette in ancient times was very strict, and favoring the concubine and ignoring the wife would be ridiculed. This master is so partial. Either his wife is too unpopular, or the concubine is too popular with this master. Of course, it is possible that it is both. Soon, the players on the main seat finished their meal, and Su Luo could finally go back to eat. The maids and servants ate separately, so Su Luo and the maid who called her at the beginning went to another room together. In the process, she also learned that the maid was called Xiao Chui. On the way, Su Luo kept remembering the terrain and where each room was. By the way, Su Luo also got the location of the teacher's room from Xiao Chui. During the meal, Su Luo realized how popular she was. Almost as soon as she came in, a group of maids came up to her and wanted to invite her to eat together. Su Luo randomly found a small group and went over. It was a bit like the behavior of elementary school students forming gangs. Su Luo was not idle during the meal. She was silently guiding the direction of the topic. Su Luo took a mouthful of rice and pretended to say casually, Today, the master has lost face for the lady again. Again. This word is used very cleverly. Although Su Luo had no previous experience, she could tell from the concubine's behavior that this situation of favoring the concubine over the wife had been going on for a long time. Sure enough, a maid immediately said with great interest, Yes. Didn't you see that the lady's face was blue with anger? With such a person as the supporting role, the situation was quickly opened up, and everyone talked about the gossip of the Fong mansion. It's rare that the young lady and the cousin didn't quarrel during this family dinner. Su Luo raised her eyelids slightly, and said with natural emotion, The two of them are really. Chapter 125. This sentence is a universal sentence. It can make others unable to find fault with it, and can also get others talking. As expected, once this sentence was spoken, it immediately attracted the attention of the maid. The maid continued to say, Our young lady is a legitimate daughter. How can this cousin compare to her? The people around him also mocked. That's right. I don't know what's wrong with this cousin. She keeps trying to steal the limelight from the young lady. Don't you think she deserves it? Su Luo nodded secretly. It seems that this cousin is jealous of the young lady. The two of them must have had a long-standing feud. No other clues appeared during the following mealtime. All they discussed were the love affairs between the maids and servants. You know, it is a taboo for maids to comment on the master's right and wrong. Everyone only dares to talk about it occasionally. After returning home at night, Su Luo locked the door and sat on the bed thinking about the scene of today's family dinner. The concubine is obviously an old drama queen. She knows how to stir up trouble, and she started a conflict right away. And seeing the maid's usual attitude, We know that the concubine's conflict is right, which is in line with her usual character. The cousin did not quarrel with the mistress, which shows that the cousin is still relatively inexperienced. Doesn't this cause the maids to be confused? Su Luo was thinking before. What is the basis for judging this requirement of not collapsing the character? Su Luo was able to think of this question mainly because of the previous experience in love time. In this copy, she had experienced such a request. The basis for judgment at that time was whether the audience reported it. Just now, she heard the discussion of the maids, and suddenly realized that the basis for judgment this time should be whether the servant suspected it. In this way, this cousin was the first to fall behind. The murderer was able to deal with the government for so long. Su Luo did not think that her experience was not enough. So the possibility that the cousin was a murderer was low, and she could try it at the end. Su Luo lay on the bed, thinking about how to kill the teacher quickly, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Su Luo was forced to get up very early, which made her very dissatisfied. In ancient times, maids had to get up early to work, and there was no way to change this. Su Luo's advantage now is that she can know a lot of inside information about the Fong mansion through the maids. But her disadvantage is that most of her time is spent on work, and there is no time to kill. Su Luo sighed while carrying water. She has already relied on her good popularity to get the job of delivering water to the teacher and the concubine. However, she asked for this job only after she knew that the teacher had gone to teach and was not at home. Otherwise, how stupid would the player who played the teacher be to not see that Su Luo, the player who came to her room on purpose, had bad intentions? After arriving at the teacher's room, Su Luo first searched it carefully to see if there were any clues. Sure enough, under his bed sheet, Su Luo saw a familiar bellyband, which belonged to the maid Su Luo played. It seems that this is the clue for the teacher, but I don't know if he has found it. This bellyband is light green, with a green lotus embroidered on it. When Su Luo looked at her clothes, she found that this maid preferred green and lotus. If this bellyband was discovered, as long as the teacher was willing to investigate carefully, it would not be difficult to find that it was Su Luo's. Su Luo originally wanted to take this bellyband away and not let the teacher see it. But then she thought, isn't this a good opportunity? Su Luo still secretly took the bellyband away, then turned around and carried the water to the concubine's room. She observed that the concubine was not in the room at this time. This is easy to deal with. Su Luo entered the concubine's room openly, then quickly found the concubine's bellyband and put it away. She planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Su Luo began to search the concubine's room again, except for a pile of jewelry. There was nothing extra, because there was something else. Su Luo did not waste time, and quickly left the concubine's house and returned to the teacher's room to replace the pillars with the raccoon. The concubine's bellyband was stuffed under the bed sheet. That's it. Su Luo clapped her hands in satisfaction and turned to leave. However, as soon as she left the room, she saw the teacher hurriedly walking in. The two looked at each other, both stunned by the sudden accident. The teacher narrowed his eyes and slowly approached Su Luo and said, "Hey, isn't this lost? What are you going to do here?" Su Luo was a little nervous. This was almost caught on the spot, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "I'm bringing you some water." The teacher laughed. "Oh, bringing you some water? I'm afraid it's not like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken with bad intentions, right?" Su Luo had already thought of an excuse by now. She shook her head calmly. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I accidentally got some clues when I was having dinner with the maids yesterday, and now I'm here to verify it." Ignoring the teacher's surprised expression, Su Luo raised the corner of her mouth slightly. "I specifically asked for your work, and indeed I got some key clues." Su Luo's words were 70% true and 30% false. She had never tried to hide the fact that she came here on purpose. Su Luo knew that the teacher's status in the mansion was still higher than hers. In the ancient times with strict hierarchy, it was easy for him to investigate whether she had changed jobs. Now that he said that, the teacher would definitely not be able to tell what the maids talked about yesterday. After all, the maids would definitely not tell what they talked about their masters. And if they talked about gossip about the teacher, the person involved, they would definitely not tell him. This directly prevented the teacher from getting the answer from the maids. The teacher was silent for a while, then asked, "A clue about me?" Su Luo smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's about you. Although it has nothing to do with me. I think I can use this as a bargaining chip." The teacher's eyes turned. Although he didn't know whether Su Luo's words were true or false. But he believed that Su Luo must have some clues. But how to get the clues out? How about this? I exchange clues with you. Su Luo really put on an appearance that she had seen through him. And said confidently, my information is directly about you. Unless you also have direct information about me. Otherwise our exchange is definitely not equal. Speaking of this, she pretended to look at the teacher with contempt. And said disdainfully, today is only the second day. And you go to teach early in the morning. I don't think you can get any useful clues. The teacher's face turned pale and blue. Su Luo was right. He really didn't get any clues. But at this time, he really believed Su Luo's words. She got the information about his exploration from others and verified it. Otherwise, why was Su Luo so confident? Why did she bargain with him? Asking for help. The teacher's momentum dropped instantly. He smiled and said, don't be like this. We have something to discuss. He thought about it and suddenly said, well, let's form an alliance. Do you think we can form an alliance? Su Luo pretended to be hesitant and asked, alliance? What benefits can you bring to me by forming an alliance with you? The teacher was now sure that Su Luo, and he had no conflict of interest. If Su Luo wanted to kill his flower, then he, the prey, would have proposed an alliance. And Su Luo would have agreed happily. Why would he hesitate like now? But what he didn't know was that the reason why Su Luo hesitated was, first, to pretend in front of him. And second, she felt that this alliance was really useless. She was now certain that this teacher was stupid and easy to deceive. It was easy to kill him. So there was no need to form an alliance. The teacher said, I will become a formal player soon. And this is my last copy. I am much better than you in terms of experience and ability. If you form an alliance with me, I will definitely help you. Su Luo looked at him. He was able to match the same copy as her in the last copy, which showed that this person's ability was not very outstanding. Su Luo nodded in agreement. Okay, let's form an alliance. But I won't tell you my mission target first. If I can't kill her by myself, I tell you. Su Luo changed the subject and asked, but how can I be sure that your mission target is not me? The teacher sneered. Don't worry. My mission target is definitely not you. If it was you, do you think you can still be alive now? Su Luo seemed to think for a while, then nodded and said, that makes sense. Then let's form an alliance. After getting Su Luo's consent, the teacher couldn't wait to ask, what clue did you find here? Su Luo took him into his own room, and then lifted the bed sheet skillfully. Under the bed sheet was a pink mandarin duck belly band. The teacher picked up the belly band in shock and observed it carefully. Then asked, do you know who this belongs to? Su Luo shook her head. I don't know that. They just said that there are often women's voices here at night. The teacher nodded and stopped asking. With this obvious clue, he could easily find out who his target was. Su Luo saw that the teacher had been thinking for a while. So she patted him lightly and asked, I tell you the clue. You have to exchange it and tell me your target. Right? The teacher nodded. It was not a big deal. My target is the master. Because my original body has an affair with the concubine. So in order to get promoted, I plan to kill the master. Chapter 126. Hiss. This is true. Su Luo subconsciously felt that something bad had happened. Because she framed the concubine. If these two people were having an affair, wouldn't the lie be self-defeating? But Su Luo quickly calmed down. Things couldn't be thought of that way. Just like the teacher didn't know that his original body had insulted the maid. The concubine might not know that she and the teacher were having an affair. But Su Luo thought, the concubine must have some clues that allowed her to deduce that she and the teacher were having an affair. I still have to go to the concubine to find out the situation later. Su Luo thought so, said goodbye to the teacher, and went to work. However, this time, she worked until the evening. Su Luo was almost desperate. She worked hard all day. She returned to her room exhausted at night, and lay helplessly on the bed. Her identity really had obvious advantages and disadvantages. It couldn't be easier to get intelligence. But at the same time, she didn't have much time to complete the task. Su Luo made up his mind to go to the teacher's house to complete the task tomorrow morning. Anyway, he would lose his memory for a while. Compared to Su Luo's exhaustion, other players had a very boring day. Ask the girl what she is thinking. The identity he got this time was Master. He didn't think much of it when he got this identity. but when all kinds of maids frequently served him, and the concubines and wives of the same players wanted to please him. Ask the girl what she is thinking. Only then did he realize that he had drawn this supreme identity like a lucky emperor. Master. This status is the highest status in this dungeon, and no player has a higher status than him. But soon, ask the girl what she is thinking. Also found a problem. That is, he has to handle a lot of official business. And even more, he often has to go out of the house. However, because the dungeon map is so small this time, every time he goes out of the house, the screen is black. Fortunately, each black screen state only lasts for 1 second. And then the time is directly when he comes back. In fact, the setting of the master and ask the girl what she is thinking is similar to the setting of Su Luo's maid. The only difference is that Su Luo needs to do those jobs personally. But he doesn't. If ask the girl what she is thinking knew about this, he might not be so dissatisfied. The mission target of ask the girl what she is thinking is the wife. Why the wife? Because the original body master is a lovesick man. After he was fascinated by his concubine, he wanted to treat her well. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with the woman who was in the position of the wife of the square, and hoped to give this position to his beloved concubine. Then the best way to realize this wish was to let the wife die. Ask the woman what she is thinking. Although this behavior is very shameful, there is no way. After all, it is his mission. So on the second day, ask the woman what she is thinking. Began to act. Although he could directly call the wife, and then start fighting. But first of all, he was not sure about the lady's fighting ability. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't beat her? Secondly, he was afraid that the lady would call for help. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to call the maids? He was also not sure whether the maids would help him. The innate skill of ask the lady what she is thinking is a very useful poison-making skill. As long as he gets the formula and materials, he can make poison. Because of this skill, ask the lady what she is thinking. In the real world, he often searches the internet to find out which poison materials are easier to get. Now, he has several recipes in his hand, which can be made with local materials in Fong Mansion. Last night, ask the girl what she is thinking. Had already made the poison. He spread his palm, and inside was a small black pill. There was no other way, because he couldn't go out to buy materials. Among the materials available in Fong Mansion, the only one that could be made with enough poison to kill people was this pill. The disadvantage of this pill is that it can only be in the form of a pill, and can't be turned into a liquid or something like that. This led to asking the woman what she was thinking, and he had to rack his brains to think about how to get the lady to take the pill. He asked the maid obscurely, and learned that he usually went to the concubine's room, but occasionally came to the lady's room to pretend. So this time, he went directly to the lady's room to find an opportunity. The player who played the madam was obviously not a fool. When he saw him coming, he immediately put on a vigilant attitude. Even so, in order to maintain her character, the lady still pretended to welcome him with a surprise. Master, how come you have time to come to my room today? I am really flattered. Ask me what you are thinking about. With a cold face, she said briefly, come here to sleep for one night. The lady obviously knew that the master was just pretending to be here, although she still had some doubts. She was slightly relieved. Then I will go and clean up. Master, please do as you please. Ask me what you are thinking about. Nodding. That's what I want you to say. After the lady left, asked the girl what she was thinking about. He sent the maid away, and then quietly searched the lady's room. There weren't many things in the room, but it was obvious that the lady's family was quite wealthy, and the jewelry and other things were far beyond what a concubine could compare to. Asked the girl what she was thinking about. I unexpectedly found that there were many portraits in the lady's room. Some of him, and some of their 2 children. Among them, the portraits of the daughter account for the majority. Obviously, this lady is a daughter slave. But it seems that this is nothing. Asked the daughter what she is thinking about. Shook his head, and continued to search. But soon, footsteps were heard outside the door. It was the lady who came back. Although the lady tidied up before coming back, asked the daughter what she is thinking about. Still keenly discovered that the lady just ran past. And she ran back. Why did she run back? Apparently, after she went out, she remembered that there was a clue in this room. Fearing that he would find it, he hurried back. So what was the clue? Could it be the clue of the portrait of his daughter that he had just found? He secretly noted this point. After the lady came back, she first quickly observed her room. but did not observe any changes. He was still very cautious. When he searched, he tried to restore it to its original state. Seeing that he could not find anything, the lady gave up. She and the master went to bed together, one sleeping on the left and the other on the right, with a clear 38th parallel. Both of them were veteran players, and it was not the first time that they slept in the same bed with the opposite sex. As long as nothing happened between them, it was acceptable. However, this made them unable to sleep peacefully. After all, no one knew whether the other party would do anything to them. No words were spoken that night. Asked the girl what she was thinking. Although he kept his eyes open until dawn, he did not find an opportunity to poison. The other party was too cautious. He could feel that the other party had not slept all the time, and it seemed that he was afraid that he would do something strange. The scene returned to Su Luo's side. It was already the morning of the third day of the dungeon. Su Luo came to the teacher early, intending to take the initiative. When the teacher went out, he happened to see Su Luo guarding at his door. He thought Su Luo had some clues to find him, so he happily welcomed Su Luo in. After arriving in the inner room, Su Luo pretended to be profound and said, "Lock the door. Don't let a third person know about this." Seeing the teacher hesitate, Su Luo said, "I found out the inside story of the rules behind this copy." When the teacher heard this, it was a big deal. He immediately locked the door. Su Luo was very particular about what she said, and her words were as exaggerated as possible. But if you think about it carefully, she didn't say anything. The teacher really took the bait. Seeing that the teacher couldn't escape now, Su Luo immediately took the initiative and released her second skill, the Holy Light Array. Although the magic circle was not large, it just covered the small room. The teacher was caught off guard and stabbed by Su Luo, who he had trusted. He didn't even react for a while. This also led to his failure to make corresponding countermeasures in the first time. When Su Luo released the second skill, he also released the first skill instantly, hitting the teacher. An incomplete health bar immediately appeared above the teacher's head. Su Luo roughly estimated that this person should have 45 health points, while his own health points were 54. So he must have been beaten. Why did Su Luo dare to play solo with the teacher directly? Because Su Luo knew that she was the best among the players. And in the previous promotion dungeons, other players were indeed a little worse. Uncle Zhong said before that this dungeon was chosen by the killer himself. So in order to ensure that he could pass the dungeon smoothly, the killer must have chosen an easy dungeon that was more in line with his skills. The main task of this dungeon was to kill and kill, so it was in line with the killer's talent skills. If this one is met, then Su Luo has a reasonable suspicion that this copy is a simple copy. Moreover, Su Luo can fully feel that this copy does not require much brains. The mission target is given directly, and other mission clues are even placed directly in the room. This copy is the last copy before the teacher becomes a formal player. But it is a simple copy, which shows that the teacher's own strength is not strong, or even very weak. This copy is much simpler than her previous copies, and it is known that with the increase of time and one's own ability, the difficulty of the copy will become greater and greater. In this way, Su Luo's own ability is far higher than this copy. Chapter 127. Then, the other players, who are normally matched to this dungeon, should be weaker than Su Luo. Sure enough, even though this boy is about to become a formal player, his health is far less than Su Luo, who has just experienced the dungeon for 3 months. The boy finally realized at this time that the mission target of the girl in front of him, who had just formed an alliance with him yesterday, was him. The teacher was a warrior, and he quickly used his second skill, Wild Charge, to try to knock Su Luo away and buy himself some time. However, Su Luo calmly jumped to the side and dodged the skill directly. That's right. Wild Charge. This skill cannot turn. It is a relatively restrictive straight line skill. After dodging the teacher's skill, Su Luo released the first skill again. From the skill the teacher just used, she guessed that the teacher should be a warrior. This is easy to deal with. For this kind of melee player, the best way is to prevent him from getting close. Su Luo first released the third skill, directly controlling the teacher, and then began to fly the kite continuously, under the crushing of the absolute speed and attack. The teacher's health bar was exhausted in a short while, and he fainted. In Su Luo's eyes, he was emitting a golden light. This should be the protection mechanism. No one can hurt him during this period. Su Luo quickly left the crime scene and returned to her room. She got up very early and just fought quickly, so it was not time for her to work yet. Su Luo was a little confused now. Why, after so many days, the player whose mission target was her had not appeared yet? But after thinking about it, she understood. She had been with the maids these days, so the other party had no place to start. Secondly, others did not have another task like her. They only had the task of killing the target. It was only the 3rd day of the dungeon, and there was still plenty of time for a 14-day dungeon. After just experiencing intense exercise, it was almost impossible to take a nap now. Su Luo was bored and flipped through her drawers, wanting to see if there were any clues. She had already searched this drawer yesterday, and it was empty except for a small jewelry box. And because she was originally just a little maid, there was nothing good in the jewelry box. Su Luo wanted to put the jewelry box back, and when she shook the jewelry box, it made a clanging sound. Wait! Something is wrong. There was nothing in this jewelry box. And the sound was indeed the sound of more jewelry colliding together. Su Luo took out all the jewelry in the jewelry box, and shook it again, and there was still a sound. Obviously, this jewelry box has a layer, and there are other things inside. Su Luo fiddled with it for a while, and finally found the layer. She opened the jewelry box, and there were some valuable jewelry inside. Su Luo carefully observed these jewelry, which were inlaid with expensive jewels. This was obviously not something a little maid could afford. In addition, Su Luo also found an interesting phenomenon. These jewelry can be divided into 2 categories. One is pearl jewelry, and the other is gem jewelry. But obviously, there are much more jewelry, but only 1 or 2 gemstone jewelry. This is why Su Luo could find something wrong. At this time, someone came to the door and asked her to go out to work. Su Luo responded, hid the jewelry again, and went out to work. While working, Su Luo wiped the table and chatted with the maid who worked beside her. Xiaohong, what do you think this distant relative does? Su Luo was asking about her cousin. The original body naturally couldn't afford those expensive jewelry, so the jewelry in her hand was most likely given by others. First, the teacher is ruled out, because the teacher is also a poor guy, as can be seen from his bare house. As for the master, Su Luo felt that the master had already had 1,000 connections with a wife and concubine in this copy. This simple copy would not give the master such a big difficulty, so it can be temporarily ruled out. The remaining men are the legitimate son, the illegitimate son, and this cousin. Su Luo plans to see if he can get any clues first. Xiaohong asked curiously, don't you know this? Didn't we talk about this before? Something bad has happened. Su Luo was shocked and immediately added, we have talked about this. But you know, I haven't seen much of the world, so I still want to hear more. This explanation was actually a bit hasty. But fortunately, Su Luo and Xiaohong had a good chat in the past few days, and the jokes made it pass. Xiaohong's eyes flashed with some complex emotions, which made Su Luo a little panic. She shook her head helplessly. Our master's family is a jewelry family, and this young master's family is also in the gem business. He came here mainly to form a marriage alliance with our eldest daughter. A strong alliance is naturally the best. Before Su Luo had time to think about it, Xiaohong put her hand on Su Luo's shoulder and comforted her. Luo Luo, I know you like the young master, but you have to understand that you are a good match. You and the young master are not from the same world at all. Only the young lady and the young master are a match made in heaven. Su Luo suddenly understood Xiaohong's complicated eyes just now. It was pity for her and disdain for her toad wanting to eat swan meat. She pretended to be a little absent-minded, ended the conversation hastily, and then went to wipe the table. While continuing to work, Su Luo began to think about this relationship. First of all, the original body said that he liked his cousin. His cousin was in the gem business, and the gem jewelry in the maid's jewelry box just matched. Su Luo had reason to suspect that this was given by his cousin. As for the other pearl jewelry, Su Luo thought it should be given by one of the legitimate son and the illegitimate son. However, since he gave so many, it can be seen that this person must like this maid very much. Su Luo suddenly remembered that during the first family dinner, the legitimate son had been looking at her. Was it because the target of the mission was her? Or because he liked her? Su Luo couldn't guess. At night, Su Luo slowly walked back to her room. But when she was about to reach the door of her house, she found a sneaky figure. Su Luo looked carefully and found that it was the illegitimate son. What was he doing at her house at this time? Su Luo was a little surprised. She didn't go forward to alert the enemy. but continued to hide in the dark and observe. She found that the man seemed to be holding something in his hand and was walking back. What was it? Did he take it out from his room? If so, then this man was very suspicious. He came to his room to find clues on purpose. If it wasn't because his mission target was him. Su Luo couldn't think of any other reason. This was not good. He had clearly searched the room, but he accidentally found the mezzanine in the morning. And in the evening, he learned from his bastard that he had not found any clues. Su Luo looked a little serious. She was too careless and almost hurt herself. Now was not the time to reflect. Su Luo followed the bastard to a big tree in the Fong family. The bastard found a shovel behind the tree, then quickly dug a hole and buried the things in his hand in the hole. After doing all this, he patted the dust on his hands and left quickly. After he left, Su Luo waited for a while, then went over to dig open the hole, and some torn paper slips were hidden inside. Su Luo didn't have time to look closely. After all, it was too dark now, and the bastard might come back. She quickly stuffed the scraps of paper into her pocket, then restored the place to its original state and returned to the room. After returning, Su Luo took out the paper and pieced it together carefully. Although there were still some missing, Su Luo could still make out the words inside, which were, on 20/XX/XX, owed 50 taels of silver to the casino Yuyang. The signature was the name of the bastard of the Fong family. This is an IOU from the bastard to the casino. The information Su Luo could get from it was that the bastard was gambling, and there was evidence with the maid. Considering the bastard's actions just now, Su Luo guessed that the whole story was that the bastard gave the maid a lot of jewelry as hush money because the maid had evidence of his gambling. But because the maid was too greedy, the bastard decided to kill her to silence her. Su Luo nodded, feeling that she had grasped the truth of the matter. In this case, it should be the bastard who wanted to kill her. Knowing who wanted to kill him, Su Luo felt relieved. The enemies in the open were never a big threat. The most feared were those poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. That was really scary. And after knowing it was the bastard, it was easy to find the countermeasures. As long as the bastard came, he would just stay with the others. Su Luo, who felt that his biggest worry had been solved, lay on the bed, making plans for tomorrow. She planned to start her plan to kill the murderer from tomorrow. After all, the dungeon was basically over now. The next day, Su Luo came to the concubine's room under the pretext of delivering breakfast to her. She had secretly added true sugar to the porridge for breakfast, and she could start asking questions after the concubine finished eating. For Su Luo, the player who suddenly came to her room, the concubine was very cautious. Even if Su Luo had a legitimate reason, she first tested the poison with a silver needle, and after seeing that the silver needle did not change color, the concubine began to drink the porridge slowly. Su Luo was standing by. To be honest, sugar is not poison and cannot be detected by silver needles, so she was not worried. To be conservative, Su Luo waited until the concubine finished drinking the porridge before suddenly asking, "What is your innate skill?" The concubine was suddenly asked by Su Luo, and raised her head in some doubt. She didn't understand why Su Luo asked such a question that she would definitely not answer. However, something unexpected happened to her. The concubine found that her mouth began to be out of control. "My innate skill is..." Chapter 128. When she was about to say it, the concubine quickly covered her mouth. Su Luo saw that she seemed to swallow her saliva, and stood up and wanted to leave the room. However, Su Luo had expected it. She pressed the concubine on the chair and quickly pulled her hand away. The whole process was smooth. The concubine's mouth revealed her talent skills in one go, and she didn't have time to react. It's invisibility on the spot. As long as I turn on the skill and don't do anything, I can stay invisible. After using a skill, the skill can be restored after 3 days. After she finished speaking, she stood up with a slap on the table in shock and anger. "What did you do to me?" Su Luo was also a little surprised at this time. This skill was completely different from what Uncle Zhong said. Su Luo believed in Uncle Zhong's judgment. They must have a professional team that can get information about the killer's innate skills. I originally thought that this girl was the killer, but I didn't expect it to be her. Since she had found the wrong person, Su Luo hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. Listen to me. My mission target is not you." After she said this, the concubine opposite showed a look of obvious disbelief and said sarcastically, "Not me? Hee hee. Do you think I'm a fool? If it's not me, why are you working so hard on me? Su Luo was not afraid to reveal the government's mission. After all, Uncle Zhong did not ask her to keep it secret. I am sent by the government. There is a dangerous person in this copy. The player who played the concubine was stunned for a moment, then showed a funny expression as if he heard a joke. Even if you are making up a story, you have to make it decent. Right? You are sent by the government? I am an international agent. What kind of international joke is this? Su Luo sighed helplessly. No one listens to the truth these days. She didn't say anything more. She used her first skill on the girl, instantly reducing her health by 1/6. The girl was startled and raised her hand to fight back. Su Luo used her third skill to control the concubine, and then said, "Don't worry. Have you seen my attack power? Is this the same as the players you usually meet?" The girl was in a hurry and didn't pay attention. And now she was shocked when she saw her health bar. How could it be reduced so much in an instant? Su Luo continued, "Besides, if my mission target was you, you would be dead now. You have no objection to this, right?" At this time, Su Luo's third skill control time had also ended. The girl rubbed her waist and took a step back silently. There was no more blind attack. She began to think about the truth of Su Luo's words. First of all, Su Luo's force value was indeed beyond all the players she had seen in the game copy, and she was ridiculously strong. Secondly, she could have killed herself and escaped just now, and she had no room for resistance at all. The concubine really couldn't think of it. If Su Luo's mission target was herself, then why didn't she kill herself now? In this case, only Su Luo's explanation is slightly more reliable. The concubine's fingers tapped the table unconsciously, and she looked at Su Luo and said, "Are you really a government official?" Su Luo nodded. "There is a killer in this dungeon, and his talent skill is that after killing someone, he can get the attribute points obtained by the other party in the next 3 dungeons. The concubine is also a smart person." She asked again, "The reason you came to me is because I look more like a killer? You don't know who the killer is?" Su Luo nodded naturally. This was not a difficult secret to discover. It was not surprising that Xuqiong could guess her, since Xuqiong already knew the truth. Su Luo also wanted to get another person to help. "We know that this murderer is a girl. Now we need to identify who she is and make her fail this time. Then we will win the mission." Su Luo looked at Xuqiong sincerely. "Can you help me kill this scourge? As a reward, I can give you a truth candy. It's the item that made you say your innate skill just now. You should know that such an item is actually quite useful." The concubine murmured to herself, "Sure enough." She hesitated. "Will this killer be very strong? Do you have any magic weapon that can definitely defeat her?" Su Luo smiled bitterly and shook her head. "If I had it, why would I ask you for help?" After a few seconds of silence, the concubine tapped the table faster and faster. Finally, she raised her head and said, "I help you." Su Luo smiled and nodded. "I come find you when I find out who the murderer is." After saying that, Su Luo left quickly. She still had a life to live, so it was not appropriate for her to stay here for long. But if the concubine was not the murderer, then Su Luo would have to lock on to the target again. Among the 4 girls, the concubine has been cleared of suspicion. Among the wife, the eldest daughter, and the cousin, who is the murderer? Su Luo rubbed his eyebrows. The cousin should be ruled out for the time being. Let's try the wife first. This is the only way out. You know, this method of trying one by one is time-consuming. But there are no surprises. Su Luo returned to her room and unexpectedly found the teacher anxiously circling at the door. Seeing Su Luo coming back, he hurried forward. "I was killed." Su Luo raised her eyebrows, did not stop, and walked straight into the house. "Go in and say." The teacher went into the house with her, and then said angrily, "When I woke up yesterday, I found myself emitting golden light all over my body, lying on the floor of the inner room." Su Luo nodded. "It seems that the golden light should be the invincible mode. Do you remember your previous memories?" The teacher said helplessly, "I don't remember anything. I guess I was sleeping half an hour before I was killed. In my memory, I woke up and then became invincible." Su Luo suppressed her smile and analyzed for him. "It's no surprise that the one who killed you was the concubine. Now you don't have to worry too much. After all, the concubine has completed the task. Everything will be fine for you next." She didn't expect that after the teacher's memory was wiped for half an hour, he would only have the memory of sleeping. This is too great. God is helping her. The teacher's eyes flashed with a flame of revenge. No. I can't just let it go. After I kill my mission target, I will kill this concubine next. At present, she may need the concubine's help. So Su Luo still said a good word for the concubine. This is not necessary. Right? After all, she was just trying to complete the mission. Right? The teacher shook his head and said, let's not talk about the blood debt and blood repayment. She killed me. If I don't kill her back, and if no one else plans to kill her back, then won't we all be the ones killed the most times? The teacher said earnestly. When doing a mission, we need to have a big picture view. We can't just focus on the small profits in front of us. Look at you. You are on the 1st level this time, and I am already on the 5th level. Su Luo blinked, pretending to be enlightened, and nodded. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. You are worthy of being a formal player. You have rich experience. The teacher was very satisfied with Su Luo's reaction, and such a reaction successfully satisfied his vanity. He patted Su Luo on the shoulder, showing a posture of having experienced vicissitudes of life, and said, you are teachable. You must learn more and see more. Only in this way can you make great progress. After sending the teacher away, Su Luo smiled helplessly on the bed. This time, he accidentally cheated the concubine. He would remind her in a few days. Su Luo guessed that it would take a long time for the teacher to complete his mission. However, the teacher's words aroused another idea in Su Luo. Would there be hidden rewards for counter-killing? This is unreliable. But what if? Su Luo planned to wait for the bastard to kill her, and then counter-kill him on the spot. For attribute points, it is better to make 1,000 mistakes than to let one go. Then it was boring work time again. When it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaohong suddenly came over and said to Su Luo, Luo, the 2nd young master is looking for you. The 2nd young master was talking about the bastard. Is he going to take action? Su Luo calmly wiped the water on her hands on her apron, then nodded and walked towards the bastard's room. It seems that he is going to attack me. Su Luo thought with interest. But this method is not smart. He actually called me over directly. How can a normal person not be wary when he is suddenly called over by someone who may be here to kill him? When he arrived at the bastard's room, he was already waiting inside. But to Su Luo's surprise, there was more than just the bastard in the room. There are still a few maids and servants in this room. What's going on? Su Luo was a little confused. If you want to kill someone, isn't it the best choice to clear out the people around? Or does this bastard not intend to kill him? Su Luo thought about it, and stepped into the room. Seeing Su Luo coming, the bastard's eyes flashed with a gleam. Why did you come so late? Maid? The bastard had already asked. So Su Luo stopped thinking and replied respectfully, 2nd young master. I ran here as soon as I got the news. The bastard said impatiently, Go. Bring me a basin of water. Su Luo did as he said, confused. And then the bastard ordered again, Come and wash my feet. Su Luo was stunned for a moment when she heard this order, and suddenly looked up at the bastard. There was no reason for him to suddenly ask her to do this. Is there some conspiracy? Su Luo actually didn't have much resistance to washing other people's feet. She used to wash the feet of the children in her orphanage, so she was familiar with it. Chapter 129. The player who played the role of the bastard obviously didn't expect Su Luo to be so open-minded, and didn't even mind washing other people's feet. He gritted his teeth and insisted, wanting to let Su Luo give in first. But the problem was that Su Luo had no intention of giving in at all. So at the moment when Su Luo's hand was about to touch his feet, the bastard finally couldn't help it. He helplessly shouted, Stop! 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 Forget it. I don't need you. As a normal modern person, he has no hobby of letting others wash his feet. After the bastard finished speaking, he put his feet into the water, then pulled them out in an instant, and quickly kicked the basin over. Then, as if it was a supporting measure, the bastard said angrily, Why is it so hot? Can you boil water? Do you want to scald me to death? Su Luo was surprised for a moment. The temperature she made was definitely well balanced, and it was even a little cool. It was impossible to scald him. Right? The bastard angrily said to the servant next to him, Come here. Catch her for me. Su Luo suddenly understood this man's intention at this time. He wanted to kill her with the ability of the dungeon NPC. Su Luo had to admire the player's ingenious ideas. This method of completing the task was something she had never thought of. Of course, Su Luo didn't expect this because she was not a high-ranking player. But this did catch her off guard. Su Luo could imagine that if she didn't accept washing the bastard's feet, the bastard could even kill her directly for the crime of insubordination. As for now, the bastard could only ask the servants to give Su Luo a few sticks. Su Luo had no way to tell others that the water was not hot. Because firstly, the bastard had overturned the basin. And secondly, the bastard could say that he had a poor ability to withstand heat. Everyone can find fault with something. There was no other way. Su Luo could only be forced to take a few sticks and swallow this loss. After the bastard finished his work, he saw that there was really no other way to make things difficult for Su Luo today. So he had to let Su Luo leave. After returning to her room, Su Luo sighed. This time, she was indeed careless. Seeing that it was a simple copy, she did not think too deeply. Because her physical fitness was strengthened, the servants did not cause any harm to her. But as the master of the bastard, Su Luo could imagine that she would not have a good time in the next few days. What to do? Su Luo knew that she could not sit and wait for death. As I said before, it is really easy to find faults in eggs. If she does not do anything now, the bastard will find a handle sooner or later. Wait. Handle. Su Luo suddenly got an idea. She smiled slightly. Only magic can defeat magic. You use power to suppress me. So why don't I find someone more powerful to suppress you? Su Luo, who had thought of a countermeasure, fell asleep comfortably. The next morning, Su Luo came to her cousin's room early. When her cousin went out, he saw Su Luo standing in front of his house, and was immediately shocked. A player who had nothing to do with him suddenly came to his room. The cousin immediately thought that Su Luo's mission target was him. Su Luo saw her cousin's vigilant eyes, took a step back, left a safe distance between the two, and then said slowly, "Listen to me. My mission target is not you. I came to ask you for help." The cousin saw that the gap between the two was enough for him to react in case of danger, and he was no longer so nervous. After listening to Su Luo's words, he asked, "Why do you want my help? What can I do for you?" Su Luo first explained the method of the bastard's mission, and then continued, "I want to be your concubine, so that the bastard can't do anything to me." The cousin listened to Su Luo's words. His eyes became brighter and brighter. There is such a method. But soon his eyes dimmed again. Alas, it's a pity that my mission target is of a high status and can't use this method. He sighed helplessly, and then asked, "Then why did you look for me? Wouldn't it be better to look for the master or the legitimate son?" Su Luo shook his head and said, "We can't go against our own personality. My original body likes you." The cousin was stunned again. There is such a thing. He immediately shook his head with a smile. "In that case, I can't help you, because my original body also has someone I like. And it's not you." Su Luo didn't think of this. After all, this cousin had given the original body a gem, and Su Luo thought they were in love. In that case, forget it. I leave first. Su Luo left her cousin's house helplessly, and went to work. While working, Su Luo thought hard about what to do. She believed that in order to avoid her counterattack, there must be someone next to the bastard when he killed her. In this way, if I want to fight back, the servants next to me can stop me. So I definitely can't get rid of this crisis by force. I have to use magic to defeat magic. Seeing that the night is approaching, the bastard is likely to make things difficult for me again. Su Luo is getting more and more anxious, and her brain is working frantically. Suddenly, her eyes light up, and she quickly asks for leave from the steward, and then returns to her room. After returning to the room, Su Luo took out the clues of the bastard's gambling that were buried by the bastard before, and then dug out by herself. She happily took the clue to the master's room. At this time, the master had finished his work for the day, and was about to go to the lady to see if there was any way to complete the task. Suddenly Su Luo came to his house, and his reaction was exactly the same as his cousin. Su Luo directly put the clue in front of the master, and then said, "Master, I found that the second young master actually has a bad habit of gambling. In order to make the second young master correct it, I specially gave you his IOU." The master didn't expect Su Luo to find him for this matter, and he was confused for a moment. After a while of silence, the master asked tentatively, "So what do you want?" "Me?" Su Luo said righteously, "As we all know, gambling is addictive. In order to suppress the second young master's thoughts, I suggest that you put the second young master in solitary confinement for 2 weeks. The master finally understood Su Luo's intention, and he was amazed at Su Luo's behavior of solving the problem once and for all. His own personality is relatively strict, and he must not turn a blind eye to the gambling habits of the bastard. Although Su Luo's suggestion was reasonable, she still had the final say on how to punish him. The master smiled slightly and said to Su Luo with a pretended hesitation, "Isn't this punishment too severe? I think just criticizing him will be enough." Su Luo immediately understood that the master wanted to blackmail him, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was controlled by others. Su Luo thought for a while, then said, "How about this? I will help you complete the task." The master nodded. He was worried that he was not sure about killing his wife. With 2 people, there is no need to worry about insufficient force. He sent a servant to call the bastard over. After the bastard came, he saw Su Luo standing next to the master with a smile. At that time, he had a bad premonition. What was she trying to do? The master was furious and put his gambling IOU in front of him, and then said with great sorrow, "I have always had high hopes for you. I didn't expect you to treat me like this." The bastard obviously didn't expect that the note he buried would see the light of day again. He looked at Su Luo in disbelief, and Su Luo gave him an innocent look. The bastard knew that Su Luo must have tricked him, and he looked up to explain, "I'm not." Unexpectedly, the master interrupted him directly and said angrily, "You dare to quibble." The bastard felt wrong. "I didn't." The master interrupted him again, "You've learned to talk back, haven't you?" This time, the master didn't give him a chance to continue speaking, and directly announced the result: "You will be punished to be confined for 2 weeks. After that, he sent a servant to take the bastard back to his room, and lined up 5 big men to guard outside the bastard's room. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. What a good parent quality. She gave the master a thumbs up with satisfaction, and then asked, "When are we going to complete your task?" The master said, "Now, to avoid more trouble." "Then who is your mission target?" Su Luo asked. "Madam." The master's mission target turned out to be Madam. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. This master is really a love-struck man. The master nodded and agreed deeply. They did what they said, and the 2 walked quickly to where the lady was. When they were about to reach the lady's room, Su Luo suddenly whispered a few words in the master's ear. The master looked at Su Luo unexpectedly, and then nodded in admiration. When they arrived at the door of the lady's room, the master said to the maids around, "I want to have a good chat with the lady today. You stay away from here, and don't let anyone get close." This is what Su Luo told the master just now. The main purpose of her doing this is to prevent the lady from calling for help and recruiting these maids and servants. Then their mission will fail. After sending these people away, Su Luo and the master pushed the door open and entered. The lady was putting on makeup in the room. When she saw Su Luo and the others, her face turned pale, and she immediately wanted to call for help. The master smiled and said obscenely, "Go ahead. No one will come even if you scream your throat out." Su Luo looked at him speechlessly, as if they were going to do something unspeakable to Madam. Madam also twitched her lips, ignored this idiot, looked at Su Luo and said, "Lost. Have you formed an alliance with him? I will exchange a task item for you to form an alliance with me. What do you think?" Su Luo still admired Madam's calmness, but unfortunately, she shook her head. "I have already received the benefits of the master, and I will not betray him. Now we have 2 people, and the others around have been dismissed by us. I advise you to give up resistance directly." Chapter 130. The lady was unwilling to give up and persuaded him again. "You form an alliance with me, and we can kill him directly. By then, he will lose his memory, and will not remember that you and he have formed an alliance, and you will get a prop for nothing. Don't you really want to consider it?" When the master heard this, his face turned pale. It has indeed been less than half an hour since Su Luo came to the door. If Su Luo chooses to betray, he really has no way. Su Luo had to say that the lady was really smart. Even in this desperate situation, she can find the best way through her own analysis and strive to win. And what she said really moved Su Luo. But unfortunately, she was a principled person. Su Luo had actually thought of what the lady said before, but taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters. Since Su Luo had already received the benefits of the master, she would not turn against him halfway. She gave the master a soothing look, and then said to the lady, "Sorry. First come first served." Madam nodded helplessly. And then her eyes became determined. She took a fighting stance. It's not my style to be timid before the battle. Su Luo and the master didn't say anything more. The master took the lead in launching an attack towards the madam. He was a warrior. Madam evaded the master's attack skillfully and released a red magic bullet at the master. She was a fire mage. However, it was obvious that the main points of the madam should be speed and spirit, because she was very fast, and it was difficult for the master to catch up with her. But even so, in Su Luo's eyes, the lady was still very slow. She analyzed it a little, then used the second and third skills at the same time, successfully trapping the lady. The lady's face turned pale the moment she was tied up. Knowing that there was no hope of escaping this time, she had originally relied on her own speed to entangle with the master. And now that she was trapped, she was naturally powerless to save the situation. Su Luo also took the opportunity to use the first skill to consume her blood volume. After the first skill, the lady's blood bar evaporated by a quarter in an instant. Su Luo frowned. Why was her health so low? She hesitated for a moment, then stopped the master from finishing off the opponent, took out a truth candy and said, "Wait, I have one more thing to do." Under the incomprehensible gazes of the master and the lady, Su Luo forced the candy into the lady's mouth. The lady struggled to spit it out, but Su Luo forcefully pushed it down her throat. Ahem. 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 What did you give me to eat? The lady asked in shock and anger. Su Luo said, I want to know something. Don't worry. It won't cause you any harm. Su Luo sighed, looked at the master next to her, and then asked, Is your talent skill related to killing? With the master by her side, Su Luo didn't want to expose the lady's trump card directly. This question can completely achieve her goal. The lady wanted to keep silent, but she had no choice. She answered uncontrollably, It has nothing to do with it. After that, the lady finally knew what Su Luo had given her to eat. Su Luo sighed. It was not her. There were only two people left, the young lady and the cousin. Let's try again tomorrow. Su Luo nodded, signaling the master to finish off the enemy. The master was anxiously waiting on the side, fearing that something might happen in the middle of the process. At this time, he received Su Luo's signal and ended the lady's life cleanly. The lady's whole body was shining with golden light, and she became invincible. Su Luo and the master quickly left the scene, and then went their separate ways back to their respective rooms. After returning, Su Luo summarized her gains in the 4 days since the beginning of this dungeon. First, her dungeon mission was completed, and second, the people who could threaten her in this dungeon were also dealt with. 2 of the 4 suspicious objects have been eliminated, and 2 allies have been found. The teacher and the concubine. Su Luo is full of confidence. When she finds the killer, she and her allies will kill her once each. There is no worry that the killer will not be the one who dies the most in this dungeon. If there is no accident, this mission should be stable. Thinking of this, Su Luo fell asleep peacefully. On the morning of the 5th day of the copy, Su Luo came to the door of the young lady's room early, but saw her cousin sneaking closer to the door. Is the cousin's mission target the young lady? Considering the servant's previous remarks that the cousin and the young lady had always been at odds, Su Luo understood. She did not go forward to talk, but just observed silently in the dark. After a while, the door of the young lady's room opened, and the cousin did not move behind the tree. When the young lady passed the tree where she was hiding, leaving her cousin with only her back, the cousin attacked instantly, using her first skill to move a short distance to attack the young lady from behind. Instantly, the young lady's health bar dropped by a quarter. Such high damage. Su Luo was secretly surprised. If nothing unexpected happened, this cousin should be an assassin. The first skill she used just now was exactly the same as Yunfeibai's. But this damage is too high, isn't it? As an assassin, her first skill starts with such high damage. If the health of the lady is similar to that of the lady, then Su Luo feels that the damage of the cousin is comparable to that of Yunfeibai. This is definitely not the damage that should be in such a simple copy. She seriously suspects that the cousin is a murderer. The lady was attacked unexpectedly. She looked up at her health bar and was immediately shocked. She quickly took a step back and then used a skill to hit the cousin. The cousin's health bar was reduced by 1/7. The cousin also activated her skills and flashed behind the young lady, wanting to use her first skill again. However, she obviously didn't control the time well. When she flashed behind the young lady, The CD of her first skill was not ready. This gave the young lady a chance to turn around. The young lady turned around and collided head-on with the cousin's first skill. Her health bar dropped by 1/7 again. Wait! Su Luo began to be confused. It stands to reason that the damage of the first skill is determined by the attribute points. So it won't change. Why did the cousin deal high damage the first time? But the second time the damage was insignificant? Su Luo did not move and continued to observe. The lady in the fierce battle obviously did not notice this problem. She released another skill, then jumped back and actually jumped 3 meters high. Successfully distanced herself from the cousin. Although the lady did not know the cousin's profession, she could see that the cousin was a melee player. The best strategy to deal with melee players is to keep a distance. Not let melee players get close and wear down the opponent. In the competition between the master and the mistress, the mistress had originally intended to do the same. If it weren't for Su Luo's crossed leg, the master would have been killed by the mistress. Back on the battlefield, when she jumped up, the mistress quickly caught a skill in the air and hit the cousin steadily. And the cousin's health was reduced again. The cousin wanted to approach the mistress again, but it was obvious that the effect of the mistress's skill had not yet passed. When the concubine wanted to get close to her, the mistress jumped lightly again and retreated several meters. Su Luo suddenly realized from the young lady's skills that she was a rare wind magician. Like the skill that allowed her to jump so far. Among the mages, only wind mages, who were close to the wind element, could perform it. The speed of wind mages was definitely fast enough. Although the cousin, who was an assassin, was also very fast. She was obviously kite-fled by the young lady. Su Luo began to feel strange again. Through Yunfei Bai, she knew that the real damage of the assassin's first skill was speed plus strength /2. The attack of the first skill of the cousin was extremely high, so her speed should definitely not be slow. But now it is obvious that her speed is far inferior to that of the young lady. Assassins almost always add points to speed and strength in a balanced way. In other words, this cousin does not have many attribute points. Then what about her high damage at the beginning? Su Luo was a little puzzled. When the cousin saw that the situation was not good, she wanted to leave immediately. However, it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. Now that you are here, you still want to leave? The young lady didn't agree either. The young lady was chasing after her relentlessly. Within a minute, the cousin released a golden light and entered the invincible dormant mode. A beautiful counterkill. Su Luo was sure that the cousin was definitely not a murderer. She had just figured it out. The cousin started from behind the young lady, which she could say was a sneak attack. But when she was already exposed to the young lady's vision, she still had to flash around behind the young lady, which was worth pondering. Su Luo initially guessed that the cousin's talent skill might be related to sneak attacks from behind. Probably because attacks from behind would have a damage bonus or something like that. This is inconsistent with the killer's innate skills. Moreover, Su Luo could see that there was a problem with the skill connection when her cousin attacked. Otherwise, if she dealt a second high damage, she would not be so passive. The killer killed countless people in the dungeon, and her skill proficiency must be very high. Su Luo believed that she would not make such a low-level mistake. Then the killer can only be this lady, Su Luo thought. But how to kill this person? First of all, it must not be in an open field. The open space was very conducive to the young lady flying a kite, and Su Luo had no confidence in catching up with her. If Yunfei Bai was there would be no need to worry. After all, Yunfei Bai's speed was far better than hers. Then they had to fight in the house. Su Luo nodded secretly and turned away. She still had work to complete. And if she didn't complete it, she would be punished by the steward, which might cause delays in the future. The next morning, Su Luo came to the young lady's room and knocked on the door politely, because she had already determined that her cousin was going to kill her. The young lady obviously had no defense against Su Luo, and let Su Luo in openly.